Upon an uncharted mountain within the primordial ancient forest of the Eastern Domain, an elderly man and a young boy sat opposite each other at a rudimentary stone table within a modest cave. Though referred to as a stone table, it was merely a large stone stump, its surface smoothed out to a degree. The old man appeared to be in his 60s, with grizzled hair simply tied into a bun, a scruffy beard adorning his face, and his long robe tattered and filthy, its original color no longer discernible. His eyes were murky, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of vitality, evoking an impression of impending demise. The boy, seated across from him, looked to be around 10 years old, possessing a delicate appearance with large, expressive eyes. Although his clothing was similarly worn, it was notably clean. In this silent cave, the two were master and disciple. The elder was named Jiang Zongyuan, while the youth was called Jiang Yu. The stillness within the cave was thick with a sense of melancholy and oppression. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, his large eyes darting about restlessly. After a prolonged silence, the old man let out a long sigh, breaking the suffocating quiet, and a glimmer of spirit flickered in his gaze. He turned to Jiang Yu, his expression gentle and kind. Disciple, today, I shall reveal to you the truth of your origins. Origins? Weren't you told that I found you as an orphan? Jiang Yu interrupted, his heart racing with confusion. Could it be that I am not an orphan, but rather your grandson? As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes ignited with fervor. Jiang Zongyuan, perceiving Jiang Yu's thoughts, clarified, I did not deceive you. You are indeed the orphan I discovered, and I know not who your parents are. However, there are matters I have yet to fully disclose to you. Jiang Zongyuan tilted his head slightly, as if lost in recollection. 11 years ago, while traversing the western region, I chanced upon an ancient relic protected by a formation. Believing treasures to be hidden within, I devoted an entire year to dismantling that formation. When I finally entered, my excitement turned to dismay as I found nothing but crumbling ruins. In my search, I ultimately discovered only you and the Great Black Sword. The Great Black Sword, as Jiang Zongyuan referred to it, was a broadsword, its original name long forgotten. Its entirely black surface earned it the moniker. Upon discovery, he believed it to be a sacred weapon, or at the very least a semi-sacred one. However, after numerous tests, he found it to be nothing more than sturdy and extraordinarily heavy, lacking any beauty or sharpness, a blade with no edge that would struggle to fell a tree. Though Jiang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, his mind remained agile, quickly identifying an inconsistency. Master, that cannot be. You spent a year breaking the formation. How long must it have existed before? I should have starved long ago. Because you were sealed within a celestial crystal. Jiang Zongyuan revealed a shocking truth. Celestial crystals are special formations, condensed from pure spiritual energy, containing vast amounts of refined spiritual essence, invaluable and sought after by cultivators. Beyond aiding in cultivation, celestial crystals possess an even more extraordinary ability. Sealing a life form within can halt the flow of life itself. Yet, aside from natural occurrences, it had never been heard of a cultivator creating one artificially. Thus, Jiang Zongyuan had considered the sealing a mere legend, until he discovered Jiang Yu and realized the truth of the tales. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, his mouth agape, profoundly shaken by this revelation. After several breaths, he regained his composure, though his heart raced with questions. Who had sealed him within the celestial crystal? Were his parents responsible? When had he been born? According to his master, it was clear he could not have been born 11 years ago. The timeline extended far beyond that. A century? A millennium? Perhaps even longer. He found himself overwhelmed with inquiries that demanded answers. Master, do you know who imprisoned me within the celestial crystal? What era did that ancient relic belong to? Jiang Yu pressed. I do not know. Jiang Zongyuan shook his head. The relic is exceedingly ancient. Among the crumbling walls, I found scattered inscriptions, yet those characters were equally archaic, beyond my comprehension. Thus, I can only surmise that the relic itself is of an extraordinarily distant past. Perhaps it has existed for tens of millions of years. After a pause, Jiang Zongyuan speculated uncertainly. Tens of millions of years? Did that mean I was born tens of millions of years ago? Master, apart from myself and the Great Black Sword, did you find anything else? No, Master. Where is that ancient relic? I wish to see it. That relic might be his former home, perhaps his parents lived there. He felt an insatiable urge to seek it out himself. Jiang Zongyuan provided an address, then solemnly cautioned that relic lies far in the western region, requiring passage through 3 domains. The journey is fraught with peril with your current cultivation level. Venturing forth alone would undoubtedly lead to your demise. Remember, you must wait until you attain the Divine Bridge realm before you can proceed. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. Understood. Seeing his agreement, Jiang Zongyuan refrained from further discourse on the matter, as he had conveyed all he knew to Jiang Yu. Now, I have a task to entrust to you, he said, producing 2 rings and a jade pendant. These 2 rings are spatial treasures. One is for you, while the other, together with this jade pendant, must be delivered to the 3 Yang immortal mansion and handed to its lord. Jiang Yu refrained from inquiring about the reasons, still reeling from the shock of his origins. Master, I do not know where the 3 Yang immortal mansion is. Jiang Zongyuan provided another address, situated within the eastern domain where they currently resided. Disciple, you have followed me for 11 years, with little contact with the outside world. Remember, as you venture into the outside realm, do not trust others easily. Always keep your wits about you, for the human heart is inscrutable, Jiang Zongyuan admonished, his words flowing like a gentle stream. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, observing his master. Typically reticent, today he spoke of origins and bestowed spatial treasures upon him, laden with various warnings, creating a somber atmosphere akin to a last will. Could it be? Master, are you going to die? Jiang Yu gasped, his large eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Zongyuan faltered, the previously poignant atmosphere now thick with awkwardness. Yet he did not chastise Jiang Yu for his impulsive words. After a moment, he quietly replied, I must go to a certain place to accomplish something. When will you return? Perhaps I shall not return, he said, a hint of resignation in his voice. Is that place dangerous? Can you not go? Jiang Yu, unwilling to see his only family member face peril or to part ways with him, implored. Jiang Zongyuan gently ruffled Jiang Ye's hair. There are matters I must attend to. He spoke, his voice heavy with sorrow, yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination. As the sun dipped low, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, only Jiang Ye's slender figure remained against the backdrop of the vast world. Chapter 002. A senior brother falls from the sky. To what destination does Jiang Zongyuan intend to journey? What matters does he seek to attend to? Despite Jiang Yu's repeated inquiries, he remains reticent, merely stating that in due course, Jiang Yu will come to know. Though reluctant to part, Jiang Zongyuan's resolve is unwavering, and Jiang Yu finds himself powerless to alter his decision. Departing from the cave dwelling he had inhabited for nearly a decade, Jiang Yu sets forth southward, making his way to the Sanyang Xianfu. The term Xianfu does not imply the presence of actual immortals. Rather, it is a designation for sects dedicated to cultivation. Within the 5 domains, numerous Xianfu exist, varying greatly in size and strength. To better distinguish the capabilities of each Xianfu, a hierarchical system has been established. The pinnacle is the first-rank Xianfu, towering within its domain like a colossus, possessing formidable power and coveted by every cultivator embarking on the path of ascension. Conversely, the 5th-rank Xianfu is far more common, akin to a multitude of cattle, lacking significant strength and only gaining a modicum of fame within a radius of 10,000 miles. After nearly half a year's arduous journey, Jiang Yu arrives at the location indicated by his master. The protracted duration of his travels is attributable to the considerable distance, although situated within the same domain. They are separated by over 1,000,000 miles. Additionally, his cultivation level is modest, as he has yet to establish his spiritual sea and cannot fly. A majestic mountain looms ahead, its peak piercing the clouds like a pillar holding up the heavens. At the mountain's base, on a sheer cliff several hundred meters high, the name Sanyang Xianfu is inscribed in ancient, powerful characters, suffused with spiritual energy. Beside the cliff lies a straight stone staircase, resembling a celestial ladder, vanishing into the mist that enshrouds the mountain's summit. Such a towering mountain prompts Jiang Yu to ponder the rank of Sanyang Xianfu. Recalling his awe, he approaches the stone steps, but before he can draw near, a young man rushes down the staircase and obstructs his path. The youth scrutinizes Jiang Yu from head to toe, his pupils constricting, his body tense, and an expression of wariness etched upon his face. Although the boy before him appears merely in his early teens, The youth finds himself unable to discern Jiang Yu's level of cultivation. This perplexing situation could only be explained in one of two ways. Either the boy possesses a higher cultivation level, which seems implausible given the youth's own background, having entered Sanyang Xianfu at the age of 6 and cultivated for over 12 years, now reaching the 7th layer of Kunling, or the boy is in possession of a treasure that conceals his true realm. The young man, with a tone of caution, inquires, "This is Sanyang Xianfu. What brings you here, little friend?" "Dao brother. I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed master of your Xianfu. I bear an item entrusted to me by my master for delivery to him, and I kindly request you to inform him," Jiang Yu replies, cupping his fists in greeting. Observing Jiang Yu's earnest demeanor and polite tone, the youth's wariness diminishes somewhat, and he asks, "May I inquire the name of your master, so that I may report accordingly?" This question momentarily stumps Jiang Yu. Since he learned to speak, he has always referred to Jiang Zongyuan as his master. Although Jiang Zongyuan had once shared his name with him years ago, it has since slipped from his memory. All he recalls is that his master's surname is Jiang, which is also his own. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yu produces the jade pendant previously given to him by Jiang Zhenghe. Since his master instructed him to carry this pendant, it must serve as a token of legitimacy, one that the master of the Xianfu would surely recognize. "Dao brother, please present this pendant to your master. He will know who my master is," he says, extending the pendant to the youth. The young man hesitates before accepting the pendant and instructs Jiang Yu to wait as he rushes up the mountain. In less than half a teacup's time, several figures descend from the mountain, led by an elder with white hair and a youthful visage. Though he does not deliberately exude an aura, his presence conveys the authority characteristic of a superior. This elder is none other than the master of Sanyang Xianfu, Wu Daolin. At this moment, Wu Daolin's expression is one of palpable excitement, completely shedding his usual composure. As they land before Jiang Yu, he does not allow the boy to speak before eagerly raising the pendant previously given to the youth, asking, "Where did you acquire this pendant?" Jiang Yu, perplexed by the elder's fervor, replies honestly, "It was entrusted to me by my master." "Your master?" Wu Daolin's brow furrows, a hint of uncertainty in his expression, and he continues, "Is your master named Jiang Zongyuan?" His gaze is intense, awaiting Jiang Yu's response. "Yes, my master is indeed named Jiang Zongyuan." With Wu Daolin's prompt, Jiang Yu recalls his master's name. Upon receiving this affirmation, Wu Daolin's eyes shine even brighter as he seizes Jiang Yu's arm and soars toward the mountaintop. Although Jiang Yu instinctively desires to evade, he finds himself powerless against Wu Daolin's formidable cultivation and thus allows himself to be whisked away. After a few breaths, Wu Daolin brings him to a magnificent hall atop the mountain. Within the hall, there stands a pedestal approximately 2 meters tall, upon which rests an exquisitely crafted jade throne. Behind the throne, a massive portrait hangs prominently on the wall. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Yu's gaze is immediately drawn to the portrait. He feels an inexplicable familiarity with the figure depicted. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is none other than his master. No wonder he did not recognize it at first. The figure in the portrait, clad in a flowing white robe with a meticulously arranged hairpin, exudes an ethereal presence that starkly contrasts with Jiang Zongyuan's usual disheveled appearance. "Do you recognize the individual in this portrait?" Wu Daolin inquires, his tone urgent as he observes Jiang Yu's astonishment. "Indeed, this is my master. But why would my master's portrait be displayed here?" Jiang Yu replies, bewildered. Wu Daolin, elated, responds, "This is the portrait of the founding ancestor of Sanyang Xianfu, and also of my master. I am your senior brother." "What is your name, little junior brother?" "Jiang Yu," he replies mechanically, still in a daze. The realization that his seemingly unkempt master is actually the founding ancestor of a Xianfu is difficult for him to reconcile. "Little junior brother, you share the surname Jiang. Could it be that you are a descendant of our master?" Wu Daolin posits. Jiang Yu, regaining his composure, quickly clarifies, "I am merely an abandoned infant taken in by my master. I merely share his surname and am not his descendant." "Ah, little junior brother, how fares our master? Why did he not return with you?" Wu Daolin inquires, concern etched across his face. Since Wu Daolin is now his senior brother, Jiang Yu refrains from withholding any information and shares everything his master had confided to him. "Senior brother, do you know where my master has gone?" Wu Daolin exhales a deep sigh. "Alas, our master has ultimately been unable to let go." Jiang Yu is left puzzled by Wu Daolin's words and looks at him expectantly for further explanation. Chapter 003, The Grand Elder Ascension Tomb. The mere mention of these words sends a shiver of trepidation through Wu Daolin's voice. The elders who entered the hall alongside him also visibly pale at the mention of Ascension Tomb, their expressions revealing a sense of wistfulness. Just moments ago, they had been filled with hope upon learning of their ancestor's survival. If the ancestor were to return to Sanyang Xianfu, the elevation of the sect to a fourth-rank Xianfu would surely be imminent. But now, the mention of Ascension Tomb casts a shadow of foreboding. Jiang Yu exclaims in shock, Ascension Tomb? Ascension Tomb, along with Tianyuan and Wamaku, is infamous as one of the three great forbidden areas of the 5 domains. Powerful beings, those of the saint rank, who enter such places face near certain death. The origins of Ascension Tomb remain shrouded in mystery, but it is said to contain opportunities for ascension to immortality. Thus, some powerful cultivators and saints choose to venture into Ascension Tomb in their twilight years in search of that elusive chance at transcendence. However, from ancient times to the present, none of the unparalleled powerhouses that have entered Ascension Tomb have ever returned, leaving the question of whether anyone successfully ascended to immortality unanswered. Although Ascension Tomb is terrifying, it possesses a well-known characteristic. The stronger the cultivator entering, the less likely they are to return. Conversely, those of lower cultivation levels have a minuscule chance of emerging alive. Among those who have survived, some have indeed obtained great fortunes, with the most renowned being the founder of Tsangyan Xianfu, Chai Daoren. Originally of mediocre talent, Chai Daoren stumbled into Ascension Tomb while being pursued, and upon miraculously escaping, his cultivation soared, ultimately establishing the first-rank Xianfu, Tsangyan Xianfu. In his later years, now a powerful figure, Chai Daoren re-entered Ascension Tomb, but this time he did not emerge, vanishing from the world. Although Jiang Zhengyuan may not be an unparalleled powerhouse, his cultivation is certainly not low. If he were to enter Ascension Tomb, the odds of his survival would be grim. Senior brother, why would our master enter Ascension Tomb? Jiang Yu inquires. Wu Daolin ponders deeply for a long moment before replying. Because of a woman. A woman? Jiang Yu muses. Could it be that his seemingly disheveled master once had a passionate romance? However, Wu Daolin seems reluctant to elaborate further, and Jiang Yu refrains from pressing the matter. Recognizing it as his master's private affair, little junior brother, did our master leave any instructions before departing? Wu Daolin shifts from his sorrowful demeanor to inquire. None. Jiang Yu replies. Little junior brother, you mentioned earlier that our master had entrusted you with something to personally deliver to me? Wu Daolin's question captures the attention of the 10 elders accompanying him, their eyes sparkling with interest, eager to hear of the precious item their ancestor had sent. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Yu hesitates before speaking. Senior brother, in truth, the ancestor only instructed me to bring this jade pendant to find you. There was no item for me to hand over. I feared I wouldn't see you, so I misled the gatekeeper into thinking I had something to deliver. Ah, I see. You are quite clever. Wu Daolin praises, his expression not one of disappointment, while the elders around them wear faces of disheartenment. Wu Daolin turns to face the gathered elders, his demeanor suddenly shifting to one of solemnity. An aura of authority enveloping the room. The esteemed elders present have all heard the previous conversation. This is the close disciple of our ancestor, and also my junior brother. From this day forth, he shall assume the position of Grand Elder of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Do any of you have objections? The title of Grand Elder. The expressions of the elders were shaken, and while they had no dissent regarding Jiang Yu's identity, the position of Grand Elder was somewhat difficult for them to accept. The Sanyang Immortal Mansion had never before possessed the title of Grand Elder. Should Jiang Yu become one, his status would indeed rank just below that of the mansion's master. Placing him above them, it was hard for them to accept that a mere 10-year-old boy would hold a higher position than these seasoned elders, even if he were the close disciple of the ancestor. However, upon witnessing the sharp gaze of the mansion master, it was clear that he was not genuinely seeking their opinions but merely informing them of the decision. Thus, the elders remained silent, neither expressing agreement nor dissent. Their silence a protest against Wu Daoling's decree. Wu Daoling paid no heed to their silent protest and spoke solemnly. Since there are no objections, this matter is settled. At that moment, the eldest elder, Elder Zhou, hesitated before speaking. Mansion master. As soon as Elder Zhou opened his mouth, Wu Daoling's gaze turned piercing, coldly demanding, Do you have objections, Elder? Elder Zhou felt a chill run through him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. No, Only then did Wu Dowling withdraw his piercing gaze, declaring, "So this matter is settled. Why, junior brother and I still have matters to discuss." The implication of his words was unmistakable, and though the elders harbored dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to take their leave. After everyone had departed, Jiang Yu finally spoke. "Senior brother, is it really appropriate for me to be the Grand Elder?" The elders have no qualms about it. "You are the close disciple of the esteemed master and my junior brother. You need not concern yourself with the attitudes of the elders," Wu Dowling asserted with authority. "Since the decision has been made." Jiang Yu accepted it with composure. With the mansion master as his senior, even if the elders felt discontent, they could only bury their feelings deep within this moment. Jiang Yu produced the spatial ring that his master had instructed him to deliver to Wu Dowling. "Senior brother, this is the spatial ring that master asked me to hand over to you personally." Wu Dowling was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jiang Yu to harbor such intentions. Finally, he smiled with resignation. "My little junior brother, you." Within Elder Zhou's cave, his countenance twisted with rage as he roared, "Wu Dowling, you have gone too far." If anyone had been present, they would have noticed a faint layer of dark energy swirling around Elder Zhou. News of Jiang Yu's elevation to Grand Elder of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion quickly spread throughout the mansion, accompanied by the revelation of his identity as the Mansion Master's junior brother and the close disciple of the ancestor. This news caused quite a stir within the mansion, leading to much speculation and curiosity about the previously unseen disciple of the ancestor. The ancestor had vanished over 1,000 years ago. Could this sudden emergence of a close disciple be a ruse? His identity had been verified by the Mansion Master and the elders, so it should be beyond question. But what of his cultivation? To become the sole Grand Elder within the mansion, and being the close disciple of the ancestor, his prowess must surely be formidable. Yet, one might be mistaken. I have heard he is merely in his early teens, with a cultivation level of only the 8th layer of the Kunling realm, and his ascension to Grand Elder is entirely due to the Mansion Master's, well, you understand. The Mansion Master remained blissfully unaware of the gossip and slander directed at Jiang Yu. He was deeply engrossed in his own meditative practices. The cave assigned to him was situated in the uppermost region of the Spirit Mountain, the area of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion with the most concentrated spiritual energy. Wu Dowling's cave was not far from his, and this area was off-limits to ordinary disciples. Chapter 004. Discussion in the Great Hall. After arriving at the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, Jiang Yu had spent the entire month since his initial meeting with the Mansion Master and the elders in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Although he had previously trained hard, it was not to the extent of his current intensity. Ever since Jiang Zongyuan had revealed to him all he knew about his origins, he had been consumed with the desire to explore the ancient ruins in person. Since he had manifested in that ancient site, there must be a connection, and perhaps the mysteries of his lineage lay hidden within. Though Jiang Zongyuan had claimed there were no other discoveries, Jiang Yu felt an irresistible need to investigate further, lest he remain in doubt. However, the ancient ruins were located far in the western region, separated from the eastern region by the central region, making the journey perilous and lengthy. Even ordinary cultivators at the Divine Bridge realm would not dare to traverse such distances recklessly. At present, he was only at the 8th layer of the Kunling realm. Although being a 10-year-old at this level was already a prodigious feat, venturing forth without caution would be akin to courting death. Therefore, enhancing his cultivation was of utmost importance. At this moment, Jiang Yu held a fist-sized celestial crystal, absorbing its spiritual energy. This celestial crystal had originally sealed him, and Jiang Zongyuan had not kept it for himself but had instead left it entirely for Jiang Yu, with over half still remaining in his spatial ring. While he was immersed in his cultivation, a young man suddenly burst into his cave. Startled, Jiang Yu quickly stowed the celestial crystal in his spatial ring. The young man, appearing to be around 20 years old, gaped with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's gaze, he quickly regained his composure. "Who are you, and what brings you into my cave?" Jiang Yu questioned with an unwelcoming tone. "Elder Jiang. I am Jiang Huangwanli, a disciple of the eldest elder. The Mansion Master has sent me to inform you that you are to attend a discussion in the Great Hall. I noticed that the barriers to your cave were not activated, so I entered without permission. I beg your pardon, Elder Jiang." Huang Wanli did not exhibit any disdain due to Jiang Yu's youth, maintaining a respectful demeanor. The cave was indeed protected by array formations. but Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to not activating the barriers during his previous stay with his master. Thus, he had inadvertently left them unguarded. Seeing that the young man's attitude was sincere and that he had not intruded without cause, Jiang Yu decided against reprimanding him. After dismissing Huang Wanli, Jiang Yu made his way to the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, Wu Daoling sat high upon a jade throne, flanked by 5 elders on his left and 5 on his right, with the first seat on the left remaining empty. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival, Wu Daoling spoke. "Junior brother, you may take that seat." He gestured toward the empty position. Following his instruction, Jiang Yu seated himself in the foremost position on the left. From the moment he entered the Great Hall, the elders had remained silent, and once he took his seat, their gazes converged on Elder Zhou, who had previously occupied that spot. Nevertheless, Elder Zhou's expression remained calm, revealing no trace of discontent. This meeting was merely a routine discussion held biannually by the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Devoid of any urgent matters, Wu Daoling's intent in summoning Jiang Yu was primarily to solidify his status as Grand Elder, subtly encouraging the other elders to acknowledge his position. The discussion proceeded in a tedious and monotonous manner, and Jiang Yu found it utterly uninteresting. However, he did not allow his boredom to manifest on his face, instead adopting a humble demeanor as he listened to the lengthy discourses of the others. When an elder inquired about his opinions, he politely declined, citing his youth and lack of understanding regarding the mansion's affairs, which earned him a modicum of goodwill from the elders. Once the discussion concluded and he returned to his cave, the earlier unexpected event prompted him to exercise caution. He activated the array formations for protection. Huang Wanli must have seen the celestial crystal in my hand. However, as I am now the Grand Elder and the Mansion Master is my senior brother, even if he harbors envy, he should not dare entertain any ill thoughts towards me. Nonetheless, I must remain vigilant in the future. Jiang Yu contemplated. Meanwhile, in Elder Zhou's cave, Huang Wanli whispered to him, "Master, I have discovered a secret." Chapter 005. The arrival of Qingyun Immortal Mansion. Awakening from his meditation, Jiang Yu found his cultivation stagnating at the 8th layer of the Kunling realm, making no progress. Remembering his master's earlier teachings of maintaining a calm heart and going with the flow, Jiang Yu stored away the celestial crystal and stepped out of his cave. It was just the right time to explore the mansion. He had been here for quite a while without taking the opportunity to do so. The Sanyang Immortal Mansion was established atop a colossal mountain, the highest peak in the surrounding area, towering at 10,000 meters. Originally named Tongtian Mountain, it was later renamed Sanyang Mountain when the mansion was established. Jiang Yu's cave was situated in the upper section of Sanyang Mountain, an area shrouded in mist and resplendent with rays of light, exuding an aura befitting an immortal's abode. This region was the most spiritually enriched area of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion and was designated for the caves of elders and above. The mansion's servants and disciples resided in the middle section of Sanyang Mountain, where the Law Enforcement Hall, Alchemy Hall, and training grounds were also located. The lower section of Sanyang Mountain was vast, with only a small portion dedicated to cultivating spiritual herbs and breeding spiritual birds, while the majority remained undeveloped ancient forests. Typically, when the elders had no pressing matters, they would remain in their caves, engrossed in their cultivation, rendering the upper section of Sanyang Mountain remarkably serene. Besides the whispering winds and the rustling leaves, the only sound was the echo of his footsteps. Wandering aimlessly, Jiang Yu ventured into the disciples' area after an hour, where he began to overhear conversations. Few disciples within the Sanyang Immortal Mansion were familiar with Jiang Yu, but upon seeing his tricolored robe of deep red, gold, and black, they expressed astonishment. Who is he? How does his robe have an extra color compared to the elders? Curiosity sparked among the onlookers as they scrutinized Jiang Yu. Suddenly, someone recalled the recent commotion surrounding the Grand Elder and approached hesitantly, asking, "Are you Grand Elder Jiang?" Jiang Yu nodded in affirmation. From a young age, he followed his master to cultivate in the primordial ancient forest, having had no prior contact with peers. Consequently, his demeanor was considerably more composed than that of his contemporaries. However, such maturity in a 10-year-old boy appeared somewhat peculiar, lending an air of feigned sophistication. Truly, the newly appointed Grand Elder. The expressions of the disciples were rather strange. A Grand Elder in his early teens? Still at the Kunling realm, could this be a jest by the lord of the estate? The disciples could not help but harbor their grievances in silence. Despite their internal discontent, once they became aware of his identity, They hastily paid their respects, exclaiming, "We honor Grand Elder Jiang." Although their words were filled with reverence, their gazes betrayed a lack of respect. Jiang Yu remained unperturbed by this situation. After all, in the realm of cultivators, strength reigned supreme. He had risen to the status of Grand Elder of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, thanks to the influence of his master and senior brother. It was only natural for others to harbor grievances in their hearts. And there was no need to dwell on such matters. After wandering for nearly half an hour, just as he was preparing to return to his cave dwelling, several disciples rushed past him. Their faces contorted with fury, suggesting that something significant was amiss. What could have transpired? He extended his hand to halt one disciple, who was about to express his anger. However, upon recognizing Jiang Yu, the disciple quickly bit his tongue. Aware of Jiang Yu's identity, the disciple's demeanor shifted instantly. Regardless of Jiang Yu's cultivation level or how he became a Grand Elder, the mere fact that he was the disciple of the estate lord rendered him someone not to be trifled with. "I pay my respects to Grand Elder Jiang. Do you have any instructions?" The disciple inquired with a respectful bow. "Where are you in such haste to go?" Jiang Yu asked. "The Qingyun Immortal Mansion has come to provoke us. The estate lord is currently confronting them in the square," the disciple replied, his agitation palpable. "What is the Qingyun Immortal Mansion, and why do they seek to provoke us?" "You are unaware of the Qingyun Immortal Mansion." The disciple recalled that Jiang Yu had only recently returned from outside and quickly elaborated. "The Qingyun Immortal Mansion is also a 5th-grade mansion in this region, adjacent to our Sanyang Immortal Mansion. However, they have always acted arrogantly and have had frequent altercations with us." The disciple, visibly anxious, offered a brief explanation, reluctant to leave Jiang Yu's side after being called. "Very well, you may go," Jiang Yu conceded. Noting the disciple's urgency, that moment, on the vast azure stone plaza, halfway up the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, over 100 cultivators surrounded an elderly man and a young one. The elder, clad in a purple robe, appeared to be around 60 years old, possessing sharp, hawk-like eyes that exuded a menacing aura. Despite being encircled by the cultivators, he displayed no signs of panic. This elder was none other than Zhang Beiwang, the lord of the Qingyun Immortal Mansion. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s, whose handsome features were marred by an air of arrogance that was quite displeasing. This young man was Zhao Qing, the chief disciple of the Qingyun Immortal Mansion. "What does the lord of the estate intend by this? Is this how your mansion treats its guests?" Zhang Beiwang inquired sternly of Wu Daoling. "Treating guests, indeed. But it is the guests who must observe proper etiquette when intruding upon the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Be why you're reckoning. I have indeed been reckless, and I apologize to Lord Wu." Zhang Beiwang did not linger on the matter, readily admitting his impetuosity. Since the other party had already offered an apology, Wu Daoling felt it unnecessary to press the issue further. "I shall let this matter slide this time, but I hope such incidents do not recur. Though our Sanyang Immortal Mansion may be modest, it is not a garden for anyone to wander at will." After a pause, Wu Daoling continued, "What is your purpose in visiting my Sanyang Immortal Mansion?" "Haha, I have come with no particular agenda. Our two mansions coexist in this region and should naturally maintain frequent interactions." "Humph. If you have no business here, then kindly take your leave," Wu Daoling replied curtly. While there had been no large-scale conflicts between the Sanyang Immortal Mansion and the Qingyun Immortal Mansion, minor skirmishes had been persistent, with dozens of disciples having perished at each other's hands. To characterize their relationship as one of mutual hostility would not be an exaggeration. Zhang Beiwang's claim of wishing for frequent interactions was undoubtedly mere pretense. "Haha, why the rush to send us away? Lord Wu? It has long been rumored that your esteemed disciple, Su Qingshu, possesses exceptional talent, being one of the finest prodigies in this region. I merely wish to seek guidance from this unworthy disciple of mine." Zhang Beiwang gestured toward Zhao Qing. "So, this is a challenge," Wu Daoling thought to himself, puzzled. Zhao Qing and Su Qingshu had previously engaged in several private bouts, each time resulting in a stalemate. This open challenge, however, seemed to carry greater significance. Su Qingshu is currently in seclusion and cannot engage in a duel. If you wish to spar with her, you may return once she has emerged. "Ah, how unfortunate," Zhang Beiwang replied in a tone laced with sarcasm. "What do you mean by that? Do you suspect I am deceiving you?" Wu Daoling's voice turned hostile. "That is not the case. I am merely expressing my concern, and I have no doubt in your integrity. Lord Wu, since it is indeed unfortunate, we shall postpone this matter," Zhang Beiwang stated. Though his body showed no signs of movement, that moment, Zhao Qing interjected, "The Sanyang Immortal Mansion is not all that impressive. I had anticipated a clash with their prodigies, only to find myself confronted by mere rodents who dare not engage." Zhao Qing's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, dripping with disdain and mockery. Upon hearing such haughty taunts, the disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion erupted in outrage, their expressions filled with fury as if they were about to breathe fire. Some disciples even began to channel their energies, eager to take action. "What are you? How dare you speak so brazenly? Since our senior sister is in seclusion and cannot fight, allow me to defeat you." One disciple, named Yuan Tian, stepped forward, his voice fierce. Yuan Tian was no ordinary disciple. He possessed considerable strength, being at the 8th level of the Kunling realm, ranking among the top 5 disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Zhao Qing's words not only insulted the disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, but also disrespected the mansion itself. Wu Daoling's murderous intent surged, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, causing him to clench his teeth, his legs trembling. Yet his eyes remained defiant as they locked onto Wu Daoling's. "Your wayward disciple lacks proper guidance. I implore you, Brother Daoling, not to stoop to the level of a youngling." Jiang Beiwang stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhao Qing to shield him from Wu Daoling's pressure while simultaneously admonishing Zhao Qing. "You wayward disciple, apologize to Lord Wu at once." Though Jiang Beiwang chastised Zhao Qing, there was no trace of genuine contrition in his demeanor. With the pressure lifted, Zhao Qing regained his arrogant composure and, under Jiang Beiwang's reprimand, reluctantly offered an apology to Wu Daoling. "I was reckless. Please forgive me, esteemed senior." "Humph. If you lack the time to discipline him, do not blame me for stepping in when the time comes." Wu Daoling glared at Zhao Qing, his eyes filled with menace. The interplay between Jiang Beiwang and his disciple left the Sanyang Immortal Mansion with no choice but to respond. With words having escalated to such a degree, failing to engage would indeed render them the rodents Zhao Qing had described. "Lord, I am willing to fight him." Yuan Tian once more sought Wu Daoling's permission. Yuan Tian exhibited commendable courage, yet his strength fell short and was not a match for Zhao Qing. "Very well. You are quite brave." Yuan Tian believed Wu Daoling had consented to his challenge and turned to prepare for battle, but Wu Daoling continued, "Go and fetch your senior sister," though he sensed something amiss. There was no time to investigate further. He could only send Su Qingshu to face Zhao Qing. Yuan Tian paused mid-turn. "Lord, could you please finish your instructions in one go? My senior sister is currently in seclusion, and it would be inappropriate to disturb her. I command you to go. So go." Wu Daoling ordered in a stern voice. Su Qingshu was indeed cultivating within her cave dwelling, but it was not as Wu Daoling had stated. Seeing the seriousness in Wu Daoling's tone, Yuan Tian dared not speak further and complied, hastening to summon Su Qingshu. Before long, Su Qingshu arrived at the Azure Stone Plaza, and the disciples parted to create a path, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed upon her. Clad in a flowing white robe, Su Qingshu exuded an air of elegance, her features striking, with rosy lips that could not be concealed by her loose attire. "I pay my respects to the Lord of the Estate and to all the elders." Su Qingshu first greeted Wu Daoling and the elders with a bow. Although Wu Daoling was her master, she always referred to him as the Lord of the Estate in front of others. Jiang Yu stood at the periphery, not alongside Wu Daoling and the others, remaining unnoticed by Su Qingshu. "Very well." Wu Daoling nodded slightly in acknowledgement, stating, "Zhao Qing from the Qingyun Immortal Mansion wishes to spar with you. You may engage him." Yuan Tian had already provided Su Qingshu with a rough overview of the situation on the way here, to which she responded with a nod, "Understood. Senior sister will undoubtedly teach this arrogant fool a lesson, making him aware of his own limitations. It is certain." The disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion were brimming with confidence in Su Qingshu, believing she would surely triumph over Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing paid no heed to their remarks, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Su Qingshu. Within his eyes, besides the fierce glint, there lay a hint of other sentiments. Previously, Zhao Qing had expressed his affections for Su Qingshu on multiple occasions, hoping to forge a bond of partnership with her, only to be met with her firm rejections, as she made it clear that such a union was impossible, urging him to abandon any hope. Afterwards, Jiang Bei also attempted to communicate but was met with a refusal by Wu Daolin. From that moment on, The relationship between the two factions grew increasingly tense. Chapter 007. Are you going to bite me? The crowd retreated, clearing a space of several hundred meters, as Su Cuihua and Zhao Qing stepped forward. The two stood facing each other, and at that moment, Su Cuiju's expression was no longer calm. Her eyes betrayed an unmistakable disdain. In contrast, Zhao Qing's demeanor softened, yet the arrogance in his gaze was as innate as ever. He spoke first. If you lose this battle, you shall become my partner. If I lose, I will never mention this matter again. Does that sound agreeable? Though framed as a proposal, his tone resonated in the ears of the onlookers like a decree. Su Cuiju's brows furrowed in anger as she glared at Zhao Qing. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Qing, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. But become your partner? That is utterly impossible. You should abandon that foolish thought. Outside the arena, the disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion were incensed by Zhao Qing's words, their eyes sharp as knives, wishing they could tear him apart. The senior sister was a goddess in their hearts. What right did Zhao Qing have to aspire to be her partner? Hearing Su Cuiju's resolute declaration, Zhao Qing's expression darkened, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike. Su Cuiju, the only reason I offered you the chance to be my partner is that I hold you in esteem. Your refusal, however, will leave me with no choice but to be unmerciful. As Su Cuiju channeled her energy, the human yang technique unfolded. She no longer wished to converse. Zhao Qing was but an arrogant lunatic. A luminous sphere, the size of a basin, appeared before her, its fierce aura instantly enveloping the arena. This dazzling orb resembled a miniature sun, embodying one of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion's secret techniques, Human Yang Technique. Senior Sister's Human Yang Technique has reached the size of a basin, such pure condensation of human yang. Truly worthy of being the Senior Sister, exclaimed one disciple. Of course. The Mansion Master praised her as a once-in-a-century genius. As for you, perhaps after another 100 years of training, you might catch up to her current prowess, another disciple jested. Suddenly, the luminous sphere shot forth like a lightning bolt towards Zhao Qing. Prepared for the assault, Zhao Qing summoned the Qinggang Heavenly Wheel, a hollow circular ring of spiritual energy that radiated a soft white light, matching the formidable power of Su Cuiju's Human Yang Orb. With a thunderous clash, the two techniques collided, shaking the earth and emitting a deafening roar that pierced the eardrums. A violent storm of spiritual energy surged outward, a consequence of their clash. Some less experienced disciples felt their inner energies tumultuous. Nearly suffering injuries from the backlash, Su Cuiju had anticipated this outcome. Having sparred with Zhao Qing on several occasions, they had always reached a stalemate. Thus, she knew this technique would not wound him. However, newcomers to the Sanyang Immortal Mansion were taken aback, astonished that Zhao Qing could withstand such a powerful blow from the senior sister unscathed. They initially thought him merely arrogant, but now they realized his strength was formidable. Unfazed by the initial clash, Su Cuiju advanced in a flash, her palms forming a massive imprint of spiritual energy aimed squarely at Zhao Qing. Flowing Cloud Palm. This unique technique of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, though not as powerful as the Sanyang techniques, was more accessible for her to master, making it equally potent in this moment. Zhao Qing remained calm, conjuring a large brass bell made of spiritual energy to shield himself. The Great Golden Bell, a defensive technique, resonated with a thunderous clang as the flowing cloud palm struck it. The sound was akin to thunder exploding in their ears, causing some watching disciples to bleed from their ears. Their minds clouded with pain. The crowd gasped, retreating several hundred meters to avoid being swept up in the aftermath of their ferocious battle. Jiang Yu, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, his eardrums throbbing from the bell's resonance. As the Great Golden Bell and flowing cloud palm dissipated into the void, both combatants again found themselves at an impasse. Those disciples who had previously looked down upon Zhao Qing now wore serious expressions. Despite his arrogance, he indeed possessed strength. Until now, neither he nor the senior sister had gained the upper hand. Is that all you can do? Zhao Qing scoffed, dismissively. Though he had not been harmed, the earlier exchanges had not been easy for him either. Yet, he spoke with palpable disdain, as if Su Cuiju were beneath his notice, as though their powers were not even on the same plane. The crowd erupted in indignation, countless disciples of Sanyang scolding him. How shameless! You merely withstood 2 strikes from the senior sister and now act like a master. Have some decency. Your skin is so thick, even the mightiest techniques couldn't penetrate it. If the Qingyun Immortal Mansion had a fraction of your thickness, they could ascend to the top tier. Go to hell, you pretentious fool. One disciple cursed directly. Listening to the barrage of insults, Zhao Qing's face darkened to an extreme. He turned his gaze toward the disciple who had just cursed, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. This disciple had only recently joined the mansion, having lived a rough life, and thus swore without restraint, the first layer of the Kunling realm. He felt an overwhelming pressure under Zhao Qing's glare, causing a chill to run down his spine. Yet, he soon remembered they were within the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, with the mansion master nearby, emboldening him to stand his ground and glare back defiantly. What's the matter? Are you going to bite me? The disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion burst into laughter at this remark. Zhao Qing's face twitched with rage, his murderous intent surging, yet he dared not strike. This was the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, and even he, in his arrogance, could not act recklessly here. Suppressing his fury, he etched the face of that disciple deep into his memory, vowing to make him wish for death and find no escape from his wrath. Chapter 008. The Essence of the Great Python. With his anger held in check, Zhao Qing redirected his gaze towards Su Cuizhu. I will give you one last chance. Become my partner. Zhao Qing's insistence on this matter, delivered with such a domineering tone, would infuriate anyone. Su Cuizhu, who already harbored an intense dislike for him, was now seething with rage. Zhao Qing, have some shame. We have fought 3 times, and you have never defeated me. I would rather become a partner with a beggar than with someone as shameless as you. Su Cuizhu's fury was palpable, her words dripping with contempt, entirely at odds with her usual composed demeanor. The earlier insults from the disciples had already stirred Zhao Qing's killing intent, and now Su Cuizhu's scornful words pushed him to the brink. Oh, you think I am still the same as before? I will show you the gap in our strengths, and you will kneel and beg for mercy. In truth, Su Cuizhu had sensed that today's events were unusual. She and Zhao Qing were evenly matched, unable to gain an advantage over one another. His provocation felt purposeless, yet Zhao Qing's words hinted at something more sinister. After delivering his threats, Zhao Qing's aura surged dramatically as a python essence burst forth from his body, transforming into a massive serpent that coiled in the an icy killing intent enveloped the arena, causing the disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion to shiver, fear rising within them. What kind of beast essence is that? Its aura is so powerful, one disciple exclaimed in shock. That's the essence of a second-tier beast, the Great Python. How could Zhao Qing possibly have refined it? Another disciple, observing the scene, gasped. Wu Dao Lin, watching from the sidelines, stiffened, concern etched on his face. Master, perhaps we should call off the upcoming duel? Absolutely not. If we forcibly terminate the battle, the Sanyang Immortal Mansion will lose all face, Wu Dao Lin replied. But if this continues, Cuizhu will be in danger. Cuizhu has not yet been defeated. If we stop now, will that not force her to concede? With Su Cuizhu's disdain for Zhao Qing, to lower her head and admit defeat would be more intolerable than death itself. In their pursuit of power, cultivators often sought various means beyond diligent training to enhance their strength. One common method was to refine the true blood of beasts and incorporate their essences into their bodies. Refining true blood significantly bolsters physical strength, while incorporating beast essences allows one to summon the power of a spirit beast during combat. However, the latter was a far more arduous task. It required a cultivator with exceptional physical and spiritual strength to withstand the intense backlash during the refinement. Moreover, extracting the essence from a beast was no easy feat, as they would resist fiercely, preferring to perish rather than serve as a slave for eternity. Although the process of refining the soul into the body is exceedingly arduous, the benefits of its successful execution are immense, granting one power that far surpasses that of peers at the same level. Before us, Zhao Qing has not only succeeded in this endeavor, but has also refined the essence of a second-tier beast, the mighty python. At this moment, his strength has eclipsed that of his equal, Su Cuizhu, and with such a formidable advantage, it is no wonder he had previously displayed such arrogance. At this juncture, Su Cuizhu perceives a profound danger. However, given the circumstances, even if she finds herself unable to prevail, she must persevere in combat. The essence of the python coils above Zhao Qing's head like a colossal dragon, emanating an icy, bloodthirsty aura that sends shivers down one's spine. Go! Zhao Qing exhales softly, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. The python opens its cavernous maw, its crimson eyes resembling two flickering flames of despair. As it lunges towards Su Tsueju to devour her, the gasp escapes the onlookers, some turning away, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. With no path of retreat left, facing the overwhelming ferocity of the python, Su Tsueju's expression hardens as she once more casts the sunlight technique, hurling it toward the gaping mouth of the colossal serpent. The sunlit sphere, as large as a basin, appears before the immense body of the python like a luminous pearl in the night. The python swallows the sphere whole, which detonates within its maw, causing countless cracks to appear on its head, resembling shattered glass. Though the python's essence is wounded, it does not dissipate, as long as its master lives. The essence remains intact. Undeterred by the setback, the python launches a retaliatory strike, its massive form crashing towards Su Tsueju like a mountain. Caught off guard, she is swept away by the python's colossal body. Spewing blood as she is hurled hundreds of meters away, her once pristine white robes now stained a deep crimson. Yet the python's assault does not cease, unless Zhao Qing commands it to halt. It will continue its onslaught. The python lunges forward again, its cavernous mouth wide open, intent on consuming Su Tsueju. Should she be swallowed, the consequences would be dire. In that moment, Su Tsueju feels her combat strength waning. Her eyes reflecting fear and despair. She could concede defeat, but surrendering to Zhao Qing feels akin to embracing death. Zhao Qing, stop! Cries Zhang Beiwang urgently from the sidelines. This is the domain of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Should Zhao Qing truly kill Su Tsueju, he would likely find it impossible to leave unscathed. However, blinded by rage, Zhao Qing dismisses these concerns, believing that if she refuses to be his woman, then death is her fate. Just as the python is about to swallow Su Tsueju, at the critical moment of life and death, a figure appears before her, sweeping its long sleeves, sending the ferocious essence of the python careening away. The attacker is none other than Wu Daoling. Despite the blow, the python does not falter. Its eyes blaze with even greater ferocity as it steadies itself, preparing to charge at Wu Daoling. Witnessing Wu Daoling's intervention, Zhao Qing regains some clarity, realizing that it is impossible to kill Su Tsueju today. He summons the python's essence back into himself, speaking sharply, "I am merely sparring with the disciples of your mansion. Is it appropriate for the mansion's master to intervene? Is this sparring? You are clearly aiming for the life of the senior sister." Before Wu Daoling can respond, a disciple interjects indignantly, "If she cannot defend herself, she can concede defeat. How would I know if she is capable of withstanding it if she does not surrender?" Zhao Qing retorts with a mocking tone. "She is not the chief disciple of your Sanyang Immortal Mansion. A prodigy, how was I to know she would be so easily defeated? You are shameless." The disciple from the Sanyang Immortal Mansion attempts to retort, but is silenced by a single glance from Wu Daoling. "You have won," Wu Daoling states with piercing eyes, forcing the words out. "Ha ha ha." Zhao Qing laughs maniacally, continuing, "I originally thought the disciples of Sanyang Immortal Mansion were formidable. It seems they are nothing more than this." So easily crushed, upon hearing Zhao Qing's derisive words, the disciples of Sanyang Immortal Mansion are filled with rage. Their fists clenched tightly. To be so belittled on their own turf is a profound humiliation. "What, do you disagree? Do you think I am mistaken? You may challenge me to prove otherwise, but do you dare?" Zhao Qing taunts the furious disciples of Sanyang Immortal Mansion. "If one of you lacks the courage, you may all come at once. I shall accept." Chapter 009. A single punch to your demise. I'll go. I'll go. The disciples of Sanyang Immortal Mansion, unable to endure such humiliation, step forward despite knowing they are outmatched. "Very well. Will you approach one by one, or all together?" A smirk of disdain graces Zhao Qing's lips. "I will fight you alone," Yuan Tian declares, stepping into the arena. "Just you? Your bravery is commendable, but I wonder about your strength." "Yuan Tian, return. All of you, step back." Just as the two are about to engage, Wu Daoling casts a sweeping glance over the disciples and admonishes them. Though they display courage, they are no match for Zhao Qing. Continuing the battle would only further tarnish the reputation of Sanyang Immortal Mansion. "Master, Yuan Tian attempts to argue, but Wu Daoling interrupts him, his tone growing more severe. "Step back. Under Wu Daoling's command, Yuan Tian and the other eager disciples are forced to retreat, their frustration palpable. "Let me take this," a youthful voice interjects, and Jiang Yu steps into the arena. Who is he? He appears no older than 10. Yet wears more colors than the elders. Some disciples murmur in confusion. Do you not recognize him? He is the esteemed Grand Elder's disciple, but he seems far too young. If even the senior sister cannot best Zhao Qing, is he not courting disaster? Although Jiang Yu holds a high status, his age renders him younger than most of the disciples present, leading to widespread disbelief about his capability to contend with Zhao Qing. "Little junior brother, what are you doing? Come back." Wu Daoling's tone is stern. At just 10 years of age, Jiang Yu possesses the cultivation of the 8th layer of the Kunling realm, a rare talent indeed. However, his youth raises concerns about his ability to face Zhao Qing. Jiang Yu turns calmly to Wu Daoling, stating, "Brother, trust me." Wu Daoling hesitates, observing the calm resolve in Jiang Yu's eyes, and begins to doubt his initial instincts. This little junior brother does not appear reckless. Could it be that the master has imparted some secret technique to him? Nearby, Jiang Beiwang listens to their exchange, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinizes Jiang Yu. "Little junior brother, did the ancestor of Sanyang Immortal Mansion not vanish a millennium ago? How could there suddenly be a little junior brother? Has the ancestor returned?" The thought sends a tremor through Jiang Beiwang, realizing that such crucial information had eluded Elder Dai and the others. Jiang Yu steps into the arena, standing opposite Zhao Qing, though he is considerably shorter, barely reaching Zhao Qing's shoulder. "I challenge you." Jiang Yu looks up at Zhao Qing, his tone calm and steady. "Ha ha ha, you wish to fight me? Is there truly no one left in Sanyang Immortal Mansion that a mere child must take the stage?" Zhao Qing mocks with laughter. Hearing Zhao Qing's derision, the disciples of Sanyang Immortal Mansion feel a sense of shame. Initially shocked by Wu Daoling's reference to Jiang Yu as little junior brother, Zhao Qing soon dismisses the concern upon realizing Jiang Yu is only a child in the Kunling realm. He is at the 9th layer of the Kunling realm, empowered by the essence of the python, and does not believe there is anyone in the Kunling realm who can rival him. Jiang Yu, unperturbed, continues, "What's the matter? Are you afraid to accept my challenge?" Zhao Qing's smile fades, his eyes narrowing as he regards Jiang Yu with a piercing gaze. "If you are so eager for punishment, I shall oblige. Just do not whimper on the ground afterward." On the sidelines, Wu Daoling's second elder speaks urgently, "Master, you must intervene. Jiang Yu is exceptionally talented. He cannot afford to be harmed." "Let us observe for now. I will ensure his safety," Zhao Qing declares. "You have one chance to strike." Upon seeing Zhao Qing's condescending demeanor, Jiang Yu merely chuckles softly, refraining from further speech. Jiang Yu narrows his eyes, channeling his inner energy as he charges forward, his movements swift as lightning, launching a punch toward Zhao Qing's chest. Jiang Yu refrains from employing any techniques, for Jiang Zongyuan had once imparted. A powerful physique is the foundation of cultivation. Even the mightiest techniques must rely on a strong body to be executed effectively. Only with a robust physique can the might of techniques be truly formidable. Jiang Yu adheres to his master's teachings, having diligently honed his physique throughout the years. Since Jiang Zongyuan discovered him, he has been infused with the true blood of beasts to enhance his strength. Even the beast milk he consumed as a child contained beast blood. Fortunately, his innate physique is extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago from shattered meridians. This has granted him significant advantages. Jiang Yu's physical prowess now likely surpasses even those at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. Beyond his enhancements with beast blood, he has engaged in close combat with beasts since the age of 3, honing combat skills that far exceed those of ordinary Kunling realm practitioners. Over time, he developed a habit of close-quarters combat, reserving techniques for dire situations. Jiang Yu's assault takes everyone by surprise. While most practitioners engage in combat using techniques or artifacts, his approach resembles that of a mere mortal warrior rather than a cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu had arrived before Zhao Qing, leaving him startled by such speed. However, upon observing that his opponent had not employed any formidable techniques, merely gathering spiritual power onto his fist, Zhao Qing smirked, his expression betraying disdain. With a mere gesture, Zhao Qing erected a barrier of spiritual energy before him. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, akin to a meteor crashing to earth, causing the entire stone square to tremble. Instantly, Zhao Qing's barrier shattered like a fragile mirror with a sharp crack, Yet Jiang Yu's fist showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its forward trajectory. Zhao Qing's countenance shifted dramatically, a surge of terror coursing through him. How could someone of merely the peak Kunling realm possess such overwhelming strength? Yet at this moment, he had no time for contemplation, for Jiang Yu's fist was now perilously close, and in his panic, Zhao Qing hastily raised his hand to defend. With a crisp snap, a sound of fracture resounded. Zhao Qing felt an insurmountable force emanating from Jiang Yu's fist, as if he were struck head-on by a celestial rhinoceros. In an instant, his arm was broken, and he was sent sprawling backward like a kite with severed strings. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, the onlookers dumbfounded, their mouths agape, faces etched with shock and disbelief. The peak Kunling realm Zhao Qing had been so effortlessly sent flying by a single punch. Could this be a mere illusion? Chapter 010. Defeated into submission, the reason Jiang Yu was able to send Zhao Qing flying with a single punch lay not only in his formidable physique and the might of his cultivation methods, but crucially, in Zhao Qing's underestimation of him. Had Zhao Qing employed his techniques from the outset, he would undoubtedly have been able to thwart Jiang Yu's blow in the distance. Zhao Qing swiftly regained his footing, urgently mending his internal injuries, his visage contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Previously arrogant and disdainful, he was now humbled, having been struck down by Jiang Yu's punch and left wounded. The swift retribution was truly satisfying. "You insolent brat, you have successfully enraged me." Zhao Qing's face twisted in fury, his teeth gritting as he spoke. "Humph. It seems you are still not awake. Prepare to receive another punch," Jiang Yu coldly huffed. Darting forward once more, his fist aimed at Zhao Qing. Learning from his earlier misstep, Zhao Qing to the elders of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, observing Wu Daolin's intentions through his eyes, displayed expressions of astonishment. However, they did not deliberate for long, and together they advanced to stand beside Wu Daolin. The other disciples, witnessing this development, immediately comprehended the intentions of the mansion lord and the elders, their faces revealing shock. They promptly retreated, leaving the entire Bluestone Square desolate, with only Zhang Beiwang and a dozen others remaining. Their choice was sagacious. Should Wu Daolin truly engage in a life-and-death battle with Zhang Beiwang? Given their respective realms of cultivation, remaining on the scene would serve no purpose and would only result in them being caught in the crossfire. Turning to ash, Wu Daolin's intentions were explicit. And although Zhang Beiwang furrowed his brows, he remained unperturbed. He retrieved a jade talisman from his spatial treasure, raising it before him, and spoke in a deep voice, "Wu Daolin, do you intend to strike at me?" Wu Daolin fixed his gaze upon Zhang Beiwang, offering no response. "You do not truly believe I would come alone, do you? Allow me to inform you that the 10 elders and several dozen stewards of my mansion are stationed dozens of miles away. If I shatter this jade talisman, they will arrive post-haste. Do you truly wish to incite a conflict between our two mansions?" Wu Daolin's eyes flickered with hesitation as he regarded the jade talisman in Zhang Beiwang's hand, mentally assessing the veracity of Zhang Beiwang's words. After a few moments, Wu Daolin retracted his imposing aura and spoke in a low tone. "Get lost?" Wu Daolin was uncertain of the truth behind Zhang Beiwang's claims. Yet logically, what Zhang Beiwang stated was likely accurate. If he were to attack and fail to eliminate Zhang Beiwang before the elders arrived, then his actions would be futile. The crux of the matter lay in swiftly eradicating the most formidable Zhang Beiwang within the Qingyun Immortal Mansion. However, a distance of dozens of miles would require only a fleeting moment for a cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm to slay Zhang Beiwang within such a brief time frame, even with the combined efforts of the mansion's elders, was nearly impossible. Should they fail to eliminate Zhang Beiwang first, both mansions would inevitably descend into a brutal conflict, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory for the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, regardless of the outcome. In the face of Wu Daolin's merciless rebuke, Zhang Beiwang could only endure in silence, enveloping the already unconscious Zhao Qing with his spiritual power as he soared into the air. Observing Zhang Beiwang's departure, the disciples collectively sighed in relief. The events of the day had been tumultuous. First, the senior sister suffered defeat at the hands of Zhao Qing, bringing shame to the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Then, Elder Jiang triumphed over Zhao Qing, restoring honor to the mansion. Just when they believed the matter had concluded, it nearly escalated into a war between the two mansions, if a conflict truly erupted. Regardless of the victor, the lives of these ordinary disciples would be at stake, making them inherently reluctant to see such a battle unfold. Within Wu Daolin's cave dwelling, he sat across from Jiang Yu. "Junior brother, are you injured?" Wu Daolin inquired with concern. "Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but I am unscathed." "Ah, that is good. Junior brother, why is your physique so robust? Could it be that you practice both body techniques and spiritual cultivation?" Wu Daolin voiced his curiosity. "Senior brother, what is body cultivation?" Jiang Yu replied, feigning ignorance. "You truly do not know what body cultivation is?" Wu Daolin expressed surprise. Given Jiang Yu's physical strength, it was evident he practiced both. Yet how could he not know of body cultivation? Although Jiang Yu had previously claimed ignorance, Wu Daolin had assumed he was merely disparaging Zhao Qing. "I genuinely do not know." Wu Daolin proceeded to elaborate on the intricacies of body cultivation to Jiang Yu. "According to what you say, I am neither a body cultivator nor one who practices both," Jiang Yu affirmed after hearing Wu Daolin's explanation. "Junior brother, then how is your physique so formidable?" Wu Daolin asked. Incredulous, as Jiang Yu's physique seemed nearly on par with those of cultivators at the Divine Bridge realm. "Perhaps it is due to the essence blood of the demon beasts I have refined. My master regularly provides me with essence blood for refinement, which has strengthened my physique." Regularly refining essence blood. This, Wu Daolin was taken aback, struggling to articulate his astonishment. The process of refining essence blood is arduous. For an ordinary Kunling realm cultivator, it may take weeks or even months to fully refine a portion of demon beast essence blood. If the previous essence blood had not been completely refined, hastily absorbing new essence blood could result in meridian damage or, in severe cases, death from ruptured meridians. The notion that Jiang Yu routinely refined essence blood was indeed hard to believe. After a moment, Wu Daolin regained his composure. "Junior brother, achieving the 8th layer of Kunling at just 10 years old, perhaps you are indeed extraordinary. Junior brother, during the recent duel, the techniques you employed seemed not to be the Sanyang Immortal Mansion's Sanyang True Scripture, and the spiritual power you manifested appeared to be far more potent than that cultivated from the Sanyang True Scripture. Why is that?" Wu Daolin voiced his greatest curiosity. Jiang Yu's ability to defeat Zhao Qing, who was at the 9th layer of Kunling, while only at the 8th layer, was largely attributed to the strength of his physique, but also significantly due to the superior techniques and spiritual power he wielded. Only he and a few others, including Zhang Beiwang, had discerned this, while the rest attributed Jiang Yu's victory solely to his physical prowess. Chapter 012. Jiang Yu's secret. Upon hearing Wu Daolin's inquiry, Jiang Yu cast a glance at him before lowering his head in contemplation. Wu Daolin, noticing his demeanor, furrowed his brow, and after a moment, as if coming to an understanding, he relaxed his expression. "I apologize for being intrusive. Junior brother, please do not take it to heart. I was merely curious. Fundamental scriptures and techniques are the most crucial reliance for cultivators and are seldom shared." It was evident that the scripture Jiang Yu practiced was not the Sanyang True Scripture, and regardless of how he acquired it, it was his personal fortune. Wu Daolin's direct inquiry was a significant taboo among cultivators. His willingness to breach such a taboo stemmed from his desire to understand the formidable nature of Jiang Yu's techniques. If the Sanyang Immortal Mansion were to acquire such a scripture, it would undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle. On another note, he speculated that Jiang Yu's scripture was likely imparted by Jiang Zhengyue. Since it was the ancestral master's scripture, it would be reasonable for Jiang Yu to share it with the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. However, upon seeing Jiang Yu's reluctance to divulge, coupled with the absence of any recorded scriptures in the spatial treasures bestowed by his master, Wu Daolin concluded that if his master intended to pass it to the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, there would have been records within the spatial treasures. The absence of such records indicated a lack of intention to share with the mansion. After a brief pause, Jiang Yu lifted his head as if he had made a significant decision. "Senior brother, I am indeed not practicing the Sanyang True Scripture, but I cannot impart this scripture to you. Whenever I attempt to write or speak it, an invisible force prevents me from doing so." Wu Daolin, after hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, managed to muster a strained smile. "It is of no concern. I merely asked out of curiosity. You need not dwell on it." Although Wu Daolin verbally dismissed it, he felt a sense of grievance. If junior brother did not wish to speak, he could simply refrain. So why concoct such an absurd excuse to placate me? Would I truly resort to coercing you into surrendering the scripture? Jiang Yu understood that Wu Daolin did not believe his explanation, yet he refrained from further arguments and instead asked, "Senior brother, do you have pen and paper here?" Wu Daolin was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Junior brother, I was merely asking casually. I believe your words, so you need not worry. If you do not have any, I shall go fetch some from my cave dwelling, Jiang Yu said, rising to retrieve pen and paper. Could it be that junior brother speaks the truth, and such extraordinary phenomena truly exist in this world? Observing Jiang Yu's earnest demeanor, Wu Daolin felt a pang of doubt. Alas, junior brother, I have some here. There is no need for you to return. After Wu Daolin produced the paper and ink, Jiang Yu prepared to inscribe the scripture from his mind. But an astonishing occurrence transpired. The ink could not leave a mark on the paper, and an invisible force restrained Jiang Yu from writing the scripture, rendering his arm immobile, regardless of how hard he tried. Wu Daolin, witnessing this, was utterly dumbfounded. In his over 1,000 years of life, he had never encountered such a peculiar phenomenon. Junior brother, what is this scripture of yours? Seeing Wu Daolin's complete belief, Jiang Yu set aside the paper and pen to explain. The scripture I practice cannot be written or spoken, as an invisible force obstructs me. Even my master is unaware of the reason, which is why this scripture cannot be shared. This scripture of yours must possess immense significance. Junior brother, where did you acquire it? Wu Daolin asked, filled with trepidation. My master has said the same. As for where I obtained it, I must apologize, but I truly cannot disclose that. If you cannot say, then do not. I was merely asking out of curiosity, junior brother. You must not reveal the miraculous nature of your scripture to others, as it would surely invite calamity. Wu Daolin admonished solemnly. It was evident that Jiang Yu's scripture was extraordinary. If word got out, even first-tier immortal mansions would harbor covetous thoughts, resorting to any means to obtain the scripture residing in his mind. Yes, my master has also cautioned me about this. I have only shared this matter with my master and you. Senior brother, I will not disclose it to anyone else. Jiang Yu understood the implications and had not intended to share this with anyone else. However, upon Wu Daolin's inquiry today, he pondered for a while before deciding to confide this secret to him. If one were to refrain from speaking the truth, it is highly likely that a rift would arise between the senior brother and himself. While it may not matter if his relationship with the senior brother deteriorated, it is worth noting that Wu Daolin genuinely regards him as a junior disciple and has shown him considerable care. He does not wish to jeopardize such a valuable bond with the master brother. However, Jiang Yu remains somewhat reticent, withholding the source of his teachings. In fact, he himself is uncertain about who imparted this scripture to him. From the moment he began to form memories, this scripture has existed within his mind. According to Jiang Zongyuan's conjecture, it is likely that his parents inscribed this scripture in his mind shortly after his birth. The peculiar nature of Jiang Yu's scripture is astonishing to outsiders. Yet it is not the most extraordinary aspect of him. For instance, he harbors two seals within him, one in his consciousness and another within his physical form. The exact nature of what these seals confine remains a mystery to all, including himself. Jiang Zongyuan had also attempted to release these seals, but to no avail, ultimately resigning in defeat. Moreover, his origins, his lineage, and the innate resilience of his physique all remain enigmatic puzzles. After conversing with his senior brother for a while, Jiang Yu returned to his cave dwelling. In the Qingyun immortal residence, Zhang Beiwang was currently in a fit of rage within the Qingyun hall. Elder Gu, how could you be unaware of such crucial intelligence regarding Wu Daolin acquiring a new junior disciple? He thundered at an elder present in the hall. Please, my lord, quell your anger. It is my dereliction of duty. I will immediately dispatch someone to inquire. The elder known as Gu stammered. This boy, though merely in his early teens, is exceedingly wicked. He managed to defeat Zhao Qing across borders. Had I not intervened, Zhao Qing would surely have perished at his hands. Zhang Beiwang spoke with a chilling tone. Upon hearing this, the other elders in the hall were taken aback. They were all too aware of Zhao Qing's strength. Possessing the essence of the Taimang, he was not only invincible within the Kunling realm, but also among its pinnacle experts. He'll be defeated across borders by a mere boy of 10 or so. And to require the Lord's intervention to save his life was a revelation too shocking to comprehend. Is what the Lord says truly the case? One elder inquired, struggling to believe the claims. Zhang Beiwang shot a cold glance at the elder, retorting, Do you think I would deceive you? My lord, I meant no offense. I simply find it hard to accept, the elder hastily explained. This boy cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, he will surely become a grave threat to our Qingyun immortal residence. Zhang Beiwang's tone was icy as he continued. In addition to gathering intelligence on this boy, it is imperative to ascertain whether the ancestor of the Sanyang immortal residents has returned. The mention of the Sanyang immortal residents caused the faces of those in the hall to change dramatically. The ancestor had achieved the Unity Realm over a millennium ago. Should he return, given the current relations between the two residences, Qingyun immortal residents would likely face a dire crisis. However, there is no need for excessive worry. That old cur, Jiang Zhengyuan, should not have returned. Otherwise, would I have so easily returned alive today? Jiang Beiwang reassured the others upon seeing their alarmed expressions. Chapter 013. Sect Mission after his battle with Zhao Qing. Jiang Yu experienced a breakthrough in his understanding, causing the barriers that had hindered his progress to loosen. Following his farewell to his senior brother, he immediately began secluding himself for cultivation. A month later, he successfully ascended to the 9th level of the Kunling realm. Calculating from the time of his awakening, he is now merely 11 years of age. To be at the 9th level of the Kunling realm at such a tender age is indeed a prodigious feat. One that would inevitably stir great commotion throughout the Eastern Domain if word were to spread. Jiang Yu was elated. He was now one step closer to the Divine Bridge realm. Stepping out of his cave, he encountered Su Tsueju, who was making her way toward him. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Su Tsueju's heart brightened. This marked her third visit to find him in the past month. On her previous 2 attempts, the door to his cave was firmly shut, and the formation was activated, so she did not disturb him. Today, however, she was finally able to see him. She hastily approached and greeted him. "Greetings, esteemed Elder Jiang." As she uttered the title Elder Jiang, she hesitated slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to address a boy of merely 10 or so as an elder. Jiang Yu paused, nodding slightly. Your injuries have healed." Su Tsueju was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yu's response felt genuine, yet it appeared somewhat affected to her. Nevertheless, she brushed it off, considering the stature of an elder requires a degree of gravity. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. My injuries have indeed healed. On my previous visits, I found your door closed, so I refrained from disturbing you. Today, I am glad to finally see you." Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled. "Did you come to see me for something?" "It is not anything of great significance. I merely wish to express my gratitude in person," Su Tsueju replied. "Gratitude for me?" Jiang Yu was even more confused. "You defeated Zhao Qing, preserving the dignity of the Sanyang immortal residence. As a senior elder of the Sanyang immortal residence, upholding its dignity is my duty." "There is no need for gratitude," Jiang Yu stated, genuinely perplexed by Su Tsueju's words. "On that day, I was no match for Zhao Qing. It was fortunate that you intervened, preserving the dignity of our residence. Otherwise, the Sanyang immortal residence would have suffered disgrace at my hands," Su Tsueju said earnestly. This left Jiang Yu at a loss for words. Contemplating Su Tsueju's line of reasoning, "Elder Jiang, where are you headed?" After clarifying matters, Su Tsueju did not linger on the topic. "Just taking a stroll. If Elder Jiang is feeling bored, I am soon heading to the Guling Mountain Range to eliminate a beast. Would you care to join me?" The so-called beast is simply a different term for spiritual creatures. Cultivators often refer to the more ferocious and bloodthirsty spiritual beasts as beasts. Beasts typically inhabit ancient forests, far removed from human habitation, but occasionally, they may intrude upon human territories, wreaking havoc on the innocent. In such instances, the corresponding immortal residents would dispatch cultivators to eradicate the beasts and safeguard the common folk. "Sure. I have been at the Sanyang immortal residence for several months and have yet to venture beyond its confines. It would be a perfect opportunity to explore." After notifying the relevant parties, the two set off toward the Guling Mountain Range together. The Guling Mountain Range is an immense range in the Eastern Domain, stretching tens of thousands of miles from east to west and thousands of miles from north to south. The Sanyang immortal residence is situated at the far end of this range. Their destination was a small town named Baishir Town, located near the Mopan Mountain of the Guling Mountain Range. The previous day, reports had reached the Sanyang immortal residence of a beast entering Baishir Town and slaughtering civilians. Today, they were tasked with eliminating this beast. Baishir Town is several thousand miles from the Sanyang immortal residence, and since both were still in the Kunling realm, they could not fly. Fortunately, Su Tsueju possessed a flying magical artifact. Otherwise, it would take them several days to reach their destination on foot. After a long journey, they finally arrived at Baishir Town. "An immortal has arrived. We are saved. Immortal, please save us. That beast is too brutal. It devours the living. Many have fallen victim to its hunger." the townsfolk, clearly terrified by the beast, erupted into cheers upon their arrival, some weeping with joy as they knelt in supplication. Jiang Yu had never encountered such a scene before, feeling at a loss for how to respond, his expression awkward. Fortunately, Su Tsuezhu was quite experienced. After inquiring about the situation from the villagers, she turned to Jiang Yu and said, according to the villagers, it seems to be a first-tier iron-maned lion, and it has headed toward Mopin Mountain. Then let us hasten to locate and resolve this beast, lest more innocent lives be lost, Jiang Yu urged. After deliberation, the two flew toward Mopin Mountain. The mountain is neither too large nor too small. Spanning over 100 miles, it is filled with bizarre rock formations, perilous cliffs, and towering ancient trees that block out the sun, making it a challenging environment in which to find a hidden beast. After searching alongside the ancient forest for an hour, they had yet to catch sight of the iron-maned lion. Oh, you think the iron-maned lion might have fled deeper into the Guling mountain range? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired. That is certainly a possibility. Let us continue searching the surrounding area. If we cannot find it, we shall venture deeper, Su Tsuezhu replied. After spending considerable time together, they had become quite familiar, and Su Tsuezhu's tone had grown more casual. Just as they were deliberating, a white jade pendant in Su Tsuezhu's hand emitted a glow, causing both to brighten with excitement. This pendant was a small magical artifact capable of sensing the presence of beasts within a limited range. Chapter 014. Iron-maned lion. At the same time that Jiang Yu and Su Tsuezhu were en route to Baishe town, in an ancient forest 100 miles away from Mopin Mountain, devastation reigned. Towering ancient trees had been reduced to ashes, and even the hard Qinggang rocks had cracked under the heat. A second-tier Lihua beast roared in defiance, its massive claws striking the ground with enough force to shake the earth itself, its emerald, shadowy eyes filled with fury and malice. Upon seeing the jade pendant glow, indicating the presence of a beast nearby, it was highly likely that they had found the iron-maned lion they sought. Jiang Yu and Su Tsuezhu instantly became alert, channeling their energies in preparation to strike. Sure enough, it did not take long for them to discover the iron-maned lion in a rocky cave. The iron-maned lion was the size of a yak, its bulging muscles exuding an aura of terrifying strength. Its neck was adorned with bristling mane that resembled sharp blades, glinting with a cold light, hence its name. The entrance to the cave where the iron-maned lion resided was completely obscured by dense foliage. Had it not been for the sensing pendant, locating it would have proven quite difficult at that moment. The iron-maned lion was fast asleep within the cave, utterly oblivious to the arrival of Jiang Yu and Su Tsuezhu. Leave it to me. You won't need to intervene, Su Tsuezhu whispered to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and retreated several dozen meters. This was merely a first-tier demon beast, and with Su Tsuezhu's strength, dealing with it was utterly effortless. Yu stepped forward and unleashed a formidable technique. The sunlight treasure art, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently, releasing an immense pressure that spread outward. The iron-maned lion, nestled within the cave, was suddenly awakened, its mane bristling as it sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It sprang to its feet and dashed towards the cave's exit, attempting to evade Su Tsuezhu's attack. However, its reaction was still a moment too late. As it poked its head out, a dazzling sphere of spiritual energy struck it like a meteor, sending it hurtling back into the cave. At the same moment the iron-maned lion was blasted back. A thunderous crash echoed as the cave collapsed, burying the beast beneath the rubble. At this point, Su Tsuezhu lowered her guard and approached for a closer look. Be careful, Jiang Yu warned from a distance. Having previously slain an iron-maned lion himself, he knew it would not be so easily dispatched. Before his words could settle, a tremendous boom erupted as the fallen rocks suddenly exploded, sending large stones hurtling towards Su Qi's. In the midst of her panic, Su Tsuezhu had no time to dodge. Confronted with the oncoming boulders, she could only raise her palm in defense. Fortunately, her physical prowess was formidable. While not matching Jiang Yu, she was certainly stronger than the average Kunling realm cultivator, and she shattered the incoming stones without sustaining injury. At that moment, Jiang Yu arrived by her side, ready to assist in dealing with the severely wounded iron-maned lion. Step back. I can handle this beast, Su Tsuezhu said through gritted teeth. Her earlier lapse had left her feeling embarrassed in front of Jiang Yu, and she was determined to slay the iron-maned lion herself to regain her honor. Just be cautious. Watch out for its lion's roar technique, Jiang Yu advised. Seeing that Sutsueju was unharmed, he did not insist further and retreated several dozen meters. The iron-maned lion, with its abdomen a bloody mess and gravely injured, realized escape was futile. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Sutsueju, its ferocity fully awakened. Roar. Before Sutsueju could make another move, a roar filled with immense demonic power reverberated through the air, sending piercing sound waves crashing toward her. This was the Iroh surrounded by a sea of fire stretching for miles. The air was filled with the incessant crackling sounds of rocks exploding under the intense heat. Upon the ground where two luminous orbs had collided, a vast pit measuring several hundred meters in width and dozens of meters in depth had formed. At this moment, Jiang Yu's body was embedded in the distant mountain wall in a letter shape. His garments reduced to ashes, his skin charred and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Aside from the searing pain coursing through his skin, the internal injuries to his meridians and organs were significant. Meanwhile, the Lihua beast remained as vigorous as ever, having only been pushed back several dozen meters by the previous force, showing no signs of injury. Sensing that Jiang Yu still had a flicker of life, the beast became even more ferocious, unleashing a series of earth-shattering roars, its aura intensifying, and the dark red flames on its four paws burning even more fiercely. This Lihua beast had been peacefully slumbering in its territory when a black-clad cultivator had suddenly appeared and savagely assaulted it. Although the beast fought back with all its might, it was still no match for the formidable black-clad cultivator who spared its life but brought it to this place. Hence, it was only after encountering Jiang Yu and Sutsueju that the beast became so uncontrollably wrathful. Chapter 016. The Great Battle with the Lihua Beast. The ferocity of the Lihua Beast continued to rise, its blood-red eyes radiating a chilling malevolence. Its roar shattered the heavy clouds above. It unleashed another torrent of terrifying flames towards Jiang Yu, who was still dazed and instinctively sensed the impending danger. In a critical moment, realizing there was no time to perform any magical techniques, Jiang Yu bent his legs and propelled himself off the ground with great force, shattering the rocks beneath him as he shot forth like an arrow. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resonated as the fireball struck where he had just been, causing the earth to tremble violently. The once modest hill was reduced by more than half under the impact of the beast's strike. Jiang Yu's mind cleared, and he found himself soaring 200 to 300 meters into the air. But now his strength was spent, and he was plummeting downward. A brilliant idea struck him. He retracted his right arm and concentrated all his spiritual energy into his right fist. Enveloped in this energy, his fist glowed with a mystical white light, resembling a magical artifact. As Jiang Yu descended rapidly like a shooting star, before the Lihua beast could react, his fist collided with its head. The combined force of gravity and his own strength rendered the strike formidable enough to split mountains and shatter stones. The ground shook violently as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck, and the Lihua beast was driven downwards more than 10 meters into the earth. However, before Jiang Yu could revel in his moment of triumph, the Lihua beast roared and sprang from the pit, crimson blood streaming from its maw. Although he had not killed it with that blow, it had certainly inflicted considerable damage. Yet, this only served to ignite its ferocity further, having been relentlessly attacked by humans. The beast descended into a state of madness, roaring and howling, its eyes burning with an insatiable frenzy, malevolence, and bloodlust. Its aura surged to its zenith, enveloping the surroundings in its terrifying power. With another thunderous roar, a colossal wave of flames erupted from its mouth, this time infused with strands of golden light amidst the dark red. The searing heat incinerated ancient trees within a 1,000-meter radius, the air shimmering like ripples on a water surface. Jiang Yu was filled with dread. That previous confrontation had nearly cost him his life, and this new torrent of flames was evidently more powerful. Should he engage again, he would either perish or be rendered utterly incapacitated. Nimbly evading the beast's attack, Jiang Yu narrowly escaped as the fireball grazed past him. Although he avoided a direct hit, the scorching flames still seared his skin, releasing the scent of roasted flesh. The once collapsed hill was completely leveled, the stones melting into magma that flowed outward under the relentless flames. Jiang Yu found himself trapped with no avenue for escape. Rescue was a distant hope, and he could only fight to the bitter end. Drawing forth a massive black sword from his spatial artifact, though it was not particularly sharp, its exceptional hardness and weight made it a suitable weapon against the Li Hua beast's tough hide and immense strength. Seizing the moment as the beast had just unleashed its innate powers, Jiang Yu advanced rather than retreating, leaping into the air and raising the black sword high above his head, aiming to cleave down upon the beast's skull. The Li Hua beast reacted swiftly, rising abruptly and swinging its colossal forelimb to swat at the sword. The resounding clash echoed like the strike of metal against stone, entirely different from the sound of blade meeting flesh. The tremendous recoil nearly sent the sword flying from Jiang Yu's grasp, his palms torn and bleeding, his arms numb and trembling uncontrollably. How could he continue to fight? His magical techniques paled in comparison to the beast's powers, and he was outmatched in strength and speed. The wave of despair washed over him. Yet the Li Hua beast was indifferent to his plight, fixated solely on reducing the diminutive human cultivator before it to ashes. To pulp. Though massive in size, the beast moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Jiang Yu in an instant, roaring as it swung its enormous forelimb down upon him. Jiang Yu hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, the force of the blow creating a deep crater in the rock beneath him. Before he could regain his footing, the Li Hua beast was upon him once more. Launching another horizontal strike in a flurry of panic, he raised the black sword to block. The dull thud reverberated as the sword struck his body, sending Jiang Yu careening backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he felt an agonizing pain in his chest. His meridians obstructed and several ribs likely broken. The series of defeats had driven the Li Hua beast into a frenzied it roared, pounding its massive paws against the ground, causing the mountains to tremble and the stones to shatter. As if a magnitude 10 earthquake had erupted. Cracks appeared across the ground, and the clouds in the sky dissipated under its furious roar, revealing the azure expanse above. Observing from a distant mountaintop, the black-clad figure, though masked, exhibited a look of shock in his exposed eyes, evidently astounded that Jiang Yu of the Kunling realm could endure against the Li Hua beast for so long. He was well aware of the beast's ferocity. Even typical Ling high realm cultivators would struggle against it. Jiang Yu's endurance was truly remarkable. Yet, it was clear that he was nearing his limit. Just 2 more strikes from the beast could very well cost him his life. Meanwhile, Su Tsueju had soared forward for several moments, and upon realizing that the Li Hua beast had not pursued her, her tense nerves began to ease in a rush. She retrieved a transmission jade talisman from her spatial artifact, shattering it in her hand to convey the urgent situation to Wu Daoling. However, her actions bore little significance. Given the distance, even if Wu Daoling rushed with all his might, it would take at least an hour to arrive, and by then, Jiang Yu would likely have turned to dust, hovering in midair. Su Tsueju furrowed her brow, wrestling with the decision of whether to aid Jiang Yu. Given the Li Hua beast's strength, even her assistance might only lead to another life lost. Furthermore, Elder Jiang had separated with the intention of ensuring at least one person could survive. Her resolve fortified by this rationalization, she directed her flying artifact toward the Sanyang Xian Fu. Chapter 017. The true culprit behind the scenes within the Sanyang Xian Fu. Upon learning that Jiang Yu and his companion had encountered the Li Hua beast, Wu Daoling's expression shifted drastically. Without a moment's pause, he soared into the sky, heading straight for Baisher town. Jiang Yu was his junior disciple, while Su Tsueju was his cherished pupil. Both were among his closest companions. Now that they faced danger simultaneously, he was consumed with anxiety. After unleashing its fury, the Li Hua beast redirected its attention back to Jiang Yu. Even from 100 meters away, Jiang Yu could feel the beast's savage aura emanating toward him. It seemed that today would be the day he met his end. Jiang Yu lamented inwardly, though he refused to succumb to despair. Struggling to his feet with the weight of the black sword, he stood resolutely, despite his meridians being damaged and his spiritual energy in disarray. Had it not been for his exceptionally robust physique, he might have already perished from within. However, summoning his internal energy to unleash any magical techniques was now beyond his capability. At this moment, Jiang Yu was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. The Li Hua beast only needed to unleash another torrent of flames or deliver a single blow, and he would either be reduced to ashes or turn to mush. Yet the beast had no intention of employing either method. It aimed to tear apart the loathsome human before it and consume him whole, believing this would quell its rage. With a jaw wide enough to swallow Jiang Yu whole, its rows of massive teeth glimmered like blades in the light in the blink of an eye. It was upon him, in a desperate moment. Jiang Yu summoned every ounce of strength he had left, thrusting the black sword towards the beast's gaping maw. Just as he released his grip and leaned back to evade the beast's jaws, the entire sequence transpired in an instant. The beast could not react in time. Snapping its mouth shut abruptly, with a sickening sound, the black sword pierced through its upper jaw, driving straight into its brain. The Lihua beast's eyes widened in shock as the flames blazing on its colossal paws gradually extinguished. Its throat opened to unleash a roar of agony that never came, as it succumbed to death. Jiang Yu was left utterly speechless. He had only prepared for the worst, instinctively retaliating, never anticipating that he would miraculously slay the fire beast. This was truly a narrow escape from death. The death of the fire beast was indeed unjust, for its strength far surpassed Jiang Yu's. Whether through its fiery long-range attacks or its colossal paws, it could have easily vanquished him. Yet, it chose to attempt to devour him instead. Perhaps this was fate. There was little joy in surviving this calamity. At that moment, his entire body was charred, his internal energy in disarray, and the excruciating pain twisted his features. Collapsing to the ground, he hurriedly retrieved several healing pills from his spatial treasure and swallowed them, closing his eyes to recuperate. On a distant mountaintop, a figure cloaked in black gazed on in shock. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, this little beast has actually killed the fire beast. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, the black-clad figure spoke, their tone devoid of emotion, the gender indiscernible. Clearly altered by some special means, with a swift motion, they approached Jiang Yu. You have truly surprised me by slaying the fire beast. A mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Yu's ear. Startled, he opened his eyes to see a mysterious figure draped in a black robe and wearing a black mask. Standing not far from him, fixated upon him. Though the robed figure did not deliberately exude a menacing aura, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of danger, far more intense than when facing the fire beast. Who are you? He demanded. The one who will kill you, came the reply. Are you from the Qingyun Immortal Mansion? Jiang Yu's first thought was of the Qingyun Immortal Mansion. Before arriving at the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, he had been secluded in the ancient forests, training under his master, completely cut off from the outside world, with no enemies. Only after arriving at the Sanyang Immortal Mansion and severely injuring Zhao Qing did he incur enmity with the Qingyun Immortal Mansion. The robed figure neither confirmed nor denied his identity, and Jiang Yu sought to discern their expression but could only see the murderous intent in their eyes, obscured by the mask. Not receiving an answer, Jiang Yu pressed on. The fire beast earlier, did you capture it? This time, the robed figure readily admitted, yes, I did not expect you to kill it, forcing my hand. Well, you know what you need to know. It is time for you to depart. With that, the robed figure's aura erupted, enveloping Jiang Yu in a terrifying pressure. His mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. However, he quickly realized that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes were futile, especially in his severely injured state. The robed figure slowly raised an arm, a boundless killing intent surrounding him. You are Elder Zhou, Jiang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. The raised arm of the robed figure froze, clearly caught off guard by Jiang Yu's revelation. Recognizing that his identity had been uncovered, the robed figure removed his mask, revealing Elder Zhou. How did you discern it was me? Elder Zhou inquired, perplexed. Jiang Yu was momentarily dumbfounded, initially doubting his own perception, but Elder Zhou's removal of the mask confirmed his suspicion. The ring on your hand, Jiang Yu pointed out. Elder Zhou glanced at the ring on his right hand and smiled slyly. Since you know my identity, your death is all but assured. Why? Jiang Yu could not fathom why Elder Zhou would wish him dead, given that they bore no grudges. Suddenly, Elder Zhou's expression turned grotesque, filled with venomous rage as he bellowed. I have fought for the Sanyang Immortal Mansion for hundreds of years, and you, a mere fledgling in the Kunling realm, dare to overshadow me. He understood that many elders harbored resentment over his ascension to the position of Supreme Elder. But he never imagined that such discontent would lead to a plot against him. Let me go. Upon returning to the mansion, I will resign from my position as Supreme Elder, and I will never speak of today's events, treating them as a mere accident. Even ants strive for survival. Jiang Yu did not wish to die. He wanted to struggle for his life. Elder Zhou sneered disdainfully, since I have made my move. You must die today if you kill me, Are you not afraid my master will seek your life in revenge? Jiang Yu retorted, Ha! Is there a third party here besides us? Elder Zhou mocked, then his expression turned cold. His voice chilling as he added, Even if Wu Dao Ling learns of this, what of it? He will simply join you in the underworld sooner. You are going to betray the mansion? Jiang Yu stared in disbelief. Thoroughly shocked by Elder Zhou's words, he had initially believed that the elder merely intended to kill him, but it appeared that there were ulterior motives at play. Betray the mansion? No. I merely seek to become the master of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. The entire scheme had evidently been premeditated, but now he found himself unable to protect his own life. Even knowing the elder's ambitions and plans, he could do nothing, which only solidified the certainty of his demise. Well, now that you know everything, it is time for you to depart. Elder Zhou's aura surged once more as he slowly raised his palm, preparing to end Jiang Yu's life. This boy is under my protection. Just as Elder Zhou was about to strike, an ethereal female voice sounded in his ear. Who is it? Elder Zhou's movements halted, fear gripping him as he turned. He was a cultivator of the Divine Bridge realm and had failed to notice anyone approaching. Had the newcomer attacked him, the consequences would have been dire. In the void, a young girl and an old woman stood upon an impressive cloud boat. The girl, appearing around 15 or 16, was elegantly dressed, with willow-like brows and bright, confident eyes. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her figure was strikingly beautiful. The old woman, clad in gray, bore deep wrinkles, her age evident, silently standing beside the girl, from their demeanor and attire. It was clear that the old woman regarded the girl as her superior. Elder Zhou was taken aback. These two were evidently of significant standing. The cloud boat beneath them was an extraordinary artifact, likely a 4th-grade treasure or even a 5th-grade one. No ordinary immortal mansion possessed such a treasure. Beyond that, what astonished him most was that he could not gauge their cultivation levels. The old woman exuded an aura of extreme danger, indicating her strength was above his own. But could it be that the young girl also surpassed him? Elder Zhou's thoughts raced, and he chose not to dwell on the girl's sharp words. Instead, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yu, his face twisted with indignation. Friends, do not be deceived by this boy's seemingly harmless facade. He harbors malicious intent, colluding with outsiders to harm his fellow disciples. My slaying of him is an act of vengeance for the fallen comrades of our mansion. I implore you not to interfere. This charge was more fitting for himself than for Jiang Yu. The latter wished to refute the accusation, yet was stifled by Elder Zhou's overwhelming presence, left only to glare at him with bloodshot eyes, the expressions of the two women echoing the elder's words. The girl remained noncommittal to Elder Zhou's claims, saying, What of the fire beast lying there? Are you too after its true blood? Elder Zhou's mind raced, and he quickly replied, This beast was an accidental kill on my part. If you wish, its corpse is yours. The girl's expression turned icy, her impatience palpable as she declared, I do not care what reasons you have for wanting this boy dead. I demand you leave him be. Having exhausted all polite discourse, Elder Zhou's fury ignited. You, he began, but the old woman, who had silently stood beside the girl, glanced at him. At that moment, he felt as if he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. A bone-chilling dread coursing through him, and he quickly stifled his words. This old woman was undoubtedly a cultivator of the Unity realm, possibly even a master of the Profound realm. If she chose to act, he would have no chance of survival. Elder Zhou's heart raced with alarm, yet to withdraw now would leave him unsatisfied. Jiang Yu had learned of part of his scheme. If he lived, he would surely inform Wu Dao Ling. Jeopardizing all of Elder Zhou's elaborate plans, he was not yet fully prepared. If he hastily enacted his scheme, the outcome would be unpredictable. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Zhou suppressed his rage and said, If you two do not intervene, after killing this traitor, I will gladly offer you his spatial treasure, which contains a fist-sized immortal crystal. Huang Wanli happened to catch a glimpse of the immortal crystal in Jiang Yu's possession, sparking his greed. Yet, he understood that with his status and strength, seizing Jiang Yu's crystal would be a daunting task. However, to abandon the opportunity would leave him unsatisfied. Thus, he reported the matter to his master, Elder Zhou, hoping the elder would act to claim Jiang Yu's crystal. If successful, he desired a share of the spoils. Even if Elder Zhou refused to part with the crystal, he would at least receive some spirit crystals, which was better than returning empty-handed, as Huang Wanli had anticipated. Elder Zhou did indeed move against Jiang Yu. Yet, at this juncture, to ensure the long-laid plans could be executed smoothly, Elder Zhou chose to forego the coveted immortal crystal, pleading that the two women not obstruct him from eliminating Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, now awakening from his stupor, realized that Elder Zhou's desire to take his life, ostensibly due to dissatisfaction with his position as Supreme Elder, was merely a facade. The true motive was to seize the immortal crystal from his hands. It was likely that Huang Wanli had disclosed his possession of the crystal to Elder Zhou. Now, the elder was willing to sacrifice the crystal to ensure Jiang Yu's demise, evidently fearing that Jiang Yu's ambition to usurp the position of mansion master would be exposed prematurely. Hoping the two women would not be swayed by the allure of the crystal Humph. It seems your so-called quest for vengeance for your fellow disciples is nothing but a ruse. Your true aim is to snatch the immortal crystal from this young man. Is it not? You fear he will return to the mansion and expose your vile deeds, which is why you must eliminate him to silence him. The young maiden, possessing extraordinary wisdom, swiftly inferred the general circumstances surrounding the matter of the celestial crystal mentioned by Elder Zhou. Though her deductions were not entirely accurate, they were close enough to the truth. You despicable individual are truly detestable. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. Elder Zhou's gaze flickered as his heart simmered with indignation. But upon noticing the elderly woman beside the maiden, he could only grit his teeth and depart hastily. As soon as Elder Zhou left, the oppressive aura that had enveloped him dissipated, and Jiang Yu immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you both for saving my life." He then retrieved a fist-sized celestial crystal from his spatial artifact, stating, "I stumbled upon this celestial crystal by chance. I offer it to both of you as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving intervention." The maiden chuckled lightly. "What, are you concerned that I might resort to murder for treasure? You have proactively presented the celestial crystal. Though you are young, your thoughts are quite intricate. Please take back the celestial crystal. I am not so desperate as to commit heinous acts for a mere crystal." Jiang Yu, caught off guard, maintained his composure, replying, "Fair maiden, you seem to misunderstand. I genuinely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance." "Fair maiden? Do I appear as such?" the maiden inquired with sparkling eyes, clearly pleased by the compliment. Jiang Yu thought to himself that indeed, women revel in being praised for their beauty, and he responded, "If a person as refreshingly exquisite as yourself is not a fair maiden, then I fear there are none left in this world." "Humph! Such a young age, yet full of flattery," the maiden chided. Though her expression betrayed her delight, Jiang Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. It was his first time being accused of flattery. "That elder must be a senior in your celestial residence, correct? He sought to kill you for the crystal in your possession. Did he not?" the maiden inquired, refraining from further disputes over titles. "He is the grand elder of my celestial residence, and indeed, he sought to take my life for the crystal I held." Jiang Yu did not disclose Elder Zhou's other intentions. As the maiden had merely fortuitously passed by and saved him, she might not be interested in the affairs of his residence. "May I ask your name?" "I am Jiang Yu. I would be grateful if you could share your esteemed name, so that I may repay your kindness in the future." The maiden smiled warmly. "If you wish to repay my life-saving grace, listen closely. My name is Lu Xing Lu Xing. What a beautiful name." Upon noticing Jiang Yu's lack of further reaction after revealing her name, a glimmer of surprise crossed Lu Xing's eyes. "Where is your celestial residence? Since I have saved you, I shall see you safely home. I would be indebted to you." Lu Xing why celestial residence is located several thousand miles to the south. Jiang Yu did not refuse Lu Xing's goodwill. He had previously worried that if they parted ways, Elder Zhou might return for revenge. Thus, her offer to escort him home was indeed fortuitous. "Please, drop the title of Fair Maiden. Since you know my name, you may call me Sister Lu Xing instead." Lu Xing, feeling a tad bashful at being called Fair Maiden, suggested, "All right, Sister Lu Xing." This was the first time Jiang Yu had called someone sister, and he stammered slightly before managing to utter the term. "Come aboard. I shall take you back." The maiden gestured towards the cloud vessel beneath them. "Please wait a moment while I store the carcass of the fire-leaving beast in my spatial artifact." The great black sword remained embedded in the beast's head. It was the only keepsake left by his parents and could not be discarded. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou had not strayed far. He planned to return and kill Jiang Yu after the two departed. but he was taken aback when they chose to personally escort Jiang Yu away. Thwarting his plans once more, watching the cloud vessel streak across the sky, Elder Zhou's expression darkened to an extreme, his gaze turning vicious as he sped off in the opposite direction. Chapter 019. Astonishing background. The cloud vessel soared through the sky. And half an hour later, two figures approached from afar. As they drew nearer, Jiang Yu recognized them as junior brother Jiang and elder Su Qi. It turned out that Su Cuizhu encountered Wu Daoling on her way back to the celestial residence and returned with him to rescue Jiang Yu. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Su Cuizhu appeared somewhat awkward, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze. Jiang Yu, however, paid no mind to her discomfort. Had their roles been reversed, he might have made the same choice as she did. "Do you know these two?" Lu Xing inquired. "I do. They are the master and fellow disciples of my celestial residence," Jiang Yu replied, then introduced them to Wu Daoling, elder. "I am fortunate to have been saved by this esteemed elder and sister Lu Xing. They have spared my life." Jiang Yu merely mentioned that the two had saved him, omitting the details of the encounter, knowing there would be ample time for elaboration later. Upon Jiang Yu's reminder, Wu Daoling finally noticed the two on the cloud vessel. After a brief assessment, he was taken aback. The pair exuded an extraordinary aura, and the cloud vessel they commanded was a rare treasure. Most astonishingly, he could not discern the elder woman's cultivation level. He vaguely sensed a pressure emanating from her. Wu Daoling hastily clasped his fists and spoke with utmost courtesy. "Thank you, esteemed elder and Miss Lu, for saving my junior brother's life. Not far ahead lies my Sanyang celestial residence. I humbly invite you both to grace us with your presence, so I may express my gratitude." The elderly woman merely nodded slightly without speaking, while Lu Xing responded, "No need. We have other matters to attend to." She then turned her attention to Jiang Yu, producing a palm-sized jade talisman from her spatial artifact. "Little brother, since you have called me sister, I gift you this jade talisman." The elderly woman, witnessing Lu Xing's gesture, displayed a look of surprise for the first time. "Miss, this..." The elder's attempt to interject was interrupted by Lu Xing's wave. Lu Xing continued, addressing Jiang Yu, "In the future, if anyone bullies you in the eastern region, just invoke my name and show them this talisman. And should you venture west of the eastern region, you may present this talisman at the Xuanqiu celestial residence to find me." From the elder woman's expression, it was evident that the jade talisman was an extraordinary artifact. Jiang Yu felt embarrassed to accept such a gift after having just received their life-saving assistance, and he hastily declined. "I have yet to repay my debt of gratitude. How can I accept your treasure? I cannot take this jade talisman." What Jiang Yu failed to notice was the astonished expressions on Wu Daoling and Su Cuizhu's faces upon hearing Lu Xing's offer of the jade talisman. Lu Xing stepped forward and pressed the talisman into Jiang Yu's hand, saying, "Stop being so coy like a little girl. This is a parting gift from your sister. Accept it with peace of mind. Now, I must take my leave. Remember to visit the Xuanqiu celestial residence when you have the time." With that, before Jiang Yu could react, Lu Xing maneuvered the cloud vessel and vanished into the sky. Jiang Yu examined the jade talisman in his hand. It was oval-shaped, palm-sized, and exquisitely carved from a rare ancient jade, warm and delicate to the touch. The craftsmanship was exceptional. Merely the jade itself was likely worth thousands of spirit crystals. The front of the talisman was adorned with cloud patterns, while the center bore the inscription Xuanqiu in small characters. The back featured floral and avian motifs, with Lu Xing inscribed in the center, indicating it was a personal item of hers. Upon careful inspection, Jiang Yu sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from within the talisman, likely for anti-counterfeiting purposes, embedded with concealed formations. After appraising the jade talisman, Jiang Yu looked up to see the astonished expressions on Wu Daoling and Su Cuizhu's faces still lingering. Puzzled, he inquired, "Elder brother, is there something wrong with this talisman? Do you truly not know about the Xuanqiu celestial residence?" Wu Daoling asked, and upon realizing that Jiang Yu had been secluded in the ancient forest for an extended period, he continued to explain, "The eastern region is vast and boundless, filled with countless celestial residences. There must be at least 90,000, if not 100,000 out among them. 3 stand as hegemonic figures, the only 3 first-rate celestial residences in the entire eastern region, and one of them is the Xuanqiu celestial residence. I suspected their identities were not ordinary, but I never imagined they would be cultivators from the Xuanqiu celestial residence," Jiang Yu pondered, particularly noting that Lu Xing seemed to hold a significant position within the residence. "You should treasure this jade talisman. It may prove invaluable in the future. After hearing Wu Daoling's explanation, Jiang Yu was left dumbfounded, equally astounded by their identities. Suddenly, Wu Daoling seemed to recall something, asking, "Little brother, what is that Lu girl's full name?" Lu Xing. Lu Xing. She is truly Lu Xing. Su Cuizhu, upon hearing Lu Xing's name, widened her beautiful eyes in shock, her mouth agape. "What is the matter, elder brother? Is she that remarkable?" Jiang Yu queried. "Remarkable? She is the saintess of the Xuanchu Celestial Residence, a peerless genius ranked 7th on the talented individuals list. Is she really that impressive?" Jiang Yu was genuinely taken aback. The saintess of the Xuanchu Celestial Residence and a peerless genius ranked 7th on the talented individuals list. Either title alone was enough to leave others in awe. The talented individuals list is a ranking compiled by the Tianji Pavilion, documenting the top 100 cultivators under the age of 30 across the 5 domains and 2 seas, with millions of cultivators under 30 in the 5 domains and 2 seas. To rise above and enter the top 100 is already an accomplishment of unparalleled genius. Those in the top 10 are without exception prodigious talents, appearing only once every 1,000 or even 10,000 years, often possessing rare and legendary cultivation physiques such as the Divine Body, Tao Body, or Great Sun Body. The three exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Jiang Yu recalled something and spoke up. "Elder brother, Elder Zhou intends to betray the residents." "What?" "Elder Zhou plans to betray the residents." Wu Daoling's voice rose in pitch by several degrees. Indeed, this time, the Lihua beast was summoned by Elder Zhou, and subsequently, he intends for Jiang Yu to recount the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Wu Daoling's countenance changed dramatically. "Little junior brother, you are being foolish. How could you not mention such a critical matter sooner? You were saved by Lu Gunyang, and now Zhou Tong's plans have been exposed. He may act recklessly in desperation. We must return to the Xinfu immediately." As Jiang Yu absorbed Wu Daoling's analysis, he realized he should have informed him of the situation upon their meeting. However, at that moment, he believed Elder Zhou's scheme had already been revealed. Telling Wu Daoling a moment earlier or later would make no difference. Wu Daoling commanded the flying magical artifact, propelling them back toward the Sanyang mansion like a streak of light. Chapter 020. Traders within the mansion on the flying magical artifact. The three of them wore serious expressions, remaining silent. After a brief half-hour, they returned to the Sanyang Xinfu. Observing the tranquility within the mansion, they noted that their fears of a reckless act had not materialized, allowing them to relax slightly. Upon reaching the grand hall at the mountaintop, Wu Daoling instructed the disciple on duty, summon all personnel of the position of steward and above to the grand hall for a meeting. "All personnel of steward rank and above?" the disciple asked, astonished. "Yes." Seeing Wu Daoling's somber demeanor, the disciple dared not utter another word and hastily departed. Since Elder Zhou sought to usurp the position of the mansion lord, it was certain he had accomplices. Now that only he had been exposed, the identities of those within the mansion who conspired with him remained unknown. To avoid alarming the snake by striking the grass, Wu Daoling refrained from informing the higher-ups within the sect in advance. Upon entering the grand hall, Wu Daoling took his seat upon the throne, slipping into deep contemplation. Jiang Yu settled into the first position on the left. Closing his eyes to recuperate and mend his injuries, Su Cuizhu glanced between Wu Daoling and Jiang Yu before quietly taking her place in a corner. After several breaths, elders and stewards arrived consecutively at the mountaintop. Confusion filled their hearts. Why had the mansion lord summoned all stewards for a meeting? Whispers circulated outside the hall as they inquired among themselves, yet no one could discern the reason for the gathering. Upon entering the grand hall, they beheld Wu Daoling lost in thought, his expression grave, while Elder Jiang sat below in meditation, seemingly healing. Su Cuizhu stood quietly in a corner, prompting everyone to silence their chatter and find a spot to wait patiently. A quarter of an hour later, all elders and stewards present in the mansion had gathered. They exchanged glances, seeing mutual bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. What puzzled them further was the absence of Elder Zhou. As the Grand Elder, he should have been present in such circumstances. Could he have stepped out? Wu Daoling remained engrossed in thought. The elders turned their gazes towards the second elder, who cleared his throat and announced, "Mansion Lord, all elders and stewards are now present." Perhaps too absorbed in his contemplation, Wu Daoling did not respond immediately. "Mansion Lord, Mansion Lord." The second elder raised his voice. Wu Daoling finally returned to the present. "Yes? Are all those above steward rank gathered? The second elder affirmed. Indeed, Mansion Lord Da. Wu Dowling lifted his head and swept his penetrating gaze across the faces of the assembly, causing an involuntary shiver to run down their spines. It was clear that something monumental was afoot. Elder Zhou is not present. Wu Dowling's tone was as still as a stagnant pool, betraying no hint of emotion. He has gone out on business. Steward Su replied, his voice wavering. Is that so? From Wu Dowling's inquiry, the assembly sensed something unusual. Was today's meeting related to Elder Zhou? Without waiting for Steward Su's response, Wu Dowling continued, today, Elder Jiang and Cuizhu ventured to the Guling Mountain Range, specifically to Mopanchen, to eliminate a first-tier Iron Mane lion. Given their prowess, this should have been a straightforward task. However, after they vanquished the Iron Mane lion, an unexpected turn of events transpired, leading to the emergence of a Lihua beast. Upon hearing the mention of the Lihua beast, the assembly collectively gasped. As a top-tier second-grade demon beast, the Lihua beast could unleash searing flames and possessed extraordinary strength, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones with a single strike. Its body was covered in green scales, rendering it impervious to attacks from artifacts below second grade, and its speed was astonishing. Truly, it appeared to have no weaknesses. Even if they faced it together, they might not manage to subdue it. Yet, witnessing both Jiang Yu and Su Cuizhu unscathed, they were even more astonished. Could it be that the two of them had combined their efforts to slay the Lihua beast? Fortunately, Elder Jiang, with unparalleled talent, ultimately succeeded in defeating the Lihua beast. Wu Dowling proclaimed. What? Elder Jiang single-handedly killed the Lihua beast. How could that be possible? The Lihua beast is a top-tier second-grade demon beast. Even I would need considerable effort to slay it. Surely, Mansion Lord, you jest? The 10th elder exclaimed incredulously. The others, too, were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the assertion. I was fortunate to have slain the Lihua beast. But the reality is that my strength pales in comparison to it. Jiang Yu interjected before Wu Dowling could respond. He then retrieved the corpse of the Lihua beast from his spatial artifact, laying it before the assembly. With a dragon's head and a bear's body, its entire form cloaked in green scales, there was no doubt it was indeed a Lihua beast, and an adult one at that. Even in death, its formidable presence radiated from its corpse, bloodthirsty and ferocious. Could it truly be that Elder Jiang slayed this beast alone? Might the Mansion Lord be exaggerating to elevate Elder Jiang's standing within the mansion? Doubts crept into the minds of the assembly, who remained unconvinced of Jiang Yu's claim to have dispatched the Lihua beast alone. In the face of absolute power, the notion of luck was rendered meaningless. They regarded Jiang Yu and Wu Dowling with expressions of disbelief, as if silently asking, are you two attempting to deceive a mere child? Jiang Yu refrained from offering further explanations and instead stored away the Lihua beast's corpse, ensuring that the Dahai sword remained embedded firmly in its skull. Wu Dowling, too, chose not to elaborate further on the matter. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and his voice turned grave. While the Lihua beast is merely a second-grade demon beast, its numbers are indeed scarcer than those of certain third- or fourth-grade beasts. It is seldom seen even deep within the Guling Mountain Range, let alone near human territories. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that it inadvertently wandered into human lands. However, the Lihua beast slain by Elder Jiang was not a mere coincidence. It was deliberately lured to Mopanchen, intended to eliminate Elder Jiang as a means to an end. A tumult of voices erupted within the Grand Hall. Although they were not particularly fond of Jiang Yu, he bore the title of the Sanyang Xianfu's Grand Elder. An attack against him was tantamount to an attack on the Sanyang Xianfu itself. This matter could not simply be brushed aside, lest the dignity of the Sanyang Xianfu be compromised. Mansion Lord. Was it the Qingyun Xianfu behind this? The 6th elder, known for his fiery temper, rose in indignation. The Qingyun Xianfu has repeatedly provoked our Sanyang Xianfu. This cannot be tolerated. I volunteer to lead the elders and stewards to retaliate against the Qingyun Xianfu. Wu Dowling gestured for him to sit down. It was not the Qingyun Xianfu. It was Elder Zhou. Chapter 021. Elder Zhou makes his appearance. This statement was like a stone cast into a still lake, causing an eerie silence to envelop the grand hall before erupting into chaos, shock, confusion, and disbelief reigned. Elder Zhou. How could this be? Elder Zhou's standing within the mansion is second to none. While he may now have a nominal superior in Grand Elder Jiang, in terms of real power, Jiang is far beneath him. Surely, Elder Zhou would not act against Grand Elder Jiang simply because of this title. Moreover, there were no signs of discontent from Elder Zhou towards him previously, Mansion Lord. Where did you obtain this information? Could it be a ruse devised by the Qingyun Xianfu? The seventh elder questioned, his brow furrowed with skepticism. At that moment, Jiang Yu stood up. Zhou Tong sought to eliminate me by using the Lihua beast. I was fortunate enough to kill it, but he then appeared, intending to take matters into his own hands. Perhaps fate spared me, as I was rescued by passing cultivators. This is all I have personally witnessed and experienced. Could it be that someone is impersonating Elder Zhou? This matter is significant. I believe we should confront Elder Zhou directly upon his return. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the seventh elder remained unconvinced. He had always maintained a cordial relationship with Elder Zhou and could not fathom him committing such an act. Just as Jiang Yu was about to defend himself, Wu Daoling raised a hand to silence him. He surveyed the assembly once more, his voice somber. Not only did he desire to kill Jiang Yu, but he also plotted to eliminate me and seize the position of Mansion Lord. This revelation was too shocking. The assembly fell into stunned silence, then erupted into uproar. If it was true that Elder Zhou wished to kill Jiang Yu out of jealousy, that could be excused as a personal failing. But conspiring to eliminate the Mansion Lord was an outright betrayal. This was his own admission. Jiang Yu interjected. Such an important matter. How could he possibly disclose it to you? The seventh elder challenged. Perhaps he believed I was as good as dead. Even if he knew of his treachery, he would assume it could not be revealed. What he did not anticipate was that a righteous cultivator would come to my aid. The seventh elder was about to voice another objection when Wu Daoling interrupted. He turned to the second elder. Have you gleaned any information? On their journey back, Wu Daoling had briefed the second elder on Elder Zhou's betrayal and instructed him to secure the 3 disciples closest to Zhou. The second elder served as the enforcer of the Sanyang Xianfu and was a trusted ally of Wu Daoling, esteemed lord. It has been conveyed by the 3 esteemed disciples of Zhou Tong that he has long harbored treacherous intentions against our esteemed establishment. Furthermore, there are elders and officials within our ranks who have conspired with him. While there were previously lingering doubts among the assembly, such revelations compel us to accept the truth. The second elder, as the law enforcement elder of our sect, has always been renowned for his unwavering integrity. Additionally, the testimonies of Zhou Tong's 3 disciples leave no room for deception. In fact, Huang Wanli has confessed to having disclosed to Elder Jiang that he possessed celestial crystals. Though the second elder did not mention this in his recounting, at this moment, all eyes turned towards the seventh elder, who has maintained a close relationship with Zhou Tong and has been his staunch defender. Given that Zhou Tong has accomplices, the seventh elder's culpability is undoubtedly the gravest. What do you expect of me? I share some acquaintance with him, but I had no knowledge of his nefarious ambitions. The seventh elder exclaimed, visibly agitated in his defense. But did you ascertain who his accomplices are? That remains unasked. The 3 of them are only aware that Zhou Tong has allies, but do not know the specifics. Replied the second elder, Lord, I have a matter that perplexes me. Jiang Yu directed his gaze towards Wu Daolin. What is it? How did Zhou Tong come to know of my and Su Tsueju's expedition to hunt the iron-maned lion? And with such precise timing, upon hearing Jiang Yu's inquiry, Su Shiji, who was responsible for registering personnel entries, was drenched in cold sweat and trembling. The incident regarding Jiang Yu and Su Tsueju's hunt at Grinding Mill Mountain was precisely divulged to Zhou Tong by him. Seated in a high position, Wu Daolin immediately noticed Su Shiji's distress. His eyes, sharp as blades, fixed upon him as he demanded, Su Shiji, do you have something to confess? At Wu Daolin's stern command, Su Shiji's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, effectively confessing without coercion, Why, Lord, I am wronged. That traitor Zhou Tong inquired about Elder Jiang's whereabouts, and in a moment of folly, I divulged information to him. I truly had no inkling of his audacious intentions to harm Elder Jiang, let alone his aspirations for the position of Lord. Please, I implore your understanding. Su Shiji lamented, tears streaming down his face. Humph. Still attempting to feign innocence? It appears you seek to forfeit your life, the second elder declared. Ordering his imprisonment for thorough interrogation. Hearing of his impending confinement, Su Shiji trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming, I will speak. I shall reveal everything. The second elder halted, locking his aura onto the prostrate Su Shiji, a chilling intent enveloping him as he coldly stated, Disclose all that you know. If there is even a hint of falsehood, do not expect to leave this hall alive. I would never dare to withhold the truth, Su Shiji stammered, beginning his confession. A year ago, that scoundrel Zhou Tong approached me, requesting my assistance in usurping the Lord's position. Initially, I vehemently refused, but he threatened me with certain secrets of mine, leaving me no choice. Enough of this irrelevant chatter. Simply name his accomplices, Wu Daolin interrupted sharply. Yes, his accomplices include. Just as Su Shiji was about to reveal Zhou Tong's allies, a faint yet piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a silver needle that struck Su Shiji's head. He let out a shriek before collapsing lifelessly. Who did this? Wu Daolin's aura erupted, a frigid killing intent enveloping the hall. The assembly, previously riveted on Su Shiji's impending revelation, stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and horror. The second elder, his face ashen, crouched to examine the scene, realizing the gravity of the situation. A direct assassination before the Lord and the high-ranking officials was a bold affront. It was the soul-severing needle. The second elder exclaimed, his voice laced with dread. The soul-severing needle is an exceedingly rare and malignant weapon capable of extinguishing one's soul. Once struck, even a celestial being would find it difficult to intervene. The unexpected turn of events left the assembly in disbelief, for an assassination had unfolded right before their eyes, executed with such audacity that it defied comprehension. Yet, the execution was flawlessly carried out, claiming Su Shiji's life without revealing the assailant. Just as the hall was enveloped in tension and suspicion, a familiar voice emerged from outside. Is such a grand affair meant to welcome me? Chapter 022. The Madman. An elderly figure entered, revealing himself to be Zhou Tong. The assembly gasped in astonishment. None anticipated that Zhou Tong would dare return to the Sanyang Xianfu alone. Was he truly deranged? Or did he possess some hidden advantage? You traitor, how dare you return? Today, I shall enact divine retribution, the seventh elder declared, stepping forward, his brows furrowed in anger, ready to confront Zhou Tong. From his exalted position, Wu Daolin observed Zhou Tong with a cold demeanor, refraining from intervening in the seventh elder's actions. The seventh elder, fully aware of Zhou Tong's profound cultivation, chose not to test his limits further and immediately channeled the Earth-Yang treasure technique. The atmosphere within the hall surged with power as a radiant golden sphere materialized in the void, resembling a resplendent sun, blinding to behold. However, just as the golden sphere was not yet fully formed, Zhou Tong vanished in an instant, leaving behind only an afterimage. Before the majority of those present could comprehend Zhou Tong's movement, the seventh elder was struck, blood spewing forth as he was sent reeling. The Earth-Yang treasure technique dissipating into the ether. The assembly stood agape, astounded. Within a mere exchange, the seventh elder had been grievously wounded, an unfathomable occurrence. As the grand elder, Zhou Tong's power undoubtedly surpassed that of the other elders. Yet such a swift and decisive blow against the seventh elder seemed impossible. Had he truly transcended to the divine bridge realm, reaching the state of unity? It must be so. Otherwise, such a scenario was difficult to explain. This revelation clarified why he dared covet the position of Lord. Wu Daolin, having only recently attained the state of unity himself, realized that Zhou Tong's prowess likely rivaled his own. His concealment had been remarkably profound. Eluding the notice of all, Wu Daolin, seated high above, sensed with clarity that Zhou Tong had indeed breached the divine bridge realm and ascended to unity. In Zhou Tong's earlier strike, he discerned an exceedingly concealed and unusual aura, dark, malevolent, and bloodthirsty. It was certainly not the essence of the Sanyang true scriptures. With his eyes closed, Wu Daolin's expression grew increasingly grave. Is this the foundation of your treachery against the sect? Zhou Tong did not respond but instead surveyed the assembly, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaimed, at this juncture, do any of you still harbor intentions of retreat? The hall erupted into chaos as the crowd exchanged furtive glances. Shortly thereafter, one individual stepped forward from the throng to stand beside Zhou Tong. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the assembly. The third elder was indeed an accomplice of Zhou Tong, with the third elder's lead. The fifth and ninth elders soon followed suit, aligning themselves with Zhou Tong, revealing that among the 9 elders, 3 were his collaborators. Yet the revelations did not cease there, as over 20 officials also rallied behind Zhou Tong. dividing the hall into two factions, one led by Wu Daolin, comprising 6 elders and over 50 officials. The other, spearheaded by Zhou Tong, included 3 elders and more than 20 officials, while Wu Daolin's side maintained a numerical advantage. The opposing force was not to be underestimated, resulting in a tense standoff. "This is my true strength." Zhou Tong gazed directly at Wu Daolin, a serene smile gracing his lips. Wu Daolin's piercing gaze swept across Zhou Tong's supporters, his anger flaring, yet he tempered his rage, striving to maintain an even tone. "I will spare you this time, as you have yet to commit an irreversible mistake. If you choose to turn back now, I shall overlook today's events. However, should you persist in your folly, you will face utter annihilation." Wu Daolin's concession stemmed from a place of reluctant necessity. Despite having the upper hand, if an internal conflict erupted, the Sanyang Xianfu would suffer irreparable damage, leaving it vulnerable to the ever-watchful Qingyun Xianfu. "Will you truly overlook this?" an official queried. Several officials, having been coerced into alignment with Zhou Tong, began to waver upon realizing the disparity in strength and Wu Daolin's offer of clemency. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Zhou Tong interjected, "Do not be deceived by Wu Daolin's honeyed words. Even if he spares you today, he will eliminate you in the future. Your only path forward is to join me in dethroning him. Once I ascend to the position of Lord, each of you shall assume the role of elder." As Wu Daolin noted the wavering resolve among the crowd, he hastily asserted, "Rest assured, should you choose to return to the right path, I swear before the ancestral portrait that I will never hold today's matters against you, neither now nor in the future." Under Wu Daolin's solemn oath, some officials began to retreat. Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent as he focused on the first official to back down. Suddenly, a shocking transformation occurred as the official let out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly. His life extinguished without a visible wound. Evidently, his soul had been obliterated. Zhou Tong turned around, his gaze sharp as he surveyed his followers, coldly declaring, "Within the teachings I imparted to you, there lies a subtle soul mark that you remain oblivious to. Once you embraced the practice I shared, you unwittingly accepted my soul imprint. With but a single thought, I can extinguish your lives." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions transformed dramatically. They had all practiced the nameless scriptures Zhou Tong had taught them, experiencing a meteoric rise in strength, only to discover that they had ensnared themselves in a deadly trap. The crowd seethed with anger, yearning to take action against Zhou Tong. Yet, the realization that he could extinguish their lives with but a thought stifled their fury, compelling them to suppress their rage. Those previously wavering among the attendants hastily retreated behind Zhou Tong. However, there was no need for concern. As long as they harbored no treacherous thoughts, their lives would remain unthreatened. "Once I ascend to the position of the Lord, you shall become the revered supreme elders and elders, enjoying exalted status and an abundance of cultivation resources. Moreover, allow me to remind you, should I meet my demise, that mark will automatically activate at this moment." The crowd had no mind to contemplate the positions of supreme elder or elder. Their sole hope was for survival. The 3rd elder, 6th elder, and 9th elder were consumed by regret. Having once held esteemed positions, it was sheer folly to follow Zhou Tong in rebellion against the estate. Now they found themselves reduced to mere lackeys, facing life-threatening peril at the slightest hint of resistance. "Zhou Tong, who would have thought your ambitions were so insidious, employing such vile tactics against your own companions? Today, I shall enforce the estate's regulations and eradicate you, this malignant tumor." The situation had reached an impasse, leaving no room for retreat. A battle was inevitable. Wu Daolin rose, his aura of unity surging forth, overwhelming the hall with a weight akin to a mountain. Zhou Tong, undaunted, unleashed his own aura of unity. The two forces colliding to create a tempest of spiritual energy, akin to steel blades slicing through the crowd. Fortunately, aside from Jiang Yu and Su Chui, all present were attendants of a higher rank, their cultivation levels surpassing the Spirit Sea realm. Otherwise, the mere force of their clash would have inflicted serious injuries. "Wu Daolin, you who are tyrannical and autocratic, have appointed a mere Kunling realm wretch as a supreme elder, while projecting weakness to the outside world, leading to the harm of several talented disciples. How can you still sit in the position of the Lord, claiming to enforce the estate's regulations? Today, I shall restore order and seize your position as the Lord, returning the Sanyang immortal estate to its rightful path. Chapter 023. The true trump card. Without further exchange, both individuals surged towards each other, their palms meeting with a resounding crash. Boom. It resonated like thunder within the hall, both retreating simultaneously. The grand hall, bolstered by the formation, shook violently under the residual force of their clash, as if it might collapse. The attendees were tossed about by the raging storm of spiritual energy, their internal energies thrown into disarray. Some of the weaker cultivators even spat blood, sustaining injuries. The previous tentative exchanges yielded no clear advantage for either party, resulting in a stalemate. Let us exit to engage in battle, Wu Dowling declared, swiftly making his way towards the hall's exit. Should both unleash their full might, the Sanyang Hall would surely be devastated. Zhou Tong, intent on claiming the position of the Lord, similarly followed suit, exiting the hall. The factions within the hall were now poised for conflict, their fists clenched and eyes locked in fury, a melee on the precipice of eruption. The cultivators loyal to Zhou Tong, upon realizing they bore his soul mark, felt an unwillingness to continue serving him. Yet, their lives were now inextricably linked to his, forcing them to fight with all their might for survival. Let us also go out to battle, the second elder stated. Though they lacked the cultivation levels of Wu Dowling and Zhou Tong, the chaos of such a large-scale confrontation would surely cause significant destruction. Furthermore, while the hall was grand and imposing, the sheer number of combatants made it difficult to unleash their full potential. The crowd streamed out, and as they crossed the threshold of the hall, chaos erupted in an instant. The summit of Sanyang Mountain was ablaze with dazzling lights and flying artifacts, while the clash between Wu Dowling and Zhou Tong unleashed an astonishing aura, echoing with thunderous roars, the mountainside. The disciples of the estate were roused from their reverie. Initially, they believed the Qingyun immortal estate had launched an assault and were incensed. Ready to provide aid, however, upon closer inspection, they were shocked to discover that the combatants were the estate's own elders and attendants. All the disciples wore expressions of astonishment and confusion, utterly at a loss for what had transpired. Look, those two in the void appear to be the Lord and Elder Zhou, one sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed. Upon closer scrutiny, they indeed resembled the Lord and Elder Zhou, that not the second elder and third elder? Why are they fighting? That is Steward Wang and Steward Shu. They too are engaged in battle. The disciples on the mountainside stood frozen, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. Even if they wished to assist the Lord, their strength was insufficient. To intervene in such a high-stakes melee would only lead to their demise, rendering them meaningless sacrifices, unable to make any difference. The summit, although Zhou Tong's faction was outnumbered, their combat prowess was formidable, allowing them to hold their ground for the time being. This was not unconnected to their cultivation of the nameless scripture. Despite the soul marks imposed upon them, their strength had indeed seen a substantial enhancement. A closer inspection would reveal that the spiritual energy they wielded was not merely a pure silvery hue, but rather a silver laced with threads of black. Elder Zhou's spiritual energy was particularly pronounced, with half of it dark as ink, exuding an aura of gloom, chill, and bloodlust in the blink of an eye. The two had clashed multiple times. Wu Dowling found himself not only failing to gain the upper hand, but subtly slipping into a disadvantageous position. Fear gripped Wu Dowling as he realized the peculiar nature of Elder Zhou's spiritual energy. Though the latter's realm did not exceed his own, the techniques he employed surpassed his capabilities. Have you been cultivating a sinister scripture? Wu Dowling exclaimed, alarmed. Sinister scripture? Do not defame this scripture. It is the supreme immortal scripture bestowed upon me by my master, Zhou Tong retorted. Now that you comprehend the gravity of the situation, it is still not too late for you to surrender. I can accept you on behalf of my master, and in due time, your status within the organization will be second only to mine. Zhou Tong proposed. Realizing the implications, Wu Dowling understood that Zhou Tong had allied himself with a mysterious force. Given the scripture he had been imparted, this force was likely a malevolent sect. Such sects, often shunned by righteous immortal estates due to their nefarious and ruthless practices, regarded human life as inconsequential and remained hidden in the shadows, perpetually hunted. The wicked must be eradicated. Even if I cannot slay you today, in the future, A top-tier immortal estate will rise against you and obliterate both you and the sinister organization backing you. Wu Daoling declared sternly, "Oh, not sully my name with the likes of those rat-like sinister practitioners." "The organization I have allied with is beyond your comprehension," Zhou Tong replied, his tone heavy with disdain at being labeled a sinister practitioner. "Is the organization you have allied with truly so formidable? Pray tell, how powerful is it? You wish to know? Simply pledge your allegiance, and you shall soon discover," Zhou Tong countered. "How can I feel secure in my allegiance without first knowing the extent of its might?" Upon hearing Wu Daoling's words, Zhou Tong's heart sank. Had Wu Daoling discerned the potency of the immortal scripture he had cultivated and intended to ally himself? As he pondered Wu Daoling's true intentions, a sudden realization struck him and he sneered, "You are merely stalling for time, plotting to surround me." Zhou Tong's suspicions were well-founded. On the opposing battlefield, while the cultivators aligned with Zhou Tong boasted individual strength superior to that of Wu Daoling's faction, they were outnumbered nearly 2-1 as their spiritual energy waned. Wu Daoling's side began to gain the upper hand. In the previous exchanges, Wu Daoling had been at a disadvantage. Should the battle continue? Defeat was merely a matter of time. If he fell, even if the second elder and others emerged victorious, it would be of no consequence. Observing his allies gradually gaining the upper hand, Wu Daoling sought to buy time until the second elder and the others could assist him in confronting Zhou Tong. Regrettably, his plan was soon uncovered by Zhou Tong. Fully aware of the stakes, Zhou Tong understood that if he did not swiftly deal with Wu Daoling, he would soon find himself besieged by the others, and years of scheming might crumble to dust, even jeopardizing his life. In a flash, Zhou Tong retrieved a sword from his spatial artifact. Instantly, a chilling, sinister aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet. The sword gleamed with an ominous black light, its rank indiscernible. Gazing upon the blade felt akin to peering into the abyss of hell, stirring the very soul. Wu Daoling was struck with trepidation. His expression grave. Grasping the black sword, Zhou Tong's aura surged dramatically, a tide of murderous intent radiating from him, his gaze sharp as a blade. "You wish to stall for time and surround me? Then meet your death." As he spoke, Zhou Tong swung the sword down upon Wu Daoling, a streak of black sword light, imbued with unmatched might, hurtling towards him like a bolt of dark lightning. The very air trembled under the pressure of the sword's force, causing ripples to spread across the tranquil surface of reality. Wu Daoling summoned his techniques to defend, yet the sword light proved unyielding, cleaving through his defenses as though they were mere paper, its momentum unabated. Struck by the black sword light, Wu Daoling plummeted towards the ground, a horrifying wound gaping across his chest, revealing bone beneath. Blood gushing forth. Chapter 024. Life and death. Blood soaked Wu Daoling's robe, transforming him into a ghastly figure. The second elder and others, witnessing Wu Daoling's tragic state, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Without the Lord to restrain Zhou Tong, even if they triumphed over Zhou Tong's faction, it would be of little consequence if they could not lend aid. Yet, at that moment, the third elder and others also became aware of the situation. Their spirits invigorated as if infused with vitality, launching into a frenzied assault, thereby intensifying the pressure on the second elder and others, who found themselves unable to extricate themselves to provide support. A sinister black aura lingered around Wu Daoling's horrifying wound, impeding the healing process. Even more troubling was the fact that a terrifying, chilling energy, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh, was eroding his body. If left unchecked, it was feared that within a mere moment, his body would be completely overtaken by this malevolent force, rendering even an immortal incapable of saving his life. Wu Daoling activated his cultivation technique, attempting to suppress the encroaching black energy with his spiritual power. However, such an effort rendered him utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, Zhou Tong descended from the heights, gazing down upon the prostrate Wu Daoling. Clutching a dark, malevolent sword, he was enveloped in black mist, resembling a sinister specter, exuding an aura of bone-chilling coldness. "Wu Daoling, it seems today is your day of reckoning," Zhou Tong proclaimed from his elevated position. Wu Daoling remained silent, his gaze fixated intently on the demonic sword in Zhou Tong's grasp. "You may rest easy in your demise. Under my leadership, the Sanyang Immortal Mansion shall soar to new heights." As he spoke, Zhou Tong swung his sword, unleashing a streak of black sword energy that hurtled toward Wu Daoling in his severely injured state. Wu Daoling was powerless to defend himself and was on the brink of being struck by the black sword energy. At this critical juncture, as death loomed, a diminutive figure leaped in front of him. With a resounding crash, the small figure was sent reeling backward, yet managed to block Zhou Tong's lethal blow. Little junior brother. Wu Daoling howled in anguish. Observing Wu Daoling's dire predicament, Jiang Yu had rushed forward with the great black sword in hand, positioning himself as a shield. If Wu Daoling were to perish, the Sanyang Immortal Mansion would be doomed. And Zhou Tong would undoubtedly seek his life as well. Although the great black sword successfully intercepted the black sword light, the immense recoil sent Jiang Yu sprawling, blood spurting from his mouth, adding new injuries to his already grievous wounds. As he lay on the ground, unable to move, the great black sword fell beside him. Witnessing Wu Daoling's salvation at Jiang Yu's hands, Zhou Tong's fury ignited. "You little wretch, you have thwarted my plans time and again. Today, I shall rid myself of you once and for all." Zhou Tong temporarily abandoned his pursuit of Wu Daoling, intent on eliminating Jiang Yu first. For it was Jiang Yu he loathed even more. Were it not for Jiang Yu, he would not have had to act prematurely. Had things gone according to his original scheme, he would have seized the position of Mansion Lord without bloodshed, avoiding exposure of his allegiance to the demonic forces and the dark arts he practiced, as well as the soul marks he had insidiously implanted within others. Now, with Wu Daoling gravely injured and devoid of combat ability, the elders engaged in fierce battle, and Jiang Yu himself was on the brink of death. They found themselves in a dire situation, seemingly abandoned by both heaven and earth. Zhou Tong advanced step by step toward Jiang Yu, the shadow of death enveloping him, his eyes gleaming with malevolence as he raised his demonic sword, poised to cleave down upon Jiang Yu's head. Jiang Yu struggled to evade, but his injuries were too severe, rendering him incapable of movement. Despair clouded his eyes as he awaited the arrival of death. From a distance, Wu Daoling's heart raced with anguish, yet he could only watch helplessly. Just as the sword light was about to sever Jiang Yu's head, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A flash of white light erupted from Jiang Yu's consciousness, intercepting the fatal sword light. Subsequently, a figure gradually emerged from the white radiance, and an overwhelming aura swept across the summit of Sanyang Mountain. The battling crowd was taken aback, halting their skirmishes as they stared, astonished, at the figure materializing in the void. "Master!" Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. The figure was none other than Jiang Zongyuan, Jiang Yu's master. This was a fragment of Jiang Zongyuan's consciousness that he had left within Jiang Yu, intended to save his life in times of peril. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's grievous state, Jiang Zongyuan's gaze turned fierce with intent to kill. He shifted his attention to Elder Zhou, who was shrouded in black demonic energy, his expression shifting to one of horror. Demonic energy. How could this be? The sudden revelation momentarily startled Zhou Tong. Regaining his composure, he was struck with dread. The aura radiating from this fragment of consciousness was beyond his capacity to confront. Though fear gripped his heart, Zhou Tong maintained a facade of calm, threateningly stating, "Since you recognize this as demonic energy, you should comprehend the terrifying power behind me. I advise you to mind your own business, or you shall find your true self crushed to dust." Jiang Zongyuan, however, remained unfazed by Zhou Tong's threats. His expression grave as he murmured to himself, "It seems the legends were mistaken. There are still stragglers from the past lingering on today. I shall eradicate this evil." With that, Jiang Zongyuan raised his hand and unleashed a colossal palm strike toward Elder Zhou. The immense force emanating a heart-stirring dread. In that moment, Zhou Tong felt the chilling grip of death, his eyes wide with terror as he exerted all his strength to unleash a dark sword light. Yet, the icy sword light was instantly shattered beneath Jiang Zongyuan's formidable palm, which continued forward, crashing down upon Zhou Tong. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled as Zhou Tong crashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater upon the hard, green stone surface of the mountaintop. Zhou Tong lay within the pit, blood oozing from his mouth, and his bones likely shattered beyond count. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. "Our ancestor is truly formidable. With just a single palm, he has reduced the haughty Zhou Tong to a state of grievous injury. How powerful must his true self be?" In truth, this was a misunderstanding. While this was merely a fragment of Jiang Zongyuan's consciousness, it still possessed 7 or 8 parts of his true strength. To think you have not perished, then allow me to strike once more, Jiang Zongyuan remarked, somewhat surprised that Zhou Tong, at the initial stage of the unification realm, had managed to survive his strike. Jiang Zongyuan, should you kill me, my master will not let you go. He will ensure your bones are ground to dust and the Sanyang Immortal Mansion is annihilated. Zhou Yuanqing threatened in terror. Even at death's door, he dared to boast. Jiang Zongyuan, undeterred, prepared to strike down upon Zhou Tong once again. Master, save me! Zhou Tong cried out in panic. Just as the spiritual palm strike was about to land on Zhou Tong, the space suddenly warped, revealing a black vortex, into which Zhou Tong was instantly drawn. The vortex then vanished, restoring the space to its normal state. Chapter 025. Secrets of the Celestial Demons. The emergence of the spatial passage was utterly abrupt. Occurring in the blink of an eye. The time Jiang Zongyuan comprehended what had transpired, Zhou Tong's figure had already vanished without a trace. Jiang Zongyuan gazed toward the direction of Zhou Tong's disappearance, his expression gravely serious. The ability to open a spatial passage and whisk someone away indicated that the opposing force was either a formidable being at the harmonization realm or possessed an extraordinary artifact capable of creating such portals. In either case, it signified the terrifying power of Zhou Tong's backing, far from being a mere straggler. However, as a fragment of consciousness, Jiang Zongyuan's time was limited, leaving him with little he could accomplish. As the ancestor made his appearance and Zhou Tong vanished, the tide of battle had turned. His followers, now stripped of their will to fight, raised their hands in surrender. Though they harbored deep-seated hatred for Zhou Tong, they could not help but feel relieved that he had been rescued. Otherwise, they too would face certain doom. Ancestor. The elders and stewards of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion bowed in reverence, for Jiang Zongyuan's portrait hung prominently in the Grand Hall. And Zhou Tong had just revealed his name. The consciousness before them was undoubtedly the imprint of the founding ancestor of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Please rise, Jiang Zongyuan beckoned the crowd to stand. Master, I am unworthy. I have allowed the Sanyang Immortal Mansion to suffer such calamity. Wu Daoling, struggling against his injuries, stood and confessed to Jiang Zongyuan. Jiang Zongyuan swiftly approached Wu Daoling, saying, You have already done admirably. Upon seeing Wu Daoling's wound enveloped in black mist, Jiang Zongyuan's expression grew solemn. You have been tainted by demonic energy. Do not speak for now. Sit and circulate your cultivation technique. I shall assist you in expelling the demonic energy. Otherwise, if left too long, you may find it impossible to heal. Wu Daoling complied, and Jiang Zongyuan pressed both palms against his back. Gradually, the inky black mist began to emerge from Wu Daoling's body, dissipating into the air. After a brief period, the demonic energy within Wu Daoling was entirely expelled. Freed from its interference, the ghastly wound on his body began to heal at a visible pace, enabling him to move with difficulty. As for the internal injuries, time would be needed for a gradual recovery. After aiding Wu Daoling in dispelling the demonic energy, Jiang Zongyuan's solid figure began to wane. Though Jiang Yu was also gravely injured, his robust physique and remarkable recuperative abilities, coupled with the absence of demonic energy's corruption, allowed him to stand with difficulty. He approached Jiang Zongyuan, lifting his head and revealing the innocence befitting a boy of his age. Master! Only before Jiang Zongyuan could Jiang Yu display the childlike aspects of his youth. In his heart, Jiang Zongyuan was not just a master but also a father figure. Jiang Zongyuan's gaze softened as he gently patted Jiang Yu's head. Good disciple, master, did you truly go to the Ascension Tomb? Will you return? I miss you, Jiang Yu said, tears welling in his large eyes, his voice choked with emotion. Jiang Zongyuan's tone became exceedingly gentle. Good disciple, there are some matters I must attend to. Your future path is long, and I can only accompany you this far. Upon hearing his master's words, Jiang Yu's eyes dimmed instantly, his head drooping as if deflated. A somber atmosphere enveloped the scene. At this moment, Wu Daoling broke the silence of sorrow. Master, you mentioned that Zhou Tong has allied with the celestial demons. Did he not ally with the evil cultivators? Evil cultivators? No, he has allied with the celestial demons. The energy surrounding him is demonic, Jiang Zongyuan replied. Master, what are the celestial demons? Wu Daoling inquired, perplexed, as he had never heard of the celestial demons before. Previously believing Zhou Tong practiced dark arts and allied himself with evil cultivators, I do not fully comprehend what the celestial demons are either. I have only encountered fragments of information in ancient texts. It seems the celestial demons once brought catastrophic calamities to this realm. Moments ago, I sensed that the aura emanating from Zhou Tong bore a striking resemblance to the demonic energy chronicled in ancient texts. With a mere feint of words, he readily confessed. After listening to the Master's account, Wu Daoling furrowed his brows, his heart laden with gravity. Just a single Zhou Tong nearly brought the Sanyang immortal mansion to its knees. And the celestial demon lurking behind him is a terrifying entity. Provoking such a being may spell disaster for the future of the Sanyang immortal mansion. Jiang Zongyuan, perceiving Wu Daoling's concerns, offered solace, saying, "Daoling, there is no need for excessive worry. Should the celestial demon dare to cause chaos, high-ranking immortal mansions will surely intervene. You must promptly inform the second tier, no, the first-tier immortal mansions, of the celestial demon's resurgence." Wu Daoling nodded in agreement, stating, "Once matters here are resolved, I shall hasten to the Tsangyun immortal mansion." Jiang Zongyuan, his essence merely a trace of spiritual imprint, could not endure much longer, his figure growing increasingly insubstantial. As Jiang Zongyuan's consciousness began to fade, Jiang Yu was engulfed in tears, stepping forward to embrace him, only to grasp at air. "Master, Master!" Jiang Zongyuan cast a reluctant final glance at Jiang Yu before dissolving into the void. This could very well be their last meeting. Tears streamed down Jiang Yu's face. Having never known his parents, the Master was his only family in this world, and now, with the Master gone, he was utterly alone. "Little junior brother, though the Master is gone, you still have your senior brother," Wu Daoling gently reassured, patting Jiang Yu's small shoulder. Zhou Tong's flight from defeat raised the question of how to deal with his accomplices, who bore the spiritual imprints left by Zhou Tong, undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. However, executing them all felt unjust, for they had once been the backbone of the Sanyang immortal mansion, having contributed their efforts and shed blood for it. Moreover, many had not willingly allied with Zhou Tong. They had been coerced. Ultimately, they decided to temporarily imprison these individuals, hoping to discover a means to dispel their spiritual marks in the future. In the depths of the ancient Guling mountain range in the eastern region, atop an isolated peak shrouded in dark, demonic energy, stood a celestial demon, its visage obscured, discernibly male. Though it did not deliberately exude an aura, the unintentional chill, bloodlust, and terror emanating from it instilled a profound dread. Akin to facing a hellish fiend, at that moment, Zhou Tong lay prostrate, too fearful to raise his gaze, stuttering, "Thank you for saving my life, my lord." The figure slowly turned, two piercing beams of light from the darkness fixating on Elder Zhou. Zhou Tong felt as if he had plunged into the abyss, the bone-chilling pressure akin to a mountain, rendering him breathless. "Fool! You cannot even handle this trivial matter. Were it not for your remaining usefulness, I would have torn you to shreds." The voice was as frigid as eternal ice. Zhou Tong trembled, stammering, "Please, my lord, temper your wrath. It was that little wretch Jiang Yu who ruined your grand scheme. Had it not been for him, I would not have acted prematurely, nor attracted Jiang Zongyuan's spiritual imprint." The celestial demon merely snorted coldly, and Zhou Tong was struck by an unseen force, spewing blood as he was flung several meters away. Failure is failure. You cannot even handle a mere Kuan-Ling realm insect. I see no value in sparing you. Please spare my life. I beseech you for another chance. I will surely crush that little wretch and bring the Sanyang immortal mansion under your command." Zhou Tong kowtowed fervently, begging for mercy. The celestial demon ultimately spared Zhou Tong, uttering a single phrase before a flash of light revealed a spatial passage, through which the celestial demon vanished. "Remember, this is your last opportunity." Chapter 026. The cold shoulder outside the mountain gate of the Tsangyun immortal mansion in the eastern region, Wu Daoling was halted by two disciples guarding the entrance point. One of them inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to our Tsangyun immortal mansion? Do you possess a visit token?" Wu Daoling clasped his fists in greeting, replying, "Fellow Taoists, I am the lord of the Sanyang immortal mansion, and I have urgent matters to report to Mansion Master Zhao. I kindly ask you to convey this." "Sanyang immortal mansion? I have not heard of it. What tier is it?" the other youth asked. "It is a 5th-tier immortal mansion," Wu Daoling answered. Upon hearing this, The two youths' expressions turned haughty, mocking. A mere fifth-tier mansion lord wishes to see our mansion master? Have you lost your mind? Depart as far as you can. Or do not blame us for being impolite. Enduring such humiliation from two juniors of the Kuan-Ling realm ignited a fiery anger within Wu Daoling, yet he could only suppress it. Without their assistance, he would not have the opportunity to meet the mansion master of Cangyun. Wu Daoling produced 2 bags of spirit crystals from his spatial treasure, offering them to the two. Forcing a smile as he said, I truly have urgent matters to report to Mansion Master Zhao. I implore you to grant me this convenience. The youths accepted the spirit crystals, weighing them, and their demeanor softened slightly as they stowed the crystals away. They then stated, our Mansion Master holds a prestigious position, not someone a mere 5th-tier lord can seek an audience with. Hearing this, Wu Daoling's countenance darkened. They intended to take the benefits without offering assistance. However, the youth continued, but given your long journey and decent attitude, we will make an exception to inform the outer sect's steward. Whether the steward meets you depends on your luck. The matter of the celestial demon was of great importance. Informing the mansion master directly would be ideal, but given the current situation, meeting the steward would suffice. Perhaps he would recognize the gravity and report it to Mansion Master Zhao. With this in mind, Wu Daoling quickly replied, I appreciate your efforts. One of the youths dashed into the mansion, leaving Wu Daoling to wait with the other disciple guarding the gate. After what felt like an eternity, just as Wu Daoling was growing impatient, the youth returned. Come with me. Steward Zhang was initially unwilling to see you, but I had to plead extensively for him to reluctantly agree to a brief meeting. You, a mere outer sect disciple, managed to persuade the steward? Though Wu Daoling thought this, he merely said, I am truly grateful for your assistance. The Cangyun Immortal Mansion was vast, and it took them the better part of a tea's brewing time to reach the courtyard of Steward Zhang. The steward appeared to be in his 50s, with a cultivation level in the Divine Bridge realm, sporting a goatee and triangular eyes, with gaunt cheeks and a sharp chin. His visage suggested he was not an easy person to deal with. Wu Daoling clasped his fists and bowed, saying, I am Wu Daoling, Lord of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. It is an honor to meet you, Steward Zhang. Despite the steward's lower cultivation, he was backed by the towering Cangyun Immortal Mansion. And since Wu Daoling hoped for him to report the matter of the celestial demon to Mansion Master Zhao, he was exceedingly respectful. The doorkeeper mentioned you have urgent matters to discuss. Steward Zhang said, casting a disinterested glance at Wu Daoling. Without further ado, Wu Daoling cut to the chase, stating, there is indeed an urgent matter. The celestial demon has returned to the world. He briefly summarized the situation, aiming to capture the steward's attention, only to see the steward furrow his brow and retort, Celestial demon? What celestial demon? Wu Daoling was taken aback, not expecting the steward to be unaware of the celestial demon. He had assumed that with the Cangyun Immortal Mansion's long history of over 100,000 years, they would be well acquainted with the demon's exploits. You do not know of the celestial demon? Wu Daoling asked incredulously. However, this simple question enraged Steward Zhang, who felt it was a slight to his dignity. His expression darkened as he glared fiercely, commanding, Who is this ignorant rodent speaking nonsense? Get out this instant. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. You? Wu Daoling, in a fit of anger, attempted to argue, but seeing the steward's spiritual energy surging as if about to strike, he had no choice but to suppress his rage and turn to leave the small courtyard. It was not that he lacked strength compared to the steward, but rather that he was on the latter's territory. If a conflict erupted, regardless of right or wrong, it would likely end poorly for him. Filled with indignation, Wu Daoling exited the Cangyun Immortal Mansion, originally hoping that the Cangyun Immortal Mansion would act against the celestial demon upon learning of its return, but his hopes were dashed. Compounded by the repeated humiliations he had endured. In light of this situation, Wu Daoling could only lament his low status as a mere 5th-tier mansion lord. The Cangyun Immortal Mansion had stood for over 100,000 years in the eastern region, and it was reasonable that the high-ranking officials were well aware of the celestial demon's nature, but it was understandable that Steward Zhang, a lowly outer sect steward, was ignorant of such matters. Since he could not meet the high-ranking officials of the 1st-tier mansion, Wu Daoling turned to seek out the nearest 2nd-tier mansion. If the 2nd-tier mansion intervened, it might resolve this looming threat. However, the 2nd-tier mansion's demeanor was even more formidable than that of the 1st-tier mansion. Before he could even step through the door, he was forcibly expelled. Undeterred, Wu Daoling proceeded to the third-tier mansion, where he did manage to meet one of their elders, yet the elder knew nothing of the celestial demon, believing Wu Daoling merely sought to leverage their strength to suppress internal discord. He was once again cast out. At this point, Wu Daoling's hopes were thoroughly extinguished. The prospect of relying on the higher-tier mansions to eliminate the remnants of the celestial demon was bleak. He would now have to depend solely on the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. With a heavy heart, Wu Daoling returned to the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, attended to some urgent matters, and then promptly chose to enter seclusion. Last time, relying on the divine consciousness imprint of my master, I was able to navigate through the crisis. If Zhou Tong were to return, without the protection of my master's divine imprint, I would have to rely solely on myself. Currently, recovering from the injuries within my body is of utmost urgency. Chapter 027. The invasion of the Qingyun Immortal Mansion. Upon the return of Wu Daolin, the 6 elders and numerous stewards chose to retreat into seclusion without uttering a word. Their demeanor clearly indicated that their hopes for assistance from the upper mansion had been dashed, leaving the others with a grim expression. Previously, the elder's divine consciousness imprint had turned the tide. Yet if Zhou Tong were to return, how would the Sanyang Immortal Mansion respond? The disciples of Sanyang Immortal Mansion were unaware of all the intricacies behind the recent events. They were merely informed that Zhou Tong had conspired with the 3rd elder, the 6th elder, the 9th elder, and over 20 stewards to usurp the position of the mansion lord. Ultimately, the ancestor manifested the divine imprint, vanquishing Zhou Tong and successfully suppressing the rebellion. However, some astute disciples, sensing the impending danger, took the opportunity to venture out on pretexts, never to return. The mansion could only turn a blind eye to such occurrences, fearing that an extensive investigation would plunge more disciples into panic. A shadow loomed over the entire Sanyang Immortal Mansion. One day, as Jiang Yu was cultivating in his cave dwelling, someone knocked on the barrier of his abode. He stowed away the celestial crystal in his hand, opened the erase restrictions, and a disciple, his face etched with urgency, exclaimed, "Elder Jiang, it is dire. Jiang Beiwang has led the forces of Qingyun Immortal Mansion to provoke us." Upon hearing the disciple's report, Jiang Yu's expression turned grave. The very scenario everyone feared had come to pass. Zhou Tong's betrayal had diminished the mansion's strength by nearly a third. Should Qingyun Immortal Mansion choose this moment to strike, Sanyang Immortal Mansion would surely be in peril. Upon reaching the stone plaza halfway up the mountain, Jiang Yu's heart sank at the sight before him. Jiang Beiwang was flanked by 8 elders, dozens of stewards, and hundreds of elite disciples, all poised for war against Sanyang Immortal Mansion. At that moment, the 2nd elder was leading 5 other elders and a throng of mansion members in a standoff. Jiang Yu approached the 2nd elder, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement along with the others. Since the last incident, Jiang Yu had firmly established his position as the supreme elder, garnering increased respect from several elders. Zhao Qing, amidst the crowd from Qingyun Immortal Mansion, fixed a murderous gaze upon Jiang Yu. Ever since his previous defeat at Jiang Yu's hands, Zhao Qing's reputation had plummeted in Qingyun Immortal Mansion, with many disciples whispering behind his back, mocking him for being bested by a mere boy of around 10 years from Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Had it not been for the mansion lord's intervention, his life would surely have been forfeit. Zhao Qing, once proud, felt these remarks stinging like resounding slaps on his face, inciting a deep-seated hatred towards Jiang Yu. "Jiang Beiwang, do you intend to wage war against Sanyang Immortal Mansion?" the 2nd elder questioned sternly. "You are wrong to accuse me," Jiang Beiwang replied with feigned righteousness. "I have heard that your elder Zhou has acted against authority. We have been neighbors for generations. How could we stand idly by while such traitors wreak havoc? I have come here to offer assistance to your lord. By the way, where is your lord? Is he too proud to meet me, Jiang Beiwang?" Jiang Beiwang proclaimed with a semblance of nobility. No one from Sanyang Immortal Mansion believed his deceitful words, all glaring at him in anger. "That is a private matter of Sanyang Immortal Mansion and has already been resolved. Your presence is unnecessary, so please take your leave," the 2nd elder replied in a low voice. In times past, such a provocation from Jiang Beiwang would have incited a war between the 2 mansions. Yet now, weakened as Sanyang Immortal Mansion was, they had no choice but to endure. Seeing the 2nd elder's restraint, and with the 6 elders present but Wu Daolin absent in such circumstances, Jiang Beiwang felt a surge of elation. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Zhou Tong had betrayed them, and Wu Daolin was gravely injured. Sanyang Immortal Mansion was now in a weakened state, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to engulf them. Though inwardly jubilant, Zhang Beiwang did not allow it to show on his face, instead adopting a furious demeanor. I, Qingyun Immortal Mansion, have traveled a great distance to offer aid, and while your lord remains in seclusion. The second elder hastily dismisses me. Is this how you treat us? This was utterly unreasonable. Sanyang Immortal Mansion had never sought aid from Qingyun Immortal Mansion. His uninvited arrival could easily be seen as a declaration of war. Yet Zhang Beiwang shamelessly accused Sanyang Immortal Mansion of poor hospitality. Regardless of his cultivation level, his audacity was truly on a grand scale. Furious at Zhang Beiwang's shameless claims, the second elder retorted, "When has Sanyang Immortal Mansion ever sought your assistance? Your uninvited presence can be construed as a declaration of war against us. How dare you demand our courtesy? If you do not leave at once, do not blame us for being ungracious." Saying this, the second elder's aura exploded forth, and the rest of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion members began to channel their energies. The second elder understood that continued forbearance would only embolden Zhang Beiwang further, and he was resolved to confront him directly. With no alternative, he had to adopt an all-or-nothing stance, hoping to intimidate the opposing side into retreat. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Zhang Beiwang's eyes flickered with malice as he unleashed his own aura. Speaking in a grave tone, "It seems Sanyang Immortal Mansion is indeed prepared to wage war against my Qingyun Immortal Mansion." Those following Zhang Beiwang also summoned their magical treasures, and both sides found themselves locked in a tense standoff. On the brink of battle, at this juncture, the situation had escalated to a point where action was inevitable. A fierce determination flickered in the second elder's eyes as he prepared to strike. At that moment, a powerful voice resonated in everyone's ears, infused with spiritual energy. "Zhang Beiwang, do you truly believe that Sanyang Immortal Mansion is weak and vulnerable?" With those words, Wu Daolin, exuding an aura of murderous intent, descended rapidly from the mountaintop, halting the confrontation momentarily. The sudden turn of events brought both sides back to a tense standoff. Zhang Beiwang, noticing Wu Daolin's presence, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him closely. Wu Daolin appeared vigorous and robust. Entirely unlike someone who had sustained grave injuries, could it be that the rumors were exaggerated, and he was not injured at all? Or perhaps he was merely putting on a facade of strength? In that moment, Zhang Beiwang found himself in a quandary regarding Wu Daolin's true condition. The cultivators from Qingyun Immortal Mansion looked to Zhang Beiwang, ready to follow his command to raze Sanyang Immortal Mansion to the ground. Yet Zhang Beiwang hesitated. He had believed that Wu Daolin was incapacitated and that Qingyun Immortal Mansion's numerical superiority would easily lead to victory. Now, with Wu Daolin present and seemingly unharmed, launching an attack could result in a costly victory for Qingyun Immortal Mansion. Moreover, the nearby Yinxia Immortal Mansion had always been eyeing them, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, retreating now left Zhang Beiwang unwilling, for if Wu Daolin was merely feigning strength, he would miss this rare chance. Zhang Beiwang's eyes darted, unable to make a decisive choice. Just then, Wu Daolin made the first move. He formed hand seals, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept across half of Sanyang Mountain, preparing to invoke the most powerful technique of Sanyang Immortal Mansion, the Tianyang technique from the Sanyang Arts. Chapter 028. Good news Wu Dao. Why must it come to this? It is all a misunderstanding. Upon seeing Wu Daolin's serious intent, Zhang Beiwang hurriedly interjected. A misunderstanding? You lead the elite of your mansion to our Sanyang Immortal Mansion to demonstrate your might. And you call this a misunderstanding? Today, we shall settle this matter of life and death. Wu Daolin continued his incantation, his voice unwavering. This is truly a misunderstanding. I had just discussed with the second elder regarding the rebellion instigated by Zhou Tong within your mansion. I came here to assist in quelling the unrest. Since I have arrived too late and the rebellion has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Zhang Beiwang capitulated, fully aware of Wu Daolin's formidable aura, which belied any signs of injury. Realizing he could not gamble on this confrontation, Zhang Beiwang chose to withdraw, knowing that victory would only yield a slight advantage, while failure could spell utter ruin. As Zhang Beiwang fully acknowledged his defeat, Wu Daolin, not truly wishing for mutual destruction, ceased his incantation and declared firmly, "Take your people and leave the territory of Sanyang Immortal Mansion at once. If you dare to return, it will be a matter of life and death." Under Zhang Beiwang's leadership, the members of Qingyun Immortal Mansion, filled with resentment, retreated reluctantly. Once the members of Qingyun Immortal Mansion departed, the disciples of Sanyang Immortal Mansion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had a war truly erupted, Sanyang Immortal Mansion, in its current weakened state, my injuries are not particularly grave. They merely require some time for rest and recuperation. Wu Daoling is reluctant to speak of his own injuries, and the others, understanding the situation, do not press him further. However, the 6 elders, all of whom possess the cultivation of the divine bridge realm, cannot fail to perceive the seriousness of Wu Daoling's condition, and their hearts are filled with anxiety. Shortly, I shall enter seclusion. After I do, all affairs within the estate will be managed by the esteemed elders in conjunction with Elder Jiang. Unless it is a matter of life and death, please do not disturb me, Wu Daoling instructed. Rest assured, esteemed master, Elder Jiang, and we will ensure the affairs of the estate are handled properly. You may focus on your recovery, the second elder replied. After conveying several important matters to the estate master, Wu Daoling retreated to his cave to enter seclusion. Though the immediate crisis has been averted, the specter of Zhou Tong's return looms ominously, leaving the entire Sanyang Immortal Estate shrouded in a stifling atmosphere. On this day, someone activated the formation barrier of Jiang Yu's cave, revealing that the second elder was summoning him to the Great Hall for a meeting. Prior to entering seclusion, Wu Daoling had instructed that all matters within the estate be decided by the elders alongside Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu holds the title of Elder Supreme, he does not manage specific affairs within the estate. I am not responsible for the particulars either. Being called to a meeting suggests there may be significant matters at hand. Jiang Yu pondered. Upon arriving at the summit hall, he found all 6 elders already gathered, engaged in discussion. Jiang Yu found a seat and settled in. The 6 elders nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This moment, the second elder spoke, briefly explaining the agenda of the meeting. A message had been relayed from Steward Lu stationed at the Four Direction City, stating that the Wanbao auction house would hold an auction in 10 days, during which a 5th-grade magical artifact might be up for bid. The auctioning of a 5th-grade artifact is a rare event, occurring only once in a century. Should our Sanyang Immortal Estate secure this artifact, it would enhance our chances against Zhou Tong should he return. The Four Direction City is the largest city within 100,000 li, and the Wanbao auction house is the foremost auction house across the 5 realms, making this news highly credible. The Sanyang Immortal Estate has only been established for a little over 2,000 years, a mere blink compared to the venerable estates that stretch into the thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Our foundation is shallow. The strongest artifact we possess is merely a 3rd-grade purple gold hammer, which is insufficient against formidable foes. The last time Wu Daoling suffered a crushing defeat at Zhou Tong's hands, a crucial factor was the latter's possession of a high-grade demonic sword. Had Wu Daoling wielded a 5th-grade artifact at that time, even if he ultimately succumbed, he would not have faced such a devastating defeat and severe injuries. A 5th-grade artifact of such significance, even if the news proves true, the number of estates vying for it will likely be considerable. Given the strength of the Sanyang Immortal Estate, our chances of successfully bidding for it are slim. Jiang Yu remarked that a 5th-grade artifact is but a step below a half-saint artifact, which is exceedingly rare and predominantly held by 1st and 2nd-grade estates. Therefore, within the realm of 4th and 5th-grade estates, a 5th-grade artifact is considered a treasure of significant worth. Even if the news is accurate, the competition will be fierce, and the Sanyang Immortal Estate's chances of securing it are indeed bleak. What Elder Jiang says is true, yet this opportunity is too rare to overlook. Even if hope is faint, I believe the Sanyang Immortal Estate should make an effort, the second elder continued, pausing momentarily before emphasizing. The last time Zhou Tong rebelled, we were fortunate that the master's consciousness imprint intervened to thwart his scheme. However, should he return, what shall we use to combat the demonic sword in his possession? I propose we expend all our resources to secure this 5th-grade artifact. Upon finishing, the second elder cast his gaze upon the other 5 elders, awaiting their responses. The second elder's reasoning is sound. Should that rogue Zhou Tong return, without artifacts capable of countering his demonic sword, the Sanyang Immortal Estate may well fall into misfortune. The 4th elder stated, I support the second elder's proposal. Echoed the 5th elder, along with the 7th and 8th elders who all expressed their agreement. Given the gravity of this matter, should we not consult the estate master? The 10th elder hesitated. The master is currently in seclusion for recovery. Disturbing him now may hinder his healing. Moreover, before entering seclusion, he explicitly instructed that we should not disturb him unless it pertains to matters of life and death. Elder Jiang, and we can make the decisions together. The second elder explained, directing his gaze toward Jiang Yu. Awaiting his reply, at this juncture, Jiang Yu's decision bears significant weight. Although he wields no real power within the estate, he is the Master's junior disciple, a disciple of the ancestral master, and holds the title of Elder Supreme. Should he consent, even if Wu Daoling were to express discontent upon his emergence from seclusion, it would be difficult for him to object, especially since Jiang Yu had agreed. Jiang Yu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before raising it to speak. The second elder's words are reasonable. However, even should we devote all our resources, I fear our chances of securing this fifth-grade artifact remain slim. His support for the second elder's proposal stemmed from the very situation the Sanyang Immortal Estate finds itself in. As articulated by the second elder, if Zhou Tong were to return and the Sanyang Immortal Estate lacks artifacts capable of contending with the demonic sword in his possession, then preserving our treasures would serve no purpose. It would be better to take the risk. Should we manage to secure the fifth-grade artifact, there remains a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, whether we succeed depends on our efforts and fate. Chapter 029. The middle-aged Taoist with the consensus reached. The second and eighth elders prepared to set out for the Four-Direction City, while Jiang Yu expressed his desire to accompany them. The two elders regarded Jiang Yu as merely a youthful spirit eager to witness the Four-Direction City. Yet, given his status, they reluctantly acquiesced. After 3 days of travel, the trio finally arrived at the Four-Direction City, their pace having slowed considerably due to Jiang Yu's presence. As its name suggests, the Four-Direction City is square in shape, each side extending over 100 li, lacking city walls, with a rectangular river encircling it, serving as its boundary. The city is governed by the City Lord's Manor, which is known to ordinary folk. However, cultivators are aware that the true master behind the Four-Direction City is the first-grade Cangyun Immortal Estate, and the City Lord is merely a steward dispatched by Cangyun. The city's inhabitants are primarily ordinary people, engaged in agriculture, commerce, and various trades, with the sounds of street vendors echoing throughout, creating an atmosphere of mundane life. In addition to commoners, there are numerous cultivators in the city, mostly those sent by various immortal estates or those seeking indulgence and luxury. The Sanyang Immortal Estate also maintains a presence in the city, with a steward by the name of Zhang stationed there, primarily to facilitate transactions of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and other cultivation resources, and to gather useful intelligence, including the news of the fifth-grade artifact auction from Wanbao Pavilion. The trio proceeded directly to the outpost, where Steward Zhang had already been informed of the elders' arrival for the auction and was awaiting their presence. Steward Zhang, a portly middle-aged man in his 40s, greeted the second and eighth elders respectfully before casting a curious glance at Jiang Yu. Having been stationed here, he was aware of Jiang Yu's existence but had never encountered him in person. "This is Elder Supreme Jiang," the eighth elder interjected. Noticing Zhang's confusion, Steward Zhang quickly bowed, his thoughts racing. So this is the master's sole disciple, the only elder supreme within the estate. He seems rather young. Though such thoughts did not manifest on his face, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Once the group settled, the second elder addressed the standing stewardly, saying, "Please share the details regarding the auction of the fifth-grade artifact." Certainly, the news of the fifth-grade artifact auction at Wanbao Auction House has been confirmed. Just the other day, Wanbao Auction House posted an announcement. Although the specific artifact remains unknown, I have also gathered additional information in the past couple of days. Virtually all fourth and fifth-grade immortal estates within 100,000 li will participate in this auction. Furthermore, I have learned that the Lingshu Immortal Estate will also be competing for the fifth-grade artifact. Upon hearing Steward Zhang's account, the second and eighth elders furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. With so many immortal estates participating in the bidding, it is inevitable that some will harbor intentions similar to our own, exerting all their resources to secure this artifact. Given the Sanyang Immortal Estate's shallow foundation, if we encounter such estates, we may not stand a chance. Even more troubling is the participation of the Lingshu Immortal Estate, a third-grade estate with profound resources. If they are resolute in acquiring this fifth-grade artifact, the Sanyang Immortal Estate will have no opportunity whatsoever. We can only hope that Lingshu does not view this as a necessity and will not expend significant resources to bid for the fifth-grade artifact. After inquiring about additional matters from Steward Zhang, the trio was led to the Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion is situated adjacent to the City Lord's Manor on Zhuke Street. a notably wide thoroughfare capable of accommodating 20 carts side by side. The architecture lining the street is ancient and elegant, exuding grandeur, yet the sidewalks are sparsely populated. This is due to the fact that the shops along Zhuke Street exclusively trade in items required by cultivators, making it predominantly frequented by them. Wanbao Pavilion and Wanbao Auction House are under the same powerful faction, though the exact identity remains uncertain. Some speculate it is a coalition of the three first-grade immortal estates in the eastern region, but this has yet to be verified. Regardless of the faction behind them, their power is formidable. Otherwise, neither Wanbao Pavilion nor Wanbao Auction House could claim the title of the foremost in the Five Realms. As its name suggests, Wanbao Pavilion is a marketplace for goods. Within, one can purchase scriptures, treasures, artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs essential for cultivators. Besides selling these resources, Wanbao Pavilion also acquires them, albeit at prices 20% lower than those for purchases. The four individuals arrived at Wanbao Pavilion to sell the spiritual elixirs and herbs from within the estate, as the auction only accepts spiritual crystals and immortal crystals. Given the Sanyang Immortal Estate's decision to invest all its resources, aside from the minimal requirements for cultivation, everything else is being put forth to vie for this fifth-grade artifact. After selling the items in their possession, the two elders and Deacon Zhang intended to return directly to their base. Carrying a substantial fortune and prioritizing caution, that moment, Zhang Yu spoke up, Elder 2, Elder 8, Deacon Zhang, please return first. I would like to stroll around the city before heading back. The two elders hesitated for a moment, considering that although Zhang Yu displayed a maturity beyond his years, he was still only 11, and it was entirely reasonable for him to be captivated by the splendor of the Four Directions city. Then let Deacon Zhang accompany you on your stroll, suggested Elder 2. There's no need. I remember the way. Zhang Yu politely declined. This was Zhang Yu's first visit to such a grand city as Four Directions, and indeed, it was a marvel to behold. As he wandered along the streets, he encountered many novel sights he had never seen before. While he was lost in admiration, a voice called out from behind. Young friend, please hold on. Zhang Yu turned around in curiosity, only to see a middle-aged Taoist priest clad in a golden robe regarding him with a look of concern. Before Zhang Yu could speak, the middle-aged priest began, young friend, your fate seems clouded. You are likely to encounter misfortune soon. Zhang Yu's expression darkened. How unfortunate it was to meet a wandering priest who spoke of his impending doom upon their first encounter. You are the one who will encounter misfortune. Your entire family will face it, Zhang Yu muttered under his breath, dismissing the priest without further thought. Before the middle-aged Taoist could respond, Zhang Yu turned and continued on his way. Suddenly, he yelped in surprise. Unbeknownst to him, a large pit had been dug on the road ahead, and he stumbled right into it. Climbing out of the pit, covered in dust and dirt, his face darkened with frustration. He was about to blame the middle-aged Taoist for distracting him when he looked around and realized that the priest had vanished without a trace. Chapter 030. The auction having encountered such vexatious events, Zhang Yu lost all interest in continuing his stroll and returned directly to the base point 6 days later. The time for the auction finally arrived. The three cloaked themselves in black robes and donned specially crafted black masks before stealthily exiting the courtyard through the back door. Wary of attracting the attention of unscrupulous cultivators after acquiring precious items, upon reaching Zhuke Street, they found numerous cultivators dressed similarly, all there to participate in the auction. Entering the auction hall, they found many cultivators already seated, and the trio settled into 3 contiguous seats in the middle. The auction hall was vast, with 2 levels capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals. The first floor featured regular seating, where one could enter and participate in the auction by paying a fee of 1 pound of spiritual crystal. The second floor housed 10 private boxes, with the cost of a box set at 1,000 pounds of spiritual crystal. However, for an auction featuring rare treasures, ordinary cultivators would need to have significant status or background to secure a box. Even at that price, after half an hour, the hall was filled with cultivators, a significant number of whom were dressed like Zhang Yu and his companions. Only a small portion of cultivators made no attempt at disguise. Typically those with either considerable backgrounds or formidable strength, untroubled by the potential ill intentions of others. An elderly man ascended the auction stage, signaling the commencement of the auction. The first item to be auctioned was a treasure technique known as Mountain Shaking Fist. According to the elder's introduction, This was a yellow-grade technique capable of shaking mountains and possessed immense power, starting at an opening bid of 100,000 pounds of spiritual crystal. Techniques were generally categorized into 5 tiers based on their power. The lowest tier was yellow-grade techniques, which were relatively common. Above that were mysterious grade techniques, often deemed as foundational techniques in 4th and 5th grade immortal estates, such as the 3 Yang techniques from the Sanyang immortal estate. Next was earth grade techniques, typically held by 3rd grade and above immortal estates. Above that were heaven grade techniques, which ranked among the top 50 techniques in the Tianshu Pavilion's technique rankings. As for the most powerful ultimate techniques, many cultivators had only heard of them and had no opportunity to witness them firsthand. A significant criterion for determining whether an immortal estate was first tier was whether it possessed ultimate techniques, which were reserved only for core members within a first-tier immortal estate. The mountain-shaking fist mentioned by the Elder was a commendable technique, classified as upper tier among yellow-grade techniques. However, few cultivators participated in the bidding, as their attention was primarily focused on the upcoming auction of a 5th-grade treasure, necessitating the preservation of their financial resources for that contest. Ultimately, a cultivator secured the treasure technique for 120,000 pounds of spiritual crystal. While this amount was neither excessive nor trivial, often, a 5th-grade immortal estate would earn only 100,000 to 200,000 pounds of spiritual crystal in a year. Several more items were auctioned, all of lower quality, including techniques and spiritual pills, resulting in lackluster enthusiasm from the participants. The total spiritual crystals amassed were minimal. At that moment, the auctioneer presented a round plate covered with red silk. Obscuring the contents within, the Elder responsible for the auction did not immediately unveil the red silk to reveal the item, but instead began to recount its origins. Esteemed guests, the next item for auction hails from an ancient relic. This statement piqued the curiosity of the crowd, for items preserved within ancient relics were often extraordinary, and many treasures were discovered in such places. I believe you all know that the older the relic, the more remarkable the items it retains. Take, for instance, the sacred grade Treasure 9 Dragon Cauldron, obtained from a relic over 300,000 years old. The item before us comes from an even older relic, dating back at least 60 to 70,000 years. This statement thoroughly captivated the audience. The older the relic, the more likely the items discovered within could be extraordinary. The prospect of a relic dating back 50 or 60,000 years raised hopes for a truly miraculous treasure. Seeing that the crowd was intrigued, the Elder finally unveiled the red silk, revealing the item for all to see. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd as they beheld what he held in his hands, half of a jade pendant. The pendant was palm-sized, dull in color, mottled and yellowing, and, more importantly, it emitted no powerful aura of a treasure, resembling nothing more than an ordinary decorative piece. Has the Wanbao auction house run out of items to auction? To present such a flawed piece to mislead everyone, whether it be 56,000 years old or 1,000,000 years old, it remains a flawed relic. I see this as nothing more than an ordinary ornament, grumbled one dissatisfied cultivator. The Elder, exhibiting remarkable composure, remained unperturbed by the murmurs of discontent. With a smile, he replied, "This may be half a jade pendant, lacking a strong aura, but according to our chief appraiser at Wanbao Auction House, it is highly likely to be a key that could unlock a hidden treasure or grant access to some ancient legacy." As soon as the Elder finished speaking, a cultivator interjected, "Even if it can indeed unlock a treasure or grant access to an ancient legacy, it is still only half. The other half may have been lost to time decades ago." Although the crowd was skeptical of the Elder's appraisal, they held considerable trust in Wanbao Auction House's reputation, which had been built upon their credibility and not merely their strength. If this half-jade pendant was indeed discovered, it was plausible that the other half could still be found in the relic. Of course, this is merely the old man's speculation. As for the value of this half-jade pendant, that is up to each individual's discerning judgment. Our Wanbao Auction House is only responsible for the auction. Those interested may place their bids. The starting price for this half-jade pendant is 200,000 pounds of spiritual crystal. Upon hearing the starting bid, the crowd shook their heads. 200,000 spiritual crystals for a piece of flawed jade? While it was indeed ancient, the prospect of acquiring some ancient legacy or unlocking a treasure seemed far-fetched. After so many years, the other half might very well have been destroyed. Even if one were to gather both halves, the likelihood of obtaining a legacy or locating a treasure remained uncertain. A heavy silence fell over the room. and as several moments passed without any bids, the elder remarked, "If no one is going to bid, we shall proceed to the next item. Get this down quickly. Only a fool would spend 200,000 pounds of spiritual crystal on this half-jade pendant," urged a cultivator. Just as the elder prepared to have the auctioneer remove the item, two individuals stepped forward. "I bid 200,000 pounds of spiritual crystal. I bid 200,000 pounds of spiritual crystal." Chapter 031. The heavenly thunderbell. The elder was taken aback, then waved away the auctioneer. All eyes in the hall turned toward the two bidders, both cloaked in black robes and masked, concealing their identities. Their voices had been altered through special means, leaving only their figures as clues. One appeared to be a mature male cultivator, while the other seemed to be a slender, youthful figure. Among them was Jiang Yu, who, upon first sighting the half-jade pendant, felt an inexplicable yet intense urge that this piece was a treasure. This sensation, both peculiar and compelling, incited a powerful desire within him to possess the jade pendant, prompting him to make a bid at the last moment, only to find someone else with the same intention. Jiang Yu looked up but could not discern the identity of his competitor. However, there was a vague sense of familiarity about them. "Elder Jiang, although that half may potentially serve as a key to some ancient legacy or treasure, it is still only half. Acquiring it would be futile. We came here for the 5th-grade treasure." Elder Tu cautioned impatiently upon hearing Jiang Yu's bid. "I will use my own spiritual crystals to bid." Jiang Yu replied, aware that Elder Tu was concerned he might be using the estate's resources to bid on the ancient jade. Hearing Jiang Yu's insistence and recalling Huang Wanli's earlier mention of his possession of immortal crystals, Elder Tu held his tongue, though discontent lingered in his heart. In the critical moment of life and death for the celestial manor, as a disciple of the ancestral master and a senior elder within the manor, you should stand united with the manor, offering your celestial crystals to bid for the 5th-grade magical treasures, rather than squandering your resources on these trifling items. The second elder harbored these thoughts privately, never voicing them aloud. 210,000 pounds of spirit crystals. Jiang Yu called out. 220,000 pounds of spirit crystals. The cultivator competing with Jiang Yu did not hesitate to respond. 230,000 pounds of spirit crystals. 240,000 pounds of spirit crystals. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing the seriousness of his opponent's bidding. Could it be that they were aware of the secret behind this half of a jade pendant? If so, securing this piece would become a formidable challenge. In the auction hall, the onlookers regarded the two competitors as if they were fools, for in their eyes, this half of a jade pendant was utterly worthless. 300,000 pounds of spirit crystals. Jiang Yu raised the bid significantly, betting on whether his opponent knew the pendant's secret. If they did, they would undoubtedly continue to raise the price. If they were merely intrigued by the pendant, they might choose to withdraw in light of Jiang Yu's determined demeanor. A hush fell over the auction hall, as the crowd was taken aback by Jiang Yu's bold offer. 300,000 pounds of spirit crystals. The annual revenue of a 5th-grade celestial manor was roughly equivalent to this amount, and here it was being spent on such a seemingly useless item. Was this perhaps the son or daughter of a 1st or 2nd-grade celestial manor? Some speculated, but upon observing Jiang Yu's attire, they dismissed the notion. If he were truly a scion of a prestigious celestial manor, he would not bother to disguise himself. Could it be that he was privy to the pendant's secret? Doubts lingered in the minds of the crowd. Had it not been for the masks obscuring their faces, Jiang Yu would have seen the dark expressions of the 2nd elder and the 8th elder, whose faces were so grim they seemed ready to drip with water. Although these spirit crystals belonged to Jiang Yu, they were undoubtedly bestowed upon him by the ancestral master, as a senior elder and a disciple of the master. To spend 300,000 pounds of spirit crystals on such a trivial item at a time of dire peril for the manor was a true disgrace to both the manor and the master. Jiang Yu, however, remained oblivious to the thoughts of the two elders and cared little for their opinions. He was determined to acquire this half of the jade pendant, willing to spend not just 300,000 pounds, but even 3 million if necessary. The cultivator competing against Jiang Yu cast a glance at him, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose not to raise the bid further. He sensed that this half of the jade pendant was extraordinary, and 300,000 pounds of spirit crystals exceeded his budget. Observing Jiang Yu's resolute demeanor, he concluded that even if he continued to bid, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly outbid him. Thus, Jiang Yu secured the half of the jade pendant for 300,000 pounds of spirit crystals. In a private box on the 2nd floor, a beautiful young woman turned to a distinguished young man and asked, "Brother Jinlin, do you know the secret behind this half of the jade pendant?" "I do not know, however. That young man who won the bid seems to be aware," replied the young man. "If Sister Qingyue is interested in that pendant, I shall have him bring it to you shortly." The young lady, named Xiang Qingyue, was the daughter of the city lord of the Four Directions city, while the young man, Jianzhan, was the esteemed son of the second-grade Jinlin Celestial Manor. The auction continued, showcasing several remarkable items that fetched high prices exceeding 1 million pounds of spirit crystals. After an hour, the highlight of the auction arrived. Two cultivators struggled to carry a heavy object onto the auction stage. As they brought it forth, a palpable sense of pressure enveloped the hall, instilling a sense of awe among the attendees. The object was shrouded in red silk, obscuring its true nature, yet its silhouette resembled a grand bell. Everyone sat up straight, their eyes fixed intently on the item concealed beneath the red silk. Indeed, you have all guessed correctly. This is the final treasure of the auction, the fifth-grade magical artifact, Heavenly Thunder Bell, proclaimed the auctioneer, lifting the red silk to reveal a large brass bell. The bell exuded an aura of antiquity and solemnity, as though it had withstood the test of time. Upon closer inspection, its design was both simple and grand, with flowing lines that appeared effortlessly crafted. Though its surface bore signs of wear, the faint patina of copper only added to its gravitas. What captivated the onlookers most was the faint golden glow that shimmered across the bell's surface. And intricately carved thundercloud patterns adorned its body, seemingly alive, as if lightning could erupt from them at any moment. After the crowd had thoroughly examined the artifact, the auctioneer continued, "This heavenly thunder bell possesses immense power, capable of shattering the heavens, and the violet extreme thunder it unleashes is the nemesis of all malevolent entities." Upon hearing that the violet extreme thunder was a bane to evil spirits, the two elders from the Sanyang Celestial Manor exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with excitement. The Heavenly Thunder Bell is considered mid-tier among fifth-grade magical artifacts. The seller has chosen not to disclose its origins. Yet rest assured, the Wanbao auction house guarantees its legitimacy. The provenance of magical artifacts is of utmost importance. If its origins were dubious, stolen, or seized, then purchasing it could lead to disputes or calamities. However, with the assurance from Wanbao Auction House, concerns regarding its legitimacy were alleviated. Now, I trust you are all aware of the value of this artifact. I shall refrain from further ado and commence the bidding. The starting price is 1 million pounds of spirit crystals, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100,000 pounds. Chapter 032. Contest for the Heavenly Thunder Bell. Upon hearing the starting bid of 1 million pounds of spirit crystals, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Typically, even a fifth-grade celestial manor would struggle to accumulate such a sum over a century, and this was merely the starting price. The final transaction amount would likely reach astronomical figures. The two elders wore serious expressions. Although they had mentally prepared for a high starting price, they had not anticipated it being this exorbitant. Observing the other cultivators eagerly rubbing their hands together, they realized that the 10,200,000 pounds of spirit crystals they had painstakingly gathered might not suffice to secure the Heavenly Thunder Bell. 110,000 pounds of spirit crystals. Someone called out, 120,000 pounds of spirit crystals, 350,000 pounds of spirit crystals. The auction hall buzzed with bidding, and within a few short moments, the price soared to 350,000 pounds of spirit crystals. The Sanyang Celestial Manor refrained from bidding. At this point, it seemed futile, as the real competition lay ahead. 400,000 pounds of spirit crystals. A middle-aged cultivator in the front row boldly raised the bid by 50,000 pounds. The crowd silently cursed him for being foolish to raise the price so drastically at the outset, fearing the final cost would skyrocket. Yet, they only chastised him internally. In an auction, bidding was at each individual's discretion, and this man was clearly showing no signs of concealment. His identity and strength were evidently formidable. 410,000 pounds of spirit crystals, 460,000 pounds of spirit crystals. The middle-aged man called out again, directly upping the stakes by another 50,000 pounds. As the bids continued to escalate, the two elders' expressions grew increasingly grim. At this rate, it seemed the price might soon reach 7 or 8 million pounds of spirit crystals. On the second floor, Xiang Qingyue remarked, "This Heavenly Thunder Bell has a simple yet elegant design and remarkable power. It truly is a rare magical artifact." Jin Zhan, hearing her words, briefly displayed a flicker of disdain in his eyes before softening his expression and replying. If Sister Qingyue desires it, I shall bid for it and present it to you. Brother Jinlin, that would be too extravagant. Xiang Qingyue feigned hesitation. What does it matter? If it pleases you, Sister Qingyue, I will procure even the most precious of treasures for you. Then I shall thank Brother Jin Zhan, she smiled sweetly. However, Jin Zhan did not immediately raise his bid. The current price was still far from the final selling price. The bidding continued, and with the middle-aged man's 50,000 pound increments, the price quickly climbed to 720,000 pounds of spirit crystals. The second elder sensed that the situation was deteriorating. If this continued, it would not be long before the price reached 10 million pounds of spirit crystals. This gradual increase was akin to boiling a frog in water, leading many to feel that since several million pounds of spirit crystals had already been bid, adding just a few 100,000 more would not be excessive. To disrupt this mindset, a decisive action was necessary. Gritting his teeth, the second elder boldly declared, 10 million pounds of spirit crystals. Upon hearing this figure, the hall fell silent. Which celestial manor possessed such wealth to bid 10 million pounds of spirit crystals? All eyes turned towards the second elder, who remained concealed behind a black robe and mask, rendering his identity unrecognizable. Most of the cultivators present hailed from 4th or 5th grade celestial manors. Gathering 10 million pounds of spirit crystals would require exhausting their entire resources, which was an imprudent gamble. While the 5th grade magical artifact was undoubtedly valuable, for many celestial manors, it was not an absolute necessity. If they were to expend all their resources to secure it, the cost would outweigh the benefits. After assessing their potential losses, the majority of the celestial manors opted to withdraw from the bidding. The earlier middle-aged bidder, his gaze sharp, scrutinized the second elder for several moments. Almost ready to respond, but ultimately held back. 10 million pounds of spirit crystals was already at the limit of his capacity. The second elder's strategy bore fruit, and for a time, no one dared to raise the bid further. Is there anyone willing to offer more than 10 million pounds of spirit crystals? If no bids are made in the next 3 breaths, this 5th grade magical artifact will belong to this esteemed friend. As no one continued to bid, the elderly auctioneer spoke. The second elder, feeling anxious, inwardly cursed the old auctioneer for his verbosity. Why not simply announce the bid? 10,050,000 pounds of celestial crystals. Just as the old man was about to declare the bid, a voice emerged from a box on the second floor. This box did not belong to Jin Zhan and his group, but rather to another one nearby. The second elder lifted his gaze towards the box's location, which was fortified by a special formation that concealed the interior from outside view. This must be the people from Lingshu Xianfu, he thought, recalling that Deacon Zhang had previously discovered they would also be bidding for this artifact, yet no practitioners from Lingshu Xianfu had been seen until now. It turned out they were in the second-floor box. 11 million pounds of spiritual crystals, the second elder shouted, gritting his teeth. Even though the opposing party was a third-tier celestial mansion, he felt it necessary to contend with them, as this artifact was crucial to the survival of the Sanyang Celestial Mansion. Just as the practitioners from Lingshu Xianfu were prepared to raise their bid, Jin Zhan's box seized the initiative. 12,050,000 pounds of spiritual crystals. Simultaneously, the Formation S restrictions in Jin Zhan's box were lifted, revealing an exceptionally poised young man at the window. That S. Jin Zhan, the scion of the Jinlin Celestial Mansion. I didn't expect him to attend this auction, someone exclaimed, recognizing him. Jinlin Celestial Mansion is a second-tier celestial mansion. Jin Zhan is not only their scion but also a peerless genius ranked 37th on the talents list, another practitioner added. With Jin Zhan making his bid, who would dare continue? An uproar erupted in the auction hall as whispers filled the air. The elderly auctioneer's eyes flickered with displeasure. Jin Zhan had revealed his identity, clearly intending to leverage his status to intimidate others from bidding against him. If this continued, it was likely that the Tianlei Bell would only be auctioned for 12,050,000 pounds of spiritual crystals, significantly less than the expected 15 million. However, since the other party merely lifted the box's restrictions without further transgressions, it did not violate any auction rules, and the auctioneer could not say anything. Elder Wu, shall we continue bidding? The young practitioner who had previously made a bid in Lingshu Xianfu's box inquired. Elder Wu hesitated for a moment before responding, let it be. It's not worth incurring enmity with Jin Zhan over a 5th-tier artifact. In the hall, the The second elder's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Jean Jean's action of lifting the box's restrictions was evidently a warning to all. Jean Jean had his eyes set on this artifact. Anyone who continued to bid was opposing him. Although he concealed his identity, discerning who he was would not be difficult given his status. Yet, the significance of this fifth-tier artifact to the Sanyang Celestial Mansion was paramount. Relinquishing it was not something the second elder could easily accept. Caught in this dilemma, the second elder's face reflected his internal struggle. The elderly auctioneer, seeing no one else willing to bid, finally declared, "If no one bids again within 3 breaths, this fifth-tier artifact will belong to the esteemed friend on the second floor. 1 breath, 2 breaths." Just as the auctioneer was about to announce the artifact's ownership, the second elder's voice rang out, £12,200,000 of spiritual crystals. In the end, the second elder steeled himself and called out the bid. Although this would offend Jean Jean, even invite trouble, he could no longer afford to hesitate. If he failed to secure the Tianlai Bell, he might not have to worry about Jean Jean's retaliation. The Sanyang Celestial Mansion might cease to exist first. The crowd turned in astonishment at the second elder's bold bid. Who is this? So audacious. Is he willing to risk his life for the treasure? The second elder on the first floor certainly caught Jean Jean off guard. He hadn't anticipated that anyone would dare to contest for the Tianlai Bell after he revealed his identity. Moreover, judging by the second elder's attire, he did not appear to possess a formidable background or cultivation. Jean Jean's gaze bore down on the second elder, who felt a prickling sensation on his back. However, Jean Jean made no further move. This was the domain of the Wanjin auction house, where even he dared not act recklessly. He had merely indicated his identity, subtly threatening the crowd. Now that the other party was bidding normally, if he wished to claim the Tianlai Bell, he would have to play by the rules and engage in bidding. That practitioner below is insufferable, daring to contend with my brother Jean Jean for the Tianlai Bell. Xiang Qingyue fanned the flames, for she was determined to possess the Tianlai Bell. Humph! Merely ignorant vermin. Fear not, my brother, I will definitely secure the Tianlai Bell for you. She then turned and called out, £12,250,000 of spiritual crystals. The Sanyang Celestial Mansion had exhausted all their medicinal pills and elixirs to gather just over £12 million of spiritual crystals. Now that Jean Jean had named a bid of £12,250,000, it exceeded the amount the second elder possessed. The crowd's eyes were fixed on the second elder, eager to see how he would respond and whether he would continue to bid £13 million of spiritual crystals. The second elder declared once more, "Second elder, we only have £12 million of spiritual crystals." Elder 8 urgently reminded him via spiritual transmission. Tio Toy with the Wanjin auction house and the 5 domains was tantamount to courting death. If they ultimately secured the Tianlai Bell without sufficient spiritual crystals for payment, they would likely not leave the auction house alive. That I know. I have accumulated some spiritual crystals over the years, the second elder replied through spiritual transmission. Hearing this, Elder 8 felt somewhat reassured. The second elder intended to use his own spiritual crystals to bid for the Tianlai Bell. Jean Jean on the second floor cast a dark glance at the second elder, realizing that the latter was fully committed to opposing him. £13,500,000 of spiritual crystals. Jean Jean's voice was as cold as ice. This was no longer merely about the final ownership of the Tianlai Bell, but also about preserving his own face. Upon hearing Jean Jean's bid of £13,500,000, the second elder felt deflated, as all his spiritual crystals combined amounted to just over £13 million. At this moment, he began to regret his decision to compete for the Tianlai Bell against Jean Jean. Not only did it seem he would miss out on the artifact, but he had also unnecessarily offended Jean Jean. The auctioneer's gaze bore down on the second elder, noting his prolonged silence. And his expression darkened. He scanned the crowd and spoke again. "Is there any friend willing to bid higher than £13,500,000 of spiritual crystals? If not, then this fifth-tier Tianlai Bell will belong to the esteemed friend on the second floor." As no one stepped forward to bid, the auctioneer prepared to announce the result once more when an unexpected voice rang out, £14 million of spiritual crystals. The one calling out was Jiang Yu. Realizing the second elder had ceased to bid, he understood that the latter likely lacked sufficient spiritual crystals. He had over £100 of celestial crystals on him, which, when converted at the rate of £1 of celestial crystal to £10,000 of spiritual crystals, equated to approximately £10 million of spiritual crystals. Just when everyone thought the outcome was settled, they were surprised to hear another daring bid, and upon looking, they saw it was the practitioner who had previously bid for half a piece of ancient jade. However, it seemed he was allied with the earlier bidder. Elder Jiang, this is no jest. The influence of the Wanjin auction house is unfathomable. If we secure the treasure without sufficient spiritual crystals for payment, none of us might leave the Wanjin auction house alive, Elder 8 urgently transmitted. He feared Jiang Yu was acting out of momentary anger, unaware of Jiang Yu's celestial crystals. Jiang Yu, not having reached the divine bridge realm, could not communicate via spiritual transmission, but he turned to Elder 8 with resolute eyes and nodded. The second elder, noting Jiang Yu's determination, realized he possessed celestial crystals. Recalling that Jiang Yu, though only 11 years old, had always acted maturely, he believed he would not make a reckless bid. He then communicated this to Elder 8, who, albeit half convinced, turned his attention back. Jian Zhan on the second floor, believing the Tianlai bell was secured after the second elder's silence, returned to his seat, only to be blindsided by Jiang Yu's unexpected bid. His anger surged, as multiple people were now bidding against him, completely disregarding his status. This was a slap in the face. Jian Zhan abruptly rose and approached the window, seeing Jiang Yu competing and recognizing him as an ally of the earlier bidder. His fury subsided somewhat, and he called out, 14,050,000 pounds of spiritual crystals. 15 million pounds of spiritual crystals, Jiang Yu immediately countered. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's unwavering bid of 15 million pounds of spiritual crystals, Jian Zhan's gaze flickered at the window. 15 million pounds of spiritual crystals was still a considerable sum even for Lingshu Xianfu. Observing Jiang Yu's intent to contest him to the bitter end, Jian Zhan realized that if he continued to bid, the price would escalate to exorbitant heights. Although he was the scion of a celestial mansion, he was not the mansion's lord. Spending an astronomical sum on a fifth-tier artifact merely to win the favor of a city lord's daughter would surely invite dissatisfaction from the elders within. Beside him, Xiang Qingyue noticed Jian Zhan's wavering resolve and stepped forward, her demeanor pitiful. Brother Jian Zhan, I don't care much for this Tianlai bell. It seems that young man is intent on winning it. Let him have it. Jian Zhan turned to her, wrapping his arm around her waist, a fierce smile playing on his lips. Fear not, my dear Qingyue. I shall secure the Tianlai bell for you, as promised, along with that half-piece of ancient jade. After a lengthy silence without Jian Zhan raising his bid, the elderly auctioneer, feeling regretful, ultimately declared Jiang Yu the winner of the fifth-tier Tianlai bell. Chapter 34, A Wave of Excitement. The final item of this auction, the Tianlai bell, had found its rightful owner. Those who had not won any treasures began to leave the auction hall, while those who had successfully bid proceeded to the back hall to pay for their items and collect their treasures. Jiang Yu, along with two companions, walked at the rear in a secluded corner. Jiang Yu discreetly handed a hefty piece of celestial crystal, weighing no less than 30 pounds, to the second elder. The eyes of both the second elder and the eighth elder widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Jiang Yu possessed such a substantial piece of celestial crystal. Initially, the second elder had dismissed Huang Wanli's claims as mere exaggeration, but it was now evident that not only had Huang Wanli not overstated the situation, but he had also underestimated the celestial crystal in Jiang Yu's possession. One could only wonder how they would react if they were to learn that Jiang Yu had an additional 60 to 70 pounds of celestial crystal. Subsequently, the trio proceeded to the back hall to deliver the spiritual crystals. The cultivator receiving the crystals was equally taken aback when the second elder produced the 30-plus pound celestial crystal, as it was rare for cultivators to opt for celestial crystals as payment. Ultimately, this celestial crystal accounted for over 3 million pounds of spiritual crystals. After confirming the authenticity of the two treasures, the second elder departed the auction house alone, followed by the eighth elder and Jiang Yu. This deliberate separation was intended to obscure the observations of any ill-intentioned onlookers. There were likely those in the auction house who had noticed that the three were together. Despite their disguises, which concealed their identities and appearances from the crowd, leaving together would still attract too much attention, making it easy for those with ulterior motives to follow them. Upon arriving at the agreed meeting point, the trio had already shed their disguises. Although they had encountered some difficulties, they ultimately succeeded in acquiring the fifth-rank Thunderbell, a fact that brought visible joy to their faces. The expressions of the two elders when they looked at Jiang Yu became more solemn. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's selflessness and disregard for personal gain, the Thunderbell would have slipped through their fingers. However, this was not the time for celebration. They needed to return to the Sanyang Immortal Mansion as soon as possible, for only within its confines could they truly feel secure. The second elder retrieved a flying magical artifact, and as the three of them boarded it, they sped towards the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being observed from the shadows. As they took flight, two figures followed closely behind them in the air. After exiting the Four Directions city and flying for a brief period, they arrived above a primitive ancient forest, a remote area with scarce human presence. At this moment, both the second elder and the eighth elder's expressions changed dramatically. Jiang Yu, perplexed, was about to inquire about the sudden shift when two figures shot forth from behind them like lightning, reaching their front in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura descended upon them, forcing the second elder to halt the flying artifact. Upon closer inspection, they recognized one of the figures as Jin Zhan, accompanied by an unfamiliar elderly man clad in gray. The formidable presence emanated from this gray-clad elder. "Run! Why have you stopped running?" Jin Zhan mocked, his eyes filled with derision as he gazed at the three. The elders' faces turned ashen. Despite their caution, they had still been targeted. If it had been someone else, they might have had the courage to confront them, but facing Jin Zhan, they felt entirely outmatched. It was not that Jin Zhan was invincible. Although he ranked 57th on the list of prodigies, he was still relatively new to cultivation, having just entered the Divine Bridge realm. The second elder had been in the Divine Bridge realm for many years and felt confident in dealing with Jin Zhan. What truly unnerved the two elders was Jin Zhan's status and the presence of the gray-clad elder beside him. Judging by the aura exuded by the elder, he was undoubtedly a formidable being of the unified realm or even stronger. If the gray-clad elder were to intervene, they feared they would not even have the chance to retaliate. The second elder stepped forward, forcing himself to appear calm as he feigned ignorance of the two. "May I ask what brings you here, esteemed friends? Why do you obstruct our path?" he inquired. "Humph, now you choose to play dumb. Whatever bravado you displayed at the auction, where has it vanished to?" Jin Zhan sneered coldly. Realizing that this tactic had failed, the second elder ceased his pretense and asked, "What is your intention, Jin Shengzi? Why do you block our way? Hand over the Thunderbell and the Jade Pendant." Jin Zhan declared. The trio had already discerned the intruder's intent the moment they appeared, yet hearing it spoken aloud still ignited their ire. "These items were acquired through our efforts at the auction. As a distinguished prodigy on the list, you, Jin Shengzi, are of noble birth. Do you truly intend to resort to such underhanded tactics?" The second elder attempted to appeal to Jin Zhan's sense of honor, hoping to persuade him to let them go. However, this strategy proved ineffective, as Jin Zhan remained unmoved, his expression darkening as he coldly retorted, "So you refuse to comply?" His tone was laden with menace. Recognizing that Jin Zhan was resolute in his desire to possess the treasures, the second elder realized that their situation was dire. Reluctantly, he spoke, "Since Jin Shengzi desires these two items, we shall relinquish them." The total expenditure for acquiring them at auction amounted to 1,530,000 pounds of spiritual crystals. "Haha, are you asking me for spiritual crystals?" Jin Zhan laughed mockingly, having already retreated. The second elder was infuriated by Jin Zhan's relentless aggression. "These treasures were obtained through the full might of our mansion. Do you truly intend to seize them by force? If word spreads that the esteemed Jin Shengzi, a prodigy of the list, engages in such thievery, do you not fear the ridicule that would ensue?" Jin Zhan's gaze turned cold and menacing, a murderous intent radiating from him. "If you were all to perish, no one would ever know of this incident, nor would anyone dare to mock you." The expressions of Jiang Yu and his companions changed dramatically. It was clear that not only did the enemy wish to seize the treasures, but they also intended to eliminate them to cover their tracks. You, the second elder stammered, at a loss for words. Jin Zhan turned to the gray-clad elder beside him. "Bien Bo, I leave this to you." The elder stepped forward, a chilling aura enveloping the trio like a thick fog, accompanied by an immense pressure that bore down upon them. Their bones creaked, and their legs trembled, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. As the elder slowly raised his right arm, energy swirled around his hand, and the three sensed the scent of death looming over them. Any attempt to resist was futile. Just as the elder's arm was about to descend, sealing their fate, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the jade token that Lu Xing had given him. Wait, if you kill us, my sister will not let you off the hook, Jiang Yu exclaimed urgently. Oh, your sister will not spare me? And who is she? Jin Zhan asked, unimpressed. Seeing Jin Zhan's interest, the gray-clad elder paused his act. Jiang Yu possessed a jade token belonging to Lu Xing regardless of whether he was truly Lu Xing's sworn brother. The mere fact that he held Lu Xing's token meant that if he were to take action against him, it would be an open defiance of Lu Xing should that occur. The repercussions would be beyond what a mere second-tier celestial son like himself could withstand. Jin Zhan also contemplated the desolate surroundings, thinking of the possibility of killing and then erasing the evidence. However, he recalled the auction where thousands had witnessed the fierce competition between Jiang Yu and himself over the Thunder Bell. If Lu Xing were to investigate, it would be relatively simple for him to uncover the events that transpired at the auction house. Given Lu Xing's status, even the slightest hint of this incident would allow him to take action against Jin Zhan without requiring further evidence. Thus, he reluctantly chose to let Jiang Yu and his companions go. As Jin Zhan departed, Jiang Yu felt a surge of relief, pondering that if he were to encounter Lu Xing in the future, he must express his gratitude once more, as this marked the second occasion Lu Xing had saved his life. Had it not been for the jade talisman gifted by her, he would have met his demise today. The second elder and the eighth elder had not anticipated escaping death, and their gazes towards Jiang Yu were now filled with respect. They increasingly found Jiang Yu enigmatic, as he consistently managed to turn the tide during critical moments. When Zhao Qing had come to provoke them, it was Jiang Yu who preserved the dignity of the Sanyang Celestial Mansion. During Zhou Tong's betrayal, it was his ancestral consciousness that averted disaster, the auction. It was his generous bid that secured the Thunder Bell, and just moments ago, it was the jade talisman bestowed by Lu Xing that had transformed peril into safety. Reflecting on these matters, the two elders felt a deep sense of appreciation for Jiang Yu, silently grateful that he was a member of the Sanyang Celestial Mansion rather than an adversary. The second elder and the eighth elder, noticing the two elders lost in thought, were called back to reality by Jiang Yu. They did not inquire about the origins of Jiang Yu's jade talisman, but hastened their return to the mansion aboard their flying artifacts. Having learned from Jin Zhan's earlier missteps, the trio did not dare to delay and propelled their flying treasures without pause. 2 days later, they returned to the Sanyang Celestial Mansion. Yet, before they could enter, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. The mansion appeared desolate, with traces of battle scattered across the mountain. Their hearts sank with alarm. Had they arrived too late? Did Zhou Tong return and seize control of the Sanyang Celestial Mansion? Without hesitation, they rushed to the main hall atop the mountain. The Sanyang Hall remained intact, and within, Wu Daolin and the four elders were engaged in discussion with various attendants. The trio sighed in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, the Sanyang Celestial Mansion was still standing. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and his companions return, Wu Daolin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes gleaming with urgency as he exclaimed, "Did you succeed?" "We did," replied the second elder. "Ha ha, ha ha." Wu Daolin's laughter echoed, dispelling the previously tense atmosphere in the hall, leaving the attendants bewildered. The details of Jiang Yu, the second elder, and the eighth elder's participation in the auction at the Four Direction City had been kept from everyone except Wu Daolin and a few elders. "Master, we noticed signs of a great battle down the mountain." "What transpired within the mansion?" Jiang Yu inquired. "Zhou Tong, that traitor, visited today," Wu Daolin responded. "Zhou Tong has returned," the trio exclaimed in unison. Then, they recalled that since the mansion's master and the elders were unharmed, it implied that Zhou Tong had been utterly defeated. "Zhou Tong has been eradicated?" "Not quite," the fourth elder interjected. "That rogue came today to stage a prison break." "A prison break?" They thought of the dozens of elders and attendants imprisoned within the Sanyang Celestial Mansion under Zhou Tong's control. If he rescued them, the consequences would be dire. "Were you successful?" the eighth elder asked anxiously. "All of them were rescued by him," the fourth elder replied helplessly. Initially, the second elder, fifth elder, and 10th elder had vehemently advocated for executing these individuals to prevent future troubles, while the 4th, 7th, and 8th elders believed that many had once served the mansion honorably and were coerced into colluding with Zhou Tong. Thus, they should be spared. Now that these individuals had been liberated by Zhou Tong, the 4th, 7th, and 8th elders were filled with regret, and no wonder the atmosphere in the hall had been so oppressive. It was shrouded in despair. Previously, Zhou Tong had been alone, and even though he possessed high-tier treasures, The collective strength of the Sanyang Celestial Mansion could have potentially dealt with him, but now that those imprisoned were free, once they recuperated, Zhou Tong would return with them. How would the Sanyang Celestial Mansion respond? Last time, the ancestral consciousness had saved them, but what could they rely on to defeat Zhou Tong this time? However, there was no need to worry about that now. Chapter 36, Half a Jade Pendant. Many may wonder where Jiang Elder, the second elder, and the eighth elder had gone earlier. Wu Daolin surveyed the bewildered attendants and continued. The three of them went to the Four Directions City to participate in the Wanbao Pavilion auction. Participate in an auction? At such a critical time. The attendants were even more perplexed. They acquired a fifth-tier treasure, Wu Daolin announced once more, scanning the crowd. Silence fell over the hall. The sound of a pin drop could be heard, and the expressions of the attendants were frozen. After a brief moment, a wave of excitement erupted. Every face lit up with joy, banishing the earlier gloom from the hall. Their fear of Zhou Tong's return stemmed fundamentally from the lack of worthy opponents within the Sanyang Celestial Mansion. More accurately, they lacked treasures capable of countering Zhou Tong's magic sword. Wu Daolin's cultivation was on par with Zhou Tong, and his previous defeat was largely due to the absence of a countering treasure. If they possessed a fifth-tier treasure to contest Zhou Tong's sword, they could collectively confront him after dealing with his accomplices. With this newfound confidence, the previous apprehensions and fears were cast aside. In the face of war, morale was paramount, and this was an excellent opportunity to uplift spirits. Wu Daolin seized the moment, declaring, "Second Elder, present the treasure for all to see." The second elder complied. Retrieving the thunder bell from his spatial artifact, instantly, a solemn and grand aura enveloped the room, imbued with a faint sense of thunderous might. Just from this emanating presence, it was clear that it was undoubtedly a fifth-tier treasure. Otherwise, it would not exude such grandeur. The crowd's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they gathered around the thunder bell, realizing that the Sanyang Celestial Mansion finally possessed a formidable treasure. With this artifact, what was there to fear from Zhou Tong? Everyone was captivated by the thunder bell, oblivious to the brief flicker of unusual emotion in Wu Daolin's eyes. After the attendants had inspected the bell, the second elder spoke. "This treasure is named the Thunder Bell, and its manifestation of the purple extreme thunder possesses a suppressive power against evil cultivators." Upon hearing this, the crowd rejoiced even more. Evil cultivators and demonic practitioners were similar. Did that not imply that this treasure was particularly effective against Zhou Tong's magic sword? The successful acquisition of the Thunder Bell was largely due to Jiang Elder's selflessness. Had he not contributed over 300,000 spirit crystals, they would not have secured this artifact. As the second elder spoke, the attendants looked at Jiang Yu in astonishment, admiring his altruism while also being stunned by the considerable amount of spirit crystals he possessed. Jiang Yu had actually offered celestial crystals, but to avoid causing him unnecessary trouble, the second elder intentionally referred to them as spirit crystals. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under the collective gaze, Jiang Yu spoke. "I am but a part of the Sanyang Celestial Mansion, and in this critical moment, it is only right that I contribute my meager strength. Moreover, these spirit crystals were granted to me by my master. Thus, it is only natural for me to use them for the benefit of the mansion." Hearing Jiang Yu's noble words, the attendants' admiration for him grew even deeper. It was not solely my effort that secured this treasure. The second elder also contributed all his savings. Jiang Yu continued. "One ought to reciprocate kindness. The second elder has praised me before everyone, and I cannot allow him to labor without recognition." The attendants turned their gazes toward the second elder. Their eyes filled with respect. "Your profound sense of righteousness is indeed a blessing for the Sanyang Celestial Mansion." With Jiang Elder, the second elder, and all the esteemed elders working in unison, what is there to fear from that rogue Zhou Tong? "The next time we meet, it shall be the day he bows his head in submission," Wu Daolin proclaimed with fervor. "What the master says is true. Next time, we shall ensure that Zhou Tong has no means of escape." The attendants echoed, their spirits invigorated by Wu Daolin's enthusiasm. The second elder refrained from mentioning Jin Zhan at this moment, and neither did Jiang Yu nor the eighth elder bring it up. Now that morale was high, it was not the time to discuss Jin Zhan. Furthermore, even if they informed the attendants, it would not change anything. Perhaps due to Jiang Yu's connection with Lu Xing, Jin Zhan would refrain from further actions. A quarter of an hour later, the attendants, filled with confidence, departed the hall, leaving only Jiang Yu and the six elders behind. Wu Daolin took the initiative to claim the Thunderbell, and the other elders had no objections. After all, this artifact was intended for the master to deal with Zhou Tong. The successful acquisition of the Thunderbell should be credited primarily to Jiang Elder and the Second Elder. Once we have dealt with Zhou Tong, I shall ensure you are generously rewarded, Wu Daolin stated, glancing at the other elders. Your contributions are equally invaluable. This is merely our duty. We dare not claim credit. The Second Elder replied. The Second Elder is correct. This is all part of our responsibilities. Jiang Yu and the other elders agreed. Merit is merit. Faults are faults. You need not be modest, Wu Daolin remarked. Did you encounter any other issues during the auction? At Wu Daolin's inquiry, the Second Elder recounted the incident involving Jin Zhan. After a moment of silence, Wu Daolin and the other elders exchanged glances. Since Jin Zhan had left at that time, it was likely that no further trouble would arise. He should not cause any more disturbances, Wu Daolin concluded. Continuing, Wu Daoling informed the crowd about the process through which Jiang Yu became acquainted with the Meteor Saintess. Upon hearing this, the collective anxiety of the assembly was significantly alleviated. With the relationship between Jiang Yu and the Meteor Saintess, as the master of the manor had stated, it was unlikely that Jin Zhan would harbor any ulterior motives. Subsequently, the group deliberated on various matters, and Wu Daoling retained Jiang Yu, speaking in a tone of discussion. Junior brother, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. What is it, senior brother? Jiang Yu inquired. Previously, when I visited the Supreme Immortal Manor, I intended to inform them about the matters concerning the Celestial Demon, hoping to draw their attention. However, due to my humble status, I was unable even to meet with their elders. I hope you can set out immediately for the Xinyun Immortal Manor to convey the news regarding the Celestial Demon. Given your relationship with Meteor, this task should not prove difficult. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. It was not that he was unwilling, but the Xinyun Immortal Manor lay at the far western edge of the eastern region, while the Sanyang Immortal Manor was situated in the east, making the distance between the two exceedingly vast. With his current cultivation level, a round trip would likely take well over a year. Jiang Yu's mind raced, and he quickly discerned Wu Daoling's intentions. This was an attempt to send him away to distance him from the imminent danger at this critical juncture for the Sanyang Immortal Manor, regardless of his status as a direct disciple of the Grand Master or as a senior elder within the manor. He ought not to depart. Jiang Yu gently declined Wu Daoling's kind offer, saying, Senior brother, even if I successfully inform the Xinyun Immortal Manor about the Celestial Demon, should they take this matter seriously and wish to act against the remnants of the Celestial Demon, time may not permit it. It would be prudent to wait until we have vanquished Zhou Tong before I deliver the news. Wu Daoling considered persuading Jiang Yu further, but upon observing Jiang Yu's resolute demeanor, he ultimately acquiesced to Jiang Yu's proposal. Returning to his own cave abode, Jiang Yu activated the erase restrictions and retrieved the half of the jade pendant. Previously, he had not had the time to examine it closely, but now he took the opportunity to scrutinize it thoroughly. This fragment of the jade pendant was not damaged by human hands, but had been split during its creation. Having lain in ruins for countless millennia, it had lost its original luster and delicacy, becoming tarnished and yellowed from the earth. While the pendant did not emanate the unique aura of precious artifacts, upon careful examination, one could sense a faint power within, akin to the jade talisman gifted to him by Meteor. From the moment Jiang Yu first laid eyes on this piece, he experienced an indescribable and wondrous feeling, sensing that the pendant was indeed a remarkable treasure. Now, holding it in his hand, that sensation intensified. Yet, despite his scrutiny, he could not ascertain the source of this feeling. After closely examining it for a considerable time, Jiang Yu reluctantly set it aside, storing the pendant in his spatial treasure. Perhaps he would need to reunite it with the other half to uncover its significance. Chapter 037. Catastrophe approaches. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. However, what was astonishing and unsettling was that Zhou Tong had yet to appear. This prolonged wait felt like an endless torment, gradually eroding the once high spirits of the crowd, replaced by an ever-thickening atmosphere of worry and doubt. The ambience within the Sanyang Immortal Manor grew tense and oppressive, as if a sharp sword hung overhead, ready to fall at any moment. Some disciples could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere and quietly departed from the Sanyang Immortal Manor. In just 6 months, nearly 1/5 of the disciples had slipped away unnoticed. Yet, this was not without its advantages, as it granted Wu Daoling ample time to recover from his injuries, which had now fully healed. an encouraging piece of news. Jiang Yu had also remained in seclusion, uninterrupted by trivial matters, and with an abundance of immortal crystals for cultivation, his progress over the past half-year had been nothing short of remarkable. Jiang Yu had broken through to the 9th level of the Kunling realm in less than a year, and was now on the threshold of the Linghai realm. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was enough to leave one astounded, showcasing Jiang Yu's extraordinary talent and the exceptional nature of the techniques he practiced. During Jiang Yu's period of seclusion, Su Tsuezhu had sought him out twice. Upon finding his cave abode sealed, she refrained from disturbing him. After her defeat at the hands of Zhao Qing, she had redoubled her efforts in cultivation, ultimately breaking through to the Linghai realm at a mere 20-something years of age, a feat achievable only by a select few core disciples within a first-tier immortal manner. Highlighting Su Tsuezhu's remarkable aptitude, the 6 elders and various stewards had also delegated all manageable matters, focusing their time and energy on cultivation. The Sanyang Immortal Manor was devoid of its usual light-hearted harmony. Everyone bore serious expressions, diligently striving to enhance their cultivation levels while awaiting the impending catastrophe point. 3 more months slipped by, yet Zhou Tong remained absent, and the tense hearts of the people began to relax. In times of peril, both cultivators and mortals initially feel fear, unease, and tension. However, as time passes, they gradually adapt to the oppressive atmosphere, leading to a certain calmness. Could it be that Zhou Tong, aware of our possessing the heavenly thunder bell, has abandoned his plans to attack the Sanyang Immortal Manor? One steward pondered aloud. I find this possibility quite plausible. His reliance lies in the demonic sword he wields. Now that we possess a treasure capable of countering it, he should be deterred from launching another assault. I would prefer he comes sooner. These days of anxiety are indeed unbearable. It would be better to engage in battle. If death is to come, let it be swift. Just as the crowd speculated whether Zhou Tong would return, he made his appearance, accompanied by over 50 cultivators. The cultivators of the Sanyang Immortal Manor ceased all activities. Even the newly arrived disciples grasped their weapons, preparing for confrontation. This day had finally arrived, and a sense of relief washed over the crowd. Living under the shadow of a sword was truly tormenting. I in the void. Wu Dao Ling and Zhou Tong stood at the forefront, glaring fiercely at one another. Zhou Tong was enveloped in a layer of dark energy, exuding an aura that was ominous, frigid, and bloodthirsty, indicative of his worsening demonic transformation and likely greater strength than before. Behind Zhou Tong, in addition to the 3 elders and over 20 stewards from the Sanyang Immortal Manor, there were now an additional 30 cultivators, all standing in mid-air, each having reached the Linghai realm. Observing the increased number of Linghai realm cultivators in Zhou Tong's retinue, the faces of the Sanyang Immortal Manor disciples darkened. They had initially thought that with a 5th-tier treasure and an advantage in the number of Linghai realm cultivators, they would have little to fear even if Zhou Tong returned. However, they had not anticipated how Zhou Tong had amassed such a formidable number of Linghai realm cultivators. The advantage in numbers that the Sanyang Immortal Manor once held had now vanished. And given that the opposing cultivators practiced demonic techniques, their combat strength was greater than that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. This battle would likely lead to dire consequences for the Sanyang Immortal Manor. Of course, in terms of total numbers, the Sanyang Immortal Manor still held an absolute advantage, but the Kunling Realm disciples could be deemed inconsequential in such a high-stakes conflict. The ultimate outcome of this battle would depend solely on Wu Dao Ling and the elders. Wu Dao Ling, I advise you to lead the disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Manor to surrender and submit to me. This way, you may preserve your lives. Otherwise, none of you shall leave here alive today. Zhou Tong proclaimed confidently. You vile wretch, having allied with the celestial demon and turned against the righteous path, you deserve to be exterminated. How dare you speak so brazenly? Today shall be your demise. Wu Dao Ling retorted with great fervor. In this unfavorable situation, Wu Dao Ling knew he had to display sufficient confidence to set an example for the others. Should he show even a hint of hesitation or fear, it was likely that those behind him would falter in battle. Clearly, that old fool has divulged much to you. Since you refuse to surrender, then you must perish today. As he spoke, Zhou Tong glanced at the crowd behind Wu Dao Ling. Will you choose to die alongside him, or will you submit to me? Should you choose to align with me, I guarantee you will have an endless supply of cultivation resources and access to profound techniques and treasures for your advancement. While some cultivators within the Sanyang Immortal Manor felt apprehensive, and a few even entertained thoughts of retreating, none chose to defect at such a critical juncture. They were well aware of the implications of surrendering. Doing so would mean being marked by Zhou Tong's consciousness imprint, placing their lives in his hands. To surrender one's life to another and become a mere pawn was a fate worse than death. Furthermore, the Sanyang Immortal Manor was not entirely without hope for victory this day. "You scoundrel, cease your nonsensical prattle and prepare to die," Wu Daoling bellowed, then charged towards Zhou Tong. Given their current weakness, should Zhou Tong's words sway them, the fighting spirit of the Sanyang Immortal Manor would only wane further as the battle progressed. Chapter 038. The defeat. Wu Daoling initiated the assault, launching a fiery red sphere of spiritual power, akin to a burning meteor, towards Zhou Tong with overwhelming force. Zhou Tong remained unfazed, his entire being engulfed in rolling demonic energy. The spiritual power he wielded was no longer the half-black, half-white mixture of before, but a deep, inky black, true demonic fist. A dark fist imprint shot forth, transforming into a massive fist shadow over 10 meters in size. The technique Zhou Tong employed was imparted to him by his master, showcasing considerable power, rivaling even that of a profound grade technique. The fiery red sphere collided with the gigantic fist shadow. A thunderous crash echoed, akin to the heavens collapsing, causing the void to tremble. A tempest of violent spiritual energy swept outward like a hurricane. On the ground, the disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Manor, unable to fly, were tossed about like weeds in a storm, some even hurled over 100 meters away, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. The residual force of the clash between Wu Daoling and Zhou Tong left all disciples of the Sanyang Immortal Manor injured. The 6 elders of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion sought to confront Wu Daolin alongside Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, wielding his spiritual sense imprint to control his subordinates, found both advantages and disadvantages in this strategy. The advantage being the lack of concern for rebellion among his followers, who were entirely at his disposal. The downside, however, was that this would incite the full force of his enemies to converge upon him, for his demise would also spell the end for his subordinates. The elders of Sanyang Immortal Mansion harbored such intentions. Witnessing this, Zhou Tong's subordinates could not allow the elders of Sanyang Immortal Mansion to have their way. Their lives were intertwined with Zhou Tong's, and should he perish, they would follow him into death. They charged with all their might towards the elders and attendants of Sanyang Immortal Mansion. In an instant, the scene was engulfed in chaos, a battlefield where victory and defeat, life and death, were fiercely contested, and all present exerted their utmost effort. Jiang Yu, wielding the great black sword, joined the fray. Unable to fly, he fought upon the ground. Not far in front of Jiang Yu, a demonic cultivator was struck down to the ground, and with his eyes gleaming, Jiang Yu swiftly appeared before the fallen demon, raising his sword to strike down upon its head. The demon cultivator was taken aback. Who was this? The speed was astonishing. Upon recognizing Jiang Yu's form, he felt a sense of relief. He had not been a cultivator of Sanyang Immortal Mansion and did not recognize Jiang Yu, assuming him to be merely an ordinary disciple with some form of movement technique that granted such swiftness. As for combat strength, how formidable could one of merely 10 years of age be? Achieving the 4th or 5th layer of Kunling cultivation would be remarkable enough. Standing still, he believed he could withstand any attack. However, at the moment the great black sword made contact with his head, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been, but there was no time for regret. His head exploded like a watermelon with a resounding pop, splattering red and yellow across the ground, and he fell lifelessly. The great black sword had not been unsheathed. Jiang Yu had merely wielded it as a club, which was why the demon cultivator's head burst rather than being cleaved in two. Meanwhile, Su Tsueju proved herself formidable as well. Although she had only recently broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, she was without hesitation. Wu Daoling stepped forward to catch the thunder bell, only to observe a minuscule sword mark appearing on its surface. The extraordinary purple extreme thunder had absorbed much of the sword's power. Otherwise, the bell would not have merely sustained such a trivial wound. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion felt a chill in their hearts. It was evident that the thunder bell could not withstand the might of Zhou Tong's immortal slaying sword, a true semi-holy artifact. Now that the Mansion Lord had revealed all his trump cards and still could not contend with Zhou Tong, how could the Sanyang Immortal Mansion hope to triumph? A sense of despair washed over them, and some attendants began to flee. If there had been any hope of victory, they would have fought valiantly, even to the death. But now that hope was extinguished, and they saw no chance of success. Their resistance felt utterly futile. Wu Daoling, upon witnessing this, felt a profound sorrow. Was the Sanyang immortal mansion to perish at his hands today? No. I will not allow such a fate to unfold. His gaze suddenly hardened, revealing a determination that embraced death itself. In an instant, Wu Daoling's aura began to rise, his realm ascending at an astonishing pace. Observing this transformation, Zhou Tong, once brimming with confidence, was overtaken by fear. Abandoning any thoughts of torturing Wu Daoling slowly, he hurriedly soared forward, unleashing a fierce and unmatched sword strike toward Wu Daoling. With no time to evade, Wu Daoling summoned the Thunder Bell once more to defend against the blow. A resounding explosion echoed as the Thunder Bell was sent flying by the sword's light, embedding itself within the distant rocks, causing the earth to tremble and stones to shatter. A crack appeared on the bell's surface. Undeterred by his initial failure, Zhou Tong swung his sword again, giving Wu Daoling a brief moment to react. He formed a seal with his hands, unleashing the sunlight treasure technique. The immense sphere of spiritual energy could not withstand Zhou Tong's sword light. Splitting in two, though the sword's might was somewhat diminished, it continued to advance, striking Wu Daoling. Wu Daoling was hurled back to the ground, creating a crater several meters wide, a deep wound several feet long gaping at his chest, exposing bone, with blood gushing forth. Yet, even in his grievous state, Wu Daoling's aura persisted in its ascent, having now broken through to the Unity Realm. Zhou Tong's pupils widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Wu Daoling's tenacity. Willing to risk his very soul to eliminate him, at this moment, Zhou Tong was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have unleashed the immortal slaying sword at the first opportunity. Wu Daoling's sudden surge in power was the result of a secret technique that burned his soul. If a cultivator merely dies, reincarnation is still a possibility, but if their soul is extinguished, they vanish completely from existence. The members of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion watched this scene with sorrow, yet felt powerless. The fleeing attendants, witnessing the situation, ceased their escape and rejoined the fray. Zhou Tong's subordinates, seeing this turn of events, were filled with dread. Their lives were intrinsically tied to Zhou Tong's. If he fell, they would follow him to the grave. Wu Daoling was clearly intent on taking Zhou Tong down with him. "Quick, stop him," someone shouted. This cry snapped everyone back to reality, and they rushed toward Wu Daoling without regard for their safety. Though the cultivators of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion strained to halt them, their adversaries, driven by desperation, unleashed astonishing combat prowess, breaking through the defenses to reach Wu Daoling. Yet they were too late. Wu Daoling's aura had already peaked, his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the Unity Realm, radiating an overwhelming presence. Rising from the deep crater, he cast a piercing glance over the assembled crowd. Those who met his gaze felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, the murderous intent chilling them to the bone, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Daoling summoned the Thunder Bell from the rocky wall and hurled it into the air above Zhou Tong and his companions. A thunderous roar emanated from within the bell, disorienting everyone present, and no longer was it merely the bell's lightning patterns that radiated blinding golden light. The entire Thunder Bell erupted in a dazzling brilliance, resembling a blazing sun that rendered all unable to open their eyes. The demonic energy exuding from Zhou Tong's followers began to dissipate like winter snow in the warmth of spring. "Come and assist me," Zhou Tong bellowed to his comrades. His eyes bloodshot, his visage twisted with desperation, he was teetering on the brink of life and death. Hearing Zhou Tong's call, the others snapped to attention. Abandoning their pursuit of Wu Daoling and forming a pyramid formation behind him, channeling their magical power into Zhou Tong. Enveloped in darkness, Zhou Tong now resembled a true demon, radiating an aura that was sinister, terrifying and bloodthirsty, stirring the very souls of those who beheld him. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of the world's creation, a colossal sound erupted from the Thunder Bell. Even the elders at the Divine Bridge Realm felt their blood surge from the impact. While the Spirit Sea Realm attendants coughed up blood, a golden lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, erupted from the Thunder Bell, cleaving the air like a divine sword, aiming straight for Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was not idle. His magic sword screeched as he summoned all his strength, slashing out with a dark, massive sword light that roared toward the golden lightning like a ferocious dragon. Silence enveloped the world as the clash of their attacks created a void that seemed to consume all sound. The very fabric of space shattered and reformed in a relentless cycle. The residual force of the collision swept through the surroundings like a tsunami, compelling the cultivators of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion to flee for their lives in a desperate scramble. At that moment, Jiang Yu, having just felled a fallen demon cultivator, found himself caught in a spiraling storm of spiritual energy. In a critical moment, he thrust his great black sword before him, shielding himself behind its blade against the onslaught of the turbulent force. The sword, 3 inches wide, completely concealed the 11-year-old Jiang Yu's form. Time seemed to stand still as the golden brilliance enveloped the void. Eventually, the dark sword light was extinguished, leaving only a golden lightning bolt the width of an arm to continue its descent toward Zhou Tong. With little time to react, Zhou Tong raised his magic sword to defend against it. With a resounding clash, Zhou Tong's magic sword was sent flying, and he, along with his companions, was hurled backward, spitting blood. In the distance, after unleashing this strike, Wu Daoling fell like a bird with broken wings, plummeting toward the ground. Mansion Lord. The previously fleeing members of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion rushed back, exclaiming in alarm as they lifted the fallen Wu Daoling. His soul had been entirely consumed, leaving him irrevocably deceased, prompting profound grief among the onlookers, who buried their faces in sorrowful tears. Ha ha, Wu Daoling, even if you burned your soul, what good has it done you? You still could not kill me. Zhou Tong, bloodied and battered, struggled to rise, laughing maniacally despite his shattered state. His clothes were tattered, his body charred, and blood seeped from his wounds, yet he had survived. Nearby, Jiang Yu, upon witnessing Wu Daoling's demise, felt a surge of rage and sorrow. His master was gone, and now his only truly kind older brother had also fallen. Meanwhile, the instigator of this tragedy remained alive. With his eyes ablaze, Jiang Yu, disregarding his injuries and the possibility of being outmatched, seized the great black sword and unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy into his arms, lunging at Zhou Tong's neck. Watch out behind you, Elder Zhou, a demon cultivator shouted in alarm. Zhou Tong, with his back to Jiang Yu, was wholly focused on Wu Daoling's fallen form, oblivious to the impending danger. The warning. Zhou Tong hastily gathered his magical energy to turn and check. But as he barely turned his head, a shadow flashed before his eyes, and he felt a chill at his neck before his head soared away, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The severed head, now on the ground, stared wide-eyed in disbelief and resentment. Zhou Tong had never anticipated dying at Jiang Yu's hands, at the hands of a mere Kunling realm cultivator. Unbeknownst to those nearby, a minute spatial passage appeared, swallowing the fallen immortal slang sword. Zhou Tong's demise served as a grim reminder of the perils of hubris. With Zhou Tong's death, those who bore his soul mark were struck with terror, their minds exploding with anguish before they could even scream, meeting their own untimely ends. The members of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, they had felt despair, believing they were doomed, yet now, against all odds, the Sanyang Immortal Mansion had miraculously turned the tide. After a long pause, they regained their composure, joy surging within them. They had triumphed, preserving their lives in the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. However, at that moment, an unexpected voice rang out, "Oh, what has happened here?" As the members of the Sanyang Xianfu turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, their expressions shifted dramatically. Having just driven away tigers and leopards, they now faced wolves in the distance. Jiang Beiwang soared through the sky, flanked by dozens of cultivators. With the master of Sanyang Xianfu slain in battle, the elders grievously injured, and the stewards reduced to fewer than 20, the arrival of Qingyun Xianfu was ominously clear in its intent. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Beiwang approached, and upon witnessing the lifeless Wu Daolin and the distant corpse of Zhou Tong, a flicker of delight flashed in his eyes. Jiang Beiwang, what do you intend? The second elder, forcing himself to withstand his injuries, summoned the thunderbell above his head, its fifth-grade aura enveloping the area, as he demanded sternly. The other 5 elders, equally battered, positioned themselves behind the second elder, glaring at Jiang Beiwang with palpable fury. A 5th-grade artifact. Rumors had circulated that Sanyang Xianfu had acquired one, and it appeared those tales were true. Zhang Beiwang's gaze fixated on the thunderbell in the second elder's grasp, his eyes shimmering with avarice. Are you prepared to make a move against me? You must consider well, for the lives of all in Sanyang Xianfu rest in your hands. Zhang Beiwang, undeterred by the second elder's threat, countered with his own menace. The crowd behind him had also drawn near, their eyes gleaming with fervor upon seeing the thunderbell. Qingyun Xianfu's most powerful artifact was merely a third-grade treasure. Should they seize the fifth-grade artifact and subsequently absorb Sanyang Xianfu, Qingyun Xianfu would possess the strength to challenge a fourth-grade sect. Though the second elder seethed with rage, he dared not strike first. Instead, he could only glare defiantly at Zhang Beiwang. Despite wielding a fifth-grade artifact, he was at a lower cultivation level and severely injured. The thunderbell would not suffice against Zhang Beiwang. Moreover, Zhang Beiwang was supported by 6 elders and over 50 stewards. Was this the heavens' decree to annihilate Sanyang Xianfu? The second elder's heart sank with despair. Seeing the second elder's hesitation, Zhang Beiwang smirked disdainfully, proclaiming, "Your Sanyang Xianfu is in dire straits. Its strength diminished in light of our centuries-long neighborly relations. Qingyun Xianfu is willing to accept Sanyang Xianfu, sparing you from annihilation by other sections. What say you, second elder?" Such audacity in framing an act of plunder as noble and righteous was indeed unparalleled. The members of Sanyang Xianfu trembled with indignation at Zhang Beiwang's shameless words. Zhang Beiwang, you are utterly shameless. You wish to swallow Sanyang Xianfu whole? Let us see if my thunderbell agrees. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Zhang Beiwang's expression darkened ominously, his hawk-like eyes locking onto the second elder as he spoke icily. Are you willing to drag the members of Sanyang Xianfu into the abyss with you? Very well, I have no interest in your cultivators. Zhang Beiwang dropped all pretense, revealing his true intentions. The aura emanating from the crowd behind him intensified as their artifacts emerged, waiting for Zhang Beiwang's command to obliterate Sanyang Xianfu. The second elder found himself at a crossroads, his heart torn between choices. The fate of the remaining members of Sanyang Xianfu rested upon his next decision, whether to prolong their existence or embrace a noble sacrifice. He glanced back at the 5 elders, all wearing expressions of unwavering resolve. Then, he turned to the stewards on the ground, some defiant and others filled with dread. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Jiang Yu, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes, betraying no emotion. The second elder withdrew his gaze, determination solidifying within him. As the second elder of Sanyang Xianfu, he held a position of great esteem. Should he surrender to join Qingyun Xianfu, he would not only betray the deceased master, but would also become a target of suspicion within Qingyun Xianfu due to his abrupt allegiance. It would be far better to fight for his life. Even in death, he would stand tall rather than kneel and surrender, thus honoring the grace bestowed upon him by the master. As for the others, having chosen to affiliate with Sanyang Xianfu and enjoy its resources and status, it was now their turn to contribute, even if it meant dying gloriously in battle. Suppressing his internal wounds, the second elder channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to activate the thunderbell and seize the initiative with a strike of purple extreme thunder. However, Zhang Beiwang discerned his intent and offered him no opportunity to unleash his attack. Kill. With a single command, Zhang Beiwang launched his assault on the second elder. The Qinggang Celestial Wheel, a massive luminous circular energy, surged toward the second elder. The latter was compelled to abruptly halt his casting of purple extreme thunder, summoning the thunderbell to shield himself. Boom! The Qinggang Celestial Wheel collided with the thunderbell, producing a thunderous resonance that sent the thunderbell careening back, violently smashing into the second elder. Struck by the thunderbell, the second elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, his bones undoubtedly fractured, as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life and utterly incapable of resistance. With a long-standing grudge between the two sects, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been 1,000 years in the making for Qingyun Xianfu. At Zhang Beiwang's command, his followers surged forward, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged at the remnants of Sanyang Xianfu. Zhao Qing, navigating through the crowd on a flying artifact, had awaited this moment for too long. Ever since his defeat at Jiang Yu's hands, his reputation had plummeted, once held in high esteem by the disciples, now met with scorn and derision. His hatred for Jiang Yu burned like a relentless flame. As Zhao Qing advanced toward the seated Jiang Yu, he prepared to strike. Chapter 042. Thunder rumbles just as Zhao Qing was about to unleash his attack on Jiang Yu. A resounding roar echoed through the air. The sky darkened abruptly, thick clouds enveloping the sun like a shroud. Within the darkened sky, deep rumbles of thunder reverberated, sending shivers through the crowd. What is happening? All combat ceased as everyone looked up, bewildered by the celestial phenomenon. Thunder grew louder, and flashes of golden light flickered ominously within the clouds, as if a cataclysmic storm were brewing. The atmosphere turned oppressive, suffocating. Some cultivators began to tremble, fear etched on their faces, casting anxious glances at Jiang Beiwang, seeking answers. At that moment, Jiang Beiwang wore an expression of disbelief. His first thought was of Jiang Zongyuan. Could it be that the old man had returned? Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. Even if he had returned, such a tumult would be impossible. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiang Beiwang, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tribulations have only existed in ancient texts. Having vanished for 1,000,000 years, how could there still be tribulations?" Yet, the unfolding scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions of tribulations in those ancient tomes, leaving him no room for doubt. Jiang Beiwang's heart raced as he scanned the crowd in the distance. Jiang Yu sat with eyes closed, exuding an aura of breaking through, as the ominous clouds gathered directly above him. Even as Jiang Beiwang struggled to accept this reality, he was forced to acknowledge the truth. Jiang Yu was summoning the heavenly tribulation. "Quick! Stop that little wretch! He is undergoing the tribulation," Jiang Beiwang shouted, recalling the ancient texts that warned of cultivators attracting their own tribulations if they drew too close. Observing the terrifying storm above, panic surged within him. Tribulation? The stewards of Qingyun Xianfu were bewildered, but some of the more seasoned elders quickly comprehended the situation, although they too found it hard to believe. They hesitated not. The nearest Qingyun Xianfu elder prepared to act against Jiang Yu, but he was too late. In the heavens, 2 bolts of golden lightning descended suddenly. One aimed at Jiang Yu, while the other, thicker and more potent, struck toward the elder. Before he could even scream, he was reduced to ash by the golden lightning. The onlookers were struck with terror at this scene. "Run! Staying here will only invite our own demise," a Qingyun Xianfu elder cried out as he fled into the distance. The cry jolted everyone back to reality, prompting them to flee in haste. However, some cultivators too close to Jiang Yu were caught unawares. Their tribulations had already been triggered. Even as they desperately fled, they could not evade the wrath of the storm, which pursued them relentlessly in the chaos. Those nearest to them also drew the attention of the tribulations, creating a contagion effect as lightning struck down like an epidemic. Before long, the sky over 100-mile radius around Sanyang Xianfu turned pitch black, with lightning flashing incessantly. The members of Sanyang Xianfu, initially at a safe distance from Jiang Yu, found themselves relatively unscathed as they fled in groups. Consequently, only a handful were caught in the tribulation's wake. To withstand tribulations, one must possess not only profound cultivation but also a robust physique. Only with both could one hope to endure. However, with tribulations having not manifested for 1,000,000 years, current cultivators focused primarily on spiritual energy and artifacts, neglecting physical training. This neglect rendered them utterly defenseless when confronted with tribulations, leading to their instant incineration. Zhao Qing had just reached Jiang Yu, and despite his immediate choice to flee upon realizing the danger, it was too late. He had already attracted his own tribulation. No sooner had he flown less than 10 miles when a thunderous crack resounded, and a bolt of lightning, imbued with overwhelming power, descended upon him. Zhao Qing's reaction was swift, devoid of any hesitation as he summoned the essence of the great python. The fear that beasts harbor towards heavenly lightning is ingrained in their very being. Even in its essence form, the great python instinctively wished to flee upon sensing the might of the thunder. Yet, the lightning struck in the blink of an eye, crashing down upon the essence of the great python. With a roar, the creature could only emit a half-hearted cry before its essence was utterly annihilated. This annihilation did not occur at the hands of a cultivator dispersing its essence. As long as its master remained alive, the essence could be reconstituted. Instead, it dissipated into the void, completely extinguished. The tribulation of thunder differs from ordinary heavenly lightning. It embodies the will of the heavenly path, carrying its formidable authority. The essence of the great python was thoroughly obliterated, leaving no possibility of returning to the mortal realm. connected to Zhao Qing's consciousness. He felt the complete disappearance of the great python's essence in an instant, and an overwhelming terror surged within him. This was more than mere death. The thunder tribulation would extinguish not only the cultivator's life, but also their soul, leading to absolute demise. Cultivators strive to seize the natural order and refine their being, a defiance against heaven, and the thunder tribulation, as an embodiment of heavenly will, seeks to eradicate such rebellious acts. In a world devoid of thunder tribulations, few cultivators truly comprehend their horror. Yet, should one endure the tribulation, the rewards would be immense, enhancing their physical form, spiritual power, and soul, rendering them more refined and potent after the ordeal. Realizing there was no escape, Zhao Qing understood that only by enduring the thunder tribulation could he hope to survive. He ceased his flight, his eyes ablaze with determination as the techniques within him surged into a frenzy, elevating his combat prowess to its zenith in preparation to confront the impending tribulation. Resounding boom echoed as another bolt of lightning descended, and Zhao Qing unleashed his most formidable technique. However, it merely held back the onslaught for a fleeting moment before the lightning shattered his defenses and struck him directly. He felt searing pain. His body charred, wisps of white smoke rising from him, blood streaming from his wounds, and his bones shattered to the extent in retrospect. Why did I not strike down this wretched creature at the first opportunity? At this moment, Zhang Buwang is engulfed in boundless hatred and regret towards Jiang Yu. Yet, all that has transpired is irrevocable, and past events cannot be altered. Another bolt of lightning descends, and Zhang Buwang's endless resentment ultimately merges with his very being, reduced to ash. Chapter 044. Blood-red thunder. The tumultuous thunder surrounding the Sanyang immortal mansion gradually dissipates, leaving only Jiang Yu to continue his tribulation. The Qingyun immortal mansion has suffered severe losses. Its master, Zhang Buwang, has been struck dead by the heavenly tribulation, and of the 6 accompanying elders and over 50 deacons, only 2 elders and fewer than 20 deacons managed to escape alive. Following this calamity, the Yanhua immortal mansion, which has long coveted the Qingyun immortal mansion, will undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity. This time, Qingyun immortal mansion has truly reaped what it has sown, losing more than it gained. Conversely, the situation at Sanyang immortal mansion is considerably better. Only the 8th elder has unfortunately attracted the lightning tribulation and met an untimely end. While only 7 deacons fell victim to it, for the disciples within the mansion, they had distanced themselves from the battleground during the earlier confrontation with Zhou Tong and managed to escape in time, thus suffering no casualties from the tribulation. As the 6th bolt of lightning strikes, Jiang Yu finds himself drenched in blood, his body riddled with horrific wounds, deep enough to expose bone, leaving onlookers shuddering with fear. This merely reflects his surface injuries. Internally, the damage is even more severe, with half of his meridians ruptured and his soul suffering grievous harm. The chaotic spirit sea within him is now marred with cracks resembling a spider's web. Yet, his gaze remains bright. Seizing the brief interval between the thunder strikes, Jiang Yu retrieves a handful of spiritual pills from his spatial artifact, disregarding their nature, and hastily swallows them all, striving to recover his injuries in a race against time. The dark clouds above him churn like massive waves, casting a radiant golden light. Before the 7th bolt of lightning has yet to strike, the terrifying might of the thunder descends upon Jiang Yu like a mountain pressing down upon him. With a thunderous roar, a golden light cleaves through the void, heading straight for Jiang Yu. Gritting his teeth, his eyes resolute, he channels his energy as it surges within him. A milky white spiritual force envelopes him, resembling a resplendent white robe. If one were to overlook the expression on his face, he might even appear to possess the grace of an immortal. As the lightning crashes down, he becomes encased in golden light. Moments later, the thunder dissipates. Jiang Yu lies on the ground, barely clinging to life, his body torn by the lightning into ghastly wounds, presenting a pitiful sight akin to one subjected to 1,000 cuts. His internal condition is even more dire. His meridians are severed, and his organs have been ravaged by the thunder, his soul flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. However, his tribulation is not yet over. Within the oppressive thunderclouds, the 8th bolt of lightning is brewing. Given his current state, he cannot possibly withstand it. Jiang Yu's gaze grows vacant, his consciousness begins to blur. Teetering on the brink of death, Yet a turning point arises at this moment. Suddenly, a layer of runes manifests on his skin, and in an instant, he becomes enveloped in a rich golden light. This golden radiance is neither the residue of the thunder nor the glow emitted by spiritual energy. It emanates from deep within his body, overflowing from every inch of skin and every fiber of flesh. Astonishingly, his wounds begin to heal at an incredible rate. The gaping injuries that reached down to the bone close within mere moments, and similarly, his internal injuries, a ruptured meridian and damaged organs, are restored in the blink of an eye. His soul regaining its solidity, Jiang Yu suddenly rises, his eyes wide open, a look of disbelief etched across his face. What on earth just transpired? At this moment, he feels as if he is enveloped in a dense fog. Just moments ago, he sensed himself slipping into an eternal slumber, yet in an instant, his body has become warm as spring, followed by a rapid recovery of his injuries. Could it be that I have successfully passed the tribulation and broken through to the spirit sea realm? With the tribulation nourishing me in return? He gazes upward, noting that the thunderclouds have not dissipated. The eighth bolt of lightning is poised to strike. Internally, his spirit sea remains chaotic and unopened. Boom! At this moment, he cannot afford to ponder further. The eighth bolt of lightning crashes down. This bolt is more powerful than the seventh, the thickness of a water barrel, resembling a golden dragon that roars as it engulfs him. Jiang Yu is enveloped by the lightning, and moments later, when the thunder dissipates, he remains standing resolutely, though his body is once again left bloodied and mangled, life still pulsating within him. Have I become stronger? Jiang Yu's mind is filled with uncertainty. With the might of the eighth bolt of lightning, even in peak condition, he would have been unable to withstand it. Yet, he has managed to endure it this time, suggesting that his own strength has indeed increased. Upon introspecting again, Jiang Yu is astonished to discover that the seal upon his body has loosened. The two seals within him are as solid as rock. Even Jiang Zongyuan, using all his strength, was unable to budge them, concluding that only a formidable being or a figure of saintly status could potentially break the seals. Now, one of the seals has shown signs of loosening, filling Jiang Yu with unexpected joy. Having a seal within him yet remaining unaware of what it restrains is indeed unsettling, but now a glimmer of hope appears. Could it be that the thunder has loosened the seal? Jiang Yu speculates, but soon dismisses this notion. If the thunder were responsible, then the seal within his consciousness should also have shown signs of loosening, yet it remains as steadfast as ever, as Jiang Yu grapples with this perplexity. The thunderclouds above churn like a cataclysmic wave, the ominous rumble resonating for miles. The light emanating from the clouds shifts from golden to blood red, and the terrifying might of the heavens can be felt by all living beings within a 100-mile radius. Jiang Yu is jolted back to reality. Now is not the time for contemplation. The ninth bolt of lightning has yet to form, yet its power is already astonishing. What unimaginable force will it unleash when it truly strikes? Will I be able to endure it? He gathers all his spiritual energy to his skin, and his internal energy circulates rapidly. A careful observer would notice that Jiang Yu is somewhat different from before. His spiritual energy is no longer purely milky white, but has taken on a faint yellow hue, his skin appearing as translucent as jade. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberates, akin to the heavens fracturing, causing the ground to tremble. Jiang Yu is struck, blood seeping from his ears, his mind ringing as consciousness fades into chaos. What manifests in the void is no longer golden lightning, but a blood-red bolt, slender as a thumb. Yet the might it radiates is several times greater than the previous bolts. Birds and beasts within hundreds of miles are paralyzed by this celestial might, collapsing to the ground, trembling with terror. Chapter 045. 10,000 Zhang spirits see the world is awash in crimson, the terrifying celestial might crashing down upon Jiang Yu like a tidal wave. Even the cultivators of Sanyang Immortal Mansion, situated dozens of miles away, feel their hearts race with fear. Jiang Yu's eyes widen, his bones cracking under the strain. A mouthful of blood erupts from him, and he drops to one knee, shattering the hard granite beneath him with his weight. As the blood-red lightning descends, the spiritual energy shield surrounding Jiang Yu is instantly shattered. The blood-red bolt, like an indomitable sword of divine punishment, cleaves through his flesh and bones, heading straight for his sea of consciousness. At that moment, a remarkable phenomenon occurs. The sealing runes within him flicker, and once again, his body erupts in golden radiance. The blood-red lightning is searing, violent, and carries the momentum of annihilation, while the golden light is warm and gentle. Embracing all, Jiang Yu's body is continuously torn apart and then mended, as the two forces within him engage in a fierce tug-of-war, enveloping him in a dual glow of gold and red. The blood-red lightning surges into Jiang Yu's chaotic spirit sea. Although the golden light has healed all his wounds, it did not repair the cracks in the chaotic spirit sea left by the lightning. This does not seem to be an injury, and within the chaotic spirit sea, there is no sign of the golden light. Crack! The already fractured chaotic spirit sea shatters under the impact of the blood-red lightning. As if the heavens themselves have opened, dispelling the chaos and forming the spirit sea, as Jiang Yu's spirit sea emerges, the blood-red lightning gradually fades, and his battered body is swiftly restored. Meanwhile, the thunderclouds in the sky, having unleashed the blood-red lightning, begin to dissipate, ultimately vanishing, and sunlight once again bathes the earth. Is it finally over? The cultivators of Sanyang Immortal Mansion, still trembling from the ordeal, ponder. Has Elder Jiang successfully passed the tribulation? One cultivator poses the question, and the rest exchange glances, uncertain of the answer, before all hasten toward Jiang Yu's direction. Upon seeing Jiang Yu alive and well, a mix of excitement and astonishment washes over them. Such terrifying lightning, Elder Jiang not only survived but appears unscathed. How can this be? The group, having previously stood at a distance, had no knowledge of the events that transpired, and now, witnessing Jiang Yu's well-being, they are momentarily stunned. Elder Jiang, have you successfully passed the tribulation? The second elder stammers in disbelief. Yes, Jiang Yu affirms with a nod. You have opened your spirit sea? The second elder presses eagerly. Indeed, it has been opened. Jiang Yu confirms. The cultivators, upon receiving Jiang Yu's affirmation, are filled with gleaming anticipation. The first among them to break through to the spirit sea realm during tribulation, they wonder how high his future achievements will soar. Especially as he is also the esteemed elder of Sanyang Immortal Mansion. With the Master's demise and the mansion's heavy losses now overshadowed, a wave of hope sweeps through them all, filling their hearts with expectations. How vast is the spirit sea you have opened, Elder Jiang? The second elder inquires, his gaze filled with eagerness. The magnitude of one's spiritual sea not only serves as a reflection of innate talent, but is also intricately linked to future accomplishments. Jiang Yu, as the first cultivator in 1,000,000 years to attract a heavenly tribulation, and having made a breakthrough to the spiritual sea realm at the tender age of 12, naturally piqued the curiosity of many regarding the expanse of his spiritual sea. How vast is the spiritual sea of an average cultivator? Jiang Yu countered, admitting his limited knowledge about the spiritual sea realm. Typically, an ordinary cultivator's spiritual sea spans 100 zhang. Those with exceptional talent might possess a spiritual sea of 400 or 500 zhang. While those ranked among the top on the talented individuals list are said to have spiritual seas exceeding 1,000 zhang, replied the second elder. Well, my spiritual sea is no less than theirs. Jiang Yu refrained from directly answering the second elder's inquiry. Earlier, he had inspected his own spiritual sea, which appeared boundless, likely surpassing 10,000 zhang. However, he chose not to disclose this to others, for it is often said that the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. And sometimes, concealing one's strengths is prudent. Seeing Jiang Yu's reluctance to elaborate, the others did not press further. Knowing that his spiritual sea was not smaller than those legendary prodigies was sufficient for them. Has anyone in the estate been affected by the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Yu inquired. Among the elders, only the 8th elder was unfortunate enough to be caught in it, and only a handful of attendants were impacted. The disciples managed to escape early and were unharmed, the second elder responded. Upon hearing that few cultivators from the Sanyang Immortal Mansion had been affected, Jiang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. The group from Qingyun Immortal Mansion had indeed faced retribution, with most suffering the consequences of the heavenly tribulation, and fewer than 30% managing to escape. I wonder if that scoundrel Jiang Beiwang was struck dead by the heavenly tribulation? Added the 4th elder, his tone filled with resentment. The members of Sanyang Immortal Mansion had been preoccupied with fleeing and were unaware that Jiang Beiwang had perished in the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Beiwang is dead, reduced to ashes by the thunder, Jiang Yu stated. The others expressed their exhilaration upon hearing of Jiang Beiwang's demise. Sanyang Immortal Mansion had lost a significant portion of its strength. And their greatest concern had been a resurgence from Qingyun. Now that Qingyun Immortal Mansion had suffered such a severe blow, coupled with Zhang Beiwang's death, they could no longer pose a threat to Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Good riddance, such scoundrels deserve their fate. Let us return to the estate, Jiang Yu declared, and the others followed him back towards Sanyang Immortal Mansion, where he had evidently become the pillar of support for all. As they journeyed, the landscape lay in ruins. Mountains and rivers had been torn asunder by the cultivators' tribulations, and once lush ancient forests had been reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of thunder. The closer they approached Sanyang Immortal Mansion, the more desolate the sight became. Upon their return, what greeted them was no longer the vibrant and picturesque Sanyang Immortal Mansion of their memories, but rather a scene of crumbling walls and shattered structures. The once grand Sanyang Hall had been utterly reduced to rubble, and even the majestic peak of Sanyang Mountain bore a colossal fissure from the heavenly tribulations unleashed by the cultivators. Witnessing this sight, a wave of desolation washed over them. In just a single day, the once imposing Immortal Mansion had been transformed into ruins. Jiang Yu paid little heed to the devastation around him. Instead, he approached the lifeless body of Wu Daoling, lifting it gently. His face betrayed no sorrow, remaining as calm as still waters, though within him surged an indescribable sense of oppression that made it difficult to breathe. At that moment, Su Tsueju rushed to Jiang Yu's side, her gaze locked on the lifeless form of Wu Daoling in his arms, tears streaming down her face as she wept inconsolably. The sorrow of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion's members was palpable, engulfing the entire Sanyang Mountain in an overwhelming wave of grief. Chapter 046. The position of the Mansion Master Jiang Yu proposed that Wu Daoling be laid to rest at the site of the former Sanyang Hall, stating that since his senior brother had sacrificed his life for Sanyang Immortal Mansion, he should be interred there to forever gaze upon the estate. The others readily agreed. After completing Wu Daoling's burial, the focus shifted to the reconstruction of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion. However, before that could commence, there was a matter of utmost importance to address. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. And similarly, Sanyang Immortal Mansion could not be without a master. The remaining cultivators unanimously nominated Jiang Yu as the Mansion Master. Although Wu Daoling and many others had played indispensable roles in the survival of Sanyang Immortal Mansion, it was ultimately Jiang Yu who had turned the tide. Had he not unexpectedly slain Zhou Tong, the mansion would have long since fallen into the hands of scoundrels. Furthermore, when Qingyun Immortal Mansion had launched an attack, it was Jiang Yu who had summoned the heavenly tribulation that dealt them a heavy blow. While this had not been his intention, it nonetheless stemmed from his presence, leading to the manifestation of the tribulation. These factors alone contributed to the collective decision of the elders and disciples to endorse Jiang Yu as the Mansion Master. In addition, there was his remarkable potential. At 12 years of age, his spiritual sea realm was arguably the finest in the present age, and even among the entirety of the 5 domains and 2 seas, he was among the few who could rival such prowess. His spiritual sea, exceeding 1,000 zhong, positioned him to contend with any prodigy, and he was the first cultivator in 1,000,000 years to endure a heavenly tribulation. Any one of these accomplishments would be beyond the reach of most. Yet Jiang Yu had achieved them all, leaving his future potential immeasurable. Many even speculated that Elder Jiang might one day ascend to immortality. These reasons were sufficient for the attendants and disciples to unanimously advocate for Jiang Yu's appointment as Mansion Master. However, the 5 elders had an even more pressing motive. Though Sanyang Immortal Mansion had weathered this crisis, its strength had been significantly diminished, rendering it one of the weakest 5th-tier immortal mansions in the Eastern Domain. While Qingyun Immortal Mansion's previous ambitions against Sanyang had ultimately been thwarted, there was no guarantee that other immortal mansions would not harbor similar intentions. Jiang Yu's previously overlooked identity would serve as a protective talisman for Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Little brother of the meteor, with this identity, should Jiang Yu assume the position of Mansion Master, even 2nd or 3rd-tier immortal mansions would think twice before attempting to threaten Sanyang. Faced with the collective urging of the assembly, Jiang Yu humbly declined, saying, "I am still young and unfit for such a great responsibility. Please seek another." Seeing Jiang Yu's refusal, the 2nd elder stepped forward urgently to persuade him, "Elder Jiang, while you may be young, your composure and wisdom in handling matters, coupled with being a direct disciple of our ancestral master, make you the only suitable candidate for this position. Indeed, the position of Mansion Master is rightfully yours. Were it not for your valiant efforts, Sanyang Immortal Mansion would have already fallen into the hands of Erduels. The fourth elder concurred. Elder Jiang, please do not shy away from this responsibility. The position of mansion master rightfully belongs to you, echoed the other elders and attendants. Despite their fervent recommendations, Jiang Yu continued to resist, stating, I am grateful for your goodwill, but I truly cannot bear this burden. The survival of Sanyang Immortal Mansion is due to the mansion master, the sacrifices of fallen comrades, and the selfless resistance of all of you. My contribution was but a fraction. Elder Jiang, please do not dismiss this. Your role as mansion master is the will of the people. They insisted. As the insistence continued, Jiang Yu contemplated for a moment before revealing the true reason behind his reluctance to assume the role. Everyone, I do not wish to become mansion master, not only because of my youth, but also for a more significant reason. I will soon embark on a journey to the western region to address some personal matters, and I do not know when I shall return to the mansion, making it impractical for me to take on this role. Previously, Wu Dowling had advised him to wait until he reached the Divine Bridge realm before returning to the ancient site where he had first been discovered, and he had agreed. However, upon breaking through to the spiritual sea realm, he realized that his body, spiritual power, and soul far surpassed those of ordinary spiritual sea realm cultivators. His physique was even stronger than that of typical Divine Bridge realm cultivators. Thus, he had decided not to wait any longer and was preparing to set off for the western region on an auspicious day. Upon hearing that he intended to leave Sanyang Immortal Mansion, the assembly was taken aback, and the 5 elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The second elder spoke urgently, Elder Jiang, if you leave the mansion and other immortal mansions come to attack, how will Sanyang withstand it? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. The second elder's words left him perplexed. Although he was stronger than the average spiritual sea realm cultivator, he was at most akin to a Divine Bridge realm cultivator. If other immortal mansions truly came to invade, his presence alone would not tip the scales. Could he summon another heavenly tribulation? Such a phenomenon was a stroke of fortune, not something to be relied upon. Seeing Jiang Yu's confusion, the second elder did not hold back any longer and stated plainly, your other identity. Other identity? Jiang Yu's mind raced, and he quickly grasped the second elder's implication. The elder's push for him to take on the role of mansion master was indeed a strategic move. However, upon reflection, he could understand their intentions. Given Sanyang's weakened state, without leveraging this advantage, any random immortal mansion could easily overpower them. Yet, the thought of remaining in Sanyang Immortal Mansion and foregoing his quest in the western region to uncover his origins was a difficult choice. Jiang Yu found himself ensnared in a dilemma. As the saying goes, humans become spirits and beasts become demons. The second elder, sensing Jiang Yu's hesitation, continued, Elder Jiang, would you truly wish to see the mansion you are willing to sacrifice for perish into nothingness? Recalling Wu Dowling's selfless sacrifice to protect Sanyang Immortal Mansion, Jiang Yu felt a pang of guilt. If Sanyang were to vanish, his senior brother's sacrifice would have been in vain. Yet, the mystery of his origins might lie within the ancient site in the western region. Complicating his decision further, the eyes of the cultivators were filled with anticipation as they looked to Jiang Yu, who lowered his head, unable to meet their gaze, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Seeing Jiang Yu struggle, the second elder proposed a compromise. While the survival of Sanyang Immortal Mansion is undeniably important, Elder Jiang, your personal matters are equally significant, and the two do not have to conflict. Becoming mansion master does not mean you cannot leave Sanyang. You could attend to your affairs first, and I and the other elders can manage the mansion's matters temporarily. Once you have resolved your personal issues, you may return to oversee Sanyang Immortal Mansion. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the reason he was chosen to become the lord of this estate was not due to his current strength, but rather to leverage his connection as the godbrother of Lu Xing. In truth, this had little to do with his presence in the estate. As long as the other celestial estates recognized him as Lu Xing's godbrother and acknowledged him as the lord of the Sanyang Celestial Estate, they would harbor a sense of trepidation, refraining from harboring any improper thoughts towards it. Second Elder, you have truly awakened me from my reverie. Since you all have nominated me as the Lord, I shall graciously accept this honor. For the time being, I entrust the affairs of the estate to you and the other elders, as I will first consolidate my cultivation within the estate for a period, after which I will attend to some personal matters in the western regions. As for my relationship with Lu Xing, I leave that in your capable hands. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had finally agreed to assume the role of lord, everyone was filled with joy. The stewards and disciples of the estate, previously unaware of Jiang Yu's connection as Lu Xing's godbrother, were now both astonished and exhilarated, eagerly whispering to one another to inquire about the specifics. Soon, news spread throughout the Sanyang Celestial Estate and its surrounding tens of thousands of miles, creating quite a stir. The lord of the Sanyang Celestial Estate had met with misfortune, and Lu Xing's godbrother, Jiang Yu, had succeeded him. Chapter 047. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets. In the cavern where the sun and moon were obscured, time slipped away unnoticed. After succeeding to the position of lord, Jiang Yu became a hands-off manager, seeking refuge in a relatively intact cave to meditate and solidify his realm. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu's Spirit Sea realm was now firmly established, and after expending nearly 10 pounds of celestial crystals, the once vast emptiness of his Spirit Sea was no longer hollow. Thin wisps of spiritual mist now gently swirled within. During his previous confrontation with the Thunder Tribulation, Jiang Yu had noticed that ever since the inexplicable appearance of golden light within him, the spiritual power he emitted was no longer a pure milky white. Upon closer inspection, flecks of golden light intermingled within. Now, as the spiritual mist gathered in his Spirit Sea, the golden light became even more discernible. Upon further investigation, he found no anomalies. Rather, the spiritual power infused with golden light was astonishingly powerful, surpassing ordinary spiritual power by nearly 30 to 40%. If all the spiritual power within me were to transform into gold, I wonder what level of might it would reach. Jiang Yu could not help but indulge in his fantasies. Moreover, aside from the transformation of his spiritual power, Jiang Yu noticed a remarkable enhancement in his physical body. First, his strength had significantly increased, with the sound of wind and thunder accompanying his every movement. Secondly, the intensity of his physique had further improved. His skin had become as exquisite as jade, emanating a faint glow akin to a treasured artifact. At this moment, he felt that he could contend with the flame beast solely through the strength of his body. Having assessed his condition, Jiang Yu stepped out of the cave, and what lay before him left him utterly astonished. Just 3 months prior, the entire Sanyang Celestial Estate had been a desolate wasteland. Yet in this brief span, it had undergone a miraculous transformation. The scorched earth had vanished without a trace, and magnificent structures now stood proudly where the ruins once lay. Towering ancient trees, transplanted from other regions, flourished vibrantly, presenting a scene brimming with life. The passing stewards and disciples, upon seeing Jiang Yu, hurriedly paused to pay their respects, their eyes filled with reverence. Upon reaching the mountaintop, the grave of Wu Daoling had been meticulously restored. A circular mound nearly 100 meters in diameter was encircled by sturdy granite walls rising 3 meters high, with a jade tombstone standing prominently at the front, inscribed with the 5 powerful characters, Wu Daoling's tomb. Jiang Yu remained silent before Wu Daoling's tombstone for a considerable time. The newly constructed Sanyang Hall was situated not far from Wu Daoling's grave. Jiang Yu entered the Grand Hall and instructed the guarding disciples to summon the elders for a meeting. The Sanyang Hall had been entirely reconstructed to its former glory, with a grand portrait of Jiang Zongyuan and the exquisite, imposing jade throne, all unchanged from before, save for the absence of Wu Daoling's figure upon the jade seat. After a brief moment, 5 elders hurriedly arrived at the Sanyang Hall, first bowing respectfully to Jiang Yu. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Standing at the foot of the steps, Jiang Yu, lost in thought before his master's portrait, turned upon hearing the elders' greetings. "There is no need for formality. Feel free to continue addressing me as Jiang Yu. This is unacceptable. The hierarchy and decorum must not be disrupted. You are now the Lord. How can the personnel of the estate directly call you by your name?" the second elder stated. Jiang Yu chose not to insist further, familiarizing himself with the leftmost chair. Before he could take his seat, the second elder reminded him once more, "Your position is above him," Jiang Yu responded, yet still seated himself. The second elder was about to speak again when the fourth elder gestured to silence him. After inquiring about the recent circumstances of the Sanyang Celestial Estate, they learned that everything was gradually returning to order. The news of Jiang Yu being Lu Xing's godbrother had been actively disseminated throughout the Sanyang Celestial Estate, reaching tens of thousands of miles. Initially, some cultivators were skeptical of this news. However, After a few paid hefty crystals to the Hall of Heavenly Secrets for verification and received a confirmed response. Everyone finally believed it in an instant. The Sanyang Celestial Estate was bustling with visitors. Even those who had not been in contact for decades were arriving for various reasons, with the sole aim of befriending Jiang Yu. Yet, they were all turned away by the second elder, citing the Lord's seclusion as an impediment to visitors. Within the 5 domains and 2 seas, aside from the various celestial estates, there existed massive organizations akin to the Wanbao Merchant Association. Among these organizations, the most enigmatic and exceptional was undoubtedly the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets stood apart from the world, never intervening in any power struggles, merely providing a marketplace for various information transactions. Renowned for the accuracy and authenticity of the intelligence it offered, as long as one could afford the celestial crystals, even confidential information from first-grade celestial estates could be obtained. Logically speaking, the Hall of Heavenly Secrets selling such vital information would surely provoke the ire of these colossal entities, inviting retaliation and attacks. However, the reality was that although various celestial estates harbored dissatisfaction with its actions, none had ever taken action against the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. This inevitably sparked curiosity regarding the Hall's background. Yet, after hundreds of thousands of years, no ordinary person had ever uncovered its true origins. Perhaps only those from first-grade celestial estates knew the truth, yet they had never disclosed even a whisper of it to the outside world. With everything in the Sanyang Celestial Estate recovering along its predetermined trajectory, Jiang Yu could set off for the western regions with peace of mind. I shall depart for the western regions. I entrust the affairs of the estate to you, esteemed elders. Rest assured, Lord. We shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to meet your expectations, the 5 elders replied in unison. As they spoke, the second elder retrieved the thunder cauldron from his spatial treasure and presented it to Jiang Yu, saying, Lord, this journey to the western regions is fraught with peril. The thunder cauldron can serve as a means of protection. Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying, the thunder cauldron shall remain in the estate as a precaution and to serve as a deterrent. However, I have the great black sword, which suffices. Saying this, Jiang Yu produced the remaining half of his celestial crystals, amounting to nearly 30 pounds, and handed them to the second elder. The earlier auction of the thunder cauldron had left the estate rather depleted, and these crystals should be reserved for the estate's expenses. The eyes of the 5 elders gleamed with astonishment. The Lord had previously taken out around 30 pounds of celestial crystals at the auction, and now he was providing another 30 pounds. Just how many celestial crystals did he possess? Jiang Yu inquired about matters concerning the western regions, but the elders had never set foot there and had limited knowledge, mostly relying on hearsay with little useful information. Noticing Jiang Yu's expression of disappointment, the second elder suggested, Lord, your journey to the western regions will take you past Sifang City. Why not visit the Hall of Heavenly Secrets to gather information? The Hall of Heavenly Secrets is well informed. They must have a thorough understanding of the situation in the western regions. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, the foremost intelligence organization across the 5 domains? After discussing a few more matters with the elders, Jiang Yu discreetly set off for the western regions without alerting anyone else in the estate. Chapter 048. A reunion with Xiang Qingyuan now that he had successfully broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, supported by a level of spiritual power far surpassing that of other cultivators. Jiang Yu traversed the skies and reached Sifang City in just 2 days. Upon returning to Sifang City, he no longer felt the novelty he had experienced during his first visit, after witnessing the bustling scenes once. They seemed rather ordinary and unremarkable. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets was situated on Zhuke Street, adjacent to Wanbao Pavilion. Compared to Wanbao Pavilion, the Hall of Heavenly Secrets appeared particularly understated. It lacked the opulent exterior decorations and the grandiose spectacle of bustling crowds. The architecture of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets exuded an aura of ancient elegance, as if the wisdom accrued over the passage of time had coalesced within its walls. Jiang Yu made his way directly to the main hall on the first floor of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Inside, there were few patrons. Some like him sought to purchase intelligence, while others were cultivators selling information to the hall. Although the intelligence network of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets spanned the 5 domains and 2 seas, the sheer volume of significant events occurring daily made it impossible for the hall to grasp every detail. To address this, the hall devised a strategy. if a cultivator provided information that the hall did not possess, and it was subsequently verified as true and valid, they would receive a handsome reward based on the value of the intelligence. This initiative played a pivotal role in the hall's accurate grasp of the dynamics within the 5 domains and 2 seas. May I inquire what intelligence you seek, esteemed guest? A beautiful woman behind the counter asked politely. I would like to obtain information regarding the western regions. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's request, the beautiful woman slightly furrowed her brows. The western regions were vast and boundless, and the information available was as extensive as smoke. Could you specify which aspects of intelligence concerning the western regions you require? Prompted by her inquiry, Jiang Yu realized his request had been too broad. I seek comprehensive information on the history and geography of the western regions, including the distribution of various celestial estates, locations of perilous terrains, and details on historical sites, particularly the information on historical sites and any celestial estates that once existed. There should be as detailed as possible. Upon discerning the specific information required by Jiang Yu, the beautiful woman contemplated for a moment before producing 2 jade slips. She first indicated one of the slips, stating, "This slip contains a record of the changes in the western regions over the past 1,000,000 years, as well as the current distribution of power within those territories, including some brief accounts of ancient relics." Then she pointed to the other slip, saying, "This one, on the other hand, provides a detailed account of the ancient sites that have been discovered in the western regions. Based on your description, I suggest you procure both pieces of information." As Jiang Yu strolled through the bustling streets with the 2 pieces of intelligence he had purchased for 20,000 spirit crystals. He was about to examine them when a familiar voice called out from behind, "Young Taoist, please hold." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression darkened immediately. Indeed, it was the very voice of the middle-aged Taoist who had ominously predicted his misfortune during their last encounter in Xifang City. After that foreboding encounter, Jiang Yu had fallen into a trap, subsequently facing an ambush by Jin Zhan, while Zhou Tong had returned for vengeance, and the Qingyun immortal mansion had come knocking at his door. With a face full of irritation, Jiang Yu turned around, confirming his suspicion. It was that detestable middle-aged Taoist. "I observe that you, young Taoist, this time." Jiang Yu interrupted before he could finish, "Shut your mouth. I do not wish to hear any more of your ill-fated predictions." Yet, the middle-aged Taoist's words flowed forth unabated. "Not only is your brow darkening, but your entire visage is as well. I fear a great calamity looms." Indeed, his words were not auspicious, and Jiang Yu, exasperated, declared, "If I am indeed facing a calamity, I shall show you what true misfortune entails." With that, he stowed away the jade slips and prepared to teach this indiscreet Taoist a lesson. However, the latter seemed to have oiled his feet and vanished into the crowd, leaving Jiang Yu in fruitless pursuit. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, a subordinate was reporting to Lord Xiang Gang, with Xiang Qingyue coincidentally present nearby. "Lord, Jiang Yu has arrived in Xifang City." Jiang Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Gang recalled who Jiang Yu was. So he has come. He is merely the younger brother of Lu Xing. Do I need to personally attend to him? Noting Lord Xiang Gang's displeasure, the subordinate hastily added, "He is merely a small 5th-grade immortal mansion lord. How could he warrant your personal reception? My subordinate merely happened to cross paths with him." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's arrival, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Xiang Qingyue's eyes as she inquired, "Where is he now?" "Miss, he went to the Wanji Pavilion. I am uncertain if he has departed yet." Curiosity piqued, Xiang Gang asked his daughter, "Do you know this Jiang Yu?" "I do not, but I am curious about what kind of young man could earn the proud Liu Xing's recognition as a brother. Since he has arrived in Xifang City, I would like to meet him." Frustrated by his fruitless pursuit of the middle-aged Taoist, Jiang Yu was about to continue on his way when he noticed a man and a woman approaching him swiftly. He furrowed his brow, recalling the ominous words of the Taoist, and felt a sense of foreboding. The male cultivator appeared to be a guard, while the demeanor of the woman suggested she was of notable status. In a moment, they stood before him. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Jiang Yu spoke in a deep voice, "May I inquire why you 2 Taoists have blocked my path?" Having not seen Xiang Qingyue at the auction, he did not recognize her. "Do not dawdle. You must pay your respects. She is our city lord." Before the guard could finish, Xiang Qingyue silenced him with a glance. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she smiled sweetly, her natural beauty becoming even more captivating. The guard was momentarily entranced. "Forgive my subordinate's rudeness, Jiang Daoist." Upon hearing of your arrival in Sifang City, I wish to invite you for a discussion. Would it be convenient for you? Xiang Qingyue's voice was melodic, treating Jiang Yu not as a mere 12-year-old but speaking to him as an equal. Jiang Yu was puzzled as to how she knew his name. Had they met before? He soon recalled that his identity as Liu Xing's younger brother was widely known within tens of thousands of miles, making it easy for someone of her stature to learn of him. Though he considered declining her invitation, the fact that her father was an administrator of the Cangyun Immortal Mansion and that the territory of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion fell within Cangyun's influence prompted him to acquiesce. Since Miss Qingyue has extended the invitation, I shall graciously accept. They proceeded to the largest private room in the city's finest tavern, where the guard did not accompany them inside. Leaving only Xiang Qingyue and Jiang Yu within. As Jiang Yu took his seat, he noticed that Xiang Qingyue did not sit opposite him but instead settled close beside him, their proximity allowing him to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Having grown up in the ancient woods, Jiang Yu was unaccustomed to such close contact with a woman, causing his cheeks to flush a deep crimson. He instinctively shifted away to create some distance. Xiang Qingyue's lips curled into a smug smile, undeterred, leaning closer with a flirtatious gaze fixed upon him. Their distance now less than a foot, the scent of her breath brushed against Jiang Yu's face, and her figure pressed against his arm, igniting a heat within him that he could scarcely contain. Jiang Daoist, what seems to be the matter? Your face is quite flushed. Could it be that the room is too warm? Perhaps you should remove your outer garment, she suggested, reaching out to undo his clothing. Please, miss, maintain your decorum. Jiang Yu dodged her delicate hand. Though young and inexperienced, he possessed an understanding of matters between men and women. Xiang Qingyue's teasing stirred an urgency within him, and he could feel his heart racing. Unable to endure her provocations any longer, he abruptly stood and moved to the far side of the table. What are you saying, little brother? I merely wanted to help you cool down, she replied, her demeanor sultry, referring to him as little brother instead of Daoist. With the gap between them widened, the heat within him subsided significantly. I am not hot. I appreciate your kindness, but you may continue to address me as Jiang Daoist or simply Jiang Yu. Xiang Qingyue's smile was enchanting, her charm fully displayed, a naive young lad like you cannot escape my allure. Can you? I find the room rather warm, she remarked, pulling at the neckline of her gown, which was already quite low, revealing even more of her bosom. Jiang Yu's face, which had just regained its color, flushed once more to the roots of his ears, and he hastily averted his gaze, feeling utterly flustered. I feel as though you look familiar, as if we have met before, she mused, noticing his discomfort. Jiang Yu frowned slightly at her persistent use of little brother, yet he chose not to correct her again. I asked that so? This is our first meeting, miss. You must be mistaken. Perhaps so. It is impressive that you have reached the Spirit Sea realm at such a young age, rivaling those top 10 prodigies on the talent rankings. Your future prospects are indeed limitless. As she spoke, Xiang Qingyue rose from her seat, raising a wine cup toward Jiang Yu. Come, I toast to you. Having never tasted alcohol before, Jiang Yu hesitated but felt it would be impolite to decline. Just as he was about to drink, a sudden exclamation from Xiang Qingyue startled him, turning to see what caused her alarm. He was met with two soft, white forms descending toward his face. In her attempt to approach him, Xiang Qingyue had inadvertently stepped on her own skirt, losing her balance and tumbling forward, her gown slipping down and exposing her bosom. Landing squarely against Jiang Yu's face, he was momentarily stunned, enveloped in a fragrant softness, unable to react. After a few breaths, he regained his senses, sprang to his feet, and stumbled backward. Are you all right, miss? Jiang Yu asked, wanting to assist her but quickly averting his gaze from her exposed figure, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Jiang Yu and Xiang Qingyue turned in surprise to see a young man at the entrance, his face contorted with rage. Upon witnessing the scene inside, the young man's expression twisted further, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent directed at Jiang Yu. You scoundrel, die! Xiang Qingyue, regaining her composure, hastily pulled up her gown to cover herself, standing angrily from the floor. Dao Kue, what are you doing? Stop this at once. However, her admonition fell on deaf ears as Dao Kue unleashed a powerful attack toward Jiang Yu. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Yu summoned his spiritual energy and countered with a punch. The clash of their powers sent tremors through the tavern, causing patrons to panic and flee. The protective formations of the tavern held firm, preventing collapse amidst the chaos. Dao Kuei, undeterred, prepared to strike again, but Xiang Qingyue stepped in front of him, her face a mask of fury. Dao Kuei, what do you think you are doing? Just now, I accidentally fell. And it has nothing to do with my friend Jiang. You should leave immediately. As for Xiang, this fellow Dao Kuei still wished to say something, but upon seeing Xiang Qingyue's furious gaze, he could only obediently close his mouth. However, he did not depart. Instead, he stood there, glaring at Jiang Yu with murderous intent. Having suffered such an unwarranted calamity, Jiang Yu was also filled with rage, but he could not vent it here. He turned to Xiang Qingyue and said, Miss Xiang, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave today. We can gather again on another occasion. After speaking, Jiang Yu did not wait for Xiang Qingyue's reply and strode towards the door. As he passed by Dao Kuei, he noticed the murderous glare aimed at him, igniting his anger. Yet, he chose not to retaliate against Dao Kuei. Instead, he playfully patted Xiang Qingyue's backside and then provocatively glanced at Dao Kuei before continuing his exit. The celestial being he had long admired was being openly disrespected by another, and Dao Kuei could not tolerate such provocation. His anger flared up again, and he was about to strike when Xiang Qingyue swiftly positioned herself in front of him. Dao Kuei had no choice but to relent, and in that brief moment, Jiang Yu had already left the tavern. Xiang, do not intervene. I shall deal with this lecher today. Dao Kuei, thwarted in his plans by the earlier events, was seething with fury. Yet, he could not unleash his wrath on Dao Kuei either, and thus, he flew towards the city lord's mansion, filled with indignation. Dao Kuei possessed considerable strength, being at the Divine Bridge realm, and Xiang Qingyue had expended great effort to ensnare his heart, making him utterly devoted to her. To rebuke him over this incident would undoubtedly cool his ardor. Earlier, Dao Kuei had been gathering with friends at the tavern when he fortuitously encountered Xiang Qingyue and Jiang Yu entering a private room. His jealousy surged, prompting him to hastily dismiss his friends and approach their door. Upon hearing Xiang Qingyue's startled exclamation, he assumed Jiang Yu intended to violate her and burst through the door, only to find Xiang Qingyue sprawled on the floor, her garments in disarray. Overwhelmed with rage, he reacted as described above. Xiang Qingyue had originally planned to ensnare Jiang Yu today, intending for him to become her subordinate. She had been engaging in such endeavors since the age of 16, having successfully maneuvered her father into the position of city lord through similar tactics. What she had thought would be an easy conquest was ultimately disrupted by Dao Kuei. The reasons Xiang Qingyue sought to seduce Jiang Yu upon their meeting were twofold. Firstly, due to Jiang Yu's connection as the younger brother of Lu Xing, she had known of this a year prior. Although she had not seen his appearance a year ago, Jin Zhan had attempted to kill Jiang Yu but failed and had informed Xiang Qingyue of Jiang Yu's identity, which had stirred resentment within her, as she had unwittingly given herself to Jin Zhan. Had it merely been Jiang Yu's identity as Lu Xing's younger brother, she would not have rushed to seduce him. However, upon seeing Jiang Yu in person and being astounded by his talent, having reached the Spirit Sea realm at such a young age, comparable to the top 10 prodigies on the talent ranking, she resolved to make him her subordinate. Chapter 050. An unwarranted calamity. Flying less than 100 miles from the city, Jiang Yu furrowed his brows and halted, sensing that someone was following him. Sure enough, shortly after he stopped, a figure emerged. It was none other than Dao Kuei, the one who had attacked him in the tavern. Dao Kuei exuded a murderous aura, a savage grin plastered across his face. You little beast, why aren't you running? Am I escaping? Upon realizing that the pursuer was Dao Kuei, Jiang Yu felt a sense of relief. Humph, even if you wanted to run now, there's no escape. You dared to touch my woman. You will pay dearly for that. Dao Kuei was confident that Jiang Yu would not be his match. Although Jiang Yu had reached the Spirit Sea realm at such a young age, Dao Kuei was at the Divine Bridge realm. One level higher, a gap that talent could hardly bridge. Ha ha ha, your woman? Have you even shared her bed? Jiang Yu scoffed. From Dao Kuei's earlier reactions and Xiang Qingyue's attitude towards him, it was evident that he had not yet won Xiang Qingyue's affection. Dao Kuei's expression twisted in agony. Jiang Yu's words struck at the heart of his insecurities. He had not even tasted Xiang Qingyue's lips after months of courting her, having only held her hand a few times. She will be mine eventually, Dao Kuei roared. Your woman? I advise you to distance yourself from her. She is merely using your infatuation to her advantage. Unless you reach the profound realm, you shall never share her bed. She will only dangle the prospect before you. compelling you to serve her willingly. Oh, by the way, she fell and her dress slipped off by her own doing. I had no part in it. Back in the tavern, Jiang Yu had been too distracted by Xiang Qingyue's provocations to ponder the situation's implications. However, after some analysis, he finally understood her intentions. She coveted his identity as Lu Xing's younger brother and his talent, wishing to use her body to make him her subordinate. After realizing Xiang Qingyue's true nature, Jiang Yu no longer harbored animosity towards Dao Kuei. He was merely a pitiable pawn in Xiang Qingyue's game. As the saying goes, no amount of good advice can save a fool, and Dao Kuei absorbed none of Jiang Yu's sincere words, instead interpreting them as disdain. You little beast, cease your nonsense. It's too late for words now. Prepare to die. With that, Dao Kuei drew a gleaming long knife, emanating a terrifying aura that indicated it was undoubtedly a fourth-grade magical weapon. Upon witnessing Dao Kuei wielding such a formidable item, Jiang Yu's expression grew serious. Earlier, during their brief skirmish in the tavern, he had discerned Dao Kuei's early-stage divine bridge realm, and while Dao Kuei was indeed a level above him, he had felt confident in overcoming him. However, with Dao Kuei now brandishing a fourth-grade weapon, it seemed he was in for a fierce battle. Cursed Taoist, you have a mouth like a crow. If I ever encounter you again, I will make sure to seal it. Jiang Yu silently cursed the middle-aged Taoist. Dao Kuei moved, raising his shimmering long knife and striking down towards Jiang Yu's head. A terrifying blade light rippled through the air, but Jiang Yu swiftly dodged the onslaught. The blade struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble, rocks to tumble, and a massive fissure over 100 meters long was cleaved into the ground. Jiang Yu's heart sank. With such a fourth-grade weapon, Dao Kuei's combat prowess was likely on par with that of an ordinary peak divine bridge realm practitioner. You little beast, you certainly know how to dodge. Let's see how long you can keep this up. After missing his first strike, Dao Kuei relentlessly pursued Jiang Yu, launching another series of slashes. Jiang Yu, utilizing his speed advantage, evaded each of Dao Kuei's successive attacks. Dao Kuei's fury escalated. Despite being stronger, he was repeatedly thwarted. You little beast, if you have the skill, stop dodging. If you want to kill me, am I supposed to just stand there? Are you out of your mind? But if it's what you desire. Jiang Yu's voice trailed off as he once again shifted his position, launching a punch towards Dao Kuei. Dao Kuei had not anticipated that Jiang Yu, who had been evading, would suddenly attack. By the time he reacted, Jiang Yu was already upon him, his fist mere moments from connecting. Startled, Dao Kuei could only raise his knife to block. A resounding crash echoed. Like metal striking stone, Dao Kuei was knocked back over 10 meters, pain coursing through his body. How could his strength be so great? Dao Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could recover from his shock, Jiang Yu's next punch was already upon him. Though Dao Kuei was a divine bridge realm practitioner and an independent cultivator with considerable battle experience, he reacted swiftly, slicing through the air with his knife to disperse Jiang Yu's punch. You little beast, it seems I underestimated you. Tio reached the Spirit Sea realm at such a young age is indeed remarkable. I fear even typical initial divine bridge realm practitioners would not stand a chance against you. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. Today, you are destined to perish. Despite being taken aback by Jiang Yu's displayed strength, Dao Kuei remained confident. Armed with his fourth-grade breaking army knife, he was certain he could eliminate Jiang Yu. We have no enmity. You have merely been bewitched by Xiang Qingyue. Yet, your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to treat you with hostility. Jiang Yu was reluctant to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Dao Kuei. While he was wary of Dao Kuei's strength, more importantly, he found it foolish to become embroiled in such a deadly conflict over a woman with whom he had no connection. That moment, Dao Kuei erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha! You little beast, so unaware of your limitations, dare to speak such arrogance. Today, I will show you my might. Prepare to die. With his declaration, Dao Kuei's aura surged violently as if a volcano had erupted. Simultaneously, his breaking army knife emanated a chilling brilliance, dazzling like a meteor streaking across the night sky. In an instant, a terrifying pressure radiated from Dao Kuei, causing the air around him to grow dense with tension. He then bellowed, "Heavenly Breaker," and in a flash, he lunged towards Jiang Yu like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Jiang Yu, gripping the breaking army knife tightly, raising it high above his head. As he moved, a brilliant light coalesced around the knife, shining as fiercely as the sun. blindingly bright. In a swift and decisive moment, Dao Kui swung his arm, and the broken army blade descended with the force of a thunderous storm. A massive blade aura, almost tangible in its presence, howled forth, cleaving through the void with cataclysmic power, aimed directly at Jiang Yu. Wherever this blade aura passed, the very fabric of space twisted and contorted, as if it sought to rend the world asunder. Chapter 051. Murder and Treasure Theft. Dao Kui's strike was imbued with an awe-inspiring momentum, swift as lightning, leaving no possibility for evasion. Jiang Yu, channeling his energy, invoked the Celestial Sun technique, conjuring a colossal golden orb that radiated an overwhelming, suffocating might, launching itself against the terrifying blade aura. With a thunderous crash, akin to a clap of thunder ringing in one's ears, the impact reverberated through Jiang Yu's skull, yet the fearsome blade aura was not entirely dissipated by his technique. It continued its relentless descent upon him. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted as he realized he had no time to react before the blade aura struck him. The crisp sound of impact echoed, resembling the clash of two precious artifacts, a piercingly loud noise that belied the expected sound of a strike against flesh. Stumbling backward, Jiang Yu could not halt his retreat. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble beneath him. After retreating more than 10 paces, he finally steadied himself. A deep gash, several inches long, marred his left shoulder and right side, blood gushing forth. Yet despite its alarming appearance, the wound was superficial, merely grazing the skin. The injury began to heal at an observable rate, leaving only a faint scar in its wake. Although the Celestial Sun technique had mitigated much of the blade's force, the residual power remained formidable, enough to pierce Jiang Yu's skin, a testament to his remarkable physical resilience. Dao Kui, his eyes wide with disbelief, was taken aback. The Breaking Heaven style was his signature technique. He had dispatched numerous cultivators of the Divine Bridge realm with it, and even those of the Unity realm dared not confront its edge directly. The opponent before him, merely a novice in the Spirit Sea realm, had withstood his strike. How could this be possible? Dao Kui was thoroughly astonished by Jiang Yu's displayed prowess, yet this only solidified his resolve to eliminate him. Having forged an enmity, he decided that this day must see Jiang Yu's demise. Given a few more years, even with the broken army blade in hand, he might not stand a chance against him. Since his breakthrough, Jiang Yu had yet to engage in combat, and his spiritual energy and physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary Spirit Sea cultivator. However, he was still uncertain of the exact extent of his combat capabilities. Although Dao Kui's strike had inflicted a minor wound, it clarified the disparity between their true strengths. I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're nothing special, Jiang Yu remarked, his gaze fixed intensely on the broken army blade in Dao Kui's grip. The blade's earlier display of might had stemmed largely from its wielder. And as he was heading to the western regions, he was in dire need of a powerful artifact for self-defense. The Great Black Sword, while immensely sturdy, was merely an ordinary weapon, incapable of channeling spiritual energy to withstand the might of an artifact. Since Dao Kui had resolved to pursue a deadly confrontation, Jiang Yu decided to seize the opportunity to take both life and treasure. With this thought in mind, he swiftly closed the distance towards Dao Kui while he was momentarily distracted. In battles among cultivators, the use of artifacts and techniques predominated, with few opting for close-quarters combat. Jiang Yu's approach caught Dao Kui off guard. After fending off several of Jiang Yu's strikes, Dao Kui misstepped and was struck by a powerful punch, sending him reeling and spitting blood. At that moment, Dao Kui's earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by a burgeoning sense of dread. Seizing the opportunity to capitalize on his vulnerability, Jiang Yu shadowed him, unleashing another series of fierce assaults. Though Dao Kui possessed formidable physical strength, after enduring several of Jiang Yu's mountainous blows, blood streamed from his mouth and nose, yet he still retained some fighting spirit. Jiang Yu gathered his spiritual energy into his fists, his hands resembling gloves shimmering with a faint golden hue, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering air, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. As he evaded Dao Kui's horizontal slash, Jiang Yu advanced, delivering a devastating blow aimed at Dao Kui's head. The force of his punch was tremendous, producing an ear-splitting sonic boom. Should Dao Kui be struck, it would surely spell his demise. Dao Kui's eyes widened with rage, having been thoroughly beaten by a mere Spirit Sea cultivator. He lost his reason in his fury. Faced with Jiang Yu's mountain-like punch, Dao Kuei abandoned defense, raising his blade to strike at Jiang Yu's head, a desperate bid to exchange life for life. Had Dao Kuei wielded anything less than a fourth-grade weapon, Jiang Yu might have indeed chosen to withstand the blow and pay the ultimate price. However, the unmatched might of the broken army blade compelled him to retreat, dodging the lethal edge, which inadvertently granted Dao Kuei a moment to distance himself. Dao Kuei's cultivation level far surpassed Jiang Yu's, while he was unafraid of Jiang Yu in terms of techniques. Close combat deprived him of the ability to utilize them, relying solely on his physical prowess and robust spiritual energy, areas where he could not compete with Jiang Yu, who had maintained the upper hand in their exchanges. Now, having regained some distance, Dao Kuei wasted no time in unleashing the Breaking Heaven style once more. "Oh, here we go again." Jiang Yu scoffed disdainfully. He once again employed the Celestial Sun technique to defend himself. But unlike before, after executing the technique, he followed up with two swift punches. One punch collided with the residual blade aura, while the other surged through the tumultuous spiritual energy storm, aimed squarely at Dao Kuei. Dao Kuei, lacking the vast reservoir of spiritual energy that Jiang Yu possessed, found himself drained after executing the Breaking Heaven style. Faced with the approaching punch imprint, he could only raise his blade in defense. The punch struck the blade's surface, the immense force propelling it back into Dao Kuei's chest, resulting in several sharp cracks as his ribs shattered under the impact. The broken army blade clattered to the ground. Jiang Yu did not afford Dao Kuei a moment's respite. After delivering his punches, he darted forward, seizing the fallen blade and, like a streak of light, aimed a lethal slash at Dao Kuei's neck. With his overwhelming spiritual energy combined with the inherent might of the broken army blade, this strike cleaved through the air, swift as lightning, generating a massive spiritual energy storm in its wake. Dao Kuei's eyes filled with terror. Even before the blade reached him, he sensed its unyielding force. "I concede. I concede," he managed to utter, but before the words could fully escape his lips, the chill of impending doom enveloped his neck, and his head fell to the ground. Chapter 052. The reappearance of demonic cultivators. Dao Kuei, even in death, could not fathom that he would be slain by Jiang upon arriving at the enigmatic Xuanqiu Immortal Mansion. A jade token bestowed by a shooting star caught his attention. The disciples guarding the mansion's entrance treated him with utmost reverence, promptly reporting his arrival once they discerned his intentions. After a brief interval, the disciple who had gone to inform the mansion returned. "Master Jiang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Unfortunately, the saintess is currently away from the mansion. Would you prefer to stay within the premises until her return?" "Away? When shall she return?" "That is beyond our knowledge. Do you at least know where she is gone?" "I regret to inform you that I do not." Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. He needed to journey to the western regions. With the shooting star's return uncertain, if she were to be gone for several days, it could extend to months. Without the shooting star's introduction, meeting the higher-ups of the Xuanqiu Immortal Mansion to discuss the matters regarding the celestial demons would be nearly impossible. Now, with the shooting star absent, he could not afford to linger here, and thus resolved to return after his expedition to the western regions. Departing from the Xuanqiu Immortal Mansion, Jiang Yu hastened westward, traversing through primordial ancient forests where formidable beasts roamed, including some terrifying creatures of immense power. He had witnessed a fearsome beast effortlessly demolish a mountain with a single swipe of its claw, and a colossal serpent, stretching thousands of feet, devoured a four-stage ancient giant elephant equivalent to a human in the unification realm. The overwhelming aura radiating from these creatures instilled fear in him even from 100 miles away. Fortunately, his keen senses allowed him to evade these threats, and he ultimately reached the central domain without incident. On one particular day, having just vanquished a third-stage beast, Jiang Yu had yet to refine its essence blood when a crimson figure swiftly approached him from the distance. He paused his actions, alertly observing the newcomer. As the figure drew near, Jiang Yu initially assumed it to be a woman, only to discover it was a pudgy youth of about 15 or 16 years. Sporting a round face with small eyes, donned in an extravagant red robe with embroidered patterns, and wearing red beast skin boots, a rather flamboyant appearance. The flamboyant youth bore an expression of shock, as if fleeing for his life. Spotting Jiang Yu from afar, he quickly halted before him. "Heaven's blessings. Be cautious, fellow Taoist. Enemies are hot on my heels." With that, the flamboyant youth produced an ancient bronze mirror for defense. Jiang Yu was perplexed. Who was this chubby fellow? Had they met before? Enemies? What enemies? Who are you? Have we met? Let us not dwell on trivialities. We must first deal with the immediate threat, the flamboyant youth exclaimed, as three young cultivators radiating malevolence appeared in the distance. Judging by their aura, two were at the Spirit Sea realm, while one was at the Divine Bridge realm. Leave the Divine Bridge realm fiend to me. You can handle the two Spirit Sea cultivators. Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered, having no comprehension of the current situation. Initially intending to observe from a distance, he noticed the three cultivators surrounded by swirling dark energy, exuding a presence akin to that of Zhou Tong, the traitor who had caused his brother's demise. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who allied with the celestial demons. I advise against meddling. Otherwise, you will perish alongside him, one of the Spirit Sea cultivators warned. Sensing Jiang Yu's murderous intent, why waste words? Encountering us is his misfortune. Simply eliminate him, the Divine Bridge realm cultivator commanded. Before the words had fully left his lips, Jiang Yu had unsheathed his broken army blade, swiftly advancing and delivering a powerful strike. The terrifying blade aura resonated through the air, descending upon the Divine Bridge cultivator with the might of a thunderous army. The cultivator, caught entirely off guard by Jiang Yu's decisive action and formidable strength, only realized the threat when the blade was already upon him. With wide, horrified eyes, he barely had time to raise his sword in defense, but with a resounding crack, the blade cleaved through his weapon and his body simultaneously. The other two cultivators, witnessing this, had their eyes bulge in terror as they turned. Ji Yunfang spoke passionately, while Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Stop rambling. A true man knows when to act and when to abstain. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. I intend to preserve my valuable life to achieve great things. As for the matter concerning the Duanmu clan, we merely need to spread the word. And soon enough, a top-tier celestial estate will intervene to annihilate them. Alas, Brother Jiang, do not be afraid. Fear is merely a sentiment. One must possess courage. It is impossible to accomplish this alone, but together, we shall have no issues. Enough! I have no time to debate with you. You can go alone. Without allowing him to finish, Jiang Yu interrupted Ji Yunfang. Though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for demonic cultivators, he understood the necessity of prudence. Reckless actions would only lead to futile death, and he was unwilling to engage further. He turned to leave. Seeing Jiang Yu attempt to depart, Ji Yunfang grew anxious. With his strength alone, it would be utterly impossible to eliminate the Duanmu clan. Brother Jiang, please do not rush away. Since I claim that I can eradicate the Duanmu family, rest assured, I possess the means. That I am familiar with the first killing formation. You know the first killing formation? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu abruptly halted, disbelief etched across his face, his voice involuntarily rising several octaves. It should be known that this formation was renowned across the realm, a force to be reckoned with. It was the most formidable killing formation. Not crafted by human hands but birthed from the very essence of the heavenly Tao. Allegedly, the complete first killing formation wielded terrifying power. It could eradicate not just a mere Duanmu clan but annihilate all beings within an entire domain. Now, Ji Yunfang boldly claimed mastery of this formation, leaving Jiang Yu utterly stunned. Witnessing Jiang Yu's astonishment, Ji Yunfang raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at the heavens, embodying an air of unmatched arrogance. At that moment, Jiang Yu regained his composure from the shock, reflecting on Ji Yunfang's insufferable demeanor and lamenting internally. How could I have believed that he mastered the first killing formation? You keep boasting. Why not claim to be a reincarnated celestial being while you're at it? If you truly knew the first killing formation, would you have been driven away like a dog? Hey, that is a personal attack. What do you mean driven away like a dog? I was merely providing you with an opportunity to shine. If I chose to act, I would surely astonish the heavens, causing the sun and moon to dim and the world to change color. Those three insignificant demonic cultivators would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Jiang Yu shook his head, uninterested in his ramblings, and soared into the distance. Wait, don't rush off. Please hear me out. I truly do know the first killing formation, albeit not the complete version. Ji Yunfang hurriedly pursued him, speaking urgently. Jiang Yu paused, considering this claim. Perhaps there was some truth to it. If Ji Yunfang genuinely possessed the complete first killing formation, even a sovereign would treat him with utmost reverence. And there would be no need for this debate. Seeing Jiang Yu stop, Ji Yunfang refrained from further tangents. Though I have only grasped a fragment of the first killing formation, rest assured, it will suffice to deal with the Duanmu clan. Can you truly wield a fragment of the first killing formation? Jiang Yu remained skeptical. Could I deceive you? A paragon of excellence such as myself, possessing unparalleled talent, would it be strange for me to understand a fragment of the first killing formation? Jiang Yu had already experienced Ji Yunfang's egotism and chose not to interrupt. If you truly mastered the first killing formation, how could you have been fleeing from those three earlier? Formations are not like spells. They cannot simply be activated at will. Arranging a formation requires various materials and time. Moreover, mind your words. Those three were not beyond my capability. Had you not intervened, I could have easily dealt with them. And even faster than you, Jiang Yu shot him a disbelieving glance, conceding that his earlier statement about the necessity of materials and time was indeed valid. Even if you do know a fragment of the first killing formation, arranging it would not be an easy task. The materials needed are indeed rare. Though Jiang Yu's understanding of formations was limited, he recognized that the more potent the formation, the more challenging its arrangement and the rarer the required materials. Oh, I did not expect you, Brother Jiang, to possess such insight. You understand that formidable formations are not easily arranged. That is merely common knowledge. Jiang Yu could no longer tolerate Ji Yunfang's incessant teasing and erupted in frustration. Brother Jiang, as cultivators, how can we resort to such vulgar language? That is unbecoming. You should learn from me. Be refined, dignified, virtuous, and gentle. Jiang Yu merely stared at him, listening to his self-praise, curious to see how far he would go. After a brief period, Ji Yunfang finally ceased his flattery. Now that you've finished boasting, can we discuss serious matters? The first killing formation is birthed from the heavenly Tao. How could you possibly grasp a fragment? Furthermore, even if you do possess a fragment, can you arrange it? Jiang Yu still held doubts and pressed on. Just because the first killing formation is birthed from the heavenly Tao does not mean a cultivator cannot comprehend it. As for how I obtain my fragment, that is my secret and I cannot disclose it. Whether I can arrange it is not something you need to worry about. All you need to do is attract the Duanmu clan's attention and provide me the time to set up the formation. So, this flamboyant and narcissistic fellow intends to use him as bait to divert attention. Nevertheless, his words held a semblance of reason. Can you truly arrange a fragment of the formation? Why do you not believe me? I have a reputation for honesty, and I have never deceived anyone, young or old. Moreover, for dealing with a small clan like the Duanmu, a complete fragment is unnecessary. Even a simplified version of the formation would suffice. His words carried a measure of credibility, prompting Jiang Yu to decide to take a risk on this flamboyant fellow. The primary motivation was his deep-seated hatred for demonic cultivators. If he could indeed eradicate the Duanmu clan, it would be the best outcome. I shall tentatively believe you, but before that, I must personally investigate the Duanmu clan. After all, this was merely one side of the story. He needed to ascertain whether the Duanmu clan had truly allied with the celestial demon. Jiang Yu cautiously followed Ji Yunfang to a mountaintop. Before them lay a vast plain, where a sprawling complex of buildings stretched as far as the eye could see, covering several tens of thousands of acres. Is that the Duanmu clan in the distance? Jiang Yu asked in astonishment. In his previous understanding, the Sanyang Celestial Estate was already quite large. Even if a third or fourth tier estate was larger, it could not be excessively so. Now, witnessing the sight before him, he realized how short-sighted he had been. Compared to this, the Sanyang Celestial Estate was likely less than 1/10 the size. Ji Yunfang looked upon him with disdain. Is this what you consider large? If you were to see a first-tier celestial estate, you would be scared to death, country bumpkin. Though Jiang Yu was insulted as a country bumpkin, he found himself at a loss for words. His previous reaction had indeed resembled that of a provincial fool. Take a closer look. Does the layout of the Duanmu clan resemble a formation? Are you finished? Have you seen a few grand estates and think you're an expert now? Who was it that was fleeing like a dog just moments ago? Once he could tolerate the label of country bumpkin, being repeatedly called such was too much to bear. Even a clay figurine has its temper. Jiang Yu retorted sharply, I have already explained. I was merely giving you a chance to shine. If I had acted. Touched on a sore spot, Ji Yunfang grew agitated. No more explanations. Explanations are merely covers. And covers are the truth. The two engaged in a verbal spar for a while, both turning away in frustration. Following Ji Yunfang's guidance, Jiang Yu refocused his gaze. They were at a considerable distance and elevated. So while they could not see the full picture, their view was relatively clear. The sprawling buildings in the distance did indeed appear somewhat unusual. The structures were not arranged in a traditional linear or scattered manner, but presented an irregular layout. When compared to a formation pattern, it bore a striking resemblance. However, lacking the expertise to confirm this, and without seeing the entire layout, he held back from making any assertions. After observing for a while, Jiang Yu turned to Ji Yunfang, his hefty figure prompting him to ask, "How did you infiltrate the Duanmu clan's estate?" From such a distance, it was impossible to glean any substantial information. He needed to enter the Duanmu clan's estate directly. "Country bumpkin, please mind your language. I am robust, do you understand? Unlike you, who resembles a stick, a mere gust of wind could send you flying with a single puff." Ji Yunfang took offense at being called fat and retorted against Jiang Yu. "Robust my foot. You're as fat as a pig. If a pig grew to your size, it would be slaughtered for meat." Having been labeled a country bumpkin, Jiang Yu took offense as well. The two exchanged barbs for a good while, ultimately agreeing to stop calling each other names to bring an end to the heated verbal exchange. "How exactly did you infiltrate the Duanmu clan?" Jiang Yu inquired once more. "A grand family estate, such as that of the Duanmu clan, is typically safeguarded by intricate formations, making it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate without detection." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's inquiry regarding this matter, Ji Yunfang's spirits were instantly lifted. He raised his large head with an air of arrogance, his face adorned with pride. To speak of infiltrating the Duanmu family was to recount a tale of heart-stopping thrill. The protective formations of the Duanmu clan were indeed extraordinary, and it was only a man destined to attain enlightenment through formations, such as myself, who possessed the capability to breach them. No other could hope to enter unnoticed. Unable to endure Ji Yunfang's lengthy discourse, Jiang Yu interjected, "Can you please be more concise? Must you always boast about yourself?" Ji Yunfang retorted, "Am I boasting? I am merely stating facts. If I do not extol the prowess of the Duanmu family's formations, how would you come to appreciate my own abilities? Were it not for my rapt fascination with the beautiful maiden bathing, those foolish Duanmu folks could search for a millennium and still not detect my presence." This rotund fellow was indeed no paragon of virtue, his bold demeanor matched only by his lecherous tendencies. "Did you just let slip your true intentions? You aren't merely sneaking into the Duanmu estate to spy on women bathing, are you?" Even if he had inadvertently revealed too much, Ji Yunfang maintained a righteous facade. "Vulgarity. How could you accuse me of such a thing? I am merely admiring beauty, paying homage to that which is exquisite." Besides, she was already undraped and preparing to bathe. Should I not look, would I be doing her justice? Would I not owe it to her flawless, curvaceous form? The two engaged in a lively verbal exchange. By the stroke of midnight, they cautiously approached the Duanmu estate. Jiang Yu reached out and, indeed, discovered the presence of protective formations. At that moment, Ji Yunfang produced a copper mirror, which Jiang Yu had not previously scrutinized. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but marvel. The back of this copper mirror was corroded by time, covered in verdigris, adorned with various peculiar engravings. However, the front was astonishingly smooth, still capable of reflecting images with clarity. Ji Yunfang infused the mirror with his spiritual energy, and it emitted a gentle light that illuminated the formation barrier. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, the seemingly indestructible barrier began to dissipate under this light. Akin to ice melting in fire, within moments, a sizable opening appeared in the once impenetrable formation. "Quickly, let us enter," Ji Yunfang urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Jiang Yu did not hesitate, swiftly slipping through the opening, with Ji Yunfang following closely behind. Once the light from the mirror vanished, the gaping hole in the barrier closed up in an instant, restoring it to its original state. Ji Yunfang collapsed nearby, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Clearly the manipulation of the mirror had taken its toll. They found themselves in a corner of a building, where any passerby would immediately discover them. Thus, they dared not linger, suppressing their auras as they cautiously navigated through the darkness. "Do you know where the Duanmu clan's disciples reside?" Jiang Yu whispered, lowering his voice. His intent in infiltrating was to ascertain whether all members of the Duanmu family were practitioners of demonic arts. And the most expedient way to confirm this was to infiltrate the quarters of their disciples to observe their cultivation methods. "You have come to the right person. During my last visit, I spent 3 days and nights inside, memorizing the various layouts of the Duanmu estate. Could you spare us the superfluous details? Jiang Yu snapped through gritted teeth, exasperated by Ji Yunfang's incessant self-aggrandizement. Well, seeing how impatient you are, do not fret. The most beautiful woman of the Duanmu clan has yet to commence her bathing ritual. You will have to wait until the second watch of the night. In the pitch-black darkness, the slightest glimmer would reveal the exasperated expression etched upon Jiang Yu's face. I am not interested in spying on women bathing. I was inquiring about the men's quarters. Ji Yunfang retorted, unabashed. Why should there be any shame? We are all men here, I must tell you. The most beautiful woman of the Duanmu clan possesses a bosom as ample as a watermelon, a slender waist, and a generous rear. Jiang Yu could no longer tolerate this lecherous rotundity and, without waiting for directions, turned to seek out the quarters of the Duanmu disciples himself. Seeing Jiang Yu depart, Ji Yunfang ceased his prattling and hurried after him. Hey, do not be so hasty. This way leads to the Spirit Herb Garden. Despite the darkness and the vastness of the Duanmu estate, Jiang Yu ultimately followed Ji Yunfang in a single direction. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at an auxiliary courtyard. Ji Yunfang, familiar with the layout, approached a window, poked a hole in the paper, and peered inside. After just one glance, he turned back to Jiang Yu, saying, "There's nothing of interest here. They've all finished bathing." Jiang Yu paid no heed. He had not come to spy on women bathing. Peering through the hole, he saw a young woman seated cross-legged on a couch. Practicing her cultivation, as her internal techniques flowed, a faint black light enveloped her, an indication of her practice in demonic arts. Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze, his expression growing grave. Having casually investigated one individual, he had already encountered a practitioner of demonic arts. It appeared that the Duanmu family had indeed fully pledged allegiance to the heavenly demons. Hey, over here, this is worth a look. Ji Yunfang beckoned from a short distance away. Without needing to guess, Jiang Yu knew what Ji Yunfang considered worth a look. He ignored him and sought out another room, poking through the paper again to observe yet another woman meditating. Still practicing the demonic techniques, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang continued searching through several courtyards, and without exception, each was found to be cultivating demonic arts. It was now certain. The entire Duanmu clan had entirely surrendered to the heavenly demons. Chapter 056. A world in darkness. Now that it was established that the Duanmu clan had wholly aligned themselves with the heavenly demons, there was no need to risk further exploration. Jiang Yu approached Ji Yunfang, who was still engrossed in observation at the window. The matter has been clarified. We can leave now. Ji Yunfang turned, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. What is the rush? I have not finished my viewing. The woman in this room has a bosom as large as a watermelon, he exclaimed, gesturing with his hands. And what of it? Are you planning to nurse from her? Jiang Yu retorted, we have achieved our objective, and it is time to depart and devise our next strategy. Do not complicate matters further. I would like to indulge, but I fear she may not allow it. Ji Yunfang shamelessly replied. Having come all this way, would it not be a pity to leave without a proper glance? Just one more look, and then we shall go. Jiang Yu, knowing they would need to rely on the other party to break the formation for their exit, reluctantly acquiesced, following Ji Yunfang to another auxiliary courtyard, this one far more luxurious and elegant than the previous ones. They found themselves amidst pavilions and towers, adorned with exquisite spirit flowers and herbs. Ji Yunfang effortlessly ascended to the second floor of a building, while Jiang Yu chose not to follow and instead found a concealed spot in the courtyard to wait for Ji Yunfang to finish. Inside the second floor room, a stunningly beautiful woman was loosening her garments, preparing to bathe. Just as she reached for her lower garments, a sound echoed. A silly indeed. It was a single instance, but what I refer to is the number of times it was discovered. And what of the times it went unnoticed? Perhaps there have been 7, 8, 9, or even 20 instances, Ji Yunfang hesitantly remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu wore a look of disdain, well aware that Ji's clandestine infiltration into the Duanmu family was for no noble purpose. What is that expression on your face? Ji retorted, my purpose in infiltrating the Duanmu residence was solely to ascertain the layout of their estate in preparation for setting up a killing formation. As for indulging in the beauty of the surroundings, that was merely a secondary consideration. I pride myself on my noble character, a paragon of virtue. Spare me the theatrics. You speak of noble character. Yet why not claim you are as pure as snow, innocent as a child? You see right through me, Ji replied. The saying goes, one who is shameless is invincible, and in this realm of shamelessness, Ji Yunfeng was indeed unmatched. After a lengthy exchange of banter, the two finally returned to serious matters. Given that the Duanmu family had recently discovered intrusions, they would undoubtedly heighten their defenses, making it increasingly difficult to establish their formation undetected. How long will it take to set up the killing formation? Jiang Yu inquired. The Duanmu estate spans tens of thousands of acres. To lay a formation that encompasses the entire estate is no task for an ordinary individual. However, with my unparalleled expertise in formation techniques, it is still feasible, though it will require 5 days, Ji boasted. Hearing that it would take such a long time, Jiang Yu frowned. Is there no way to shorten the time frame? You ignorant fool of formations, do you comprehend the difficulty in setting up a killing formation over tens of thousands of acres? Even a master of formations would require at least half a month for such an expansive endeavor. That I can accomplish it in 5 days is already astonishing. Jiang Yu's frown deepened upon Ji's insistence that time could not be shortened. 5 days, during which they would need to navigate back and forth, was no trivial challenge. First, tell me your plan. Since Ji had evidently given this matter some thought, it would be prudent to hear his strategy. Plan? What plan? We simply act. You create a diversion, and I will set up the formation. The key is to remain vigilant and avoid capture. Jiang Yu was left speechless. His inquiry had been futile. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they agreed to wait for a month until the Duanmu family's defenses relaxed before proceeding with their plan. Chapter 057. A fragment of the killing formation within the Duanmu estate. A thorough search had been conducted throughout the night, yet no trace of the voyeur could be found. Yao Yu, did you perhaps misinterpret what you saw? An elder inquired of the stunning woman who had been spied upon by Ji Yunfeng. Seventh elder, I assure you, I did not err. There is a gaping hole left by that scoundrel on my window. Duanmu, Yao Yu replied with conviction. Has there been any news regarding the scoundrel the 12th elder pursued? She asked. The 12th elder has yet to return. Do you suspect it is the same individual? If so, his audacity is staggering, the elder responded. Although I could not discern the scoundrel's appearance, the fiery red attire he wore was identical to that of the previous voyeur, and with the 12th elder still absent. It is likely, Duanmu Yao Yu's analysis left the 7th elder feeling the gravity of the situation. This matter must be reported to the family head immediately. In the grand hall of the Duanmu estate. The secluded Duanmu Hong was roused from his meditation, his expression grim as he sat in his seat of authority. He had only been in seclusion for a month, yet such events had unfolded, 2 secret intrusions without capturing the culprits. And the elders sent to pursue them had not returned, likely facing dire circumstances. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with everyone feeling anxious and holding their breath. How did the intruder bypass the estate's defenses? Duanmu Hong coldly inquired. Reporting to the family head, the investigation is still ongoing. There are no results yet, the 7th elder replied, his demeanor fraught with unease, as the safety of the estate fell under his purview. A sharp glint flashed in Duanmu Heng's eyes, and the 7th elder felt as though he had been struck, crashing against the wall of the hall, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Humph, worthless. It has been 2 days, and you have not uncovered a single lead. Our family is in a critical period. If our secrets fall into the hands of outsiders, do you have any idea what calamity that would bring? Duanmu Heng's fury stemmed not from the inability to capture the intruder but from his fear of the family's secrets being exposed, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. From today onward, all elders and stewards in seclusion must emerge. The entire clan must be on alert, and we shall bolster our ranks with stewards patrolling continuously for 12 hours. 5th elder, 6th elder, you are to assist the 7th elder in tracking down the intruder's whereabouts. A month passed, and Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfeng attempted once more to infiltrate the Duanmu estate. Outside, the estate stewards patrolled incessantly, making it nearly impossible to approach, let alone enter. Look, this is all you're doing. It has been a month, and the Duanmu family remains on high alert. Now, trying to slip in and set up a formation is akin to climbing a mountain, Jiang Yu reproached. Unrepentant, Ji Yunfeng replied shamelessly. Can you blame me? Who could resist that enchanting figure? If I hadn't looked, would that not be against nature? Jiang Yu had long grown weary of Ji's audacity and refrained from further argument. With the Duanmu family on high alert, fortified like a copper wall, infiltrating to set up a killing formation was utterly impossible. The The two had no better alternative but to wait for the Duanmu family's vigilance to wane. 3 months passed, and finally, the Duanmu family began to lower their guard. The prolonged state of heightened alert had led to discontent among the younger members of the clan, forcing a slight relaxation of their defenses. Under the cover of night, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang cautiously approached the Duanmu estate once more. This time, do not create any disturbances. If we are discovered again, it may be impossible to infiltrate the Duanmu family ever again. Jiang Yu cautioned Ji Yunfang. What nonsense! Do you think I am incapable of discerning the gravity of the situation? Even if that alluring figure were to undress before me, I would not act, at most. I might indulge in a few touches or take a glance, Ji retorted. At Jiang Yu's insistence, Ji Yunfang changed from his flamboyant red robes into a more subdued black attire. Despite his complaints that black did not showcase his extraordinary talent, they proceeded to as they infiltrated the Duanmu estate. They immediately sensed that the defenses were far more stringent than before, with patrolling cultivators passing by frequently. Fortunately, Ji Yunfang was well acquainted with the layout of the Duanmu estate, allowing them to cleverly evade detection. However, this also posed a greater challenge in setting up the formation. As the night wore on, they had barely completed 1/10 of the formation, and on several occasions, they narrowly escaped discovery. Ji Yunfang's arrangement of the killing formation was remarkably intricate, with the formations concealed in inconspicuous locations and obscured by various objects, demonstrating that he had indeed dedicated considerable thought to the endeavor. As dawn approached, the two carefully exited the Duanmu estate, utterly exhausted from the intense concentration required throughout the night, feeling more drained than after a life-and-death battle. I can't go on. If this continues, I shall surely collapse, Ji Yunfang lamented, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Yu was in little better condition, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from mental exhaustion. After a brief rest, they regained their composure, and Jiang Yu, with little energy, stated, continuing like this is not sustainable. Even if we avoid capture, our mental faculties will eventually give way to it. Seems we must seek an alternative approach. Ji Yunfang's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea as he sat up. I have a plan. What sort of plan? Jiang Yu inquired, suddenly intrigued. I am aware of several major spirit crystal veins within the Duanmu family. We could raid one, and afterwards, the Duanmu family would undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements to bolster their defenses, thus allowing us to take advantage of their reduced vigilance. Ji Yunfang proposed a clever diversionary tactic. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. Do you truly believe we can conduct a raid? You seem quite perceptive on the surface. Yet now you appear to have lost your wits. If a raid is unfeasible, we can still create a disturbance. Due to his overwhelming mental fatigue, Jiang Yu's reactions were sluggish. After much deliberation, they resolved to execute Ji Yunfang's plan of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Chapter 058. An unexpected delight. The following day, Ji Yunfang led Jiang Yu to a secluded mountain several thousand miles away. Before them loomed a massive spirit crystal mine, with numerous buildings surrounding it. Miners were hard at work within the cavern, and only a handful of guards were stationed outside. Jiang Yu observed intently, noting that there were 4 or 5 cultivators stationed to protect the mine. However, he could not discern their cultivation levels from such a distance, though they likely resided within the Spirit Sea realm. He wondered if there were any cultivators at the Divine Bridge level present. If none were there, their combined strength should suffice to raid the Spirit Crystal Mine. Do you have any idea how many cultivators guard this mine and their respective levels? Jiang Yu turned to Ji Yunfang and asked. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, there should be 10 peak Spirit Sea cultivators along with 2 at the Divine Bridge level. Ji Yunfang replied casually. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Ji Yunfang, can you be a bit more reliable? The strength guarding this spirit crystal vein is so formidable. Do you and I dare to attempt a heist, risking our very lives? Although Jiang Yu is confident in his own abilities, he has not yet succumbed to the arrogance of believing he can contend with 2 masters of the Divine Bridge realm and 10 pinnacle Spirit Sea cultivators simultaneously. As for Ji Yunfang, he has no doubts about his talent in formations, but as for his strength, it is likely only at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. Friend Jiang, I must say, although your innate talent may not surpass mine, you should at least rank among the top 10 in the 5 domains and 2 seas. Yet, why is your courage so lacking? Is it merely 2 Divine Bridge Masters and 10 Pinnacle Spirit Sea Cultivators? Is that truly enough to frighten you to this extent? Very well. I shall handle 2 of the Spirit Sea Cultivators. You may take care of the rest. I have encountered shameless individuals before, but I have never witnessed such unparalleled audacity. At this moment, Jiang Yu is filled with an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to this rotund fool. Observing Jiang Yu's furious demeanor, Ji Yunfang hurriedly interjects, "All right, I will take on 3 spirit sea cultivators, but I cannot manage any more than that. You blundering fool, if you wish to rob this spirit crystal vein, you shall do so on your own. I refuse to accompany you any longer." With that, Jiang Yu turns to leave. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry to DEP." Upon hearing Jiang Yu inquire about his ancient mirror, Ji Yunfang was immediately distracted. "This ancient mirror of mine is no ordinary object. If I were to unleash its full potential, not even a mere cultivator at the Divine Bridge realm, let alone a mighty being or a holy master, could escape its grasp." Observing Ji Yunfang's grandiose claims, Jiang Yu could not resist teasing him. "Oh, if that is the case, your ancient mirror must surely be a sacred artifact." "Indeed," Ji Yunfang replied, brimming with pride. "In that case, what rank does your ancient mirror hold on the treasure ranking?" The treasure ranking is a list provided by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, detailing the top 100 treasures across the 5 domains and 2 seas. Well, that treasure ranking is merely a wild list. Their rankings cannot be trusted, as the two bantered. They rummaged through the corpse of the 8th Elder to uncover the spatial treasures. Upon their discovery, joy surged through them. Within the 8th Elder's spatial artifact lay a dazzling piece of celestial crystal weighing 200 to 300 pounds, radiating immense spiritual energy. Jiang Yu, not being a stranger to celestial crystals, having around 20 to 30 pounds in his spatial ring, was nonetheless astonished by this substantial piece. Initially, the Sanyang Immortal Mansion had exhausted its resources to amass 12 million pounds of spiritual crystals over a millennium. Yet this single piece surpassed that by 2 to 3 times. If utilized for cultivation, an ordinary cultivator could refine it to ascend 1 or 2 major realms, and even his vast spiritual sea might reach the pinnacle of reality manifestation. In addition to this celestial crystal, the 8th Elder's spatial treasure contained hundreds of thousands of pounds of spiritual crystals, along with various spiritual pills, herbs, weapons, and miscellaneous items. After taking stock, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They had struck a veritable fortune. "Now I finally understand why so many cultivators resort to killing for treasures. It is a surefire path to wealth," Ji Yunfang exclaimed, reflecting on the paltry few 100,000 pounds of spiritual crystals he had painstakingly accumulated over the past decade. "Today's plunder alone is worth what I would have gathered over hundreds or even thousands of years." Jiang Yu was taken aback. He wondered if this rotund fellow might take up the profession of killing for treasure after tasting such success. Given his nature, it is indeed a possibility, he mused. This day's unexpected gains were a stroke of luck. Even if one were to rob 1,000 people, they might not encounter even a small piece of celestial crystal. Moreover, the act of robbery is not only morally questionable but also fraught with danger. Low-level cultivators seldom possess valuable treasures, and encountering a higher-level cultivator could cost one their life. Indeed, Brother Jiang has a point. Jiang Yu felt relieved upon hearing this. However, Ji Yunfang abruptly shifted his tone. "Brother Jiang, with our strength, as long as we avoid provoking cultivators at the Unity Realm and focus on robbing those at the Divine Bridge Realm, we could reap substantial rewards while minimizing risk. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? What do you think?" Chapter 060. The Killing Array. After dividing the spoils, Ji Yunfang incinerated the 8th Elder's corpse to ashes and then proceeded towards the spiritual crystal vein once more. Robbery was merely a means to an end. Their true objective was to attract the attention of the Duanmu family, compelling them to dispatch personnel to reinforce the protection of the spiritual crystal mines. As their goal remained unfulfilled, the 5 Kuan-Ling realm cultivators guarding the mine could not withstand even half a tea's worth of time against Ji Yu and Ji Yunfang, who did not hold back, having already allied with the heavenly demon. Their deaths were of little consequence. However, they spared the miners, removing their shackles and allowing them to escape. Most of these miners had offended the Duanmu family and were forced into servitude to mine. Not being cultivators of great malice, after releasing the miners, Jiang Yu unleashed a barrage of violent strikes upon the mine with his broken army blade. Under the overwhelming might of the blade, the mine shattered, followed by several attacks from the Earth-Yang treasure technique, which scattered most of the embedded spiritual crystals, transforming them back into the essence of heaven and earth. Thus, the mine was utterly destroyed. After completing this, the duo swiftly departed to the next spiritual crystal vein, intent on inflicting as much damage as possible before the Duanmu family became aware of their actions. By the end of the day, Zhang Yu and Ji Yunfang had raided and destroyed 5 small spiritual crystal veins. It was only when they attempted to strike a medium-sized vein that the news finally reached the Duanmu family. Upon learning of the situation, the family immediately dispatched elders for support and contacted other mines, discovering that several had been completely obliterated. The Duanmu family was incensed. In this vast area, no cultivators or factions had ever dared to act so brazenly against them. The audacity of 2 mere Ling High Realm cultivators was a blatant provocation, a slap in the face to the Duanmu family. As anticipated by Zhang Yu and Ji Yunfang, the Duanmu family deployed numerous cultivators to guard the mines to prevent further losses while sending several elders and dozens of stewards to trace the duo's whereabouts, vowing to obliterate them. The reason the Duanmu family knew it was the 2 of them who had committed the robbery was a deliberate act by Zhang Yu and Ji Yunfang. Their intent was twofold: to prevent the Duanmu family from mistakenly believing that another faction was preparing for war against them, which would only strengthen their defenses, and to ensure that the family understood that the robbers were merely 2 Ling High Realm cultivators. No one would suspect that their ultimate aim was to destroy the Duanmu family, as it appeared to be an act of suicidal folly. Regardless of their prowess, they were still only at the Ling High Realm. And the Duanmu family boasted powerful figures, including the Transcendent Realm Duanmu Hong and Unity Realm Elders, not to mention the sheer numerical advantage of ordinary stewards who could easily crush them. Zhang Yu and Ji Yunfang stealthily infiltrated the Duanmu family once more, and unsurprisingly, security within the estate had significantly relaxed, with most clan cultivators dispatched to guard the spiritual mines and search for the 2. Who would have imagined that the duo they despised so much lay in hiding within? The subsequent arrangements for the killing array proceeded smoothly. After half a month, the simplified version of the first killing array was successfully laid out within the Duanmu family. Although the family's defenses had weakened considerably, the intense expenditure of spiritual consciousness over the past half-month had left the 2 in a rather disheveled state. Ji Yunfang, once plump, had lost considerable weight, appearing somewhat more robust and handsome. They did not activate the killing array immediately. Most of the Duanmu family's cultivators were absent from the estate, and activating it now would leave too many loose ends. After resting for 2 days to restore their strength to peak condition, they prepared to undertake a significant task, if one were to inquire about the most crucial structures within an immortal mansion or a clan. The scripture repository and treasury would undoubtedly rank at the top. The Duanmu family's scripture repository and treasury were located deep within the estate. These 2 buildings were not as heavily guarded as one might expect, given their location in the core area where outsiders would need to breach outer defenses first. Once more, Zhang Yu and Ji Yunfang infiltrated the Duanmu family, with their target set on the scripture repository and treasury. However, they did not intend to rob these locations. Despite the lack of formidable defenses, attempting to do so would be tantamount to courting death. They cautiously avoided multiple patrols and arrived outside the scripture repository. This repository was an immense 5-story structure made of blue stone, overseen by a transcendent elder and fortified with array formations. The 2 refrained from recklessly entering. Zhang Yu kept a vigilant lookout while Ji Yunfang busied himself with setting up a specific formation around the repository. After an entire night of careful work, they finally left the Duanmu estate, having spent so much time not because the formation was particularly profound, but rather due to the necessity of evading patrols. In truth, they had spent less than an hour on the formation itself. On the following night, the 2 infiltrated the Duanmu family once more, repeating the previous night's actions at the treasury. In a secluded mountain, Ji Yunfang asked, "Is the killing array you set up reliable?" "Everything is ready. We just await its activation. You may doubt my handsome visage, but you cannot question my mastery of formations. As a genius of formation arts born once in a million years, establishing such simple killing arrays is but a trivial task. Just wait and see the spectacle," Ji Yunfang declared confidently. "The killing arrays for the scripture repository and treasury will erupt tonight, delivering a grand surprise to the Duanmu family." At this point, Zhang Yu could only place his trust in Ji Yunfang's words. His inquiry had merely been a quest for psychological reassurance. Chapter 061. The curtain rises that night. Just as Ji Yunfang had predicted, the ground outside the Duanmu family's scripture repository and treasury suddenly illuminated with array runes. Subsequently, brilliant sword lights erupted forth, striking with tremendous force, akin to bolts of golden lightning assailing the repository and treasury. Both structures were fortified with array formations and did not collapse under the onslaught of sword light. Yet they trembled as though on the verge of collapse. The Duanmu family's disciples, engaged in their cultivation, were jolted awake by the tremendous sounds of impact, their faces etched with fear and confusion. What has happened? Have enemies besieged the Duanmu family? As the crowd surged from their residences, drawn by the commotion, they beheld the scripture pavilion and the treasury aglow as if illuminated by daylight. Waves of golden sword light crashed upon the two edifices, sending tremors that reverberated throughout the entire Duanmu clan. Akin to a minor earthquake, it is the scripture pavilion and the treasury. Someone is attacking them, exclaimed an incredulous voice. As reality dawned upon the onlookers, they immediately raced toward the scene, only to discover that it was not cultivators launching an assault on the treasury and the pavilion, but rather two lethal formations set in place outside of them. The sword chi emanating from the formations was formidable and piercing, causing the crowd to hesitate, encircling the formations without daring to approach. Rendered momentarily helpless at that moment, for figures appeared as if teleported above the scripture pavilion and the treasury, an overwhelming pressure radiating in all directions among them. One figure clad in golden robes exuded an even more terrifying aura, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered disciples of the Duanmu clan. These figures were none other than Duanmu Hong, the patriarch of the clan, accompanied by three esteemed elders. Their expressions were dark, emanating an icy killing intent that seemed to lower the temperature of the air itself. Who dares? Duanmu Heng's voice was cold and chilling. After a brief search with their senses, they soon realized that the formations had been triggered by their own actions. With no external manipulator present, these formations had not consumed much of Ji Yunfang's energy. Despite their impressive power, breaching the defenses of the Duanmu clan's scripture pavilion and treasury would prove to be an insurmountable task. Furthermore, these formations posed little threat to cultivators of the Unity Realm and above. In a mere half a dozen breaths, they were dismantled under the efforts of Duanmu Hong and the three elders. On a mountaintop several miles away, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang observed the scene with expressions of delight. Their plan had advanced significantly, now only one step away from success. Now, are you convinced? Previously, you dared to question the formations laid by this genius. My talents are unparalleled, and these minor formations were as easy as pie for me, Ji Yunfang boasted. You, the great genius Ji, are indeed impressive. I should not have doubted your formation skills, Jiang Yu conceded, having initially harbored skepticism towards Ji Yunfang's claims. However, witnessing the formidable impact of the two seemingly simple formations, Jiang Yu now wholeheartedly acknowledged his expertise. With the two most vital locations of the Duanmu clan under attack by formations, chaos reigned within the clan, leading to extensive inquiries regarding the potential existence of other hidden formations. Your corner formation won't be discovered anytime soon, will it? Jiang Yu inquired with some trepidation. Rest assured. That corner formation was meticulously arranged, with the runes concealed and disguised in such a manner that ordinary individuals would not detect it in a short span of time. But what if it's a master of formations? Jiang Yu pressed. Well, that becomes complicated. However, as far as I know, there are no masters of formations within the Duanmu clan. By the time they bring in a master from elsewhere, we will have already activated the killing formation, Ji Yunfang replied, which somewhat eased Jiang Yu's concerns. Now, they were merely a step away from their goal, and it was crucial to avoid any unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Duanmu clan, all elders and officials had gathered, their faces grim, and the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Recently, the clan had been beset by a series of unfortunate events. First, a lecherous intruder had infiltrated the estate to spy on the clan's women bathing, followed by the robbery and destruction of their spiritual minds. With these incidents still unresolved, the attack on the scripture pavilion and treasury had unfolded, compounding their troubles. Could these recent events be the work of the same group? Duanmu Hong finally broke the oppressive silence, pondering whether these occurrences were too coincidental to be unrelated. The assembly fell into silence, heads bowed in contemplation, until Duanmu Hong fixed his gaze upon the seventh elder. Who was responsible for the clan's security matters? The elder, steeling himself, responded, if the lecher was able to infiltrate the estate twice without detection, he must possess considerable knowledge of formations. Thus, He could easily set up the two killing formations outside the pavilion and treasury. However, the intruder acted alone, while the assailants of the spiritual mine were two separate thieves. The seventh elder's implication was clear. Recent troubles stemmed from two distinct groups, one being the lecher and the other the formation architect. While the robbers of the mine were a different faction altogether, Duanmuhang did not challenge the seventh elder's analysis but pressed on, "Do we have any leads on those two thieves?" The elder's face turned pale, and he stammered, "We are still in pursuit." Suddenly, an intense, violent aura permeated the hall, making it difficult for the attendees to breathe, with some of the less powerful officials nearly overwhelmed. "Useless, a bunch of good-for-nothings. After dispatching so many personnel, you have failed to even catch the scent of two mere Spirit Sea Realm rascals after a month. What purpose does it serve to sustain you?" Duanmuhang roared. With heads bowed, the assembly dared not utter a word, acutely aware of the embarrassment caused by their failure to locate the two individuals despite the deployment of elite personnel for an entire month. After venting his fury, Duanmuhang took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger, before stating coldly, "Recall all elders and officials dispatched for the search. Also, summon back those tasked with fortifying the spiritual mine. From today forth, the estate is under lockdown. Furthermore, conduct a thorough search to ascertain if any other killing formations are concealed within the estate." In his rage, Duanmuhang's orders were met with immediate compliance. As no one dared to challenge him, his decision stemmed from the direst of assumptions. The Duanmu clan had been infiltrated multiple times, and their most significant secrets might have been exposed. If that were the case, the clan would soon face a tempest from righteous forces, and the attack on the scripture pavilion and treasury could very well be a test of their defenses. Within 2 hours, the scattered cultivators of the Duanmu clan returned to the estate, finding the atmosphere rife with tension and apprehension, their faces filled with confusion regarding the unfolding events, upon learning of the attack on the scripture pavilion and treasury. And that the culprits remained at large, they were left dumbfounded. The scripture pavilion and treasury were the clan's most vital locations, situated deep within the estate. The audacity of the assault was nothing short of astonishing. And the gravity of the situation quickly set in an instant. The entire Duanmu clan was engulfed in a state of alarm, with cultivators patrolling the perimeter incessantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang, who had been lying in wait at a distance, exchanged glances, recognizing that the moment to annihilate the Duanmu clan had arrived. As they attempted to infiltrate the estate amidst heavy surveillance, a disciple hurriedly approached the grand hall. Bursting in without announcement, inside, Duanmuhang was engaged in discussions with the elders when the disciple's abrupt entrance drew his ire. However, the disciple, sensing the impending storm, quickly interjected, "Patriarch, we have discovered suspected formation runes in the northwest corner of the estate." The entire Duanmu clan was constructed upon an immense formation, and the disciple could not ascertain whether the runes were laid by their hidden adversary or by someone else, if the latter were true. An explosion could occur at any moment, prompting his urgent report. Duanmuhang, initially poised to unleash his wrath, felt a jolt of alarm at the revelation. His greatest fear had materialized. If an adversary could silently lay traps outside the scripture pavilion and treasury, then establishing formations elsewhere in the estate would be child's play. This posed the risk of a concealed time bomb, ready to detonate without warning. Without a second thought for their ongoing conference, he sprang to his feet, urgency in his voice. "Where? Lead me there at once." Duanmuhang and the elders hastily followed the disciple to investigate. On the other side, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang attempted several times to breach the estate's defenses, only to find it nearly impossible to approach the Duanmu estate. The ground was swarming with patrolling cultivators, and the skies were patrolled by flying cultivators, forming an impenetrable barrier. Compounding their predicament, Ji Yunfang's corner formation was immensely powerful, requiring his direct activation at the formation's core, which lay at the heart of the Duanmu estate. Retreating to the mountaintop, both wore expressions of urgency. The earlier attack on the scripture pavilion and treasury had certainly drawn the attention of the Duanmu clan, and they were undoubtedly conducting meticulous searches for any remaining formations. The discovery of the corner formation was merely a matter of time, and the longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood of exposure. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu resolved, "I will divert the patrolling cultivators. You seize the opportunity to infiltrate." At this moment, The enduring house was engulfed in an atmosphere of tension and dread. Should Jiang Yu take the initiative to reveal himself, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous cultivators intent on hunting him down. Even if he possessed exceptional combat prowess, the danger would be insurmountable. However, no better course of action presented itself. Time did not permit further delay. Ji Yunfang was well aware of the gravity of the situation and cast a profound glance at Jiang Yu, solemnly stating, "Very well, do take care of yourself. Indeed, the enduring house must be on high alert. Exercise caution," Jiang Yu replied. With the plan set, the two parted ways, distancing themselves by several hundred meters. Jiang Yu unsheathed the breaking army blade, his aura surging to its zenith, and he soared through the air towards the enduring house. Just a couple of miles away, a figure suddenly materialized in the void, demanding, "Who are you?" Jiang Yu did not respond. Instead, he raised the breaking army blade and struck down with it. The terrifying blade of spiritual energy cleaved through the air like a comet. The cultivator was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Jiang Yu's decisive attack. He attempted to evade the fierce blade light, but was a moment too late. As he moved, the blade light sliced diagonally across his shoulder, just as he opened his mouth to utter a word. His voice was abruptly silenced. The upper half of his body remained in place while his lower half was propelled several dozen meters forward, before both halves plummeted to the ground. On the ground, patrolling cultivators noticed the commotion in the air and shouted loudly, their voices imbued with spiritual energy piercing the stillness of the night, audible from miles away. A series of whooshing sounds echoed as several figures swiftly approached. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu turned and fled into the distance. The patrolling cultivators were startled into action, all pursuing Jiang Yu in the shadows nearby. Ji Yunfang seized the brief opportunity and, cloaked by the night, darted towards the enduring house like a spirit monkey. Within moments, he reached the protective formation surrounding the enduring house, produced an ancient mirror, and swiftly dismantled a segment of the formation, creating an opening large enough for one person to pass through. With a leap, he slipped inside the enduring house. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu exerted every ounce of strength to flee at breakneck speed, pursued relentlessly by dozens of cultivators. Although he was merely at the spiritual sea realm, his speed rivaled that of those at the divine bridge realm. After several breaths, only 3 elders at the divine bridge realm remained on his tail. After a further half a cup of tea's time, the 3 elders were astonished. Their spiritual energy was waning while Jiang Yu's pace showed no signs of diminishing. Could he truly be merely a spiritual sea cultivator? The strength of his spiritual energy was astonishing. 15 minutes later, the 3 men had completely lost sight of Jiang Yu and were compelled to return home, filled with disbelief. Once inside the enduring house, Ji Yunfang found the entire estate in a state of chaos. All cultivators were mobilized, conducting extensive searches for the lethal formations he had laid out. Within a brief half-hour, many of his formations had already been discovered. Ji Yunfang cursed under his breath. If this continued, his carefully arranged formations would be utterly dismantled within half an hour. He needed to rush to the formation's core and activate it immediately. In a frenzy, he made his way toward the core. But in his haste, he stumbled upon a wall and heard a booming voice behind him. "Who are you?" Ji Yunfang froze momentarily, reflexively replying, "You old bastard." Instantly regretting his words, he disregarded everything else and unleashed his full momentum. Racing towards the formation's core, "Thief!" The cultivator who spotted Ji Yunfang shouted, rousing the other patrolling cultivators. They turned to see a spherical figure speeding through the air toward the center of the estate. All cultivators halted their actions, uniting their efforts to chase after Ji Yunfang. As the pursuit intensified, more cultivators were alerted, and within moments, over 100 were in hot pursuit. Even more perilously, the cultivators in front were also stirred. Taking to the air to surround Ji Yunfang, he was forced to veer off course, weaving left and right through the void. The commotion drew the attention of Enduring Hong and the other elders, who hastened toward Ji Yunfang. Just as Ji Yunfang narrowly evaded an attack from a spiritual sea realm cultivator, a more powerful strike surged toward him, unleashed by an arriving elder. With no time for further measures, Ji Yunfang could only muster his spiritual energy to brace himself. Bang! The sound reverberated as Ji Yunfang was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings before finally stabilizing. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, severely injured. Yet, He could not afford to dwell on his wounds. Suppressing his internal injuries, he continued his desperate charge toward the formation's core. Only by reaching it and activating the formation did he stand a chance of survival. Upon seeing Ji Yunfang recklessly pushing forward despite his injuries, Enduring Heng's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned on him. He shouted, "Stop him!" The elder's panic was justified. Ji Yunfang's actions were too peculiar, fleeing deep into the estate rather than escaping outside. Such behavior was akin to inviting death. However, recalling the unidentified formations discovered throughout the estate, Enduring Heng's mind raced. Ji Yunfang intended to activate the formation. With this insight, Enduring Heng shouted and pursued Ji Yunfang, while some slower elders began to grasp the urgency of the situation and followed suit. ASA, Transcendent Realm Powerhouse. Enduring Heng's speed was beyond Ji Yunfang's reach, and he rapidly closed the distance. Ji Yunfang felt an oppressive aura enveloping him, instilling fear. Was it Enduring Heng or the Supreme Elder of the Enduring House pursuing him? Simultaneously, Enduring Heng unleashed a palm strike, the imprint from his hand expanding rapidly in the air, reaching 100 meters in an instant, descending upon Ji Yunfang with cataclysmic force. Ji Yunfang raced toward the formation's core. His soul trembled. If that massive palm struck him, he would be obliterated. The palm had yet to land, but its terrifying might had already reduced the surrounding structures to rubble. Ji Yunfang turned, his eyes blazing with fury. "You old bastard, if you wish to kill me, wait until your next life." As he cursed, he channeled all his spiritual energy into the ancient mirror in his hand. The mirror's surface glowed, emitting a dazzling beam of white light. In the void, the white beam collided with the enormous palm imprint, waves of visible spiritual energy rippling outward. Anything caught in the waves, houses, ancient trees, flowers, was instantly reduced to dust. Enduring Heng, witnessing this spectacle from the void, could not help but close his eyes slightly, astonished. As a transcendent cultivator, his strike could easily annihilate not only a mere spiritual sea realm cultivator, but even those at the divine bridge realm. To his shock, the young man had managed to momentarily withstand his attack. Enduring Heng's piercing gaze fixated on the ancient mirror in Ji Yunfang's grasp. The fact that Ji Yunfang could briefly deflect his attack was solely due to the mirror's power. Even a lowly spiritual realm insect wielding such an artifact could possess immense might. This mirror was undoubtedly at least a semi-sacred treasure, possibly even a sacred artifact. He had to obtain it. In the void, while the white beam emitted from the ancient mirror was remarkable, Ji Yunfang's cultivation at the spiritual sea realm limited his ability to fully harness its power. As he momentarily withstood the colossal palm, the spiritual energy beam was dissipated, and the palm came crashing down. A scream echoed as Ji Yunfang was sent sprawling, much like a fly swatted away. Lying on the ground, blood mixed with internal injuries gushed from his mouth, and his bones felt as though they were shattered. He was on the brink of death. Even so, he clutched the ancient mirror tightly, unwilling to release it. He had not yet met his demise, thanks entirely to the previous beam that had absorbed much of the palm's force. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Enduring Heng now hovered above, a look of disdain on his face as he regarded the barely conscious Ji Yunfang. No matter what plans Ji Yunfang had concocted earlier, they now seemed inconsequential. Soon, several elders arrived, and upon seeing Ji Yunfang's utter powerlessness, they collectively sighed in relief. "Who sent you? What are your plans? Speak, and I shall spare your life." Enduring Heng's tone was as cold as I see at a tea this moment. He longed to know whether the secrets of the Enduring House had been divulged to other celestial estates, and whether Ji Yunfang was acting independently or under the influence of another force. Ji Yunfang struggled to rise but failed time and again. Eventually, he exerted every ounce of his strength to crawl a few meters, leaning against a large stone. The excruciating pain twisted his features as he managed to utter, "If I tell you the truth, will you truly let me go? Will you not envy my unparalleled talent and exquisite looks, seeking to eliminate me?" Enduring Heng's brow furrowed, and the other elders were equally dumbfounded. At such a time, this chubby young man was still indulging in self-admiration. His audacity was truly remarkable. "As long as you confess truthfully, I assure you that I shall not harm you," Enduring Heng replied solemnly. Ji Yunfang took several deep breaths, summoning a fraction of his strength. "Humph! Do you take me for a Na'vi child just entering the world?" Your hands remain idle. Yet do you believe the multitude behind you will refrain from action? I, of unparalleled genius and unmatched valor, shall not be deceived by such trivial verbal tricks of yours, for you are woefully inadequate. Suddenly, a glint of brilliance flashed in Duanmu Heng's eyes as Ji Yunfang faced another assault, his insides bursting forth in a gory display of chaos. Ignorant wretch, even with death looming, you dare to flaunt your tongue. Speak the truth at once, or you shall find yourself in a position where survival is impossible. It took Ji Yunfang a good 10 breaths to regain his breath, and unexpectedly, a smile crept upon his lips, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Witnessing this expression, Duanmu Heng exclaimed in alarm. This is not good. Chapter 064. A mortal realm of Azura. No sooner had Duanmu Heng's warning escaped his lips than the ground beneath them was illuminated by golden runes, followed by an overwhelming aura of destruction enveloping the entire Duanmu clan. As it turned out, Ji Yunfang had previously been a mile or two away from the array's core, and under the circumstances of being besieged by hundreds of cultivators, it was utterly impossible for him to break through and activate the lethal formation. Just when Ji Yunfang believed his life was forfeit and his plans in ruin, Duanmu Heng's strike unexpectedly turned the tide. Though that blow nearly cost him his life, it propelled him a mile away, landing him mere meters from the array's heart. Ji Yunfang's earlier crawling, seemingly an act of desperation to find some support and avoid the indignity of being a mere wretch on the ground, was actually his final effort to reach the array's core. His nonsensical words, aside from his own narcissism, were a deliberate ploy to buy time and gather spiritual energy to activate the lethal formation. Ji Yunfang succeeded. All believed him to be on the verge of death and no longer a threat. Yet, what transpired next was utterly unforeseen. The entire Duanmu clan illuminated with the array's runes. The dark night sky transformed into a brightness akin to day as the runes flared to life. Beams of golden light erupted chaotically from the array, shooting out in all directions like erratic arrows. The sheer force of these beams was tremendous, tearing through the void with an aura of divine retribution, capable of piercing any defense. Within the Duanmu clan, only the 3 feet of ground at Ji Yunfang's location remained unscathed by the onslaught of light. Yet the beams close to the array's heart surged forth in abundance, forming a dense wall of light that shielded the core. Duanmu Heng, closest to the array's heart along with several elders, intended to strike Ji Yunfang down but was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of danger, prompting him to retreat swiftly. His choice was astute. As he dodged, countless beams of light erupted from the ground. Unfortunately, the elders beside him lacked his keen perception. By the time they sensed danger and attempted to evade, it was far too late. They were instantly pierced by innumerable beams, meeting a tragic end. Leaving not a single intact corpse behind, I am a genius of unparalleled talent, unmatched in wisdom and courage. Those who can slay me have yet to be born. You beasts of the Duanmu clan shall not escape. All shall descend into hell. The ordinarily carefree Ji Yunfang's eyes now burned with a hatred more piercing than the light emitted from the array. The sudden turn of events left the members of the Duanmu clan momentarily stunned. Amidst their bewilderment, countless beams of light shot forth from the array, and many fell victim to this onslaught, meeting a tragic fate in a palace deep underground in the central domain. A figure shrouded in demonic energy sat upon a throne, their features obscured. Suddenly, they stiffened, 2 icy beams shooting from their eyes. They promptly retrieved a magical artifact, equally cloaked in demonic energy, difficult to discern but resembling a bell or a ding from this artifact. A black beam projected forth, creating ripples in the void, subsequently revealing a spatial passage. As the demon rose to enter the passage, several golden beams shot out from within. With piercing sounds, the demon let out a scream as black blood sprayed forth. Luckily, the few beams that had emerged did not strike any vital point, allowing the demon to narrowly escape death. What in the world has transpired? The demon roared in fury. Just moments before, they had received a distress call from Duanmu Heng. While Duanmu Heng was of little consequence, the array set within the Duanmu clan was of utmost importance and could not be compromised. The demon had opened a direct spatial passage to the Duanmu clan to investigate, only to be almost killed by the terrifying beams that shot forth from it. Hearing the demon's roar from outside the hall, a cautious demonic cultivator entered, his face betraying shock upon seeing the black blood on the ground. "My lord, What has happened? Are you uninjured? You must immediately proceed to the Duanmu clan and ascertain the situation. The demon's voice was cold as ice, laced with boundless fury. The demonic cultivator dared not speak further and hurried towards the Duanmu clan. In mere moments, the Duanmu clan's cultivators had suffered heavy casualties, utterly powerless against the Array's massacre. The once grand and exquisite structures, the beautifully arranged pavilions and rare spiritual herbs, had been reduced to ruins under the onslaught of the killing formation. Even the crucial buildings reinforced by the Array could not withstand the devastation, collapsing into heaps of rubble, leaving behind only a tragic wasteland where treasures had been obliterated into dust. Oh, my lord. Save me. Why is this happening? Who has set this terrifying killing formation? Who wishes to annihilate the Duanmu clan? Who is it? The Duanmu clan was engulfed in cries of despair, with everyone desperately attempting to flee from this hellish battlefield. Yet, as they believed they had narrowly escaped the Array's light and reached its periphery, they were met with a torrential downpour of beams. On a distant mountaintop, Jiang Yu returned, observing the inferno of Array light emanating from the Duanmu clan and hearing the piercing cries that echoed forth. He did not exhibit excitement, but rather a chilling demeanor, his eyes betraying a suppressed hatred. All demonic cultivators deserve to perish. Chapter 065. The annihilation of the Duanmu clan. Though the Duanmu clan lay nestled in the remote mountains, miles from civilization, the might of the erupting killing formation soared to the heavens, felt even by powerful beings hundreds of miles away. They gazed toward the direction of the Duanmu clan, puzzled. Is there some anomaly within the Duanmu clan? Why such overwhelming murderous intent? They hastened towards the Duanmu clan. The closer they drew, the more intense the murderous aura became, prompting them to tread cautiously. After several breaths, they were horrified to discover the entire Duanmu clan shrouded in a terrifying golden killing array. The air was filled with the heart-wrenching cries of the Duanmu cultivators, who were mercilessly slaughtered by the Array's light. The once mighty Duanmu clan had been reduced to ruins. The onlookers were left speechless. The Duanmu clan, with a legacy spanning millennia and ruling over a vast territory, had been a force no one dared provoke, yet it now faced such a tragic demise. What kind of monstrous power had the Duanmu clan offended to warrant such ruthless punishment? From a distance, the powerful beings observed, none daring to approach for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Within the Array, Duanmu Hong had not yet been annihilated by the beams, but he had lost all semblance of his former might and authority. Disheveled, with one arm severed and gaping wounds bleeding profusely, he was a sight of utter despair. He narrowly avoided another beam. His eyes turned crimson as he bellowed. Which force seeks to annihilate the Duanmu clan? You have disrupted my master's plans, and he shall ensure your utter destruction. Even at this juncture, Duanmu Hong remained convinced that Ji Yunfang was merely a pawn of a greater power, struggling to comprehend how two mere spirit sea cultivators could obliterate the Duanmu clan. Having roared his defiance, despair began to settle within him. Master, where are you? Why do you allow the Duanmu clan to be annihilated without intervening? The anguished screams continued, with only a few remaining cultivators struggling against their fate. After a brief moment, the runes began to fade, the beams dissipating, leaving the Duanmu clan a desolate expanse, not a single intact tile to be found. The ground was soaked with blood, strewn with mangled limbs and fragments. The stench of blood overwhelming. Jiang Yu swiftly flew toward the ruins, fearing for Ji Yunfang's safety amidst the chaos. Yet, despite his lingering injuries, Ji Yunfang's face bore a triumphant expression of vengeance fulfilled. Upon reaching the Array's core, Jiang Yu was taken aback by Ji Yunfang's condition, hastily producing several healing pills from his spatial artifact for Ji Yunfang to consume. Not impressive. I declared I would annihilate the Duanmu clan. And I have done just that, indeed. But cease your boasting for now and focus on healing, lest you become a casualty yourself. Ouch! Please check my face for any injuries. I feel an intense burning pain. I cannot afford to have scars on my exquisite visage. Not wanting to keep Ji Yunfang in recovery for too long, Jiang Yu assisted him as they swiftly took flight, aware that the destruction of the Duanmu family would soon attract a multitude of cultivators eager to investigate. Their prompt departure was crucial to evade exposure. As they soared through the air, less than 2 miles later, they unexpectedly discovered Duanmu Hong lying on the ground, still clinging to life. The two hastened to his side. Duanmu Heng's condition was dire. His body below the waist had vanished, and only one arm remained. Several gaping wounds marred his torso, oozing blood, indicating he was on the brink of death. Upon seeing Ji Yunfang and Jiang Yu approach, his once dull eyes suddenly sparked with life, filled with a palpable hatred. You two little beasts, the master will surely not let you go." His voice was ragged, choked with blood. "May I borrow your treasured blade?" Jiang Yu was poised to end Duanmu Heng's life when Ji Yunfang abruptly interjected. Observing the cold, marrow-deep hatred in Ji Yunfang's eyes, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before handing over the broken army blade. It seemed Ji Yunfang's determination to personally annihilate the Duanmu family stemmed from deeper, undisclosed motives. Ji Yunfang, grasping Jiang Yu's blade, staggered before Duanmu Heng, brimming with vengeance as he addressed him. "Do you not wish to know who I am? I shall reveal it now. I am Ji Yunfang, son of Ji Ming." Hearing Ji Yunfang declare his identity, Duanmu Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Wasn't I?" A sudden, fatal blow silenced him. With Duanmu Heng dead, the vast majority of the Duanmu family perished, their estate utterly reduced to ruins. Thus, the Duanmu family was obliterated completely. Those who had escaped the massacre would soon find themselves hunted by various factions. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang, with the destruction of the Duanmu estate, a peerless formation hidden within its confines was also annihilated. The following day, a staggering piece of news spread across a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The Duanmu family had been eradicated. Initially, disbelief lingered, as the Duanmu family had existed for millennia, its deep-rooted heritage seemingly impervious to such swift destruction. However, skeptics soon found themselves awestruck upon witnessing the blood-soaked ruins that had once been the Duanmu estate. The Duanmu family had ruled the region with brutal tyranny, mercilessly repressing other factions. Any cultivator who dared express discontent faced dire consequences. The local cultivators had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Duanmu family, and its downfall was met with widespread elation. Consequently, the resources once controlled by the Duanmu family became the target of fierce competition among various factions, while the surviving members of the family, stripped of their former support, faced relentless pursuit from those with long-standing grievances against them. Within a mere fortnight, the Duanmu family, which had endured for thousands of years, vanished from the annals of history. In a secluded tavern courtyard in Tianyang City, Ji Yunfang had, after half a month of recuperation, largely recovered from his injuries. Yet, Jiang Yu grew increasingly concerned. Ever since Ji Yunfang had slain Duanmu Heng, he had become taciturn and sullen, his usual arrogance and flippancy extinguished. "What's wrong? Have you hit your head and gone daft?" Previously, if Jiang Yu had referred to Ji Yunfang as fatty, he would have retorted angrily. This time, however, he merely gazed blankly at the ground, lost in thought. Observing Ji Yunfang's despondency, Jiang Yu's frown deepened. Despite their frequent bickering, he had come to regard Ji Yunfang as a friend, his first friend. In fact, seeing Ji Yunfang in such a state filled him with concern. "Ji Yunfang, what troubles you? If something is amiss, speak up. We are friends, and we shall face it together." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, a flicker of light returned to Ji Yunfang's otherwise dim eyes. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Yu, paused for a moment, then spoke softly. "Old Jiang, I once told you I was an orphan. But that is not the whole truth." Jiang Yu had previously inquired about Ji Yunfang's background, who had claimed to be an orphan, evoking a sense of kinship in Jiang Yu. "I was once the young master of a small celestial estate, cherished by my parents and adored by my seniors. We trained together, caused trouble together, and faced reprimands together." A wistful expression crossed Ji Yunfang's face as he reminisced. However, this idyllic life was short-lived, shattered by that old beast, Duanmu Heng. His expression twisted with rage, Ji Yunfang continued, "Duanmu Heng coveted my mother's beauty and sought to possess her. My mother refused to submit, and in the end, he threatened the lives of our entire estate. To protect us, my mother had no choice but to comply." Ji Yunfang's voice broke as he recounted the harrowing tale. After a few moments, he composed himself and continued, "Yet, Duanmu Heng did not honor his word. After my mother left with him, he ordered the slaughter of our estate. Out of 854 souls, I alone survived, hidden by the others. When my mother learned of our estate's destruction, she chose to end her own life." Jiang Yu was left reeling from Ji Yunfang's tragic revelation, unable to fathom the depth of his friend's suffering beneath his optimistic and self-absorbed exterior. Perhaps Ji Yunfang's jovial demeanor was a facade to mask his profound sorrow and unquenchable hatred. Jiang Yu placed a reassuring hand on Ji Yunfang's shoulder. You have avenged your family by destroying the Duanmu family, allowing them to rest in peace. I believe your parents would not wish to see you so despondent. They would want you to live joyfully. Harboring such burdens can break a person. Sharing them might not yield solutions but can certainly lighten one's heart. After recounting his grievances with the Duanmu family, Ji Yunfang felt a measure of relief. The next day, Ji Yunfang resumed his usual carefree demeanor, burying his sorrow deep within. Brother Jiang, what are your plans moving forward? Why not join me? I will surely make a name for myself. Dominating the 5 regions and 2 seas. In time, you shall be my right-hand man, second only to me in power. Seeing Ji Yunfang's return to his former self brought genuine happiness to Jiang Yu. Join you? I fear I might starve or be chased into hiding. Old Jiang, such words do not please me. I am Ji Yunfang. After a playful exchange, Jiang Yu turned serious. Though the Duanmu family has been destroyed, the forces behind them still exist. We must find a way to spread the news of the celestial demons, prompting other celestial estates to take heed. Ji Yunfang furrowed his brow in confusion. You keep mentioning the celestial demons. What exactly are they? Are they not merely the nefarious forces aligned with the Duanmu family? The celestial demons are not mere rogues. They are. Jiang Yu proceeded to share all he knew about the celestial demons. Ji Yunfang's expression grew grave as he absorbed the information. If what you say is true, this is indeed a grave matter. The Sanyang Celestial Estate lies in the eastern region, while the Duanmu family resided in the central region. Both bearing the shadow of the celestial demons, the extent of their influence is terrifying. Only first-rate celestial estates possess the strength to confront them, yet we are but insignificant figures. Even if we were to approach a first-rate celestial estate with this information, they would likely dismiss us. Ji Yunfang's reasoning was sound, especially after the incident with Wu Daolin. You are correct. Directly approaching a first-rate celestial estate may yield little credence. However, I have a plan. What plan? Since we lack the influence to be believed, we shall seek a credible force to disseminate this information. A credible force? Ji Yunfang looked at Jiang Yu in confusion. Precisely, a credible force. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Though Ji Yunfang maintained a facade of nonchalance, he was sharp-witted, and Jiang Yu's suggestion quickly illuminated his understanding. You mean we should sell the information regarding the Duanmu family's prior allegiance to the celestial demons to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Once they acquire the information, they will naturally verify its authenticity, and now, with the news of the Duanmu family's demise making waves, curiosity abounds regarding who was responsible and why. Many will seek information from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, thus ensuring the tale of the Duanmu family's alliance with the celestial demon spreads, and since it originates from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, its veracity will not be questioned. This plan is truly brilliant. Zhang Xiong, it is not only your innate talent and strength that is rapidly approaching mine, but your intellect is also catching up in a certain underground palace within the central domain. The previously gravely injured Tianma sat upon his throne, while the demon cultivator he had dispatched to gather intelligence stood trembling before him. What is the situation? The Tianma inquired coldly. Reporting to you, my lord, the Duanmu family has been ensnared in an unparalleled killing formation, utterly annihilating the entire clan, leaving no survivors within the Duanmu residence. The demon cultivator hesitated momentarily before gritting his teeth to continue. The formation you laid has also been completely destroyed. Boom. A wave of terrifying pressure suddenly surged forth, the chilling and ominous demonic energy swiftly enveloping the grand hall, the heavy sound of the Tianma's breathing resonating like a war drum. The demon cultivator standing below contorted his face, gritting his teeth tightly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. After several breaths, the Tianma managed to suppress his fury, retracting the overwhelming aura he had unleashed, his voice as frigid as the frost of the 12th lunar month. Who is responsible? Jiang Yu and a young man are to blame. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu was involved, the Tianma's eyes shot forth 2 beams of icy light. Jiang Yu, this little insect has repeatedly thwarted my grand plans. I shall make him wish for death yet be unable to attain it. Chapter 067. Selling information. After a discussion, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang arrived at the Tianji Pavilion within the city, where they were greeted by an elderly man. What news do you young friends seek? We are not here to purchase information, but rather to sell it. We know the reason behind the annihilation of the Duanmu family. Ji Yunfang proclaimed loudly. The previously bustling hall fell into an immediate hush, the sound of a pin dropping audible, as all eyes turned toward Ji Yunfang. The most pressing topic in Tianyang City at present is which force, and for what purpose, eradicated the Duanmu family. However, despite everyone's inquiries, no one had gleaned even a hint of information. Not even the Tianji Pavilion possessed any intelligence on this matter. Yet, this little chubby boy boldly claimed to know the cause of the Duanmu family's destruction, causing the crowd's eyes to light up. Such a loud declaration of knowing the secrets behind the Duanmu family's demise was undoubtedly deliberate on Ji Yunfang's part. The elderly man at the counter, upon hearing Ji Yunfang's assertion, instantly perked up and stepped out from behind the counter, courteously gesturing, "Please, young friends, come upstairs. We conduct information sales on the second floor, which has private rooms." As they ascended to the second floor, they were received by another elder, who led them to a private chamber. After a maid served 3 cups of tea, she exited and closed the door. It was then that the elder inquired, "Do you young friends possess information regarding the annihilation of the Duanmu family?" "Indeed," Ji Yunfang affirmed. Without allowing the elder to continue questioning, he added, "The Duanmu family was obliterated by an unparalleled killing formation laid down by a master of formations destined to dominate the 5 domains and 2 seas." Listening to Ji Yunfang's boast, the elder slightly furrowed his brow. Sensing this, Jiang Yu quickly interjected to cut off Ji Yunfang's exaggeration, continuing, "The annihilation of the Duanmu family was surely known to the Tianji Pavilion. But the information we wish to sell is not that. Rather, it concerns why that formation expert chose to eradicate the Duanmu family." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the elder's furrowed brow relaxed. The fact that the Duanmu family was destroyed by a supreme killing formation was common knowledge. If the information being sold was merely this, it would be a mockery of the Tianji Pavilion. The elder's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu. "Do you young friend know which esteemed personage was responsible?" "I do not know. I am unaware of the background of the esteemed individual who acted, but we understand the reason behind their intervention." The elder felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Jiang Yu's response. Yet knowing the motive behind the action still constituted an exceedingly valuable piece of information. Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang had previously agreed that the news of their involvement in the extermination of the Duanmu family must not leak. Although the Duanmu family was wiped out, the immense power of the Tianma behind them would surely not spare them if it were discovered they were responsible. "What is the reason?" the elder asked. "Because the entire Duanmu family allied with the extraterrestrial Tianma," Jiang Yu replied straightforwardly. The elder frowned again. Aligning with the extraterrestrial Tianma? It was evident he was unaware of the secrets of the Tianma, which Jiang Yu had anticipated. The matter of the extraterrestrial Tianma was ancient history, known only to a select few within major powers. It was entirely reasonable for a minor steward, such as him, to be ignorant of it. "Is the Tianma one individual?" the elder questioned. "The extraterrestrial Tianma is not a single entity, but rather a collective of ancient and malevolent beings. They once brought catastrophe to the 5 domains and 2 seas, only to be vanquished by human cultivators. They have not appeared for several 100,000 years, and it is unclear why they have suddenly resurfaced." Jiang Yu provided the elder with a rough explanation. However, upon seeing the elder's gaze, akin to that directed at an individual with a deranged mind, Jiang Yu discerned that the elder did not believe him in the slightest. "You might think I am spouting nonsense. I believe you possess a jade talisman to communicate with the higher-ups of the Tianji Pavilion. If you relay this matter to them, they will ascertain that my words hold truth. This is not merely about the annihilation of the Duanmu family. The re-emergence of the Tianma is a shocking revelation that could lead to significant upheaval across the 5 domains and 2 seas." The elder hesitated, scrutinizing Jiang Yu for several breaths. Though this youth appeared young, his demeanor and speech were composed, markedly contrasting with the flippant remarks of the chubby boy beside him. While his claims were extraordinary, should they prove true, the implications would indeed astonish the entirety of the 5 domains and 2 seas. After a moment's contemplation, the elder, though still convinced Jiang Yu was speaking fantastical tales, feared missing out on such a monumental piece of information, which would be a grave dereliction of duty. Just then, a high-ranking figure from the pavilion happened to be present, allowing him to verify this matter with that esteemed individual. Having made up his mind, the elder spoke. "What you say is indeed quite astonishing. I have never heard of the extraterrestrial Tianma, but given the significance of this matter, I ask you young friends to wait here for a moment, while I seek confirmation from the higher-ups of the pavilion regarding the extraterrestrial Tianma." Upon hearing that the elder did not outright dismiss their information, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest fear had been that the elder would dismiss them as mere fabricators and expel them from the Tianji pavilion. Now that the elder was going to seek verification from the higher-ups, they felt reassured. After all, the Tianji pavilion was engaged in the business of information trading, and the higher-ups would undoubtedly possess knowledge of the extraterrestrial Tianma. The elder exited the private chamber, making his way directly to a separate courtyard behind the Tianji pavilion, which was guarded by over a dozen cultivators emanating a chilling aura, none other than formidable warriors. "What is the matter?" One of the cultivators blocked the elder's path, asking coldly. The elder hastily halted. "I have just received critical news and must report it to the young lady immediately." Upon hearing this, the cultivator said nothing further and led the elder into a lavish hall. Within the hall sat a girl of about 17 or 18 years, with a middle-aged woman standing beside her. The girl possessed skin as fair as snow, eyebrows like willow leaves, eyes resembling stars, and lips like coral, her figure exquisitely curvaceous. Her beauty was beyond comparison, her aura fresh and transcendent. Upon seeing the elder enter the hall, the girl's melodious voice rang out, "Zhang Guanshi, what brings you here?" Chapter 068. Qianning entering the hall, the elder quickly bowed in respect. The girl before him held an extraordinarily esteemed position, as she was the only daughter of the Tianji Pavilion's master, Qianning. "Reporting to you, young lady, 2 young men recently came to sell information, but what they asserted was truly astonishing and beyond belief. As a humble servant with limited experience, I dared not draw conclusions and thus came to seek your guidance," Zhang Guanshi respectfully replied. "What news could be so extraordinary?" the young lady inquired. The elder recounted Jiang Yu's prior statements. Initially, Qianning maintained a calm and elegant demeanor, but upon hearing mention of the extraterrestrial Tianma, her brow instantly furrowed, and the middle-aged woman beside her also froze momentarily. Zhang Guanshi caught sight of the sudden change in their expressions, his heart racing. Could it be that the extraterrestrial Tianma spoken of by the 2 youths is indeed a reality? After hearing the elder's account, Qianning's expression turned grave, her tone serious. "Are those 2 young men still in the pavilion?" "They are," the elder promptly replied. "Bring them to the hall. I need to understand this matter personally." The elder complied, his heart racing. Judging by the young lady's demeanor, the issue surrounding the extraterrestrial Tianma was likely far from simple. Upon Zhang Guanshi's serious return, Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang exchanged glances. Smiles creeping onto their faces, their scheme was secure. Before either Jiang Yu or Ji Yunfang could inquire, Zhang Guanshi spoke first. "A high-ranking figure in the pavilion wishes to meet with you 2 young friends. Please follow me." Upon hearing that a significant figure from the Tianji pavilion sought to personally address the matter, both felt reassured about their plan's stability. They followed Zhang Guanshi to the back courtyard without further ado. At the courtyard's entrance, Zhang Guanshi turned to them, his expression grave as he cautioned, "The esteemed figure you are about to meet holds an immensely noble status. I urge you to be mindful of your words." As Zhang, the manager, offered his admonitions, he took a moment to cast several concerned glances at Ji Yunfang, his demeanor clearly reflecting unease regarding Ji Yunfang's comportment. This prompted Ji Yunfang to protest. "Hey, what kind of look is that? I, Ji Yunfang, am a man of remarkable talent, exhibiting grace and propriety in both speech and conduct." Observing this scene, Jiang Yu hastily stepped forward to restrain Ji Yunfang, preventing him from continuing his impetuous remarks. "Rest assured, although we hail from a modest background, we are well versed in basic etiquette." The elder, witnessing Ji Yunfang's unseemly behavior, shook his head in resignation before turning to proceed further into the courtyard. Ji Yunfang was indignant, thinking, "What is he doing? Enough of this nonsense. We must focus on the matter at hand." Following Zhang, Ji Yunfang and Jiang Yu entered the grand hall, where Ji Yunfang's earlier indignation was instantly replaced by a dazed fixation upon the sight of Qianning. Jiang Yu, though not as overtly flustered as Ji Yunfang, felt a tremor in his heart. He had encountered many beautiful women before, be it Su Cuizhu from the Sanyang Immortal Mansion or Xiang Qingyue from the Four Direction City. Yet none could compare to the stunning figure before him. Upon entering the hall, Qianning and the middle-aged woman beside her were taken aback by Jiang Yu's presence. This 11 or 12-year-old boy had already reached the Spirit Sea realm. Such talent was not inferior to any of the renowned prodigies listed on the first-class talents ranking, and yet, the Tianji Pavilion remained blissfully unaware of him. Zhang cleared his throat, noting Ji Yunfang's rudeness. However, Ji Yunfang was too entranced to notice. Jiang Yu, in contrast, snapped back to reality at Zhang's gentle cough and promptly tugged at Ji Yunfang's sleeve. After a moment of inattention, he pulled harder, finally rousing Ji Yunfang from his stupor. Qianning, unperturbed by Ji Yunfang's impropriety, remained calm, accustomed to such occurrences. Once Ji Yunfang regained his composure, his eyes still gleaming with admiration, he boldly inquired, "Might I ask if this young lady is a celestial being descended from the heavens?" "I am Ji Yunfang, aged 18, blessed with extraordinary talent and striking appearance, and I have yet to find a suitable companion." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as Ji Yunfang was sent flying by an unseen force. "If you dare to utter another word of nonsense, you shall meet your demise." The middle-aged woman standing beside Qianning glared icily at Ji Yunfang, a chilling aura enveloping the entire hall. Rendering any thought of resistance futile, Lu Yi, "Enough," Qianning interjected, prompting the woman, referred to as Lu Yi, to retract her imposing presence. Yunfang lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, yet thankfully uninjured. The previous display was merely a light reprimand, not a severe punishment. My friend here suffered a minor mishap in his youth, causing some irregularities in his behavior. I implore you, esteemed ladies, to overlook his indiscretions. Jiang Yu quickly interjected to smooth over the situation. He helped Ji Yunfang to his feet, who stood silently, head bowed, too chastened to speak further, having truly sensed the presence of death. "And what do you go by, young brother?" Qianning asked Jiang Yu. "In response to your honor, I am Jiang Yu." "Jiang Yu, a splendid name. I am Qianning. You may address me directly by my name," she continued, her tone growing serious. "I have heard from Manager Zhang that the Duanmu family has entirely aligned themselves with the outer demons, provoking a powerful figure to eradicate them. Indeed, the Duanmu family has fully pledged allegiance to the outer demons, which led to a formidable array master executing their annihilation." Jiang Yu affirmed confidently. "You are aware of the outer demons? Which immortal mansion do you hail from?" Qianning inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding how Jiang Yu had come by such knowledge, for the outer demons had vanished over 1,000,000 years ago. Only a few ancient factions in the 5 domains and 2 seas retained any legends concerning them. So how did Jiang Yu possess such terrifying talent and yet remain unknown to the Tianji Pavilion? "I am aware. The reason I know of the outer demons is that an elder from our immortal mansion previously defected to them, nearly leading to our annihilation," Jiang Yu disclosed candidly. "Which immortal mansion do you belong to?" Qianning pressed further. "I hail from the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, which you may not have heard of. It is merely an inconspicuous 5th-rank immortal mansion in the Eastern Domain." At this moment, both Qianning and Lu Yi's expressions turned grave. The Duanmu family resided in the Central Domain, while the Sanyang Immortal Mansion was in the Eastern Domain, yet both possessed ties to the outer demons. This raised concerns about how many other immortal mansions might be under the control of the outer demons. "Are you certain they allied with the outer demons and not with evil cultivators?" Qianning asked incredulously. Such a serious matter had somehow escaped the notice of the Tianji Pavilion, causing her to doubt the veracity of Jiang Yu's claims. While the Duanmu family has been exterminated, some remnants undoubtedly remain hidden. If we were to capture 1 or 2 of their surviving members, we could ascertain the truth of my assertions, Qianning conceded. Jiang Yu's reasoning held merit. Capturing a couple of surviving Duanmu family members would clarify whether they were indeed allied with the outer demons or merely evil cultivators. "Is this the basis of your speculation regarding the Duanmu family's downfall?" Qianning inquired. If the Duanmu family had indeed fully aligned with the outer demons, their demise would be warranted. However, the Tianji Pavilion was known for its accurate intelligence, and thus, determining whether their downfall stemmed from this connection was vital. They could not rely solely on speculation. This is not mere speculation. On the very night the Duanmu family was eradicated, we were near their estate and overheard the array master state, "All traitorous humans who ally with the outer demons must perish," Jiang Yu asserted without a hint of trepidation. "Indeed," Qianning acknowledged, her tone revealing uncertainty about her belief in Jiang Yu's words. "Very well. We at the Tianji Pavilion shall investigate the veracity of this matter. Should the intelligence you provide prove accurate, we will reward you 100,000 pounds of spirit crystals." The mention of 100,000 spirit crystals, Zhang's jaw dropped in astonishment, yet he refrained from commenting. 100,000 pounds of spirit crystals indeed constituted a substantial fortune. Yet for Jiang Yu, whose worth was in the tens of millions of spirit crystals, it was relatively insignificant. However, as the FAAD required maintaining, Jiang Yu feigned exuberance at the prospect of such a reward. Just as Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang turned to depart, Qianning called out, "Jiang Yu, wait a moment." As she spoke, she retrieved a jade pendant from her spatial treasure and presented it to him. "This pendant is a gift for you. It possesses the ability to conceal one's cultivation level." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since his breakthrough to the Spirit Sea realm, he had long sought such an artifact that could obscure one's cultivation level. Yet such treasures were exceedingly rare. He had failed to procure one even at the Wanbao Pavilion in the Four Directions city, so he was astonished that Qianning would offer him such a valuable item. Had it been any other artifact, Jiang Yu might have engaged in polite refusals, but regarding this particular treasure, he felt no need for pretense. He stepped forward to accept the jade pendant with utmost seriousness, saying, "I truly require such an item. I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. I will forever remember this kindness. Should you, Miss Qianning, ever require my assistance in the future, I shall exert every effort." While possessing extraordinary talent is advantageous, lacking a formidable backing can render such a gift a potential curse. With this artifact to conceal his cultivation level, he would no longer need to fear the exposure of his abilities. Qianning's decision to bestow such a precious item upon Jiang Yu stemmed from her appreciation of talent. A 12-year-old in the Spirit Sea realm could rank among the best in the 5 domains and 2 seas. However, as he was merely a disciple of a 5th-rank Immortal Mansion, Jiang Yu had not revealed his status as the Lord of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, leading Qianning to believe he was merely a disciple. Such talent without strong support could easily attract enmity from other immortal factions, potentially leading to his untimely demise before he could fully mature. It is merely an ordinary artifact. Do not take it to heart, Qianning remarked. Only someone of Qianning's stature, hailing from a top-tier faction, would consider a treasure capable of concealing one's cultivation level to be ordinary. In lesser sects, it would be a coveted rarity. Once Jiang Yu and his companions took their leave, Louis remarked, "Miss, do you intend to recruit him? With his talent, he is bound to become a significant figure in the future. If he could join our Tianji Pavilion, it would be ideal. Even if not, we could forge a beneficial relationship." At this point, Qianning's expression turned serious. "Louis, what are your thoughts on the outer demons? They have been absent for over 1,000,000 years. Could they truly be making a resurgence?" Louis pondered for a moment, her demeanor suggesting sincerity rather than deceit. The matter of the outer demons was grave and required prompt verification. "Indeed, your reasoning is sound." Qianning concurred. As Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang exited the Tianji Pavilion, Jiang Yu's spirits were high. The matter of the outer demons had drawn the attention of significant figures within the Tianji Pavilion, and its exposure was merely a matter of time. Moreover, he had finally acquired the long-sought treasure capable of concealing his cultivation level, marking a double blessing. Walking through the bustling streets, Jiang Yu felt that everything was remarkably splendid. The once distracting clamor now resonated in his ears like the harmonious notes of celestial music, in stark contrast to Jiang Yu's exuberant mood. Ji Yunfang wore a dark expression, his visage contorted with suppressed fury. "That old hag, once I attain complete mastery of my realm, I shall seize her and mete out a thorough beating, compelling her to wash my feet and empty my chamber pot. What audacity she has to speak so freely." Fortunately, she held back. "Otherwise, you might well have met your great-grandmother by now. You wish to thrash her? I fear that will be no small feat. The aura she exudes is mightier than any cultivator I have encountered before. Her cultivation likely transcending the heavens and the earth. Hey, which side are you on? Do you think that I, a peerless genius destined for ascension, would be outdone by that old woman?" Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, not wishing to linger on the matter. "Now that the issue of the outer demons has been resolved, I shall continue my journey to the western regions. What about you? What are your plans? I truly do not understand what is so appealing about the western regions. Is it that you have a little paramour there? I shall remain in the central domain, cultivating while savoring the beauty around me. Should you find yourself struggling in the west, return to the central domain and continue to accompany me. You would do well to exercise some restraint in the future. Not every cultivator will be as lenient as today's encounter." Be wary not to fall victim to beautiful things, Ji Yunfang advised earnestly. Humph, today was merely an accident. By the way, you must admit that Qianning was truly like a celestial maiden descended to earth. I have seen countless beauties, but compared to her, they seem as plain as Zhang Taihua. Upon mentioning Qianning, Ji Yunfang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Who is Zhang Taihua? Zhang Taihua is a woman of unfortunate appearance. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Yu bid farewell to Ji Yunfang and set off alone towards the western regions. Unbeknownst to either of them, an inconspicuous old man had emerged from the Tianshi pavilion, quietly trailing behind them. As Jiang Yu departed from Tianyang City, a cruel smile crept across the old man's lips. Chapter 070. Ambushed. Jiang Yu took his leave from Ji Yunfang and soared towards the western regions. His spiritual sea vast and brimming with power, he zipped through the landscape like a streak of light, the mountains and rivers beneath him flashing by in an instant, covering several dozen miles in the blink of an eye. The old man following him, upon witnessing such speed, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, hastening his own pace. After a brief half-hour, Jiang Yu had traversed hundreds of miles and arrived at a remote, ancient forest. The old man, sensing they were far from civilization, allowed his eyes to gleam with malice and ceased his concealment, quickening his pursuit of Jiang Yu once more. At that moment, Jiang Yu sensed an anomaly behind him. His spiritual awareness was far more potent than that of an average cultivator, allowing him to instantly perceive that a practitioner was racing towards him with remarkable speed. The cultivator capable of such velocity was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. And considering recent events, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, fearing the newcomer bore ill intentions. Though curiosity about the identity of the pursuer flickered in his mind, he did not linger but instead channeled his spiritual energy. Accelerating towards the horizon, it was highly probable that the approaching individual meant harm and was undoubtedly a powerful adversary. Remaining stationary would be foolish, and he was not one to act unwisely. This little beast is quite alert, the old man muttered, channeling his internal energy to boost his speed as he pursued Jiang Yu. It became evident that he was enveloped in a swirling black mist, marking him as a demonic cultivator. This old man, known as Gannan, was a powerful figure at the Unity Realm, sent by the celestial demon to eliminate Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang. With Ji Yunfang presently in Tianyang City, he could not act against her just yet. Thus, he intended to dispatch Jiang Yu first before returning to seek an opportunity to eliminate Ji Yunfang. Although Jiang Yu was robust and possessed a vast spiritual sea, he was still merely a cultivator at the spiritual sea realm. Compared to a Unity Realm expert, he faced a significant disparity. Within moments, Gannan was visibly closing in. Realizing escape was futile, Jiang Yu halted his flight, drawing forth his breaking army blade, channeling his energy to its zenith, and bracing himself for the confrontation. In an instant, Gannan was upon him, and upon noticing the extraordinary weapon in Jiang Yu's grasp, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Ha! A fourth-grade weapon. How fortunate I am to encounter such a formidable tool. My journey has not been in vain. His demeanor suggested the weapon was already within his grasp. Little beast, hand over that fourth-grade blade, and I may allow you to die a complete corpse, Gannan declared, entirely dismissing Jiang Yu as a mere child. Even if he possessed prodigious talent, he was but an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Killing him would be a trivial matter. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. Though he could not determine Gannan's precise cultivation level, the palpable aura radiating from him was clearly beyond that of a bridge realm cultivator. As a human cultivator, you have chosen to ally yourself with the outer demons, willingly becoming a hound for them. Do you not feel any shame? Jiang Yu retorted vehemently. Gannan showed no sign of remorse, stating, a wise bird selects its tree. This realm will inevitably fall under the dominion of the Supreme Demon Emperor. I am merely aligning myself in advance. What is there to be ashamed of? It is you fools, clinging to your trifling beliefs, who will eventually face retribution. This individual had completely succumbed to darkness, utterly devoid of the dignity characteristic of human cultivators. Such traitors were often more ruthless than the demons themselves. Jiang Yu feared for his life today. Though aware that he was likely facing a dire fate, surrendering without a fight was out of the question. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes as he raised his blade and struck at Gannan. A beam of golden light erupted from the breaking army blade, transforming into a formidable streak of blade energy that surged towards Gan Nan. In response to Jiang Yu's full-force attack, Gan Nan's expression turned scornful. An ant dares to attack an elephant? How utterly foolish! As he spoke, Gan Nan casually waved his palm. In his estimation, the blade energy unleashed by an 11 or 12-year-old boy could hardly pose a threat. Despite its imposing appearance, it was merely a fade. The blade energy tore through the void, colliding with Gan Nan's palm strike, which was swiftly cleaved apart. The blade energy, undeterred, continued its relentless descent toward Gan Nan. Gan Nan's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Jiang Yu's strike would possess such might. Realizing he could not respond adequately, he unleashed his full power, conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy around him. With a thunderous crash, Gan Nan was propelled backwards several dozen paces. Once he steadied himself and looked down, he discovered a gaping wound several inches long in his robe, blood gushing forth. "You dare to injure me, little beast? I will tear you to shreds," Gan Nan roared, a mixture of shock and fury evident in his voice. Though Gan Nan's injury appeared severe, it was merely superficial, causing him no real harm. In truth, had he not been so overconfident, Jiang Yu would never have been able to wound him. Seeing that his attack had indeed harmed his opponent, Jiang Yu felt a surge of elation and prepared to advance for another strike. However, he was abruptly struck by the realization that Gan Nan's aura remained robust and unscathed. His heart sank. His most potent strike had barely grazed Gan Nan, confirming that the vast chasm in their realms could not be bridged by a mere high-grade weapon. At that moment, Jiang Yu abandoned any notion of engaging in a direct confrontation, sheathing his blade and fleeing towards the horizon. "You think you can escape? Today, no matter how far you run, I will ensure your body is reduced to pieces." Gan Nan growled, his murderous intent palpable as he pursued Jiang Yu. Despite Jiang Yu's desperate flight, the immense disparity in their realms translated into a corresponding difference in speed. Having barely covered 100 miles, Gan Nan swiftly caught up, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed at Jiang Yu's back. This time, unlike his previous casual attack, he employed 60% of his strength. A colossal black palm of spiritual energy materialized. Dark as pitch, seemingly forged from the purest essence of darkness, shimmering with an eerie, profound light that exuded a chilling, bloodthirsty aura. As this ominous black palm emerged, a terrifying wave of frigid energy surged forth, spreading rapidly around it like a torrent. This aura was unfathomably powerful. Despite the blazing sun overhead, Jiang Yu could palpably feel the bone-chilling cold permeating his very marrow, involuntarily causing him to shudder. Confronted with such overwhelming force, Jiang Yu's complexion paled, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He understood that if he were to be struck by this palm, the consequences would be dire. His very life hung in the balance. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 071. On the edge of life and death, Jiang Yu swiftly halted, turning to channel all his spiritual energy and initiating the human sun treasure technique. A blood-red sphere, laced with strands of golden light, erupted forth, radiating a scorching brilliance akin to a blazing sun, as it hurtled towards the colossal palm of spiritual energy in the void. Before the two sides' attacks could collide, the void trembled under their overwhelming might, resembling a tranquil surface of water disturbed by ripples. The towering ancient trees on the ground were reduced to powder by the tempest of spiritual energy unleashed. With a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder, a more terrifying storm of spiritual energy ravaged in all directions, scattering the clouds in the sky and revealing the azure expanse above. Jiang Yu's full exertion of the sun essence technique rivaled the might of ordinary divine bridge realm practitioner spells. The astonishment on Gan Nan's face was palpable as he mused. What realm is this young man in that he can wield such formidable power? This child must not be spared, or he will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Though Jiang Yu's sun essence technique could contend with a divine bridge realm expert, Gan Nan was not merely that. He was a unity realm powerhouse. The technique, after withstanding a few moments against the terrifying grasp, ultimately faltered and was shattered by the colossal hand, which then descended upon Jiang Yu in the blink of an eye. Before Jiang Yu could react, the massive hand struck him. Before the vast palm, he appeared as insignificant as a fly, instantly sent hurtling away, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled violently. Jiang Yu was propelled several hundred meters away. and dozens of towering ancient trees were unable to halt his flight. After Smashy, though he could not clearly discern the changes occurring within Jiang Yu's body, he was acutely aware that the once fragile breath of the latter, which seemed on the verge of extinguishing like a thread, suddenly surged back with vigor, restoring itself to its pre-injury state in mere moments. Moreover, Jiang Yu, whose consciousness was on the brink of eternal slumber, abruptly regained lucidity. Having experienced the tribulations of thunder previously, he was not overly astonished by this peculiar manifestation of his body. In just a brief span of time, his grievous wounds had healed considerably, and the mysterious force that had surged within him was now entirely expended, causing the golden radiance emanating from his body to gradually fade. Observing Gan Nan, who remained in stunned silence, Jiang Yu raised his broken military blade and struck down with fierce intent. After delivering the blow, he swiftly evaded and continued his flight ahead. His prior assault had already demonstrated that, even at full strength, he could not vanquish his foe. Thus, the purpose of this strike was merely to delay Gan Nan's relentless pursuit as much as possible. Although the sudden emergence of the strange force within him had healed his life-threatening injuries in a flash, he remained uncertain whether such a phenomenon would manifest again should he sustain another fatal wound. Furthermore, even if the mysterious force were to reappear, his adversary would undoubtedly not afford him the luxury of recovery. Thus, escape remained his only avenue for survival. As Jiang Yu had anticipated, his fierce strike did not inflict any harm upon Gan Nan, who reacted with remarkable swiftness, quickly recovering his composure and employing a treasure technique to neutralize the terrifying attack. Following the dissolution of Jiang Yu's assault, Gan Nan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he propelled himself after Jiang Yu. He speculated that Jiang Yu must possess some miraculous artifact for healing, which had enabled him to avert a fatal outcome and mend his injuries. If such a treasure existed, it would surely be limited in quantity, and all he needed to do was catch up to Jiang Yu to eliminate him. Despite Jiang Yu's attack failing to harm him, it had nonetheless bought him several moments of delay, allowing Jiang Yu to flee over 10 miles away. Gan Nan's sudden acceleration had been facilitated by a secret method that consumed his vital essence, achieving a temporary enhancement of his cultivation. However, this technique inflicted severe damage upon his body, and he dared not employ it excessively. At this moment, the two had returned to a state of equally matched pursuit. However, this equilibrium did not last long. Jiang Yu's speed gradually diminished as exhaustion began to take its toll, his spiritual energy waning. This predicament arose because, although his wounds had healed, the spiritual energy in his reservoir had been depleted by more than half when it had been breached. Perceiving that he was about to be overtaken and trapped in a life-or-death situation, Jiang Yu felt an acute sense of urgency as Gan Nan revealed a cruel smile behind him. However, just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Gan Nan, "Friend, please hold." Gan Nan's body jolted, and he turned to look, his expression shifting dramatically as he heightened his vigilance, channeling his spiritual energy. The newcomer was as swift as lightning, their speed far surpassing his own. Such a cultivator likely possessed a cultivation level above his. Jiang Yu, sensing that Gan Nan had halted, turned curiously to look back in but a moment. A middle-aged Taoist clad in golden robes and exuding a languid demeanor approached Gan Nan. The tension that had gripped Gan Nan's features eased upon seeing the middle-aged Taoist, replaced by a cruel and disdainful smile. Initially fearful that he had encountered an unparalleled master of the transcendental realm, he soon realized that it was merely a false alarm, for the Taoist was but at the spirit bridge stage of cultivation, likely possessing such terrifying speed due to a certain speed-enhancing technique. The middle-aged Taoist appeared oblivious to Gan Nan's unfriendly expression and, before Gan Nan could speak, continued speaking to himself. "I see a swirling black aura enveloping you, and your brow shines with an ominous gleam. Today, you are destined for calamity." His voice resonated with spiritual energy, causing Jiang Yu, not far ahead, to tremble upon recognizing the familiar voice, the ominous Crow Taoist. He too came to a halt. Previously, their encounters with the middle-aged Taoist had been far from pleasant, as he always spoke of impending disasters, and true to his words, calamities had indeed followed. Yet, Jiang Yu later pondered whether the misfortunes were a consequence of the Taoist's ominous predictions, or if they were fated to occur regardless. With the Taoist merely possessing the ability to perceive the inevitable, ultimately, he could not reach a conclusion, but regardless of the truth, It was evident that this middle-aged Taoist was no ordinary figure. Upon hearing the middle-aged Taoist proclaim that Gan Nan was destined for calamity, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. Given his previous harrowing experiences, he firmly believed that if the middle-aged Taoist foretold Gan Nan's impending disaster, it would undoubtedly come to pass. Unfamiliar with the middle-aged Taoist's sinister reputation, Gan Nan sneered, "Before me, you dare to play tricks. If you wish for death, I shall gladly assist you," with a sinister tone. Gan Nan's eyes glinted coldly as he unleashed a palm strike infused with dark, ink-like spiritual energy, bearing down upon the middle-aged Taoist with ferocity. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, the middle-aged Taoist displayed no signs of alarm. He calmly intoned, "I evade," and in an instant, left behind a mere afterimage, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Witnessing the middle-aged Taoist easily evade his attack only intensified Gan Nan's fury, and undeterred, he lunged forward once more. Unleashing another treasure technique upon the Taoist, "I evade again. I shall evade once more." Gan Nan's relentless onslaught shattered the ground, dried up rivers, and reduced ancient trees to dust, yet the middle-aged Taoist remained nonchalant. His robes untouched by even a speck of dirt, Gan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his superior cultivation, he was utterly impotent against the Taoist's astonishing speed. His strikes felt as if they were hitting cotton, lacking the force to penetrate. Frustrated and filled with unquenchable wrath, Gan Nan scoffed, "Do you only scurry about like a rat? Do you dare to face me in a fair fight?" With a heavy sigh, the middle-aged Taoist lamented, "Alas, the world has lost its virtue. Though I offer you a kind warning, you seek to take my life. Should you wish to confront me directly, wait until I reach your level of cultivation. However, I fear you may not live to see that day." Upon hearing the middle-aged Taoist's words, Gan Nan's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. He unleashed his Sky Eagle technique, darkening the heavens and unleashing a bone-chilling aura that spread forth. After several moments, even Gan Nan was forced to cease his frenzied assault. Despite employing his ultimate technique, he had yet to even graze the Taoist's sleeve. After all, even the mightiest of techniques must strike true to unleash their effects. "Rodent, dare you reveal your name? One day, I shall ensure your remains are scattered to the winds." Continuing the fruitless pursuit would yield no results. If he exhausted his spiritual energy, he would be in peril should the two of them join forces against him. "You claim to possess considerable cultivation, yet your words lack any sense. You speak of reducing me to fragments yet expect me to divulge my name." The middle-aged Taoist then shifted his tone. "Very well. I perceive that your days are likely numbered. I shall indulge you. My surname is Mu, and my given name is Yang, with the title of Tianji Taoist, at this moment." Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had witnessed Mu Yang's elusive movements and initially thought Gan Nan would fall victim to him. However, he soon realized that Mu Yang was merely a fade, lacking true strength to contend with Gan Nan. Now that Gan Nan had abandoned his pursuit of Mu Yang, it was Jiang Yu's turn to be targeted. At this juncture, Jiang Yu cursed himself for his foolishness in not seizing the opportunity to escape while he had the chance, remaining foolishly rooted in place to observe. Just as Jiang Yu had surmised, Gan Nan redirected his focus back toward him, and as Jiang Yu turned to flee once more, a horrifying force erupted from the ground. Akin to a raging tempest, the earth suddenly split open, revealing a massive chasm. What followed was a chilling spectacle, as a colossal earth dragon, hundreds of feet in length, surged forth from the crevice. Its fearsome head was as large as a house, its emerald scales glinting with a cold, menacing light. The emergence of the earth dragon occurred directly beneath Gan Nan, resulting in the most tremendous impact upon him. With a spurt of blood, Gan Nan, gripped by terror, attempted to escape, but the dragon's tongue, extending hundreds of meters, shot out like lightning, ensnaring him. Gan Nan's desperate screams echoed as his body vanished into the gaping maw of the earth dragon. Chapter 074. Escaping with life, the terrifying scene before him caused Jiang Yu's heart to lurch, and he dared not linger for even a moment longer, turning to flee into the distance. However, the earth dragon, having devoured Gan Nan, remained unsated, casting its gaze upon Jiang Yu and Mu Yang. Feeling the dragon's menacing aura lock onto him, Jiang Yu's scalp prickled with fear, and he summoned every ounce of strength to flee with all his might. Yet, despite his swiftness, He was still no match for the Earth Dragon in mere moments. It closed the distance, its massive jaws agape as its hundreds of feet-long tongue lashed out, threatening to ensnare Jiang Yu. At that moment, Emo Yang appeared, seizing Jiang Yu's shoulder before vanishing into thin air, while the Earth Dragon's tongue swept through the emptiness. The Earth Dragon, witnessing its prey being spirited away, was filled with fury. It was the sovereign of this vast expanse, and the audacity of someone rescuing a victim right beneath its nose was a profound affront. Its aura surged violently, raising its enormous forepaw to crush the two. Just then, the void before the Earth Dragon twisted abruptly, revealing a spatial passage through which a demon cloaked in black demonic energy emerged. It turned out that the demon, dispatched to eliminate Jiang Yu, sensed the disappearance of the soul mark implanted within Gan Nan, causing a wave of alarm. Consequently, it opened a spatial channel to investigate and intended to personally exterminate the two, only to encounter the terrifying Earth Dragon upon its arrival. A fifth-tier great fiend, the demon gasped. The sudden appearance of the demon instantly captured the Earth Dragon's attention, diverting its colossal paw away from Jiang Yu and Emo Yang and towards the demon instead. Thus commenced a fierce battle between the demon and the fiend, allowing Jiang Yu and Emo Yang to escape the Earth Dragon's pursuit successfully. Emo Yang, carrying Jiang Yu, soared several hundred miles before finally coming to a halt. Releasing Jiang Yu. Young friend, what a fortuitous encounter we have. Before Emo Yang could continue, Jiang Yu interjected, hold on. Although you just saved my life, who knows what ominous words might escape your lips next? Ha ha! Emo Yang chuckled heartily, continuing, young friend. There is no need for alarm. I observe a vibrant glow emanating from your brow. Surely, you are on the cusp of a grand opportunity. Upon hearing the mention of his brow, Jiang Yu's heart tightened, but he soon relaxed upon realizing that the words were not foreboding. Really? Jiang Yu inquired. I never speak lightly. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. Could fortune finally be turning in his favor? Since his emergence from the mountains, he had been either fleeing for his life or on the verge of being hunted. Where are you headed, Taoist? Since the other party claimed he had no misfortune lately. Jiang Yu felt at ease and engaged in conversation with Emo Yang. I have heard that a hidden ancient site in the central domain is about to open, and I wish to test my luck there. Would you be interested in joining me? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu reflected that 12 years had passed since his journey to the western region, and he was not in a rush. Since an ancient site was set to open, it would be prudent to seek his fortune there. Most importantly, the grand opportunity mentioned by Emo Yang might very well lie within that ancient site. He nodded, saying, since you have extended the invitation, I would be honored to accept. Thus, Jiang Yu and Emo Yang set forth together. Initially, Jiang Yu worried he would not be able to match Emo Yang's speed. But to his surprise, he found himself having to slow down as Emo Yang struggled to keep pace. Taoist, weren't you exceedingly swift before? Why have you slowed down? Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. I was employing a precious technique. But such techniques cannot be sustained indefinitely. This is my true speed, Emo Yang explained. Yet you, so young, exhibit such remarkable speed. What level of cultivation do you possess? Emo Yang was equally astonished by Jiang Yu's swiftness. Yet he was perplexed, as Jiang Yu's speed rivaled that of a strong practitioner of the Unity realm. However, from the aura Jiang Yu exuded, it was evident that this was not merely the result of a precious technique, but rather the natural swiftness of someone harnessing spiritual energy. This left Emo Yang bewildered. Although he could not discern Jiang Yu's cultivation level, he was confident that it did not surpass his own. He found it hard to believe that someone so young could possess a higher realm of cultivation, which would indeed be astonishing. The inability to see through Jiang Yu's realm was likely due to the artifact that concealed his cultivation level. Yet why was he so fast? My speed is somewhat extraordinary due to my unique physique. As for my cultivation, it pales in comparison to yours, Taoist. I've merely just broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. Jiang Yu did not conceal this fact, as only practitioners of the Spirit Sea realm could fly through the air. A 12-year-old in the Spirit Sea realm was a rarity across the 5 domains and 2 seas. Young friend, since you possess a treasure that conceals your cultivation level, it would be wise to refrain from flying easily and revealing your true strength. Jiang Yu had not disclosed his age, yet Emo Yang accurately guessed it, which only heightened Jiang Yu's sense of Emo Yang's extraordinary nature. Thank you for the reminder, Taoist. I am grateful for your guidance. Jiang Yu had considered this matter previously, but amid his flight from danger, he had not been able to focus on whether he was revealing his cultivation. He had also purchased an ordinary flying artifact in Tianyang City, which, while conserving spiritual energy, could not match the speed of his own flight. Now that the danger had passed, he took out the flying artifact as per Imo Yang's suggestion. Seeing Jiang Yu heed his advice and speak politely, Imo Yang displayed a look of approval. "How should I address you, young friend? My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Yu." "Jiang, young friend, the demon's cultivation is indeed formidable. Facing a fourth-tier great fiend, it shows no signs of falling behind, and it appears to have the upper hand." A tremendous battle erupted between the two, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to dry up. The once lush and vibrant area within 100 miles had turned into a desolate wasteland. After more than a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, although the demon gradually gained the upper hand, killing the Earth Dragon would not be an easy feat after sending the Earth Dragon flying once more. The demon produced a treasure, swiftly opening a spatial passage and vanishing from the scene. Although the demon believed it could kill the Earth Dragon, continuing the battle risked attracting the attention of human cultivators. And now was not the time to reveal themselves before them. Thus, the demon chose to withdraw in a certain underground hall in the central domain. A voice seethed with malice. "I do not believe you will always have such good fortune. Little pest, dare to thwart the master's grand scheme. Next time, I shall crush your bones to dust." Chapter 075. The Harbinger of Calamity in the backyard of the Tianji Pavilion in Tianyang City. Xian Ning turned to Aunt Lu, who had just entered the hall. "Aunt Lu, what was the outcome? Today, the Tianji Pavilion captured 2 members of the Duanmu family who had fled. I went to confirm whether they have indeed allied with the outer demons." "What did you find, Aunt Lu?" "Indeed, they possess demonic techniques and have aligned themselves with the outer demons." Upon receiving Aunt Lu's confirmation, Xian Ning's brow furrowed deeply, her expression turning grave. "Did you inquire about the whereabouts and intentions of the outer demons?" Aunt Lu shook her head. No, after a moment of contemplation, Xian Ning raised her head, stating, "The re-emergence of the outer demons is a matter of great significance. We must return to the pavilion immediately to inform Father." Several days later, Jiang Yu accompanied Imo Yang to the territory of the Daong Immortal Mansion. The Daong Immortal Mansion is one of the 3 premier immortal mansions in the central domain. Its strength unfathomable. After several more days of travel, they arrived at a magnificent mountain peak, a breathtaking locale adorned with jagged cliffs and peculiar formations. In the midst of these odd peaks lay a flat expanse of several miles, where it was said the entrance to the hidden realm was located. At this moment, the surrounding peaks were already brimming with cultivators, with the inner slopes occupied by high-ranking immortal mansions, including disciples from the Daong Immortal Mansion, indicating the extraordinary nature of this hidden realm. Jiang Yu and Imo Yang could only land on a less populated peak on the outskirts. On this peak stood only 10 individuals, all seemingly from the same sect. Among them was an elder whose cultivation Jiang Yu could not discern, while the remaining 9, both male and female, appeared to be around 20 years of age, all at the Spirit Sea realm like Jiang Yu. Upon landing, Imo Yang greeted the group, but the elder merely cast a sidelong glance at them before closing his eyes to continue his meditation, while the other 9 regarded Jiang Yu with disdain. Jiang Yu initially intended to greet them, but upon witnessing their contemptuous gazes, he halted and found a relatively clean stone to sit upon and meditate. Mo Yang, however, was undeterred by their scorn and spoke up. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I see the darkened aura on your brows. It may portend a calamity. I advise you to leave this place promptly." Indeed, Imo Yang did not utter anything pleasant. He had begun by warning them of impending disaster. Upon hearing this, the 10 individuals' expressions shifted from disdain to hostility, and the elder who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. "Have we offended you in any way? Taoist? Why do you curse us upon meeting?" The Dayun Immortal Mansion is a 3rd-tier immortal mansion in the central domain, and its strength is not to be underestimated. We have no grievances against each other, and I have never met you before. I merely perceive a sliver of heavenly secrets and wish to offer a kind reminder. Your words are mere delusions, if you continue to speak nonsense. "Do not blame me for being impolite," the elder retorted, an imposing aura emanating from him. Seeing that the elder was ungrateful, Imo Yang shrugged and found a spot to sit down, choosing to remain silent. Observing Imo Yang's discretion, the elder also retracted his imposing demeanor and resumed his meditation. The two parties clearly defined their territories, waiting for the hidden realm to open. Just as Jiang Yu and Imo Yang patiently awaited the opening of the hidden realm, a sharp female voice pierced the air. The speaker was a strikingly beautiful young woman, yet the disdainful arrogance on her face was quite off-putting. The hidden realm is not something anyone can simply enter. Some ignorant fools think they can just waltz in, only to meet their demise without even understanding how. Though the young woman did not name anyone, her gaze made it abundantly clear that she was referring to Jiang Yu. Bai Jing's junior sister spoke with reason. Some individuals are simply unaware of their own limitations, oblivious to their own capabilities. When they eventually enter the secret realm, there will be moments when they find themselves begging for mercy. A strikingly handsome man beside Bai Jing concurred. Yun Hao, you have already transformed your spiritual energy into substance, haven't you? Such exceptional talent as yours is rare even across the entirety of Tianhe continent. If you were to take action, even the most insignificant creatures would fall before you with a mere flick of your hand. Bai Jing gazed at Yun Hao with admiration, exclaiming, "Junior sister has praised you." But against such trivial opponents, there is no need to exert any effort. Although the crowd could not discern Jiang Yu's cultivation level, they speculated that he possessed a treasure capable of concealing his true abilities. However, they did not hold high hopes for his actual prowess. After all, how formidable could a boy of 11 or 12 truly be? At most, he might reach the 6th or 7th level of the Kunling realm. They were all at the Linghai realm, and dealing with a Kunling realm cultivator would be a trivial matter, even if that cultivator were at the 9th level of Kunling. Meanwhile, Imo Yang observed Jiang Yu with keen interest, eager to see how he would respond to the mocking taunts of the crowd. Typically, a boy of his age would retaliate sharply or even resort to physical confrontation, at the very least displaying anger. Yet, Jiang Yu's reaction was entirely unexpected. He merely opened his eyes, cast a calm glance over the crowd, and then closed them once more, entering a state of meditation, his expression unperturbed as if their words had nothing to do with him. Mo Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young man not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also displayed remarkable composure. If he were to grow steadily, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself in the world. However, Jiang Yu's tranquil demeanor was perceived by the others as blatant disdain and indifference, igniting a surge of anger amongst them. A hot-tempered cultivator, his aura flaring, was about to strike at Jiang Yu. Thinking, "How dare this insignificant brat treat us with such contempt? I must teach him a lesson and make him understand that some individuals are not to be trifled with." Sensing the intent to attack, Jiang Yu finally opened his eyes, yet his expression remained placid as he quietly regarded his would-be assailant, not even gathering his spiritual energy. For him, a mere cultivator who had just entered the Linghai realm presented no real challenge. He was confident he could defeat him with sheer physical strength alone. Zhao Feng, junior brother, do take a breath. The secret realm is about to open. This is not the time for conflict, Yun Hao interjected, though a flicker of murderous intent briefly glimmered in his eyes. Jiang Yu, perceptive as he was, caught that fleeting glint and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had come here without causing any trouble. Yet it was Imo Yang's loose lips that had drawn the ire of others, and now they were intent on harming him. Jiang Yu shot a wary glance at Imo Yang, pondering the odd misfortune that seemed to follow him whenever they crossed paths. Though Imo Yang had mentioned that he would escape calamity and encounter great fortune, the current situation suggested otherwise. Disaster had already appeared, leading him to wonder if Imo Yang was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. With this thought, Jiang Yu instinctively shifted his position, distancing himself slightly from Imo Yang. Chapter 076. The opening of the secret realm under Yun Hao's persuasion. Both parties temporarily settled into a state of tranquility, each meditating in anticipation of the secret realm's opening. 2 days passed, and more cultivators arrived, with the number gathered here exceeding 1,000. The once spacious peak where Jiang Yu and others stood was now becoming increasingly crowded as dozens more cultivators joined. Noticing the newcomers, Imo Yang rose and approached some of them, saying, "I observe a darkening in your brows, fellow Taoists. It may indicate impending disaster. I advise you to leave promptly." As expected, this provoked a torrent of insults from the gathered cultivators, some of whom, with fiery tempers, attempted to retaliate. Yet, under Imo Yang's elusive movements, they could not even graze his sleeve. However, Jiang Yu found himself in a predicament. The others were unaware that he was associated with Imo Yang. But after a few cultivators from the Sunwheel Immortal Mansion maliciously pointed him out, they redirected their anger toward him when they could not catch Mo Yang in order to avoid revealing his cultivation level. Jiang Yu had no choice but to maneuver his flying artifact to evade them. Damn it! Truly a disaster. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly as he dodged. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the secret realm. With a cultivator exclaiming, "The secret realm has opened." The cultivators who had been pursuing Jiang Yu turned their attention to the entrance, abandoning their chase in fear of missing out on the treasures within. Jiang Yu, you truly are remarkable. You managed to escape from several Linghai cultivators unscathed. I commend you. Mo Yang, who had previously fled, now approached Jiang Yu, clasping his hands in greeting. Seeing Mo Yang, Jiang Yu was consumed with anger. Were it not for Mo Yang having saved his life earlier, he would have relished the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. You dare return? Your thoughtless words have caused me to be hunted. From here on, we part ways. Your troublemaking will surely lead to my demise. Jiang Yu exclaimed angrily. Jiang Yu, you exaggerate. That was merely a necessary action. If they had caught up to me, I would have been in grave danger. As for you, you would only have suffered a beating at worst. Would you really let me meet my end? Mo Yang replied, unabashed and unrepentant. Let you meet your end? Jiang Yu retorted firmly. If you lack the ability to deal with them and fear being torn apart, then you would do well to keep your mouth shut and refrain from speaking foolishly. Monks are meant to be compassionate. I merely predicted their misfortune. How could I remain indifferent? Jiang Yu shook his head. Unwilling to continue debating with him, Mo Yang possessed a speed treasure, and ordinary individuals could hardly touch him. He turned and piloted his flying artifact toward the entrance of the secret realm. Due to the previous delays, the others had already entered the secret realm, leaving only Jiang Yu and Mo Yang amidst the bustling peaks. Before them lay a spatial passage, approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Shrouded in chaos, obscuring the view of its interior. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before instructing Mo Yang, "You go in first." This was not out of concern for the potential dangers within the secret realm, but rather a desire to avoid being entangled with Mo Yang and his troubles. Mo Yang, recognizing Jiang Yu's apprehension, chose not to press the matter further. "Then I shall proceed first," he said, and with that, he swiftly entered the spatial passage. Jiang Yu waited outside for a brief moment before following suit. As he stepped into the passage, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself in a desolate expanse, at the same time. An overwhelming pressure, far beyond that of the outside world, enveloped him. However, for someone with Jiang Yu's robust physique, it posed little challenge. The cultivators who had previously entered the secret realm had already made their way deeper inside, leaving Jiang Yu alone in the vastness. It was his first encounter with such a realm, and curiosity compelled him to pause and observe the surroundings. The secret realm was immense, stretching endlessly before his eyes. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the cultivator who had once opened such a vast domain. Surely, they had been a figure of great renown. The so-called secret realm was not a naturally occurring phenomenon, but rather a small world crafted by cultivators. Once a cultivator reached the Tongxian realm, they could establish a secret realm. For those above the Tongxian realm, creating a secret realm held significant importance. Firstly, it allowed for the contemplation of the laws of heaven and earth, providing insights that would facilitate their advancement in cultivation. Secondly, it enhanced their combat prowess, as within their own created world, they were the absolute rulers, able to dictate all the rules within. Should they engage in battle, drawing their opponents into their own secret realm would grant them a distinct advantage. However, this particular secret realm starkly contrasted Jiang Yu's expectations of picturesque landscapes and abundant spiritual energy. Instead, all he encountered were yellowish-brown sands and bluish rocks, devoid of any other color or vitality. After circulating his techniques and detecting the absence of spiritual energy, he found the entire realm desolate and lifeless. After lingering for several moments, Jiang Yu piloted his flying artifact leisurely deeper into the secret realm, deliberately slowing his pace rather than rushing headlong into its depths. His reluctance to hasten was not due to a lack of interest in the potential treasures hidden within, but rather a recognition of the formidable competition present. Cultivators from various immortal mansions had gathered here, including several second- and third-tier sects, along with the likes of the Daong Immortal Mansion, a powerhouse in the region. If he were to recklessly compete for treasures without assessing his chances, he might not only fail to secure any riches but could also lose his life in the process. Thus, it was wiser to search the periphery more carefully. Perhaps he might stumble upon an opportunity. As he explored, the landscape appeared unchanged, with nothing but yellow sands and blue stones in sight. After a quarter of an hour, he finally noticed a shift ahead. A dilapidated ancient ruin began to materialize in the distance. Jiang Yu's spirit surged, and he quickened his pace towards the ruins. As he drew near, several familiar figures emerged amidst the remnants, revealing themselves to be cultivators from the Sunwheel Immortal Mansion. Chapter 077. Stepping on a nail. Upon spotting the Sunwheel cultivators, Jiang Yu frowned and intended to circumvent them. Given their previous murderous intent, encountering them in the secret realm would surely lead to a deadly confrontation. He harbored no concerns regarding the 9 disciples of the Linghai realm from the Sunwheel Immortal Mansion. Even if he were to face them alone, he was confident in his ability to extricate himself unscathed. However, Jiang Yu was apprehensive about the elder who led them. Although he could not discern the elder's cultivation level, the subtle aura he had previously emanated suggested that he could very well be a formidable figure at the Unity Realm. In a confrontation with such an opponent, Jiang Yu felt he had no chance of victory. Nevertheless, his movements were a moment too slow. Just as he was about to turn and leave, several figures in the ruins had already detected his presence. 5 silhouettes swiftly approached, encircling Jiang Yu with cruel smiles adorning their faces. Upon seeing only 5 individuals and noting the absence of the leading elder, suspicion crept into Jiang Yu's mind. He expanded his spiritual sense, and after a moment his furrowed brow relaxed. There were indeed only 5 of them. The elder and the other 4 were not present. It appeared that after entering the secret realm, the group from the Sunwheel Immortal Mansion had split into 2 paths, one led by the elder, taking the strongest 4 deeper into the realm, while the 5 weaker disciples, led by Zhao Feng, scouted the periphery. Ha ha, little creature, I was just wondering where to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself to me. Zhao Feng laughed malevolently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In his view, Jiang Yu was nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. They believed that a boy of 11 or 12 years could possess no significant cultivation. Even achieving the 7th or 8th level of the Kunling realm would be remarkable. As for the Linghai realm, such a notion never crossed their minds. If someone of that age had reached the Linghai realm, it would have stirred the entire 5 domains and 2 seas, and he would have been hidden away by the great forces long ago. How could he possibly be wandering about? Moreover, even if by some chance he was of the Linghai realm, the 5 of them were all at that same level. Dealing with someone at the pinnacle of Linghai would pose no challenge at all. Thus, from any perspective, Jiang Yu appeared destined for certain death. Just you 5? Where is your elder? Jiang Yu inquired with a calm demeanor. Humph. Still trying to feign calmness when death is at your doorstep? For trash like you, I need but a single slap. Do we really need Elder Zhu to intervene? Zhao Feng mocked. Zhao Feng, I happen to be in need of a flying magical artifact, and I quite fancy the one beneath this little creature's feet. After we kill him, may I have it? The sole female among the 5 asked. Since junior sister Mu Shui desires it, then it shall be given to you. The others completely ignored Jiang Yu as they engaged in their brazen conversation. Are you so certain you can kill me? Jiang Yu asked, maintaining his tranquility. Do you truly believe you are worthy of our combined efforts? I alone can extinguish you, worthless creature, declared one of the youths. Turning to Zhao Feng, brother, there's no need for you to dirty your hands with such a small pest. Let me handle him. Very well, Zhao Feng nodded, and the other 4 retreated several dozen meters. Die, little beast, the practitioner exclaimed, soaring into the air and delivering a kick toward Jiang Yu. A massive spiritual foot materialized, instantly enlarging to over 10 meters in size. This practitioner not only sought to eliminate Jiang Yu but also intended to humiliate him. Aiming to stomp him into a bloody pulp, that little beast frightened into silence. The female practitioner sneered upon seeing Jiang Yu standing motionless atop his flying artifact. Who knows where this little creature crawled out from? He has probably never witnessed a Linghai realm practitioner in action. She continued. At that moment, Jiang Yu finally moved. Just as the giant spiritual foot was about to descend upon him, he unleashed a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the seemingly terrifying spiritual foot shattered into fragments, dissipating into the void. The 4 onlookers were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? The practitioner who had kicked exclaimed in astonishment. He had unleashed his full power, yet the other had simply countered with a single punch, even without employing any magical techniques. This was utterly unfathomable. You are not of the Kunling realm. You are of the Divine Bridge realm. The practitioner gasped in realization. Though a Divine Bridge realm practitioner at 11 or 12 years old was equally hard to believe, it was the only explanation for how the youth had easily neutralized his full-force attack. Not at all, Jiang Yu replied coldly, and as he spoke, he darted toward the practitioner. The practitioner was taken aback. At this moment, all will to fight drained from him, and he turned to flee toward the other four. Shouting, "Brother Zhao, save me!" The four, hearing his cries for help, snapped back to reality. "You little beast, how dare you?" Zhao Feng began, rushing toward the fleeing practitioner. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu had already reached the practitioner, raising his fist to strike at the man's head. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the practitioner could even mount a defense, a resounding crack echoed as his skull exploded like a watermelon, extinguishing his life. Only then did Zhao Feng arrive on the scene, his eyes bulging with fury as he glared at Jiang Yu. "You little beast, you dare kill Shilin? You will pay with your life." At this moment, the other three closed in, surrounding Jiang Yu, their murderous intent palpable. "It seems you shared a deep bond with him. Then I shall grant you the opportunity to reunite," Jiang Yu declared ominously. Having taken one life, he would not allow the others to escape and risk facing retaliation from their more powerful allies. "Do not hold back. Let us all strike down this little beast together," Zhao Feng commanded, drawing forth his magical artifact. The terrifying power Jiang Yu had just demonstrated was far beyond what he alone could contend with, so he urged the other three to join him in attacking Jiang Yu. The remaining three, recognizing the threat, also produced their magical artifacts. Hemph! Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. Channeling his spiritual energy, he took the initiative, closing in on one of the male practitioners before they could coordinate their assault. This practitioner reacted a fraction quicker than the previous one. As Jiang Yu's fist barreled toward him, he raised his artifact in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. The artifact was sent flying back, colliding with the practitioner, who spewed blood and was sent crashing to the ground, clearly on the brink of death. At that moment, the three remaining practitioners launched their attacks. Jiang Yu evaded one strike, blocked another, and the spiritual sword light unleashed by the female practitioner pierced his chest. Seeing this, the group felt a surge of triumph. However, their joy was short-lived as their expressions froze in horror. They were shocked to find that Jiang Yu had not been pierced as they had anticipated. With a powerful thud, the fierce sword light struck against his artifact, producing a metallic clang, and Jiang Yu merely staggered back a step, his skin untouched. "Flee! This little beast is beyond our capabilities," Zhao Feng exclaimed, witnessing the shocking turn of events. The other two practitioners, not needing Zhao Feng's urging, instinctively began to turn and flee. Chapter 078, Dragon Scale Armor Trying to Escape? A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he pursued the three. His speed far surpassed theirs, and in just a breath's time, he caught up to Mu Shui, who lagged behind. Without a shred of pity, Jiang Yu raised his fist and struck at her back. Mu Shui, desperately fleeing for her life, sensed a terrifying aura of death approaching. She turned, her face filled with terror. "I was wrong. Please, don't." But before she could finish her plea, her body exploded, her life extinguished. Ahead, Zhao Feng and another practitioner were paralyzed with fear at the gruesome scene. Zhao Feng quickly urged the other practitioner. "We must split up to escape. If we stick together, we will surely die." Given Jiang Yu's overwhelming speed, fleeing together would lead to certain doom. Perhaps separating offered a glimmer of hope. However, while their idea was sound, the outcome did not unfold as they had hoped. In just a few breaths, Zhao Feng found himself the last one standing. Realizing escape was futile, Zhao Feng halted, his eyes still burning with malice as he threatened Jiang Yu. "I am the grandson of the 12th elder of the Sunwheel Immortal Mansion. If you kill me, my grandfather will not let you off the hook. He is an unparalleled master of the Unity Realm." Jiang Yu, seeing his opponent as nothing more than a piece of meat on a chopping block, did not rush to strike. Instead, he taunted, "Then what should I do? Let me go, and we can let this matter slide. From now on, we will go our separate ways," Zhao Feng replied hastily to Ah. but I have killed 4 of your companions. Do you think your sect will simply let me go? I will not tell a soul. I will claim that they were killed by practitioners from a rival sect. Is that so? Jiang Yu responded noncommittally. However, I believe it would be safer to kill you. With you dead, no one would know it was me. At this moment, Zhao Feng realized Jiang Yu was merely toying with him and had no intention of sparing him. A glimmer of madness flickered in Zhao Feng's eyes as he hurled a treasured seal given to him by his grandfather. A 4th-grade magical artifact toward Jiang Yu. As the seal rapidly expanded in the air, its oppressive aura surged. Jiang Yu's expression grew serious as he withdrew his, channeling his spiritual energy. Just as the seal's pressure reached its peak, it suddenly halted, as if suppressed by some mysterious force. Zhao Feng stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for this sudden turn of events. Jiang Yu, witnessing this strange occurrence, was equally perplexed. Nonetheless, the situation was not unfavorable for him. Jiang Yu raised his sword toward the sky, unleashing a chilling blade of light that extended for dozens of feet. Yet, he felt a similar suppression on his own, as if its power was confined within a certain range. Could it be that this secret realm suppresses the strength of practitioners? In the void, the clash of sword light and the treasure seal occurred, both of equal rank, their momentum suppressed within the same bounds, ultimately resulting in neither being able to gain the upper hand over the other. Subsequently, as Zhao Feng retracted the treasure seal in preparation to unleash his magical technique, Jiang Yu's blade was already upon him. One of them was destined to fall, leading to Zhao Feng's demise. Jiang Yu advanced to seize Zhao Feng's spatial treasure and the treasure seal, discovering within the spatial treasure an astonishing number of millions of spirit crystals and dozens of elixirs. Truly, a disciple of a 3rd-tier celestial mansion. Such wealth is indeed extravagant. One cannot help but reflect that the accumulated fortune of the Sanyang Celestial Mansion over a millennium barely amounts to 12 million spirit crystals, whereas a single disciple of a 3rd-tier celestial mansion possesses several million spirit crystals. This is indeed a display of opulence. Next, Jiang Yu scrutinized the treasure seal. Upon grasping it, he felt its considerable weight. Perhaps no less than 10,000 pounds. It was meticulously carved from rare ancient jade, with fluid lines and exquisite craftsmanship. The seal's knob was adorned with a coiling dragon, vividly lifelike, while the face of the seal bore the 4 characters Zhenya Shan He. Zhenya Shan He, let us name it the Mountain River Seal. Unaware of the seal's actual name, Jiang Yu dubbed it the Mountain River Seal based on the 4 characters inscribed. Elated by acquiring this 4th-tier treasure seal, he mused that even if there were no further gains from this expedition, it would not be in vain. Could this be the opportunity that Mo Yang spoke of? After stowing the Mountain River Seal away, Jiang Yu commanded his flying treasure back towards the ruins. Upon returning to the ruins, he found no other cultivators present, save for 2 broken corpses. This desolate site had likely existed for countless millennia. With the once unyielding and eternal green oak rocks now weathered beyond recognition by the erosion of time. The ruins were not extensive, spanning merely a couple of miles, littered with remnants of crumbling walls. The longer such ancient ruins have endured, the more likely they are to harbor treasures within. Thus, Jiang Yu began a meticulous search. His careful exploration indeed yielded several damaged items, yet upon closer examination, he discovered that not only were these items broken, but the spiritual essence they once contained had also dissipated. These items may have once been treasures, but now they had completely become worthless debris. After a further search yielded no other valuable items, Jiang Yu prepared to depart. However, just as he rose, he noticed a corner of a black object protruding from the soil not far ahead. As if something lay buried beneath, he halted his departure and approached, pulling the object from the earth and shaking off the covering dirt, revealing what appeared to be a piece of armor. It was deemed armor due to the palm-sized black scales embedded upon it. Upon unfolding it for closer inspection, although the armor was not intact, the black scales bore signs of having withstood some tremendous force. With some cracked, yet the overall structure remained relatively whole. In his hands, the armor felt as heavy as a mountain. However, unlike other treasures that exude a sharp, menacing aura, this weight was subtle, almost imperceptible unless held. The nature of these black scales was elusive, neither gold nor jade. Jiang Yu could not discern the origin of the scales. He grasped one of the scales and squeezed it, finding it impervious to damage. Even when he exerted greater force, he could not bend it in the slightest. A surge of joy washed over Jiang Yu. His physique was formidable, with a grip strength of no less than several tens of thousands of pounds. And yet this scale revealed no signs of deformation. He then drew forth his breaking army blade and attempted to strike the scale. The first strike employed only a third of his strength, yet the indomitable blade met the scale with a resounding clang, leaving it unscathed, without even a mark. Increasing his force to half, the outcome remained unchanged. Finally, he channeled all his spiritual energy into a full-force strike. A deafening clash resonated, reverberating painfully against his eardrums and leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, the armor remained utterly unharmed. Elated, Jiang Yu realized that although his power was suppressed within this secret realm, the formidable strike he delivered still bore significant might. And combined with the sharpness of the breaking army blade, even treasures of the second or third tier could be shattered. Yet, this unassuming armor remained intact, showcasing its extraordinary hardness, likely rivaling that of a typical fifth-tier treasure. With his already formidable physique, donning this treasure armor would enable him to withstand attacks from treasures of the third or fourth tier merely through his physical strength. Presently, being in a secret realm fraught with potential dangers, Jiang Yu hesitated no longer. He cleaned the armor once more and donned it beneath his robe. Chapter 079. The depths of the secret realm. Having witnessed the various celestial factions dispatching their cultivators to the secret realm, Jiang Yu had not held out much hope for this expedition. However, to his surprise, he unexpectedly acquired two treasures. Particularly, the armor, while its rank remained a mystery to him, demonstrated protective capabilities that were anything but ordinary. He even harbored a vague sense that it surpassed the half-saint magic sword wielded by Xian Tong previously. Worried that he might have overlooked something, Jiang Yu meticulously scoured the ruins once more. After thoroughly combing through the entire site and finding no further valuable treasures, he prepared to leave. Initially, he had no intention of venturing into the depths of the secret realm, as all the formidable beings who entered had proceeded deeper. Despite his impressive combat prowess, he remained outmatched by those at the Unity realm. Recklessly competing for treasures could jeopardize his life. However, upon realizing that his cultivation was suppressed within this secret realm, Jiang Yu's mind began to awaken. It seemed that within this realm, one could only wield power equivalent to that of the Divine Bridge realm, and his true combat strength was not inferior to that of a Divine Bridge realm cultivator. Thus, he deemed it feasible to contend for treasures. With his mind made up, Jiang Yu directed his flying treasure towards the depths of the secret realm, racing forward for the duration of half a joss stick. Suddenly, a magnificent solitary mountain loomed ahead. From a distance, it appeared as a towering pillar supporting the heavens, its height no less than 10,000 meters. Despite the distance, Jiang Yu could still sense a tremendous aura radiating towards him. The closer he approached the mountain, the more intense this grand momentum became, and an invisible force began to suppress the spiritual energy within him. When he was still several miles away from the mountain, his spiritual energy was entirely subdued, rendering him unable to exert even the slightest fraction of it. Reluctantly, he descended to the ground and walked towards it. Upon nearing the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yu observed numerous cultivators ascending its slopes, albeit at a painfully slow pace, as though each step bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Was there treasure atop the mountain? Yet, judging by their demeanor, was there something peculiar about this mountain? Pondering this, Jiang Yu approached the mountain's base and found inscriptions carved into the sheer cliff face. He paused to examine them. The characters were ancient, and he could only recognize a fragment. After piecing together the entire passage through conjecture, Jiang Yu stood in shock, rooted to the spot, unable to regain his composure for a long while. The passage served as a self-introduction, conveying that the cultivator who inscribed these words hailed from humble beginnings and lacked a spiritual root. However, destiny spared him a path. Despite his lack of a spiritual root, he possessed innate divine strength, his physique extraordinary, and by the age of 10, he had already harnessed the strength of a dragon. Though unable to cultivate magical techniques, he did not yield to despair. Instead, he dedicated himself to refining his physical form. Perseverance bore fruit, and he ultimately shattered his limitations, becoming an unconventional cultivator. As he honed his skills, his physique grew even more formidable, surpassing others of the same rank. Within merely over 3,000 years, he ascended to the Saint Lord realm. This secret realm was created by him, and at the summit of this grand mountain lay the legacy of his techniques. Any cultivator of the Unity realm or below who could reach the peak would inherit his teachings. After reading the passage, Jiang Yu's astonishment stemmed from the extraordinary identity of the cultivator who had left these words. Though the text did not mention his name, it was easy to deduce from the account who he was. Historically, only one individual had reached the Saint Lord realm through physical cultivation, Nan Changzhong. Nan Changzhong, a figure who suppressed the ages, had vanished for over several tens of thousands of years, yet the mere mention of his name evokes reverence. He was not only the pioneer of body cultivation, but also the singular figure to attain the Saint Lord realm, hailed as the foremost of all in that domain. Historical texts confirm that two supreme beings of the Saint Lord realm once allied with 10 mighty beings of the Unity realm to besiege him. That battle was cataclysmic, shrouding the sun and moon in darkness, lasting for over a month, and turning vast regions into desolate wasteland. In the end, all 10 mighty beings were slain by him, and among the two supreme beings, one fell while the other was gravely injured. That conflict solidified Nan Changzhong's unparalleled renown as the first among Saint Lords. To think that this secret realm was crafted by Nan Changzhong and contained his legacy. Had this information been known earlier, not only would the celestial mansions within 1,000,000 miles have come, but the 5 domains and 2 seas would have been stirred into action, with even supreme beings of the Saint Lord realm vying for his techniques. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Yu finally emerged from his stupor, his eyes gleaming with determination as he muttered, "My physique is innately robust, and my talents are rare among men. If I were to cultivate the body-refining techniques of Senior Nan, once I master both body and technique, shall I not become invincible in the world?" No longer hesitating, the thought of Nan Changzhong's legacy ignited in him a fierce resolve. He would risk his life to contend for it. As his foot stepped towards the mountain, a faint pressure washed over him. This pressure differed from the previous one that merely suppressed his realm. It also weighed down upon his very flesh, as though he bore a burden of 1,000 pounds. However, this weight, while perceptible, felt no more burdensome than an additional layer of clothing to Jiang Yu's formidable physique. With swift strides, he surged towards the mountain summit. Having already squandered too much time, it was likely that others had already reached the peak and were contending for the legacy. After a brief moment, he realized he had been overthinking, for the gravity exerted by the mountain was not constant. The higher he ascended, the greater the weight became. Having climbed less than a kilometer, he felt as though he bore the weight of an immense boulder. However, this burden was trivial for Jiang Yu, who moved with unwavering speed, his strides relentless. While the gravity at a kilometer's height posed no challenge to Jiang Yu, it was a formidable obstacle for those newly entering the Divine Bridge realm with weaker physiques. Ordinary practitioners were inherently less robust than Jiang Yu, often focusing solely on the cultivation of spells, rarely dedicating time to body refinement. Thus, faced with a weight akin to 10,000 pounds, these practitioners struggled immensely. As these Divine Bridge realm cultivators labored painfully upward, contorted in expression, a gust of wind swept by, and a figure dashed toward the mountain. Was that a fleeting silhouette? One cultivator exclaimed incredulously, "Indeed, it appears so." Another hesitantly responded, "How could this be possible? Under the suppression of spiritual energy, to move as swiftly as that while bearing such a colossal weight. Surely even a peak expert of the Unity realm could not achieve such a feat. Could that person possibly be the unparalleled genius hidden away by the first-class immortal mansion?" Chapter 80. Ascending the mountain, Jiang Yu maintained his pace, soaring upward as exclamations echoed around him. Yet, as he ascended, the gravity increased, and the number of cultivators behind him dwindled. Upon reaching an altitude of 2,000 meters, even Jiang Yu, with his formidable physique, found his speed reduced. The gravity had escalated to an astounding 10,000 pounds. Ahead, a familiar silhouette emerged, and to his astonishment, it was him. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled mischievously as he slowed his pace, stealthily approaching the figure. Though he had eased his speed, he was still considerably faster than the figure ahead. After a brief moment, Jiang Yu reached the figure's back. The individual trembled, each step a monumental struggle, clearly at their limit. Preoccupied with resisting the mountain-like gravity, they failed to notice Jiang Yu's presence. Jiang Yu quickened his pace, delivering a sharp clap to the person's shoulder. "Hey, Yun Hao, my friend, is that you here?" Yun Hao jolted in surprise, his aura dissipating instantly, and the crushing weight of gravity bore down upon him like a tidal wave. The sound of bones cracking echoed from within him, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. "Ah yes, you little beast," Yunhao exclaimed, his eyes crimson and his words slurred with blood. "Oh, Yunhao, what are you doing? This won't do. It truly won't do. Please, get up. How could I possibly merit such honor?" Jiang Yu feigned shock. Yunhao spat another mouthful of blood, his fury boiling. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, but the mountain's gravity rendered him incapable of forming complete sentences. The gravity here had already reached Yunhao's limit. The shock from Jiang Yu had caused his fractured ribs to pierce his internal organs, and the relentless weight continued to press down upon him. He was gasping for breath, life slipping away rapidly, with little hope for survival. Yunhao glared at Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with rage, regret, and unwillingness. Jiang Yu merely cast a cold glance at him before turning to jog upward. Jiang Yu was not a bloodthirsty individual, but he could not afford to show mercy to those who sought his life. At an elevation of 5,000 meters, the gravity had reached a terrifying 100,000 pounds. Facing this mountainous pressure, Jiang Yu's speed diminished once more, transitioning from a jog to a brisk walk. Few cultivators could still endure the ascent, and most were experts of the Unity realm. Ahead, another familiar silhouette appeared, clad in a glaring golden robe. It was none other than Imo Yang, the Calamity incarnate. Observing Imo Yang's steady yet unhurried pace, Jiang Yu thought to himself, truly remarkable. Even a novice in the Unity realm struggles under such immense pressure, yet he continues to ascend with equal speed. Jiang Xiaoyu, Imo Yang, exceptionally alert, noticed Jiang Yu approaching before he even came close, his voice filled with alarm. He knew Jiang Yu possessed extraordinary spiritual roots, but he had not anticipated Jiang Yu's physique to be so astonishing. Despite being merely in the Spirit Sea realm, Jiang Yu could jog upward under this weight, a feat that even peak Unity realm cultivators would find impossible. You, filthy Taoist, have been concealing your strength. When you fled earlier, I was left to face the pursuers alone. Jiang Yu recalled how Imo Yang had escaped while he bore the brunt of the chase, and now, seeing Imo Yang's apparent ease under the pressure, he realized that the three pursuers had surely been no match for him. Jiang Xiaoyu has misunderstood. I merely possess a slight edge in speed and physique compared to ordinary cultivators. Those three were masters at the peak of the Divine Bridge realm. I was not their match. Then what am I? Jiang Yu retorted indignantly. Didn't I explain this to you before? Besides, Jiang Xiaoyu is perfectly fine. Let us not dwell on trivial matters, Mo Yang spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. You are a calamity. Please, Jiang Xiaoyu, do not speak so carelessly. This is a misunderstanding among the masses. My Taoist title is Tianji. Those who encounter me invariably find themselves blessed. It seemed Jiang Yu was not the only one to deem him a calamity. Jiang Xiaoyu, you navigate this immense pressure as if it were nothing. I am truly impressed. Enough flattery. Do you know how many cultivators remain above us? If we are determined to seize opportunities, we must know the circumstances to prepare adequately. There are still many cultivators above, mostly Unity Realm experts. However, given the increasing gravity, they will find it impossible to reach the summit, posing no threat to Jiang Xiaoyu. The only individual you should be wary of is a young man. Having only reached the midpoint of the mountain, Imo Yang was now forced to move slowly. His physique was not significantly weaker than that of Unity Realm experts, but with 4,000 to 5,000 more meters to ascend and the gravity continuing to increase. He did not believe the Unity Realm cultivators could hope to reach the peak. Yet, Jiang Yu's astonishing physique seemed to hold potential for success. Hearing Imo Yang caution him about a young man, Jiang Yu felt a surge of curiosity. If he need not worry about Unity Realm experts, why should he be cautious of a youth? Could it be that this individual surpassed him in physique? Typically, cultivators take a century to reach the Divine Bridge realm, while Unity Realm experts are often over 500 years old. A young man being stronger than these ancient figures was perplexing. Could he be a body cultivator? Who could he possibly be? Not at all. I am unaware of his identity, but I can assure you he is not a body cultivator. I suspect he is a prodigy with an extraordinary cultivation physique, hidden away by the Day Sun Immortal Mansion. Upon hearing Imo Yang's words, Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. Among cultivators, aside from ordinary cultivation physiques, there existed a rare class of extraordinary physiques, which were exceedingly uncommon. Possessors of these physiques could ascend in cultivation at an astonishing rate. rendering them nearly invincible within the same realm that it was rumored that the number one ranked genius on the heavenly prodigy list. Tua Wui possessed a supreme physique known as the Great Sun Body. Previously, Wu Daolin had suspected Jiang Yu of having such an extraordinary physique based on his remarkable talent, but upon closer inspection, no unusual physique was found in Jiang Yu. Chapter 81. Preparing for the future. Earlier, when you spoke of my great fortune, were you referring to the inheritance of Senior Nan? Remembering Mo Yang's earlier mention of a significant opportunity, Jiang Yu could not help but inquire. He had already acquired 2 treasures. Was this great opportunity linked to those, or was there something even more significant awaiting him? This is a secret that cannot be divulged. When the opportunity arrives, you will know, Mo Yang replied mysteriously. Such mystique. You take your time climbing. I shall proceed ahead. Jiang Yu bid farewell and quickened his pace upward. As he glanced back at Jiang Yu's retreating figure, Mo Yang's expression was laden with concern and confusion. He muttered to himself, his future is shrouded in chaos, impossible to discern. Who exactly is he? Jiang Yu ascended further, and those struggling to climb could only gawk in astonishment as he passed them by with remarkable speed, akin to witnessing a ghost. When they finally regained their senses and tried to glimpse Jiang Yu's appearance, they could only see his rapidly departing silhouette. Upon reaching an altitude of over 6,000 meters, the number of cultivators still capable of climbing dwindled to almost none. Ahead, an elderly figure caught Jiang Yu's eye, one he recognized well. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the elder leading the Day Sun Immortal Mansion. He stood rooted in place, desperately attempting to lift his foot, as if it were weighed down by an unbearable weight. This old man possessed considerable strength, having reached over 6,000 meters, yet it was evident he too had reached his limit. What an opportune moment to eliminate him. Previously, when the disciples of the Day Sun Immortal Mansion had insulted and mocked him, the elder had not intervened but had allowed his disciples to act with impunity. At that time, Jiang Yu had developed a sense of discontent toward the elder. He had annihilated 6 disciples of the opposing sect within the secret realm, thereby forging an irrevocable enmity with the Sunwheel Immortal sect. Although this incident had yet to be revealed, there exists no wall that does not let the wind pass through. It was only a matter of time before it came to light. At this moment, the act of exterminating his adversaries could be seen as a precautionary measure. Jiang Yu initially intended to surprise the elder in a manner similar to how he had confronted Yun Hao, hoping to destabilize his opponent's morale and leverage the mountain's gravity to his advantage. However, the elder was evidently more alert than Yun Hao. When Jiang Yu was still about 10 meters away, the elder abruptly turned his head. Upon recognizing Jiang Yu, his eyes widened in disbelief, filled with horror. You little wretch! How could you possibly ascend to such heights? Having been discovered prematurely, Jiang Yu had no choice but to alter his strategy. He had intended to draw the breaking army blade from his spatial artifact, but alas, he found himself unable to muster a shred of spiritual energy. Relinquishing that plan, he clenched his fists and approached the elder, stating, "If you can reach such heights, then why can't I?" The elder, witnessing Jiang Yu's ease under the oppressive gravity, was further astonished away. "This is impossible." As Jiang Yu closed the distance, now less than a meter from the elder, the latter's expression shifted to one of fear upon seeing the murderous intent in Jiang Yu's eyes and the tension in his clenched fists, though he would not have regarded 100 Jiang Yes outside. The mountain's suppression of spiritual energy forced him to rely solely on his physical prowess, which Jiang Yu evidently surpassed, filling the elder with trepidation. "What do you intend to do?" "I am a formidable expert of the unification realm, an elder of the Sunwheel Immortal sect. Should you dare to act recklessly, you will surely regret it once you leave this secret realm." Jiang Yu scoffed. "Is that so? But you must first ensure you have the means to leave." "Mustn't you?" Unfazed by the elder's threats, Jiang Yu's demeanor prompted a swift change in the elder's countenance. He forced a smile, saying, "Young friend, we bear no grudges why disciples were disrespectful to you. It was my failure to discipline them. I sincerely apologize on their behalf, and once we exit, I shall teach them a severe lesson." The elder, a dignified figure of the unification realm, found himself reduced to a sycophantic posture before an 11 or 12-year-old boy. His face flushed with shame, secretly vowing to exact 1,000-fold revenge once he left. "You need not trouble yourself with that. I have already sent them to the realm of bliss." With his resolve to eliminate the elder solidified, Jiang Yu cared not that the elder was aware of his massacre of 6 disciples from the opposing sect. What? You killed them? The elder's eyes flared with ferocity, but as he considered his current predicament, the fire in his gaze was swiftly extinguished. They disrespected you. Your retaliation was indeed warranted. Even had you not acted, I would not have spared their lives upon exiting. Jiang Yu's disdain for the elder's demeanor grew. He exhibited none of the gravitas expected of a unification realm expert, appearing instead as a craven lackey. Do you truly believe I would allow you to live? The elder's expression shifted once more. His eyes narrowing, brow furrowing, it dawned on him that he had been foolish. Jiang Yu's admission of having slain his disciples indicated there was no intention of letting him leave alive. He had shamefully uttered words that were contrary to his true feelings. Raising his head, the elder spoke earnestly, "Young friend, if you would show mercy." At that moment, the elder suddenly made a desperate attempt to flee down the mountain. However, Jiang Yu had anticipated this. His position beneath the elder had been a precaution against such an escape. As the elder attempted to run, Jiang Yu let out a cold snort, raised his fist, and struck the elder's face. The elder tried to raise his hands to shield himself, but the overwhelming pressure of the mountain slowed his movements to a crawl. With a resounding thud, Jiang Yu's fist connected squarely with the elder's visage, causing him to fall backward onto the ground. Jiang Yu immediately followed up, descending upon the elder with a flurry of brutal strikes. True to his status as a peak expert of the unification realm, the elder endured the onslaught for a considerable time, his cries of agony echoing through the air, yet his vitality remained remarkably resilient. Jiang Yu paused, observing the elder's persistent cries for mercy, which still held considerable strength, and furrowed his brow. The tenacity of a unification realm cultivator truly surpassed that of a bridge realm practitioner. While the latter would be left gasping for breath under such a beating, the elder remained vigorous. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of frustration. How long must he continue this relentless assault to bring the elder to his end? Although it did not deplete his spiritual energy, it was indeed taxing on his physical stamina. Glancing up at the mountain peak, a sudden inspiration struck him. He bent down to grasp the elder's arm. The elder, sensing Jiang Yu's intentions, began to babble incoherently, pleading for mercy. "Young friend, no. Senior, I beseech you, spare me. If you let me go, I will acknowledge you as my master and serve you faithfully, like a beast of burden." Jiang Yu remained unmoved by the elder's pleas and began to ascend the mountain, dragging the elder along. The elder struggled desperately to break free from Jiang Yu's iron grip, but to no avail. Climbing less than 10 meters, the sounds of cracking bones replaced the elder's cries. After ascending several dozen more meters, the elder was reduced to a mere pulp, his original form unrecognizable. Chapter 082. The struggle of the dragon and tiger. Having discarded the corpse of the elder from the Sunwheel Immortal sect, Jiang Yu continued his ascent. He soon encountered a few more tenacious elders who were persevering against the oppressive gravity, but in their astonished gaze, Jiang Yu swiftly distanced himself from them. Upon reaching a height of 7,000 meters, he encountered no more cultivators. As he climbed higher, the gravitational force intensified, causing his pace to slow considerably. Beyond 8,000 meters, the gravity reached a terrifying level, aptly described as bearing the weight of a mountain upon one's shoulders. Even Jiang Yu found his steps laborious. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, and each movement required tremendous effort. Gazing upward, he could discern the summit in the distance. With gritted teeth and a resolute expression, he pressed on, step by arduous step. After a difficult climb of several hundred meters, a vague silhouette appeared not far ahead. This must be the young man mentioned by Mo Yang. The figure before him was none other than Zhan Wushuang, a prodigy of the Great Sun Immortal sect, possessing an unparalleled physique and talent for cultivation. Upon catching sight of Zhan Wushuang's silhouette, Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy. He had been concerned that this exceptional talent might have already reached the peak and obtained the teachings of the Southern Long Bell. From a distance, Zhan Wushuang's tall and slender form resembled a drawn sword, and even from over 100 meters away, Jiang Yu could sense his extraordinary aura. Indeed, he was exceptional. He had not felt such a remarkable presence even from the meteorite. It seemed that, as Mo Yang had said, he truly possessed an extraordinary physique. At this altitude, Zhan Wushuang also struggled against the oppressive gravity, pausing momentarily with each step, Yet each movement remained resolute and devoid of any semblance of hesitation. Even if he possesses an extraordinary physique, I shall contest with him. He cannot possibly be more robust than I, Jiang Yu affirmed within himself, continuing his ascent. Zhan Wushuang's senses were remarkably acute. When Jiang Yu was still several dozen meters away, he suddenly turned around. The strong and striking features of his face revealed a flicker of surprise upon seeing Jiang Yu, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable emotion. The two locked gazes, and Jiang Yu maintained a calm expression as they held their stare for several breaths. Eventually, Zhan Wushuang furrowed his brow slightly before turning back to continue his climb. Jiang Yu also averted his gaze, progressing upward. His pace was slightly faster than Zhan Wushuang's. After a brief interval, Jiang Yu found himself parallel to Zhan Wushuang. With less than 10 meters separating them, Zhan Wushuang glanced toward Jiang Yu once more, and this time, disbelief marred his features. The boy was clearly younger, yet his speed surpassed Zhan Wushuang's, indirectly affirming Jiang Yu's superior physique. Who is he? How can such a young individual possess a physique that exceeds my own? Zhan Wushuang pondered, feeling incredulous. He was renowned for his Dao body, with both talent and physique unmatched by others. And he had even specifically trained his physical abilities. How could this boy possibly surpass him? Could it be that he too possessed a legendary physique? As Jiang Yu sensed Zhan Wushuang's scrutinizing gaze, he turned to meet his stare, appraising Zhan Wushuang in return. The latter appeared to be around 20 years of age, his tall and graceful figure complemented by a strikingly handsome and resolute visage, exuding an air of natural arrogance. Now that they stood closer, Jiang Yu felt Zhan Wushuang's formidable presence even more acutely. It was not merely a matter of combat prowess, but rather an aura of authority. Zhan Wushuang's eyes flickered between clarity and obscurity, while Jiang Yu remained composed. They stood there, gazes locked, neither willing to break the silence, until after a considerable time, they both withdrew their eyes and resumed their ascent. Though words were absent, their subsequent actions spoke volumes. Neither was willing to yield. Both were resolute in their ambition to attain the inheritance at the summit, exerting their utmost strength as they climbed higher. At this point, they had reached a height of 9,000 meters, with only a kilometer remaining to the summit. The gravitational force was now at an alarming level, and despite their commendable physiques, both struggled to advance, requiring a moment or two to take each step. After traversing 100 meters, Jiang Yu had already gained a lead of several meters over Zhan Wushuang. The latter regarded Jiang Yu's retreating figure. His eyes filled with defiance and disbelief. From the moment he embarked on his path of cultivation, he had always far surpassed his peers in terms of skills and physical prowess, with none among his contemporaries able to keep pace with him. Yet here was a youth several years his junior, who possessed a physique that seemed to surpass his own, an affront to the prideful Zhan Wushuang. The very notion that he, the legendary Dao body cultivator, could be outdone by someone else was a bitter pill for him to swallow. In truth, Jiang Yu's ability to catch up had already indicated superiority in physical strength. It was merely Zhan Wushuang's unwillingness to accept this reality. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Zhan Wushuang's handsome visage contorted slightly under the immense pressure akin to that of a mountain. He forced himself to quicken his pace, desperately attempting to keep up with Jiang Yu's strides. After ascending roughly another 100 meters, Jiang Yu felt as though several towering mountains were bearing down upon him, each inch of his body succumbing to an overwhelming weight. His muscles were taut, and breathing had become a laborious task. His steps slowed, resembling those of an octogenarian, laborious and strained. Behind him, Zhan Wushuang's condition was even more dire, though he gritted his teeth and persisted in his climb. His legs trembled uncontrollably, each step taken with extreme difficulty, his body swaying like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of collapse. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yu's unwavering ascent, his gaze remained defiant. After another 100 meters, Zhan Wushuang's complexion had turned ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His lifted foot lingered in the air, as if teetering on the brink of collapse. This moment, Jiang Yu's legs began to tremble as well. His entire body creaked with strain, each step a monumental challenge. Yet, he continued to grit his teeth and press onward toward the summit. Reaching an altitude of 9,400 meters, Zhan Wushuang finally succumbed to exhaustion, blood beginning to seep from his skin. He was left with no choice but to abandon his descent. To persist would mean shattering his bones, or even facing death. As he departed, his eyes, filled with unresolved defiance, lingered on Jiang Yu. Watching Zhan Wushuang's retreating figure, Jiang Yu secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Throughout their ordeal, neither had uttered a single word. Upon reaching 9,500 meters, Jiang Yu resembled a bloodied warrior, his garments soaked through with the crimson that seeped from his body. His legs trembled like chaff, his bones creaking ominously, showing signs of imminent rupture. He had indeed reached the limits of his physical endurance. Chapter 083. The ascent. The journey upward was akin to the slow crawl of a tortoise, while the descent resembled the thunderous rush of lightning. In mere moments, Zhan Wushuang found himself back at the mountain's base. The elder guardian, awaiting at the foot of the mountain, was taken aback by Zhan Wushuang's bloodied return, his expression a mix of shock and anticipation as he swiftly approached. Did the Holy Sun reach the summit and obtain the legacy of Nan Changzhong's teachings? Zhan Wushuang replied icily. No, a flicker of disappointment crossed the elder's eyes before he inquired, "What transpired up there? Did someone assail you?" Zhan Wushuang succinctly recounted the events on the mountain, leaving the elder in a profound state of shock. He was well aware of Zhan Wushuang's formidable physique. After all, even those of the same realm could not rival him, let alone those of the Tongxin realm. The revelation that a boy of merely 11 or 12 could surpass the young master was utterly staggering and hard to believe. The young master possessed an unparalleled constitution. What sort of extraordinary physique did this boy possess? Why had there been no whispers of him within the estate? The elder felt compelled to uncover the boy's identity immediately. Jiang Yu reached an elevation of 9,600 meters, at which point his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, and despite numerous attempts, he could not lift them. Gazing upward, he could see the summit within reach. Ultimately, he chose to concede and began his descent. At this juncture, he sensed his body had reached its limits. Should he force his ascent any further, his bones would undoubtedly shatter, and at that point, not only would the legacy be out of reach, but his very life would be in jeopardy. Yet, had he truly given up? The answer was a resounding no. Recognizing that his current physical strength was insufficient to reach the summit, he resolved to continue his training until he could withstand the overwhelming gravitational force. His body had not yet reached its pinnacle, and there remained room for growth. The towering mountain was the ideal crucible for his physical refinement. Rather than retreating to the base, Jiang Yu descended to an elevation of 8,000 meters. Where the oppressive weight had little effect on him, in the absence of extreme pressure, his injuries began to heal within the span of a tea's brewing time. Once he had recovered, he set off once more toward the summit, only to pause again at 9,600 meters. However, this time, he lingered considerably longer than before, retreating back to 8,000 meters only when he could no longer endure. Jiang Yu sought to utilize the pressure of his limits to transcend his physical boundaries. Only by surpassing these limits could he hope to reach the pinnacle. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Other cultivators had abandoned their pursuits, scattering to other regions in search of opportunities, leaving Jiang Yu as the sole figure still persevering on the mountain. After a month of rigorous training, Jiang Yu had grown capable of enduring at 9,600 meters for nearly half an hour. He then attempted to ascend once more, reaching heights of 9,780 meters. Witnessing the effectiveness of his training method, Jiang Yu's confidence surged. In the ensuing 2 months, he shattered the limits of his physique time and again, reaching altitudes of 9,800 meters, 9,185 meters, and 9,900 meters. Ultimately, he arrived at 9,990 meters, a mere 10 meters from the summit. The peak tantalizingly close. Yet, these final 10 meters proved to be a monumental challenge, consuming a full month of effort, during which he could not advance a single step, and no matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to move forward, as if his body had reached an insurmountable limit. Gazing at the summit within arm's reach, Jiang Yu's eyes hardened with determination. A singular thought consumed him. He must reach the peak and obtain the legacy. By now, 3 months had passed, and the entrance to the secret realm had begun to waver, threatening to collapse at any moment, prompting many cultivators to depart. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of his strength. After several dozen breaths, he finally managed to lift his right leg, but an invisible force of immense pressure barred his progress. At that moment, his skin flushed crimson, tiny jets of blood erupted from his pores, and his bones creaked ominously, fissures beginning to form. His vision was obscured by blood. However, at that instant, a golden radiance enveloped his being, an unknown energy surging within him, as if a dormant bloodline had been awakened under the weight of the immense pressure. The once fractured bones began to heal rapidly upon encountering this newfound energy, and the blood ceased to spurt forth. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a release. The tremendous pressure that had weighed upon him diminished somewhat. This was not a reduction in the mountain's gravity, but rather a sudden strengthening of his physical form. Jiang Yu's heart soared with joy as he took one step, then another, and a third. Moments later, the summit was nearly within his grasp, with only one final step remaining. The gravity felt as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down upon him. Jiang Yu struggled to lift his right foot, and with a crack, his bones shattered, a searing pain coursing through him. Yet retreat was not an option. If he faltered now, he would likely never have another chance to reach the summit in this lifetime. With grit teeth, Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his body taut like a drawn bow. Channeling all his strength into his left leg, he lunged toward the peak. Crack, crack, the sound of splintering bones echoed as. In that fleeting moment of his leap, every bone in his body shattered. But at last, he had reached the summit. As he landed upon the granite surface, the overwhelming pressure vanished without a trace. Jiang Yu collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, his body limp as a puddle of mud, with only his eyes capable of movement, and blood mingled with internal fluids gushed from his mouth. Even with his formidable regenerative abilities, it took Jiang Yu 3 arduous days to rise to his feet. What lay before him was beyond belief. He stared in astonishment at the barren summit, wondering where the promised legacy had gone. The peak was not expansive, merely a few dozen paces across. It could be surveyed with a single glance. There was not a trace of the promised teachings, no scrolls, no relics, not even a feather. Only the howling cold wind sent chills down his spine. After standing in stunned silence for several breaths, Jiang Yu finally regained his composure, questioning whether he had been deceived. Yet, recalling the illustrious reputation of Nanchangzhong, he dismissed the notion that such a jest could be made. The legacy must surely be hidden atop this mountain. Chapter 084. The acquisition of the teachings. Thus, Jiang Yu began to search meticulously at the summit. Indeed, at the very center of the rocky ground, he discovered the inscription, Immortal Sutra, etched in 3 vigorous and forceful ancient characters. The mountain was extraordinarily hard, and for one to inscribe words upon it was no ordinary feat for a mere cultivator. Upon seeing the characters for Immortal Sutra, waves of excitement surged within Jiang Yu, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. What a domineering name! To dare to claim immortality, did it imply that the body would remain unfading upon reaching mastery? Once his emotions stabilized, Jiang Yu began to ponder. Although the 3 characters were inscribed upon the ground, where was the specific text of the teachings? Scanning his surroundings, he found no additional inscriptions apart from the 3 characters of Immortal Sutra. After fruitless contemplation, he once again scrutinized the characters, which flowed like dragons and serpents, imbued with a remarkable rhythm and grace. Unconsciously, Jiang Yu focused intently on them, and suddenly, the characters for Immortal Sutra appeared to come alive. Continuously shifting before his eyes, rooted in place, Jiang Yu felt the ever-changing script surge into his mind like a tidal wave, and within moments, an entire sutra was inscribed within his consciousness. After a few breaths, he regained his bearings and eagerly examined the teachings nestled in his mind. As he had surmised, it was indeed a body-refining technique. The preface detailed that this technique was the culmination of Nanchangzhong's lifelong efforts. Once mastered, one's physique would become as resilient as a sacred artifact, achieving eternal immortality. This technique was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, immortal muscle and skin, would render one's skin as tough as precious armor, impervious to magical artifacts. The second tier, immortal bones, would harden one's bones to the strength of stone, granting the body the power to shake mountains. The third tier, immortal organs, focused on refining the internal organs. If all 3 tiers were cultivated to perfection, the body would attain the hardness of a sacred artifact, capable of matching one in bare-handed combat. However, the preface also cautioned that although this cultivation method possesses immense power, the difficulty of mastering it is exceedingly high. Only those endowed with a naturally strong physique may practice it. If an ordinary cultivator were to forcefully attempt to cultivate this scripture, they might suffer minor injuries to their meridians, or in severe cases, face the catastrophic rupture of their meridians leading to death. The very reason he established this mountain climbing trial was twofold. Firstly, to identify a suitable successor for the cultivation method. And secondly, to prevent ordinary cultivators from perishing in their attempts to practice it. After perusing the introduction to this scripture, Jiang Yu could not help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration, exclaiming, "This scripture is simply tailored for me. If I cannot master it, then surely no one else can." Following this brief reverie, he glanced once more at the ground, where the 3 characters for immortal scripture remained. Yet now they seemed to lack the previous vitality and Taoist resonance, appearing as mere archaic characters. It appeared that even if someone were to reach the summit afterward, they would be unable to acquire the legacy of this scripture. Eager to discover the extraordinary attributes of the immortal scripture, Jiang Yu felt a compelling urge to begin his cultivation. However, recalling that he had been within the secret realm for over 3 months, and uncertain of when the entrance might close, perhaps it had already done so, he stifled his curiosity and hastened his descent. Having spent more than 3 months ascending, his descent took merely a few breaths. Throughout his descent, he encountered no other cultivators, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, found no practitioners present. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within Jiang Yu. Could it be that the passage to the secret realm had already closed? If the passage were indeed shut, he would face dire consequences, for he lacked both the strength to open a spatial passage and the requisite treasures to do so. Moreover, the secret realm contained no spiritual energy. Even if he wished to cultivate to the point of being able to open a spatial passage, it would be impossible. Furthermore, even with the capability to open such passages, without knowledge of the spatial coordinates, randomly creating one could very well lead to being ensnared within chaotic spatial turbulence, resulting in utter obliteration. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his expression shifted dramatically. The joy of potentially acquiring the scripture's legacy dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he no longer cared if others discerned his true cultivation level and soared toward the passage with urgency. Earlier, cultivators who had entered the secret realm had begun to emerge. But upon their exit, their expressions transformed in shock. The area surrounding the secret realm was enveloped by a colossal array barrier. "Are they attempting to rob us?" was the immediate thought that crossed the minds of the gathered cultivators. Panic ensued as they cast their gazes around, only to discover several practitioners from the Daong Immortal Estate, whose cultivation levels were indiscernible, standing ready outside the barrier. Upon recognizing the array barrier, the cultivators quickly grasped the situation. This barrier had been set by the Daong Immortal Estate, with cultivators from hundreds of immortal estates having entered the secret realm, and at least 10 of them belonging to the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Only the Daong Immortal Estate would dare to ensnare them with such an array. But what were the intentions of the Daong Immortal Estate? Were they planning to rob them? Surely, a first-tier immortal estate would not stoop to such deeds. Moreover, the presence of practitioners from several hundred immortal estates meant that if the Daong Immortal Estate were to act so brazenly, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread ire, particularly given the presence of multiple 2nd and 3rd tier estates. Surely, the Daong Immortal Estate would have to weigh their actions carefully. "Zhao Daoist, what is the meaning of this? Why have you confined us here?" spoke elderly from the 2nd tier estate, Wuyang Immortal Estate, who was acquainted with one of the Daong members. Elder Zhao of the Daong Immortal Estate, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Tongxian realm and the leader of this incident, did not directly answer Elder Li's inquiry. Instead, he ascended to a high vantage point, surveying the crowd of bewildered cultivators, and proclaimed, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need for alarm. The Daong Immortal Estate harbors no ill intentions toward you." Although Elder Zhao's voice was not loud, it resonated with spiritual power, and every individual present heard him clearly. Yet, if the Daong Immortal Estate meant no harm, then why confine them here, even preventing the use of communication talismans? If there were truly no malice, they ought to release the barrier and allow them to depart. Indeed, this fellow Taoist speaks true. Open the barrier and let us leave. A chorus of dissent erupted, demanding that the Daong Immortal Estate dismantle the barrier. Typically, these cultivators would not dare to breathe in the presence of the Daong Immortal Estate, but with so many practitioners gathered, they found newfound courage. Noticing the rising tide of dissatisfaction, Elder Zhao's brow furrowed momentarily before returning to a facade of amiability. "Dear friends, please remain calm and allow me to finish speaking. The barrier will be opened." But not at this moment. Not at this moment. Then when? Once the spatial passage to the secret realm has closed, I shall open the barrier and permit you to leave. Until then, I kindly ask you to wait patiently. Elder Zhao replied. Why? A cultivator inquired. Perplexed, I am unable to disclose the reasons, but I assure you that as soon as the spatial passage is fully sealed, I shall promptly open the barrier for your departure. Seeing that Elder Zhao was unwilling to elaborate, the crowd ceased their inquiries. The spatial passage to the secret realm was already unstable, and it was likely to close within a few hours. Thus, waiting a short while longer posed no significant issue. Most of the cultivators remained unaware of the true intentions of the Daong Immortal Estate, but some began to glance around, noting the absence of the youth who had hurried up the mountain earlier, leading them to form certain hypotheses. Earlier, Zhan Wushuang had descended from the mountain and relayed the events occurring above to his estate. Upon receiving this information, the Daong Immortal Estate was astonished and promptly began investigating Jiang Yu's background. With the influence of the Daong Immortal Estate, they quickly uncovered Jiang Yu's details. Upon learning that he did not hail from any major power, the current scenario unfolded. The reason for establishing this grand array was not merely to prevent Jiang Yu's escape. With Elder Zhao, a peak Tongxian realm expert, present, even if Jiang Yu possessed extraordinary talent, he could not possibly evade capture. Rather, they were concerned that other cultivators might leak information about the secret realm before they could apprehend Jiang Yu. If the secret realm created by Nan Zhangzhong still contained news of his scripture legacy, the entire 5 domains and 2 seas would be thrown into turmoil, prompting other top-tier powers to dispatch individuals, thereby thwarting their plans to capture Jiang Yu. The Daong Immortal Estate sought to capture Jiang Yu for 2 reasons. First, if Jiang Yu were to reach the summit, he would undoubtedly acquire Nan Zhangzhong's legacy, from which they could benefit. Second, Jiang Yu's prodigious talent, surpassing even Zhan Wushuang, posed a potential threat. If such a formidable figure was not harnessed for the Daong Immortal Estate's purposes, it was prudent to eliminate him before he could mature into an adversary. At this moment, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the imminent danger awaiting him outside, as he propelled himself toward the exit. Along the way, he encountered no other cultivators, which only heightened his anxiety. After a short while, he arrived at the exit, where he noticed that while the spatial passage was indeed unstable, it was still intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Outside, Elder Zhao wore a grim expression. Inwardly lamenting, the spatial passage is on the verge of collapse. Yet Jiang Yu has not yet emerged. Has he encountered misfortune and perished inside? Or does he know of our presence and dare not come out? Just as the members of the Daong Immortal Estate were mired in uncertainty, the spatial passage began to collapse, and at the last moment before it vanished completely, a figure burst forth. Zhan Wushuang felt a surge of joy as he immediately recognized the emerging figure as Jiang Yu. Elder Zhao glanced at Zhan Wushuang, noticing his elation, and confirmed that the youth before them was indeed the one they had been awaiting. With a swift motion, Elder Zhao positioned himself before Jiang Yu, who appeared serious, acutely aware of the unusual circumstances. Most of the cultivators who had entered the secret realm had gathered here. Why had they not departed? Suddenly, an elder appeared before him. Although the elder did not deliberately emanate an aura, the latent power he exuded caused Jiang Yu's heart to tremble. This elder was undoubtedly an extraordinary master. Jiang Yu composed himself, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he inquired, "Elder, what is your command? Why do you obstruct my path?" As Jiang Yu spoke, he caught a glimpse of Mo Yang in the crowd, her expression grave as she subtly shook her head at him. "I'm Elder Zhao of the Daong Immortal Estate, and I wish to invite you, young friend, to discuss matters at our estate. You have a moment." Although Elder Zhao's words were courteous, an unmistakable air of authority permeated his tone. Jiang Yu's mind raced as he swiftly comprehended the elder's intentions. They sought to claim the legacy of Senior Nan. Though visit the Daong Immortal Estate would render him vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping board, subject to their whims, with hundreds of practitioners surrounding him. He reasoned that the esteemed Daong Immortal Estate, a first-tier power, would be unlikely to act against a mere spiritual sea realm cultivator for the sake of pride. He resolutely decided against acquiescing. "Elder Zhao, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot oblige today, I assure you. I shall visit your esteemed estate to express my apologies at a later date." A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Elder Zhao's eyes. "Ah, young friend, what urgent matters compel you? I could dispatch disciples from the estate to assist you, Accompany me back to the estate, and afterward, I shall personally escort you to your destination. I assure you, my speed will far exceed yours, thus it shall not delay you." Elder Zhao's tone remained polite, yet the hundreds of practitioners present were watching. And the Daong Immortal Estate had to maintain a semblance of decorum. More importantly, he wished to prevent Jiang Yu from learning of the legacy of Nanzhangzhou. Jiang Yu felt a sense of foreboding as he realized that the old man before him had no intention of letting him go easily. "Senior, I truly have pressing matters that require my personal attention. If there is anything you wish to discuss, why not do so here?" The steward accompanying Elder Zhao bristled at Jiang Yu's repeated refusals, his anger rising. The Daong Immortal Mansion was one of the dominant forces in the central region. When had they ever shown such deference to a mere youth? Moreover, the invitation came from the esteemed Elder Zhao, and the audacity of this boy to decline was tantamount to disrespecting the Daong Immortal Mansion. At that moment, a steward interjected sharply, "You insolent wretch! What is your status? Elder Zhao has graciously invited you, and yet you dare to hesitate. Do you think so little of our Daong Immortal Mansion? Do not mistake our courtesy for weakness." Jiang Yu cast a glance at this cultivator, unable to discern his cultivation level, and noticed that there were 5 or 6 others from the Daong Immortal Mansion with a similarly obscure realm. Seeing that Elder Zhao did not intervene, his heart sank. It was clear that they were determined to have him. What had begun as a fortunate encounter with Mo Yang had turned into an impending disaster. Indeed, calamity had arrived. "Young friend, what do you say? Come with me for a moment." Elder Zhao's demeanor had turned cold, and his words bore an unmistakable threat. The cultivators who had previously been puzzled by the Daong Immortal Mansion's intentions suddenly grasped the situation. Could it be that this youth had obtained the teachings of the Southern Senior? Or had he acquired some other precious treasure within the secret realm? No wonder the Daong Immortal Mansion had set up a formation to confine them here, preventing even the use of communication talismans. They were obviously concerned about potential leaks to other first-rate immortal mansions. The Daong Immortal Mansion intended to monopolize the teachings left behind by the Southern Senior. Mo Yang stood among the crowd, his expression grave. He wished to rescue Jiang Yu. With his speed and skills, it might be possible to escape from Elder Zhao's pursuit. However, the Daong Immortal Mansion had already sealed off this region with formations, leaving him feeling powerless. Jiang Yu observed the unfriendly expressions of the Daong cultivators, and after a moment of contemplation, his gaze suddenly turned fierce. Chapter 086. Captured. Jiang Yu's expression transformed into one of righteous indignation as he raised his voice. "Your words are sweet, inviting me to your mansion for a discussion, yet is it not because I stand closer to the summit than your mansion's holy son? You suspect I have received the teachings of the Southern Senior and wish to extract them from me. You insolent brat, cease your slander and besmirch the reputation of the Daong Immortal Mansion." Elder Zhao's countenance shifted to one of fury as he hastily interrupted Jiang Yu. "The reason we invite you to the mansion is that one of our disciples was secretly harmed in the secret realm, and evidence suggests you are involved. I initially wished to resolve this amicably, but your evident guilt only confirms our suspicions." As Elder Zhao explained to the other cultivators, he raised his hand, summoning a massive spiritual hand that shot toward Jiang Yu like lightning. Jiang Yu attempted to resist, but despite his extraordinary talent, he was merely at the Spirit Sea realm, and against Elder Zhao, a peak transcendence cultivator, he was as powerless as an ant. After subduing Jiang Yu, Elder Zhao commanded the stewards, "Open the formation. We shall return to the mansion." Deep within the Daong Immortal Mansion, in a grand and majestic hall, the mansion master, Zhan Tianyi, sat upon a high platform, enveloped in spiritual energy. Obscuring his visage, the elders within the hall felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, akin to that of radiant stars, causing them to bow their heads in submission, not daring to meet his gaze. "Foolish! Why did you not eliminate all the cultivators present?" A voice of reproach thundered from within the shadowy figure after hearing Elder Zhao recount the events of Jiang Yu's capture. This voice was powerful and resonant, reminiscent of rolling thunder, and simultaneously, an irresistible force bore down upon Elder Zhao. With a splatter, Elder Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying over 100 meters. The other elders were baffled by the mansion master's fury. Finally, the third elder of the Daong Immortal Mansion, Elder Qi, mustered the courage to speak. "Why does the mansion master rage?" The cultivators present were mostly from inferior immortal mansions, even if there were a few from second-rate mansions. Would they dare to contend with us? Though cloaked in spiritual energy and hidden from view, the elders still felt the blade-like gaze of Zhang Tianyi sweeping over them, instilling fear even in these otherwise formidable beings. Do you not understand why I am angry? Have your minds decayed? If other first-rate immortal mansions learn of what transpired in the secret realm, would they simply stand by? With the mansion master's reminder, some of the more astute elders suddenly woke to the realization. If other first-rate immortal mansions knew that Jiang Yu might have obtained the teachings of the Southern Senior, they would never allow the Daong Immortal Mansion to monopolize it. Especially in light of Jiang Yu's last statement, those who had previously been unclear about the Daong Immortal Mansion's intentions now understood their true aim and would undoubtedly spread the word. The elders who had once sympathized with Elder Zhao now glared at him with disdain. Realizing his grave error, Elder Zhao felt his resentment and dissatisfaction evaporate, replaced by a chill running down his spine. I shall take people to eliminate those cultivators immediately, Elder Zhao declared, forcing himself to stand. Too late. Zhang Tianyi replied coldly. At that moment, Jiang Yu, having seen that escape was futile, had not merely expressed his anger but had conveyed a deeper meaning. His words were not directed solely at the Daong Immortal Mansion but were meant for the other cultivators present, imparting a crucial message. He had ascended higher than anyone else, though he claimed not to have reached the pinnacle. No one had witnessed it firsthand. Thus, whether he had indeed attained the Southern Senior's teachings remained uncertain. As long as the cultivators present spread this information, other first-rate immortal mansions would not dare to risk betting against the possibility of him having obtained the teachings, allowing the Daong Immortal Mansion to monopolize the legacy of the Southern Senior. The Southern Senior was renowned as the first sovereign of all time, having fought against 2 sovereigns and 10 mighty beings, ultimately vanquishing them. Should any first-rate immortal mansion acquire his teachings, they would surpass all others, an outcome that was intolerable to the remaining first-rate mansions. In their eyes, the teachings of the Southern Senior must either be shared among all or none should receive them. Singular possession was utterly forbidden. In such circumstances, Jiang Yu became the pivotal figure, and the Daong Immortal Mansion could not indiscriminately take his life. Should he be killed, it would be perceived as a cover-up. And, as previously stated, other first-rate immortal mansions would never permit the Daong Immortal Mansion to dominate unchecked. If Jiang Yu died, regardless of the Daong Immortal Mansion's explanations, they would find them futile. Other immortal mansions would prefer to believe he had acquired the teachings. The Daong Immortal Mansion fell into a profound silence. Although they had captured Jiang Yu, the question of how to deal with him next loomed as a monumental dilemma. Compounding the issue was how to face the imminent arrival of other first-rate immortal mansions. Should they mishandle these matters, the Daong Immortal Mansion could find itself facing a crisis of annihilation. Meanwhile, news was rapidly spreading across the 5 domains and 2 seas. The secret realm opened by the Southern Senior had been discovered, and a cultivator named Jiang Yu had obtained his teachings. Subsequently, Jiang Yu had been captured by the Daong Immortal Mansion. This news struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Soon, the thresholds of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion were nearly trampled as many came to verify the authenticity of the rumors. Eventually, confirmation came from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion that indeed the secret realm opened by the Southern Senior had been accessed, and Jiang Yu's capture by the Daong Immortal Mansion was true. However, whether he had acquired the teachings remained unverified. For other first-rate immortal mansions, knowing these 2 points was sufficient. Among the 10 or more first-rate mansions across the 5 domains and 2 seas, their leaders began mobilizing towards the Daong Immortal Mansion. In the northern domain, within a small world, Qian Ning listened to her subordinate's report, her brows furrowing. In the eastern domain, upon hearing the news, Lu Xing immediately sought out her mansion master, informing him of her relationship with Jiang Yu as a sworn younger brother, after which she set off for the Daong Immortal Mansion together with the supreme elder of her mansion. In the central domain, in Tianyang City, Ji Yunfang, who was admiring beautiful sights, learned of Jiang Yu's capture and was consumed by rage, swiftly making her way to the Daong Immortal Mansion. Chapter 087. The Arrival of Various Immortal Mansions. Mansion Master. What should we do next? The elders of the Daong Immortal Mansion were filled with concern as they contemplated the looming situation. They desired to monopolize the teachings of the Southern Senior. But how could they alleviate the concerns of the other first-rate immortal mansions? This was a conundrum. Zhan Wushuang, seated upon the high dais, did not immediately provide an answer. After a few breaths, he spoke. First, bring that brat here. We shall discuss the teachings after he has been secured. Moments later, Jiang Yu was brought into the grand hall. His spatial ring and aura-concealing artifacts had been confiscated, leaving his cultivation level exposed for all to see. The elders gasped in astonishment upon seeing Jiang Yu. They had heard of his youth but had not anticipated that he appeared merely 11 or 12 years old, yet he possessed the ability to rival the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun possesses an unparalleled constitution known as the Tao Body, and over the years, the Immortal Mansion has devoted itself to his cultivation, ensuring a continuous supply of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and the rare blood of mystical beasts. The individual opposing him is merely a fifth-grade cultivator from an Immortal Mansion, younger by 7 or 8 years than the Holy Sun, yet he manages to outshine him. What extraordinary talent must he possess? Even Zhan Tianyi, upon encountering Jiang Yu in person, momentarily froze. Though surrounded by spiritual energy, the onlookers could not perceive his astonishment. Jiang Yu looked up to see a figure on the high platform, shrouded in spiritual aura, obscured from view, yet emanating an imposing presence akin to the blazing sun, instilling a profound sense of helplessness and dread within those present. "How dare you not kneel before the Holy Master?" barked the cultivator, escorting him into the grand hall. When Jiang Yu remained unmoved, the cultivator delivered a forceful kick to the back of his knee. With his spiritual power sealed, and the force behind the kick immense, Jiang Yu was abruptly brought to his knees. Struggling, he swiftly rose to his feet and turned to glare at the cultivator with fury. The cultivator intended to strike again, but Zhan Tianyi's authoritative voice resounded. "Leave?" The cultivator dared not defy the command, bowing in trepidation before hastily exiting the grand hall. The eyes of everyone within the hall were fixated intensely on Jiang Yu. "Surrender the teachings of Nan Changzhong. Such knowledge is beyond your grasp," Zhan Tianyi declared, his tone brooking no argument. "I have already stated that although I stand higher than anyone else, I have not reached the pinnacle, nor have I acquired the teachings of Elder Nan. In the final stretch of 100 meters, I attempted for 3 months but could not take a single step." Jiang Yu resolved firmly within himself that he must never acknowledge having obtained the teachings of Nan Changzhong. Otherwise, he would face the covetous eyes of all immortal mansions across the realm. The crowd found it hard to believe Jiang Yu's response. If such a prodigious talent as he could not acquire Nan Changzhong's teachings, who could? Humph! Zhan Wushuang scoffed coldly, simultaneously unleashing an overwhelming pressure upon Jiang Yu, intending to force him to the ground. Jiang Yu's eyes widened with fury, his muscles taut as he exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the oppressive force. Blood beginning to seep from his orifices, his legs trembling uncontrollably, yet his spine remained resolutely straight. Zhan Tianyi uttered in astonishment. The pressure he radiated would have crushed Zhan Wushuang to the ground. Yet Jiang Yu stood tall, displaying an extraordinary physique at such a young age. Zhan Wushuang's defeat at his hands was not without reason. Zhan Tianyi retracted the oppressive force he had emitted and spoke. "If you surrender the teachings of Nan Changzhong and accept a soul mark, I can spare your life and designate you as a core disciple of the Daong Immortal Mansion, nurturing you with utmost dedication." If Jiang Yu's extraordinary constitution could be utilized by the Daong Immortal Mansion, and with both Zhan Wushuang and Jiang Yu as unparalleled geniuses, the mansion would undoubtedly surpass other first-grade immortal mansions in the future. Accept a soul mark. This implied a lifetime of servitude to the Daong Immortal Mansion. Jiang Yu raised his head, his gaze unwavering as he met Zhan Tianyi's indistinct figure, enunciating each word with conviction. "Better to die than to be unfree. Furthermore, I have not acquired the teachings." Jiang Yu did not believe that they would dare to kill him. As previously explained, being reduced to a servant was worse than death. "You insolent brat! Countless geniuses dream of becoming disciples of my Daong Immortal Mansion. Let alone core disciples. You fail to recognize this monumental opportunity? Truly arrogant." An elder reprimanded sharply. Jiang Yu remained unfazed, his resolve unyielding as he stood his ground. "Take him to the dungeon. Let us see how long he can maintain his arrogance," Zhan Tianyi coldly commanded. Several hours later, a first-grade cultivator arrived from another immortal mansion, specifically from the Hunyuan sect in the central domain. The visitor was an elderly man, his hair and beard white, his face lined with deep creases, and his body hunched as if he were a candle flickering in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Yet, None in the Grand Hall dared to underestimate this venerable elder. For he held the esteemed position of a supreme elder of the Hunyuan sect, a powerful being at the pinnacle of the Tao. Honored Elder Zhou, your presence graces our humble abode. Please, take a seat. Zhang Tianyi courteously addressed him from the high platform. No need for such formalities, Lord Zhang, the elder replied. Soon, a chair was brought forth, and the elder took his seat without hesitation. Might I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed visit? Elder Zhou? Zhang Tianyi feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. I have heard that the secret realm of Nanchangzhong has opened, and a youth named Jiang Yu has acquired its teachings, yet he has been captured by your mansion. Is this true, Lord Zhang? The concerns of the Daong Immortal Mansion's higher-ups had indeed come to fruition, and within the Grand Hall, the elders bore grave expressions. The secret realm of Nanchangzhong had indeed opened, and a youth had been captured, but this was due to one of their disciples being secretly harmed within the realm, making the youth a prime suspect. Their intention in capturing him was solely for investigation. As for the claim that he had acquired the teachings, that was nothing but a baseless rumor spread by those with ulterior motives. Elder Zhou must not fall prey to such deceptions. Zhang Tianyi did not outright deny the existence of Jiang Yu, but was careful not to dismiss the account of thousands of cultivators who had witnessed the event. Outright denial would only serve to raise suspicion. Elder Zhou remained noncommittal to Zhang Tianyi's assertions and continued. Decades ago, during the cataclysmic battle against Nanchangzhong, our Hunyuan sect suffered the loss of great talents at his hands. Now that his teachings have resurfaced, it is imperative that your mansion does not hoard this knowledge, but rather shares it for the benefit of all. Elder Zhou, I have made myself clear regarding the teachings of Nanchangzhong. It is merely a malicious rumor designed to sow discord among our first-grade immortal mansions. It is utterly unfounded, and you must not be deceived by such trickery. Zhang Tianyi's tone shifted, becoming more rigid. Just as the two were engaged in their verbal sparring, another first-grade immortal mansion arrived. The newcomer was an elderly woman clad in a blue robe, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Her age rivaled that of Elder Zhou from the Hunyuan sect. This elderly woman was the supreme elder of the Yuehua Palace, known as Elder Shi. Elder Zhou, you old rascal, how is it that you still draw breath? Elder Shi jested, casting a playful glance at Elder Zhou seated in the Grand Hall. If you, Elder Shi, have not yet departed this world, how could I? The two exchanged banter before Elder Shi turned to the high-seated Zhang Tianyi, saying, I have come uninvited to pay my respects, and I hope you do not take offense, Lord Zhang. Not at all. Please, take a seat, Elder Shi, Zhang Tianyi replied. Once seated, Zhang Tianyi again feigned ignorance. May I inquire what brings you here? Elder Shi, I have heard that the secret realm of Nanchangzhong has opened, and a junior has obtained its teachings. Yet this junior has been captured by your mansion. I have come to inquire further. Elder Shi stated calmly. As I explained to Elder Zhou earlier, this matter is nothing but a fabrication, a malicious rumor spread by those with ill intentions. Elder Shi, you must not be deceived and fall into the trap of the miscreants. Rumors, you say? Elder Shi raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Yet many cultivators witnessed your mansion capturing that youth. Zhang Tianyi reiterated the reasons for capturing Jiang Yu. Elder Shi's countenance was one of doubt. She did not seem convinced by Zhang Tianyi's explanation. As the three engaged in their debate, more representatives from other first-grade immortal mansions arrived. The significance of the teachings of Nanchangzhong was paramount, and upon receiving the news, these immortal mansions had activated their teleportation arrays to hasten their arrival at the Daong Immortal Mansion for clarification. Hours later, with the exception of the Xuanqiu Immortal Mansion, elders from the other 4 domains and 2 seas had arrived. Even from the distant starry mist sea to the north and the endless Dead Sea to the south. First-grade immortal mansions had dispatched their supreme elders to this moment. The Grand Hall of the Daong Immortal Mansion was filled with 15 formidable beings at the Transcendence Realm, a spectacle not witnessed in the 5 domains and 2 seas for millennia. Observing the assembly of 15 powerful figures within the Grand Hall, Zhang Tianyi felt the gravity of the situation. They represented not just individual might, but the collective strength of 15 first-grade immortal mansions. If he could not provide a satisfactory explanation, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Tianyi cast a sharp glance at Elder Zhou in the corner. Had it not been for his indecisiveness, such a predicament might have been avoided. The most prudent course of action would be to surrender Jiang Yu for collective questioning. Once the teachings of Nanchangzhong were extracted, they could share the benefits. Yet, The tantalizing prospect of surpassing other first-grade immortal mansions was not something Zhang Tianyi was willing to relinquish. Since the Lord of the Mansion claims that capturing Jiang Yu was solely for questioning regarding the incident involving your disciple, why not bring him forth for all to interrogate? It seems that the matter concerning the harm done to your disciple is not a confidential secret. Elder Liu of the Tiangang Immortal Mansion proposed, garnering unanimous agreement from the other supreme elders present. They urged Zhan Wushuang to bring Jiang Yu into the Grand Hall, faced with the collective demand. Zhang Tianyi furrowed his brow, contemplating silently before ultimately refusing. Such trivial matters do not require the assistance of other immortal mansions. If word spreads that the Daong Immortal Mansion cannot handle its own affairs, what face would we have left? There is no need for your concerns. As for the matter of the teachings, I have already explained it clearly. It is entirely unfounded, and do you not trust the word of the Lord of the Mansion? The assertion of Zhan Wushuang seems somewhat akin to burying one's head in the sand. The skeptical expressions of the other esteemed elders from various celestial mansions within the Grand Hall indicate that none of them truly believe him. It is not that we doubt the words of the Lord of the Zhan Mansion, but rather that the matter concerning the inheritance of the Southern Long Bell is of utmost significance. We hope the Lord of the Zhan Mansion can comprehend this and bring forth Jiang Yu for our verification, so that we may report back to our mansion's lord and spare him a personal visit. Elder Song from the Tianke Pavilion of the Northern Domain spoke, his words laced with a hint of menace. Elder Song's statement is indeed quite valid. The Lord of the Mansion has repeatedly instructed me to ascertain the truth behind this matter. Therefore, I implore you to present Jiang Yu for our confirmation, so that I may report back to our Lord as well. The Lord of the Zhan Mansion's reluctance to comply raises suspicions of guilt. The elder from the Qilian Celestial Mansion, the only first-tier celestial mansion within the endless Dead Sea, stated bluntly. The Qilian Celestial Mansion, isolated from the five domains, is known for its decisive and ruthless actions, and thus lacks the usual courtesies in its discourse. Zhan Wushuang cast a piercing gaze towards the elder of the Qilian Celestial Mansion, who met his stare with equal sharpness and without a trace of fear. If I do not deliver the thief, what can you do to me? Zhang Tianyi's voice was cold as ice, and at that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, enveloping the hall in an oppressive pressure. The elders of the Daong Celestial Mansion turned ashen, and two newly ascended elders coughed up blood, injured by this overwhelming force. Even the 14 formidable beings present in the Harmony Realm felt the weight of this immense pressure, compelling them to channel their internal energies to resist in the face of Zhang Tianyi's intimidation. The elder from the Qilian Celestial Mansion exhibited no fear, retorting sharply, "The Lord of the Zhan Mansion is indeed an unparalleled powerhouse in the Sacred Lord Realm. An insignificant Harmony Realm elder like myself cannot contend with him. However, I wonder if the Lord will maintain such a domineering stance when faced with the lords of other celestial mansions." The elder's words from the Qilian Celestial Mansion were undoubtedly a declaration of open hostility towards the Daong Celestial Mansion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyi's aura intensified, his eyes glinting with menace. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, falling into an eerie silence where the faintest sound could be heard, as the threat of conflict loomed. The elders of the Daong Celestial Mansion felt a chill run through them. Recognizing that if their lord intended to strike at the elder from the Qilian Celestial Mansion, the situation could spiral into an unpredictable outcome, potentially provoking an assault from other celestial mansions. The Grand Elder of the Daong Celestial Mansion, disregarding the Lord's dignity, spoke in a low tone, "My lord." Though it was but 2 words, the urgency was unmistakable. At that moment, a disciple stationed outside the hall suddenly entered to report. Reporting to the Lord, elder son of the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion from the Eastern Domain, along with their holy maiden, has arrived to pay their respects. With this announcement, the tense atmosphere in the hall was shattered. As the disciple finished his report, an elder and a young maiden stepped into the grand hall, the elder being the aforementioned elder son, and the maiden being Liuxing, with the arrival of the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion's practitioners. All 17 first-tier celestial mansions across the 5 domains and 2 seas had now gathered. "Lord of the Zhan Mansion, I hope you will not take offense at my uninvited presence," Elder Sun began. Bowing respectfully as they entered the hall, Liuxing pays her respects to the Lord of the Zhan Mansion and to all esteemed elders of the celestial mansions. Liuxing followed suit with her formal greeting. "Surely Elder Zhao has also come for the inheritance of the Southern Long Bell's teachings?" Zhang Tianyi inquired coldly, showing no warmth towards Elder Sun's humility. Indeed, the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion has obtained some rumors regarding the teachings of the Southern Long Bell, and I have come to seek confirmation from the Lord of the Zhan Mansion. However, in addition to this matter, I have another important issue to discuss, Elder Sun replied, undeterred by Zhan Tiany's cold demeanor. Ah, Zhan Tiany interjected, realizing that aside from the Southern Long Bell's inheritance, the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion had other matters to address. What other matter do you wish to discuss, Elder Sun? Suddenly, Elder Sun's expression turned grave, and he questioned pointedly, might I inquire, Lord of the Zhan Mansion, why you have imprisoned a talented disciple from my Xuanchu Celestial Mansion? This proclamation sent shockwaves through the hall. The Daong Celestial Mansion had indeed imprisoned a talented disciple from the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion. Such disciples were not ordinary. They represented the very legacy of their celestial mansions and were crucially important. If any celestial mansion were to harm their talented disciple, it would be tantamount to severing their legacy and declaring war. Zhan Tiany's heart sank upon hearing these words. Such a grave matter had gone unreported to him. Could it be that the elders had acted independently? His gaze fell upon the Grand Elder of the Daong Celestial Mansion, and he silently inquired through their shared consciousness, is this true? The other elders of the Daong Celestial Mansion were equally bewildered. When had they imprisoned a talented disciple from the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion? Absolutely not. The Grand Elder responded firmly through their mental link. After receiving affirmation from the Grand Elder, Zhan Tiany replied, the assertion that my Daong Celestial Mansion has imprisoned your talented disciple is utterly unfounded. I wonder from where Elder Sun received such news. Perhaps it was a misguidance from those with ulterior motives? Elder Sun did not respond to Zhan Tiany's statement, but continued to press on. Is it true that your mansion has imprisoned a youth named Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu? Yes, he was apprehended by my mansion for secretly harming our disciples within the secret realm, Zhan Tiany explained. We captured Jiang Yu precisely because of this matter, and as for the rumors suggesting that my mansion seeks to obtain the teachings of the Southern Long Bell from him, that is entirely unfounded. As Zhan Tiany concluded, Elder Sun's expression grew even more serious, and he spoke with a rigid tone. Then there is no mistake. Jiang Yu is indeed a talented disciple of my Xuanchu Celestial Mansion. What is the intention of the Daong Celestial Mansion in imprisoning him? As for your claim regarding his harming your disciples, our investigations reveal that 9 individuals entered the secret realm from the Daong Celestial Mansion and emerged as 9. How could there be any harmed disciples? Jiang Yu is a talented disciple of the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion? An uproar erupted in the hall. According to our investigation, Jiang Yu is merely a disciple of a 5th-tier Celestial Mansion's founding patriarch in the Eastern Domain. When did he become a talented disciple of your Xuanchu Celestial Mansion? Are you mocking the Lord of the Zhan Mansion? As for Jiang Yu's background, the Daong Celestial Mansion had conducted a thorough inquiry before capturing him. Over a year ago, our Holy Maiden recognized Jiang Yu as her adopted brother and accepted him as a disciple of the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion, a fact that has long circulated in the Eastern Domain. If the Lord of the Zhan Mansion doubts this, it would take but a moment to verify, Elder Sun declared, while Yoshing added, Jiang Yu also possesses the token of the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion that I bestowed upon him, which the Lord of the Zhan Mansion may verify. Upon hearing their statements, the members of the Daong Celestial Mansion recalled that there had indeed been mention of the Holy Maiden recognizing him as her adopted brother and bestowing upon him a personal token during their investigation. However, at the time, they had dismissed it as merely a trivial matter, just an adopted brother of a Holy Maiden. Yet now, they found themselves at a loss for words, as the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion leveraged this to assert that Jiang Yu was one of their talented disciples. While it was true that Jiang Yu had been recognized as an adopted brother by their Holy Maiden, and the matter of the personal token had already spread throughout the Eastern Domain, the Daong Celestial Mansion was unsure how to respond. It was evident that the claim of harming their disciples was merely a pretext for the Daong Celestial Mansion's imprisonment of Jiang Yu, and any detailed investigation would easily reveal the truth. We implore the Lord of the Zhan Mansion to release Jiang Yu immediately, Elder Sun insisted. Though he employed the word implore, his tone was resolute. While Zhan Tiany contemplated how to respond, the elders of the other celestial mansions were the first to take a stand. If the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion were to take Jiang Yu away, it would be tantamount to allowing the Daong Celestial Mansion to monopolize the inheritance of the Southern Long Bell's teachings, a situation they could never accept. The inheritance of the Southern Long Bell's teachings is of paramount importance, the elder from the Qilian Celestial Mansion stated. Elder Sun regarded the elder from the Qilian celestial mansion and then cast a sweeping glance at the other esteemed elders. Speaking in a calm tone, let Jiang Yu confront all of you. If he truly possesses the teachings of the Southern Long Bell, we will certainly share them with all celestial mansions. The Xuanchu Celestial Mansion has no intention of monopolizing them. Understanding the gravity of the Southern Long Bell's teachings, the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion was well aware that no first-tier celestial mansion would ever agree to allow another to monopolize such knowledge. Should they attempt to do so forcefully, they might invite the wrath of complete annihilation upon their mansion. Thus, the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion had never harbored intentions of hoarding the teachings of the Southern Long Bell. The primary objective of the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion's visit was not the teachings of the Southern Long Bell, but rather Jiang Yu himself. After learning of Jiang Yu's deeds, they were convinced that he possessed an extraordinary physique and unparalleled talent. As long as he joined the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion, it would ensure the emergence of a supreme powerhouse, securing the mansion's prosperity for thousands of years to come. After hearing Elder Sun's words, the other elders of the Celestial Mansions found no further objections. Whose disciple Jiang Yu was, whether he lived or died in the future, was of little concern to them. They were solely focused on the inheritance of the Southern Long Bell's teachings. All eyes in the hall turned towards the figure seated high above, Zhan Tianyi. The meaning behind their gaze was unmistakable. Surrender Jiang Yu for confrontation. High above, Zhan Tianyi furrowed his brows, contemplating how to respond. The opportunity to surpass the other celestial mansions was slipping away, and he found it hard to accept. However, to oppose all first-tier celestial mansions was beyond the capabilities of the Dayang Celestial Mansion. After a moment of deliberation, Zhan Tianyi spoke. To my understanding, Jiang Yu is merely an adopted brother recognized by Liuxing, and not a disciple of the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion, is he not? At this moment, Elder Sun remarked that the individual in question was a talented disciple of the Xuanchu Immortal Manor. Could it be that the lord of this manor is easily deceived? Given that the opposing party is grasping at straws, Zhan Tianyi began to engage in obstinate quibbling. When the younger generation took Jiang Yu as a sworn brother, he also accepted him as a disciple of the Xuanchu Immortal Manor. If the lord of the Zhan Manor is skeptical, why not release him to confront the accusations in the main hall? Lu Xing firmly believed that with Jiang Yu's intelligence, a mere hint would suffice for him to know how to respond. The young girl Lu Xing made a valid point. Since the lord of the Zhan Manor is unconvinced, why not allow Jiang Yu to ascend to the hall for cross-examination? Could it be that the lord of the Zhan Manor harbors ulterior motives? The lord of the Zhan Manor should indeed permit Jiang Yu to ascend to the hall for confrontation. This would also clarify the matter of the Nanchang Bell's teachings. Other elders from various immortal manors echoed their agreement. Zhan Tianyi furrowed his brows. At this moment, he truly found no reason to prevent Jiang Yu from ascending to the hall. However, at this juncture, Zhan Tianyi still wished to buy some time for the elders interrogating Jiang Yu in the prison. If they could extract information regarding the Nanchang Bell's teachings, his schemes would come to fruition. Though he could not kill Jiang Yu outright, it was at this moment, Jiang Yu, though clad in clean and intact garments, with a tidy face and long hair that was not disheveled, clearly bore the marks of a hurried grooming by the Dayang Immortal Mansion. For he was so physically weakened that he could scarcely stand unaided. His spirit was in a daze, and his gaze was vacant and devoid of luster. He failed to recognize the delicate Qianning and the radiant Lu Xing standing before him, resembling a mere shell of a man. Reflecting on the earlier encounter when Jiang Yu had exuded vigor, confidence, and a bright gaze, the contrast with his current frail and listless state struck Qianning, whose eyes, sharp as blades, bore into Zhan Tianyi. Feeling the weight of her stare, Zhan Tianyi averted his gaze, sensing his own guilt. Qianning swiftly approached Jiang Yu, retrieving a calming pill from her spatial treasure and administering it to him, gently pressing her jade hand against his back to help him absorb its effects. The onlookers in the hall were transfixed at the sight of the calming pill, although they were revered elders from a first-rate immortal mansion. They had never encountered such a precious item. The calming pill was a sacred great elixir, its creation requiring not only rare heavenly materials, but also a master alchemist of the sacred Lord realm, of which none were known to exist in the current 5 domains and 2 seas. True to its sacred nature, within mere moments of consuming the pill, Jiang Yu's eyes began to shimmer with renewed vitality. Qianning and Lu Xing, how is it that you are here? Jiang Yu inquired weakly, his frail body still betraying his condition. I came upon hearing that you were captured by the Dayang Immortal Mansion. Qianning replied. When others dare to harm my brother, I must naturally come to his rescue, Lu Xing added. A warm current surged through Jiang Yu's heart, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Qianning, thank you, Sister Lu Xing. It was the first time he willingly referred to Lu Xing as sister. There is no need for gratitude. You are my brother, and it is only right for me to come to your aid. Besides, I did not exert much effort. Your true benefactor is Master Qian. Had she not personally intervened, Zhan Tianyi would not have released you. Jiang Yu turned to Qianning once more, sincerity etched on his face. Thank you, Qianning. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will do my utmost. Qianning smiled gently, her beauty reminiscent of a lotus shyly blooming, rendering the 6 palaces of powdered beauties pale in comparison. Jiang Yu found himself entranced, and even the aged onlookers were momentarily spellbound, with Lu Xing appearing equally captivated by her stunning beauty, which was nothing short of breathtaking. You have rendered great service to humankind. It is only fitting that I come to your rescue. Clear's throat at that moment. Lu Yi, standing beside Qianning, noticed the dazed expressions of those present and furrowed her brow, lightly clearing her throat to regain their attention. The elders quickly averted their gazes, attempting to mask their embarrassment in the process of dispelling the medicinal effects. Qianning had also inspected Jiang Yu's injuries and found that his foundational strength remained intact, which relieved her. However, she was astonished and puzzled to discover that Jiang Yu's spiritual sea was vast, measuring an astonishing 10,000 zhong, and that his spiritual power differed from that of an ordinary person, shimmering with flecks of golden light. Even with her extensive experience, she had never encountered a spiritual sea of such magnitude, nor had she ever heard of one. Her own celestial spiritual body, an exceptional physique, boasted only a 2,000 zhong spiritual sea, which paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's. As for the golden light within his spiritual power, she vaguely recalled having seen something similar in an ancient ruin, though the memory eluded her at that moment. What perplexed Qianning further was the presence of 2 seals within Jiang Yu's body, one residing in his sea of consciousness and the other within his physical form. The style of these seals was not contemporary but rather an ancient seal long lost to history, indicating they could not have been inflicted by the Daong Immortal Mansion. How could such ancient seals exist within Jiang Yu? Though her heart was filled with shock and confusion, Qianning maintained her composure, knowing that with so many people present, she could inquire further at a later time. Since Jiang Yu had not been harmed at his foundation, Qianning chose not to pursue accountability from the Daong Immortal Mansion, as it was a first-rate immortal mansion, and even she had to afford it a measure of respect. Qianning summoned a flying artifact and addressed Jiang Yu. Where do you intend to go now? I can take you there. Jiang Yu, quick-witted and astute, observed the demeanor of the onlookers and surmised that these formidable beings, including Zhan Tianyi, held Qianning in considerable regard. Allowing him to relax, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, he did not decline Qianning's offer, yet he did not immediately ascend the flying artifact, instead stating, "Thank you, Qianning, for your kindness. However, may I ask you to wait a moment? I have 2 matters to attend to before we depart." Very well, Qianning nodded. Jiang Yu's gaze swept across the assembly of elders. Though he did not recognize the elders from various immortal mansions, he could infer from their positions and demeanor that they were not affiliated with the Daong Immortal Mansion. Hence, the most likely explanation was that they were cultivators who had come for the teachings of the esteemed Nan. Attracted by rumors of his profound legacy, Jiang Yu clasped his hands together and addressed the elders. I believe you are all here for the teachings of Senior Nan. It is rumored that I received his teachings, but I must disappoint you. Although I managed to ascend closer to the summit of the secret realm than others, I ultimately reached only 9,900 meters. After 3 months of effort, I could not advance beyond the final 100 meters. When the spatial passage was about to close, I had no choice but to leave the secret realm, so I did not acquire Senior Nan's teachings. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the elders present began to harbor doubts. After all, it was said that the unparalleled talent of the Daong Immortal Mansion, Zhan Wushuang, had only reached 9,500 meters. Even if Jiang Yu possessed exceptional talent, it could not be substantially greater than Zhan Wushuang's, making his claim of having reached 9,900 meters somewhat credible, especially since he had indeed left at the last possible moment. Once Jiang Yu finished speaking, he did not elaborate further, as he felt that continuing to explain would only draw more suspicion. He turned his gaze to Zhang Tianyi, who had subjected him to inhumane torment and nearly taken his life. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's expression remained calm. Expressing anger without the strength to back it was a sign of weakness and would only serve to invite ridicule. I kindly request, Lord Zhan, that you return my belongings. Seeing Jiang Yu's tranquil demeanor, Zhang Tianyi felt a surge of unease. If Jiang Yu had confronted him with fury, even cursing him, it would have brought him a sense of satisfaction. However, Jiang Yu's composed demeanor instilled a sense of dread in this supreme being. This youth possessed extraordinary talent and could exhibit such restraint. If he were to grow further, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. With that thought in mind, Zhang Tianyi resolved to find a way to eliminate Jiang Yu discreetly. Why are you still standing there? Quickly retrieve the belongings of young friend Jiang. Zhang Tianyi commanded the elder. Before long, Jiang Yu's personal items were brought forth. After inspecting them, Jiang Yu noted that the dark sword, the breaking army blade, the mountain river seal, and the immortal crystal were all present, but the armor he had obtained in the secret realm was conspicuously absent. Jiang Yu turned again to Zhang Tianyi. Lord Zhan, why has my armor not been returned to me? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's inquiry, Qianning also looked toward Zhang Tianyi. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tianyi, the elder had withheld Jiang Yu's armor. He furrowed his brow. Glancing at the elder, why have you not retrieved young friend Zhang's armor? The elder opened his mouth, intending to offer an explanation, but the fierce gaze from Qianning silenced him, prompting him to turn and exit the hall. A few moments later, the elder returned, holding a black piece of armor. Indeed, the nameless armor Jiang Yu had acquired in the secret realm. Upon seeing the black armor, the hall's occupants were momentarily stunned. Their eyes lighting up, as supreme beings, they could sense the armor's aura, albeit faintly. They recognized it as a treasure, at least a semi-sacred artifact, if not a sacred grade one. All eyes were drawn to the armor, with no one noticing the astonishment etched upon Qianning's face, which surpassed even their own. Reluctantly, the elder handed the armor to Jiang Yu, who, upon witnessing the shock of the others, felt a surge of astonishment himself. The fact that such esteemed figures were awestruck indicated that this was no ordinary item. The armor was extraordinary, far exceeding his previous estimations. He accepted the armor and quickly stowed it away within his spatial treasure. At this moment, Qianning regained her composure and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "No, that will be all." He then turned to Lu Xing. "Sister Lu Xing, do you and the elder have any further matters to attend to? Shall we leave together?" The five of them ascended onto Qianning's flying artifact. As they departed, the other elders from various immortal mansions also discreetly took their leave, turning to fly out of the hall. Just as they exited the Daong Immortal Mansion, Jiang Yu called out, "Qianning, please wait a moment." "What is it? Have you forgotten something?" Qianning halted the flying artifact, puzzled. "Not quite," Jiang Yu gestured toward the ground. Below, outside the protective array of the Daong Immortal Mansion, a rotund figure clad in a flamboyant red robe was sneaking about. With such ostentatious attire, it could only be the rascal Ji Yunfang. Qianning recognized Ji Yunfang immediately and understood Jiang Yu's intent, guiding the flying artifact back toward the ground. "Damn it, this array is far too resilient. Hang in there, old Jiang." Alas, the breaking army blade and the immortal crystal are surely plundered by those scoundrels of the Daong Immortal Mansion. Ji Yunfang, drenched in sweat, held an ancient mirror, frantically trying to carve an opening in the formidable array of the Daong Immortal Mansion, muttering curses under his breath as he worked. The flying artifact isolated the presence of those around, and Ji Yunfang remained oblivious to the individuals behind him. He gazed left and right, yet never turned to look back, stubbornly working to decipher the formation with his prominent backside protruding. Listening to Ji Yunfang's incessant curses, though they were motivated by his desire for the treasures on Ji Yunfang's person, Jiang Yu felt a warm current flow through his heart, knowing that they were risking their lives to save him. Jiang Yu descended from the flying artifact and stealthily approached Ji Yunfang from behind, delivering a sharp slap to his raised backside. Smack! Ji Yunfang was startled, leaping several meters away. "I'll have you know, I am the future Holy Master, a close friend of Qianning from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. You, old Jiang, you've escaped." Upon recognizing Jiang Yu, Ji Yunfang exclaimed. "Indeed, it was thanks to Fairy Qianning, Sister Meteor, and Senior Lu that I managed to flee from the jaws of the tiger." Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Ji Yunfang finally took note of the four individuals behind him, including Qianning. When did I become your friend? Qianning asked, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism as she regarded Ji Yunfang. Well, you are a friend of old Jiang, and I too am a friend of old Jiang. Hence you naturally become my friend. Having learned from the previous encounter with Aunt Lu, Ji Yunfang refrained from speaking too freely in front of Qianning. However, this time, Aunt Lu's gaze towards Ji Yunfang was devoid of disdain, replaced instead with a hint of approval. Upon catching a glimpse of Meteor's countenance, Ji Yunfang's eyes sparkled with excitement, abandoning Jiang Yu as he dusted off the dirt from his clothes and wiped the sweat from his brow. Adopting an air of refined elegance as he approached, "May I inquire the name of the esteemed fairy?" Meteor furrowed her brow but replied, "Meteor. Meteor." Ji Yunfang's heart raced. The fairy was the renowned saintess of the Xuanqiu Immortal Palace. Indeed, he affirmed, his admiration intensifying, "I have long heard of Fairy Meteor's illustrious name, and to behold your true visage today is nothing short of breathtaking. Not only do you possess unparalleled talent, but your beauty surpasses that of blooming flowers, exuding an aura that is both refreshing and transcendent, akin to a celestial being. How could such a figure as Fairy Meteor exist in this world?" Thus, Ji Yunfang began to boast about himself once more. "I am Ji Yunfang, the younger brother of Jiang Yu, a prodigious genius destined to become a master of formations in the realm of holy masters. I am only 18 years old." Meteor cast a bewildered glance at Jiang Yu, struggling to comprehend how the typically composed and taciturn Jiang Yu could have such a narcissistic, silver-tongued friend clad in a flamboyant red robe adorned with intricate floral patterns. Jiang Yu felt a sense of embarrassment. If Ji Yunfang continued his self-aggrandizement, he could only wonder what else might be said, hastily interjecting, "Fatty, you'd best be quiet. We need to leave this place promptly." Upon hearing Jiang Yu call him Fatty, Ji Yunfang shot a fierce glare in his direction. A short while later, the group exited the territory of the Day Sun Immortal Palace, and Qianning turned to Jiang Yu, inquiring, "Where do you plan to go next? I can escort you to. I appreciate your kindness, but I must journey to the western regions. It's unnecessary for you to accompany me. I can't proceed alone. Just stop at the mountain peak ahead." Having received the favor of saving his life, Jiang Yu did not wish to impose further upon her. Seeing that Jiang Yu was not merely feigning politeness and recognizing that their paths diverged, Qianning decided not to insist. She landed on a nearby mountain peak and beckoned Jiang Yu to follow her aside. Curiosity piqued within Jiang Yu, wondering what matter required them to avoid the others. He followed Qianning a few dozen meters away. "Do you know the origin of that black armor you wear?" Qianning inquired directly. "I do not. I found that armor in the ruins of a secret realm opened by Senior Nan." "Could it possibly have a remarkable origin?" Jiang Yu replied honestly. "Remarkable is an understatement. That armor possesses an extraordinary lineage. It was once the armor of Senior Nan, known as the Dragon Scale Armor, a semi-immortal artifact that surpasses sacred items." Dragon Scale Armor, a semi-immortal artifact? Jiang Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by this revelation. He had sensed the armor's uniqueness, but had never imagined it to be a semi-immortal artifact that transcended sacred weapons. After a pause, he asked, "Are the scales on that armor truly?" "Indeed, they are dragon scales," Qianning confirmed. "The legendary 5 divine beasts, dragon, phoenix, white tiger, Xuanwu, and the devouring heaven python, are beings of lore, known only by name. Never seen in their true form, I had always believed them to be mere myths, not to be taken seriously now. To learn that the inconspicuous black armor in my possession is crafted from dragon scales is as shocking as discovering it is a semi-immortal artifact." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's expression turned grave. Previously, in the Grand Hall of the Day Sun Immortal Palace, the elders of various first-tier immortal palaces had witnessed him reclaim the dragon scale armor. Though they may not overtly attempt to seize it due to the pressure from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, it was certain that such a treasure would be pursued relentlessly in secret. He feared for his safety moving forward. Perceptive as she was, Qianning discerned Jiang Yu's concerns and spoke, "Only I am aware of its origin. Those old coots only sensed its extraordinary nature." Hearing Qianning's words, Jiang Yu felt somewhat reassured. However, Qianning added a cautionary note, "Yet, do not let your guard down. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal it easily." Jiang Yu was puzzled and asked, "But if neither Zhan Tianyi nor the elders of various immortal palaces recognized it, surely the number of cultivators in the 5 domains and 2 seas who could identify the dragon scale armor must be few and far between?" The 5 domains and 2 seas are vast. What you have seen may not encompass the entirety, Qianning replied ambiguously. Jiang Yu, being astute himself, quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, until now, he had believed that the first-tier immortal palaces were the pinnacle of power in the 5 domains and 2 seas. However, having witnessed the attitude of Zhang Tianyi and the elders of the first-tier immortal palaces towards Qianning, it became evident that the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's strength must surpass that of the first-tier immortal palaces. Given that such a terrifying existence as the Heavenly Machine Pavilion existed, could there not also be hidden superpowers? At that moment, Qianning continued, I observe that your dragon scale armor appears to be damaged. The defensive array originally inscribed within it has been broken. Otherwise, its aura would not be so feeble. Nevertheless, even in its damaged state, it is still comparable to semi-holy artifacts or even sacred items, making it a top-tier defensive treasure. Noticing that many of the dragon scales on the armor were shattered, and feeling no presence of any array within, Jiang Yu concluded that Qianning's assessment of the damage was likely accurate. Just as Jiang Yu was deep in thought, Qianning produced an item from her spatial artifact and handed it to him. Not far away, Aunt Lu, who had been observing the situation, suddenly changed her expression upon seeing the item. Take this, Qianning continued, now that you possess a treasure of great value. While the various immortal palaces may not act against you openly due to the intimidation of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, it is likely they will harbor designs on you in secret. This item, though lacking offensive or defensive capabilities, can alter your appearance and aura, rendering even powerful figures unable to see through it. What Qianning presented was a mask, crystalline and translucent, its material indiscernible. Hearing Qianning's explanation, Jiang Yu was overjoyed. Though he felt he should not accept such a treasure, having already incurred too much debt of gratitude, he truly needed this item at that moment. Just as he hesitated, Qianning insisted, take it. A true man should not dither, and pressed the mask into Jiang Yu's hands. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu accepted it, deciding that he would repay this debt of gratitude slowly in the future. Young man, do you know how rare this mask is? Just as Jiang Yu was about to express his gratitude, Aunt Lu approached and interjected. Aunt Lu, Qianning exclaimed, her tone displeased as she attempted to stop Aunt Lu from continuing, but Aunt Lu paid her no heed. This mask may lack rank, but in terms of rarity, it surpasses even semi-holy artifacts. Jiang Yu was astounded. The mask was so rare, he looked at Qianning with profound gratitude but refrained from voicing his thanks. True gratitude is shown through actions, not mere words. Though this mask is rare, it is of no use to me. You need not worry about it, Qianning reassured him with understanding. Still, Jiang Yu did not express his thanks. Instead, he called out to Meteor and the others in the distance. Sister Meteor, elder son, Fatty, come over here. The three approached, gazing at Jiang Yu with curiosity. Jiang Yu looked to Aunt Lu and elder son, saying, I have something of great importance to share with you all. Could the two of you create a barrier to prevent eavesdropping? Though both were puzzled, they did not press for further explanation, each casting a layer of spiritual energy to form a barrier. You may speak now, they said in unison. I have received the teachings of the profound method from Elder Nan. Upon uttering these words, shock spread across the faces of the four, excluding Qianning. Although they had suspected this previously, they had not dared to confirm it. After all, even the unparalleled Dao body, Zhan Wushuang, had not managed to ascend to the summit and obtain the teachings. Jiang Yu, despite his extraordinary talent, was still a few years younger than Zhan Wushuang, making the prospect of his success appear exceedingly dim. Old Jiang is impressive, Ji Yunfang exclaimed shamelessly. I previously thought your talent was only slightly inferior to mine, but it seems you have matched me. Ignoring Ji Yunfang's remarks, Jiang Yu continued, now I will impart this profound method to all of you. What? You wish to share Elder Nan's teachings with us? Elder Sun exclaimed in disbelief. That is the first profound method of the Holy Master Realm, Elder Nan's teachings. Its value is greater than that of the teachings from a first-tier immortal palace, allowing one to establish their own first-tier immortal palace. The group was momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to believe what they had just heard. Indeed, though Elder Nan's teachings are invaluable, they pale in comparison to the life-saving grace you all have shown me. Jiang Yu's decision to impart the scriptures of the Undying Sutra to a select few was primarily motivated by his profound gratitude for their life-saving assistance. However, he harbored additional considerations. The master of the Sanyang Immortal Mansion, He aspired to elevate it to a prestigious first-rate immortal sect, a path undoubtedly fraught with challenges and obstacles. Yet, with the backing of the Xian Su Immortal Mansion and the Tianji Pavilion, this journey would be considerably more manageable. Even if the Xian Su Immortal Mansion and the Tianji Pavilion did not offer overt support, forging amicable relations with them would yield boundless benefits. Your escape from peril was entirely thanks to the Tianji Pavilion, particularly to Pavilion Master Qianning and Senior Liu. My Xian Su Immortal Mansion played a negligible role, Lu Xing remarked. How could that be? The mere act of the Xian Su Immortal Mansion stepping forth to rescue me is an enormous favor. Besides, you are my sister. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Lu Xing gazed at him with affectionate eyes, choosing not to say more. Without waiting for further comments from others, Jiang Yu recited the Undying Sutra from memory, word for word, including the preface, without omitting a single syllable. The 5 individuals, all of exceptional talent, committed it to memory after just one reading. Their faces radiated joy, and even figures of stature like Qianning and Aunt Lu displayed gleams of excitement in their eyes. The Tianji Pavilion lacked for extraordinary scriptures. They possessed numerous body cultivation techniques, yet none could compare to the Undying Sutra, which was undoubtedly the premier body cultivation scripture in existence. After recording the scripture, Lu Xing retrieved an item from his spatial treasure and presented it to Jiang Yu, a jade talisman. This talisman is a sect token, reserved for the core members of our Xian Su Immortal Mansion. Hold on to it. It may prove useful in times of danger, Lu Xing explained as he handed the talisman to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu accepted it without thanks or refusal, recognizing it as a potential talisman for preserving his life, which might one day also serve as a safeguard for the Xian Su Immortal Mansion. At that moment, Elder Sun also produced a medicinal pill from his spatial treasure and offered it to Jiang Yu. Though this pill pales in comparison to the Tranquility Pill, it is still quite decent. Given that you were injured, this might provide some benefit. Elder Sun was being modest. The pill he presented was a 5th-grade vitality pill, renowned for its remarkable healing properties, far exceeding mere decency. It was a rare treasure valued at hundreds of thousands of crystals. This pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Jiang Yu hastily declined. Elder Sun's expression darkened. Are you looking down upon this pill? Or perhaps upon me? Since Elder Sun had insisted, Jiang Yu felt compelled to accept it, taking the pill from Elder Sun's hand. Meanwhile, Ji Yunfang, observing the gifts bestowed upon Jiang Yu, interjected, Old Jiang, you know me well. Aside from my handsome visage, I am utterly destitute. But you still possess that ancient mirror. Do you not? Jiang Yu jested. Oh, Old Jiang, since you have your eyes on my sole possession, how could you be so heartless to me? After a round of light-hearted banter, the group parted ways, each flying off in their own direction, leaving only Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang atop the mountain. Chapter 095. The Terrifying Undying Sutra. Following the incident with the Duanmu family, have you suffered any attacks from demonic cultivators? Jiang Yu inquired. Recalling his own harrowing experience. You were attacked by demonic cultivators? Did you not encounter any? Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation at the relentless misfortunes that seemed to befall him. After the incident with the Duanmu family, I remained in Tianyang City and did not encounter any demonic assaults, Ji Yunfang replied. Hearing this, Jiang Yu mused that it was likely because Ji Yunfang had stayed within the city. Now that the traces of the outer celestial demons were exposed, first- and second-rate immortal sects across various domains were actively searching for forces controlled by these demons, who had suffered considerable losses. As the initiators of this chaos, the outer celestial demons will undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred towards us. You must exercise caution and find a concealed place to hide temporarily, Jiang Yu advised Ji Yunfang earnestly. He was no longer concerned about being discovered by the outer celestial demons, thanks to the mask gifted by Qianning. But Ji Yunfang was vulnerable. Without a way to alter his appearance or aura and being rather conspicuous, it would be easy for the demons to locate him. PFF, what is there to fear? Those vermin only dare to act in the shadows. They will eventually be exterminated, Ji Yunfang replied boldly. The outer celestial demons have managed to secretly control so many immortal sects. Their strength should not be underestimated. Do not take this lightly, Jiang Yu cautioned. With that, he retrieved the mountain river seal from his spatial treasure and presented it to Ji Yunfang. Yes, for my breaking army blade. You needn't covet it. I find it quite handy. This treasure, the mountain river seal, is also a 4th-grade artifact. Consider it a gift. Without hesitation, Ji Yunfang snatched the treasure from Jiang Yu's hand, a broad grin spreading across his face. Jiang Yu knew that Ji Yunfeng only possessed an ancient mirror of indeterminate rank and no other high-grade artifacts. However, given Ji Yunfeng's current capabilities, using that ancient mirror would be rather challenging, prompting Jiang Yu to gift him the Mountain River Seal to bolster his self-defense. Old Jiang, I truly did not make a poor choice in befriending you. Were I a woman, I would surely offer myself to you. Bearing you several robust sons, enough. Jiang Yu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Ji Yunfeng's rotund form. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Ji Yunfeng departed toward Tianyang City. Jiang Yu remained atop the mountain, donning the mask gifted by Qian Ning, which instantly melded with his skin, becoming as translucent as water. Channeling his thoughts into the mask, he infused it with spiritual energy. And soon, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, along with the aura surrounding him. He flew to a small pool and gazed at his reflection. The visage that stared back was that of a plain-looking youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy. With this mask, even if he stood before Elder Zhao of the Dayang Immortal Sect, the Elder would likely not recognize him. The only caution was to avoid encounters with supreme powerhouses at the Saint Master level, but such eminent figures would not be easily encountered. Having altered his appearance and aura, he pondered what name he should adopt. After a moment's thought, he mused, I shall call myself Gu Feng, as I was born in ancient times, and Feng corresponds to you. He was in no rush to head to the western regions. Over a decade had passed, and there was no need to hurry at this moment. Instead, he sought out a secluded, uninhabited area. Having obtained the Undying Sutra, he had yet to practice the scripture for which he had nearly lost his life. Following the instructions outlined in the scripture, Jiang Yu initiated the first layer of the Undying Sutra, the Undying Muscle Skin. Suddenly, his internal spiritual energy surged violently, rampaging through his body like a lit powder keg. Jiang Yu was taken aback, as every part of his body erupted in excruciating pain, akin to countless steel needles piercing him simultaneously. Alarmed, he hurriedly ceased the operation of the Undying Sutra. As the scripture's workings halted, the turbulence of his internal spiritual energy subsided, and the intense pain gradually faded. In that fleeting moment, he was drenched in sweat. Cultivators differ from ordinary individuals, rarely experiencing perspiration unless their physical endurance reaches its limit. This Undying Sutra is truly terrifying. Is this a cultivation scripture or a form of torment? Jiang Yu thought, still shaken. The sudden surge of spiritual energy, had it not been for his robust physique, would have likely resulted in the rupturing of the meridians or severe injury for any ordinary cultivator. Even now, he could still feel lingering pain throughout his body. Why was the cultivation of this scripture so agonizing? Had he perhaps made an error? With lingering doubts, Jiang Yu meticulously reviewed the Undying Sutra in his mind multiple times. Ultimately, he concluded that he had not erred in the operation of the scripture. Since there was no mistake, the earlier violent surge of spiritual energy and the accompanying pain must be a normal occurrence. Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Yu cautiously resumed the operation of the Undying Sutra. As before, the scripture's workings caused his internal spiritual energy to surge violently once more, crashing through his body like a tempest. This time, Jiang Yu did not halt the operation. Instead, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As the Undying Sutra continued to operate, the turbulent spiritual energy began to calm. By this point, Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just as he thought he had endured the worst of the pain, a new anomaly arose. The once calm spiritual energy began to coalesce at the surface of his skin, and suddenly, a fierce, stinging sensation erupted, as if countless sharp needles were piercing him, akin to being stung by swarms of vicious bees. The pain was excruciating, penetrating to the marrow. His muscles tensed, veins bulged, and his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound as he emitted low, beast-like growls. Nevertheless, he did not falter in his commitment to the Undying Sutra. Instead, with bloodshot eyes, he resolutely continued its operation. At that moment, his skin began to undergo subtle transformations as the gathered spiritual energy relentlessly assaulted every cell within his skin, shattering and reorganizing each minuscule cell. Each reconstituted cell emerged stronger and more resilient than before. This process was bloody, horrifying, and unimaginably painful, repeating itself continually. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yu could no longer endure. His teeth were on the verge of shattering, and his nails had embedded themselves into his skin, with sweat pooling beneath him like a small puddle. The Undying Sutra ceased its operation, and Jiang Yu collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and gasping for breath as if he were a limp rag. Chapter 096. The Old Man's Lost Horse. It was not until a full cup of tea's time had passed that Jiang Yu managed to sit up, reflecting inwardly. No wonder the sacred texts begin by stating that only those with robust physiques may cultivate. Such a perverse doctrine could lead ordinary practitioners to their demise in a single misstep. I can only hope that Qian Ning and Lu Xing encounter no issues during their training. However, they are all exceptionally gifted individuals. Even if they cannot master it, they should be able to avoid serious problems, I comforted myself. Although he had merely engaged in a brief session of the indestructible scripture, upon inspecting his body, he observed that his skin appeared more translucent and radiant, as his spiritual energy circulated. A faint golden glow emanated, akin to the shimmer of precious artifacts. Truly, it was worthy of being hailed as the foremost scripture for body refinement. If he were to fully cultivate the indestructible muscles and skin, it was likely he could overpower cultivators at the Divine Bridge stage with sheer physical prowess. Yet, the process of cultivation was undeniably excruciating. Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim. After another cup of tea's time had elapsed, Jiang Yu had completely recovered his strength. He retrieved his flying artifact and set off towards the western regions. While Jiang Yu was en route, Lu Xing and Elder Sun had already returned to the Xuanyu Immortal Mansion. Upon their return to the mansion and entering the Grand Assembly Hall, they found that the elders within were already awaiting their arrival. Seated at the center of the hall was an elderly man with kind eyes and a gentle brow. This was Lu Daoyun, the master of Xuanyu Immortal Mansion and Lu Xing's grandfather. Upon seeing Lu Xing return, Lu Daoyun's face broke into a benevolent smile, his eyes brimming with affection. Star has returned. I trust your journey was smooth? However, Lu Xing, displeased by his grandfather's words, replied, Please, master, refer to me as Lu Xing in full. Lu Daoyun chuckled softly, concealing his embarrassment, before turning his gaze to Elder Sun, his tone abruptly shifting to one of gravity, a fierce aura emanating from him. Elder Sun, Jiang Yu did not return with you. Yet that old curmudgeon Zhang Tianyi refuses to release him. This inquiry from Lu Daoyun was precisely what the other elders were eager to know. Indeed, Zhang Tianyi was unwilling to let Jiang Yu go. Before Elder Sun could finish his statement, the glint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Daoyun's eyes, and his entire demeanor transformed into that of a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling terror in those present. The other elders also wore expressions of indignation as their own auras flared. Following Lu Xing and Elder Sun's visit to the Daong Immortal Mansion, Xuanyu Immortal Mansion had received more precise intelligence regarding Jiang Yu. Learning that his breakthrough had attracted a heavenly tribulation, it had been 1,000,000 years since a heavenly tribulation had last appeared for cultivators, yet Jiang Yu's advancement had summoned one. This revelation caused them to realize that they had grossly underestimated Jiang Yu's potential. As they had previously believed, he merely possessed a legendary constitution, comparable to some of the extraordinary geniuses hidden away in various immortal mansions. But now, understanding that Jiang Yu's breakthrough had summoned a heavenly tribulation that had not been seen for 1,000,000 years, they recognized the depths of their prior misjudgment. If Xuanyu Immortal Mansion were to have such a disciple, what would it matter if they lost the transmission of Nan Zhangzhong's scripture? Hence, their urgency and anger grew. Master, how dare the Daong Immortal Mansion imprison our mansion's prodigious disciple? Xuanyu Immortal Mansion cannot let this matter rest. Please, Master, give the order for us to seek an explanation and bring Jiang Yu back. One elder, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Elder Shi echoed this sentiment, stating, Jiang Yu is a prodigy of our mansion and must not fall into the hands of the Daong Immortal Mansion. I implore the Master to issue the command to immediately head to the Daong Immortal Mansion to retrieve Jiang Yu, lest we face unforeseen troubles in the future. The other elders nodded in agreement, demonstrating their readiness to confront the Daong Immortal Mansion eye in their eyes. Since Lu Xing had acknowledged Jiang Yu as a sworn brother, he was now a disciple of Xuanyu Immortal Mansion. Seeing the fervor of the assembly, Elder Sun hurriedly interjected, the reason Jiang Yu did not return is not solely the fault of the Daong Immortal Mansion. What exactly happened? The remaining elders turned their attentions to Elder Sun, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Elder Sun recounted the events that had transpired at the Daong Immortal Mansion in detail. After hearing his account, the elders' expressions softened, though their faces remained serious. Jiang Yu is associated with the Tianji Pavilion? Lu Daoyun inquired. To my knowledge, he is not. Jiang Yu is merely familiar with Qianning, elder son replied. Upon hearing this, disappointment crossed Lu Daoyun's face. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly, with the Tianji Pavilion supporting him from behind. It seems his joining Xuanyu Immortal Mansion is a distant hope. However, as long as he does not ally with other immortal mansions, it may still be acceptable. Since the possibility of Jiang Yu joining Xuanyu Immortal Mansion was bleak, Lu Daoyun turned his attention to the transmission of Nanzhangzhong scripture. What is to be done regarding the transmission of Nanzhangzhong scripture? Upon hearing Lu Daoyun's inquiry, Elder Sun quickly surveyed the hall, confirming that only core members of Xuanyu Immortal Mansion were present before he spoke. Jiang Yu denied having received the transmission of Nanzhangzhong scripture, and no other immortal mansion has acquired it either. Impossible. If he, with such talent, cannot obtain the transmission, then no one in this realm can, Elder Shi interjected again. Elder Sun, still unaware of Jiang Yu's summoning of the heavenly tribulation, found himself puzzled by Elder Shi's assertion. While Jiang Yu is indeed extraordinarily gifted, it does not preclude the existence of others with even greater potential in those remote regions. Why would Elder Shi make such a claim? Yet Lu Daoyun gleaned a different meaning from Elder Sun's words and questioned. You say no other immortal mansion has received the scripture transmission? Upon hearing Lu Daoyun's question, the other elders also began to connect the dots, their gazes fixated on Elder Sunday without prolonging the suspense. Elder Sun revealed that Jiang Yu had indeed imparted the knowledge of Nanzhangzhong scripture to them. Elder Sun, did I hear you correctly? Jiang Yu took the initiative to transmit Nanzhangzhong scripture to you? One elder asked incredulously. To the other elders, this revelation seemed utterly unbelievable. Jiang Yu could have hoarded the scripture for himself, but chose to share it instead. This was a scripture from the Supreme Realm, one that surpassed even the foundational scriptures of first-tier immortal mansions. Indeed. After a prolonged silence, Lu Daoyun finally spoke. This Jiang Yu possesses unparalleled talent, and his future accomplishments are beyond measure. Lu Xing's acknowledgement of him as a sworn brother will undoubtedly bring fortune to Xuanyu Immortal Mansion for countless years to come. At this juncture, Lu Daoyun's expression turned serious. The transmission of Jiang Yu's teachings shall remain an absolute secret within the mansion. Only those present here may know of it, and not a word must be leaked. Rest assured, Master. We understand the gravity of the matter. The elders responded in unison. If the news of Jiang Yu transmitting Nanzhangzhong scripture were to spread, it would not only place Jiang Yu in grave danger, but would also draw Xuanyu Immortal Mansion into peril. Chapter 097. The joy of Ji Yunfang. The matter of Nanzhangzhong scripture transmission had become the hottest topic of discussion across the 5 domains and 2 seas over the course of a month. With this came an insatiable curiosity surrounding Jiang Yu, leading to the gradual unveiling of various tales from his past. Among these stories, the account of Jiang Yu's tribulation breakthrough swept through the realms like a tidal wave. Some marveled at his extraordinary talent, while others were left in disquiet. At the forefront of this turmoil was the Daong Immortal Mansion. Upon learning that Jiang Yu's breakthrough had attracted a heavenly tribulation that had not manifested in a million years, the entire Daong Immortal Mansion descended into a profound state of anxiety. They understood Jiang Yu's exceptional gifts, even surpassing the renowned Zhan Wushuang, yet they had previously taken little heed of it. Even if Jiang Yu possessed immense talent and could potentially become a top-tier sovereign, facing an immortal mansion with a heritage of hundreds of thousands was not a concern. However, upon realizing the gravity of Jiang Yu's breakthrough, their perspective shifted dramatically. A heavenly tribulation that had not been seen for a million years had emerged, and Jiang Yu had merely reached the Spirit Sea realm to provoke it. Furthermore, the strength of the tribulation reportedly exceeded that recorded in ancient texts. Such talent could not merely be described as genius. It was likely the reincarnation of an immortal. He was indeed the foremost talent of the past million years. Given the circumstances surrounding the heavenly tribulation, it was undeniable that he had obtained the transmission of Nanzhangzhong scripture. If even he could not secure the transmission, who else in the world could? With the combination of his million-year talent and the foremost body refinement scripture, the heights Jiang Yu could reach in the future were unfathomable. The previous actions taken by the Daong Immortal Mansion had undeniably sown the seeds of enmity, and when Jiang Yu eventually ascended to power, the Daong Immortal Mansion would be in jeopardy. An unprecedented assembly was convened within the Daong Immortal Mansion. a gathering that would not normally occur for decades or even centuries. Even the reclusive elders were summoned. After understanding the full scope of the situation, the elders' worries deepened, and they unanimously decided that even if it meant offending the Tianji Pavilion, they must eliminate Jiang Yu, extinguishing him in his infancy. Meanwhile, Ji Yunfang returned to Tianyang City, having amassed a considerable amount of immortal crystals and spiritual crystals from their previous plundering. He visited a brothel in the city, where a still alluring madam noticed his arrival. She approached him with the sway of her ample form, a smile adorning her face, and teasingly said, "My dear immortal, it has been ages since you last graced us with your presence. I thought you had forgotten about me." Typically, righteous cultivators maintained a pure and detached demeanor regarding matters of intimacy, making Ji Yunfang's indulgence in such pleasures a rarity. Even when they were occasionally inclined, they often sought out fellow female cultivators or those of refined appearance from reputable families, as common folk dared not resist. Thus, it was uncommon for righteous cultivators like Ji Yunfang to frequent such establishments. The madam, cautious of offending Ji Yunfang, recognized his generous disposition and thus treated him as a distinguished guest in all the city's brothels. Ji Yunfang's right hand landed a slap on the old madam's voluptuous behind, causing it to quiver. "Immortal." The old madam's tone was tinged with melancholy. "Xiao Chui speaks of the immortal daily. Shall we continue to arrange for her to serve you today?" The old madam inquired as she walked alongside Ji Yunfang towards the room on the second floor, his right hand encircling her waist in a gentle caress. Xiao Chui was the star attraction of the establishment, and Ji Yunfang often preferred her company. Turning his head with a mischievous grin, he jested, "Today, I have no need for Xiao Chui. I shall seek your company instead." The old madam playfully slapped Ji Yunfang's chest a few times, retorting, "Do not jest, immortal. How can a faded flower like me serve a being of your stature well? I shall call for Xiao Chui at once." As she attempted to free herself from Ji Yunfang's grasp, she realized her strength was no match for him. Ji Yunfang pushed open the door, half embracing the old madam as they entered the room. Unable to escape, the old madam reluctantly acquiesced to Ji Yunfang's advances. In the eyes of ordinary folk, cultivators were akin to celestial beings. If one were to provoke them, their very lives could be at stake. Moments later, the room resonated with intoxicating sounds, it must be said. Although Ji Yunfang was as rotund as a sphere, his stamina was impressive, as the sounds gradually faded after half an hour. Satisfied, he straightened his attire, gazing at the old madam sprawled on the bed. Nearly unconscious, he playfully smacked her ample behind twice, causing it to quiver once more. After donning his flamboyant crimson embroidered robe, Ji Yunfang retrieved a small piece of spirit crystal, approximately a pound in weight, from his spatial treasure and placed it between her bosoms. For ordinary individuals, spirit crystals held no practical value, but they could be exchanged for gold and silver, and this single pound was worth a year's earnings for the old madam. Feeling a chill at her chest, the old madam wearily opened her eyes to the sight of the spirit crystal, and her tired gaze instantly sparkled with excitement. She hurriedly tucked the crystal away, eager to express her gratitude to Ji Yunfang, but upon searching for him, he had already vanished. "That nearly killed me," the old madam muttered as she struggled to rise and dress. Meanwhile, Ji Yunfang felt invigorated, humming a tune as he strolled through the bustling streets. Passers-by made way for him, casting him curious glances. This man was so corpulent he was nearly spherical, likely weighing around 300 pounds. What could he possibly consume? Dressed more flamboyantly than the women of pleasure houses, one might wonder if he was of sound mind. Ji Yunfang, accustomed to such scrutiny, felt no embarrassment. Instead, he walked with his head held high, brimming with pride. The end of the Ender family had occurred. Old Jiang had ventured to the western regions, and he had indulged in the pleasures of life. What should he do now? Ji Yunfang pondered aloud. As the saying goes, indulge in debauchery and become a demon, or transcend to become a saint. He contemplated engaging in more righteous endeavors. As he walked, his expression grew complex, cold, serious, sorrowful, and melancholic. Perhaps I should return to the estate. After surviving the exodus from the estate years ago, he had never returned. Even after avenging himself, it was not that he could not, but that he dared not. He feared the sight of the ruins would drown him in sorrow. Now, having avenged his grievances, he felt it was time to provide closure for his parents, elders, and mentors. Chapter 098. Overwhelmed resolute, Ji Yunfang soared towards his former home. It was summer, and the sun blazed down fiercely upon the earth, while the cries of cicadas echoed loudly, creating an unbearable din. The celestial abode his parents established was called Wukong Xianfu, located approximately 20,000 miles east of Tianyang City. Ji Yunfang rushed through the void, and within a short half-hour, he had traversed far beyond Tianyang Xianfu, entering the realm of ancient, untouched forests. The ground was cloaked by ancient trees, some hundreds or even thousands of years old, forming a canopy that shielded the earth from the sun, providing a cool refuge for the creatures dwelling within. Along the way, Ji Yunfang remained oblivious to a middle-aged man, appearing no different from an ordinary individual who had followed him since he left Tianyang City. A glint of malice flickering in his eyes, the man concealed his aura exceptionally well, and Ji Yunfang remained entirely unaware. Once they had distanced themselves from Tianyang City and entered the desolate wilderness, the middle-aged man abruptly accelerated. Ji Yunfang, leisurely advancing, felt a shift in the air, and his keen senses detected someone rapidly approaching from behind. Momentarily stunned, he hastened his pace to evade the unknown pursuer. In this desolate expanse, the sudden appearance of another was hardly a promising sign. However, the man's speed surpassed his own. In mere moments, the stranger had closed the distance. The middle-aged man, clad in simple attire and possessing an unremarkable appearance, exuded a chilling aura. A demon cultivator. Ji Yunfang's expression changed drastically. "Kid, I thought you could hide forever." The demon cultivator's face twisted into a cruel smile, his eyes burning with anger. He had been monitoring Ji Yunfang's actions, frustrated that the latter had remained hidden within Tianyang City. With powerful cultivators searching for demon traces, he had refrained from acting within the city, while Ji Yunfang had been indulging in pleasures, which only fueled his wrath. Coincidentally, the day Ji Yunfang departed from the city, the demon cultivator had been dispatched to investigate the matter of the Southern Changjong Sutra, thus missing his chance. Ji Yunfang's demeanor turned grave as he sensed the formidable aura radiating from the man, signifying that he was at least a master of the Divine Bridge realm. Given sufficient time to set up a formation, Ji Yunfang would not fear confrontation, but time was a luxury he lacked. "You rats dare to show yourselves? Are you not afraid that the cultivators of the first and second ranks will tear you to pieces?" Ji Yunfang feigned calmness as he threatened, simultaneously retrieving a communication talisman from his spatial treasure. "This is a communication talisman personally delivered to me by the head of the Qianning Pavilion. If I crush it, experts from the pavilion will arrive within moments." Upon hearing Ji Yunfang's threat, the middle-aged demon cultivator's expression shifted from fear to indignation, his anger flaring. The current plight of demon cultivators was due to the machinations of Jiang Yu and Ji Yunfang. "Humph, feel free to send your message. It will take mere moments to kill a waste like you." The middle-aged man sneered dismissively. The talisman in Ji Yunfang's hand was merely an ordinary one, intended to intimidate, but the demon cultivator was not swayed. "Who are you calling a waste? You are the waste. Your entire family is waste. If I were at your age and only reached the Divine Bridge realm, I would have no face to live in this world." Ji Yunfang, ever self-absorbed, exploded in anger at being called a waste. To Ji Yunfang's accurate speculation, the middle-aged man was indeed at the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge realm. Although reaching this level at his age did not classify him as a genius, his aptitude was still commendable, far from the pitiful status Ji Yunfang had described. The demon cultivator's face contorted with rage. "You little brat, dare to speak so arrogantly even when death is imminent?" As he spoke, the middle-aged demon cultivator formed a hand seal, unleashing a technique imbued with chilling malice aimed at Ji Yunfang. The sun blazed overhead, and the world felt like a vast steamer, devoid of any cool breeze. With the middle-aged man's technique unleashed, the air temperature plummeted to bone-chilling lows, as if one had fallen into an ice cellar. Ji Yunfang did not dare to underestimate the attack. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, he channeled all his spiritual power and countered with a technique of his own. The two techniques collided in the void, but Ji Yunfang's technique barely held for an instant before it was violently dispersed. Realizing that his attack had been thwarted, Ji Yunfang attempted to dodge the incoming assault. Yet, the speed of the technique was astonishing. Just as he contemplated evasion, a thunderous crash resounded, and he was struck to the ground. A massive ancient tree, capable of being embraced by several individuals, splintered under the impact. creating a human-sized crater in the earth where Ji Yunfang lay, blood gushing from his mouth in the blink of an eye. He had sustained severe injuries. The middle-aged demon cultivator approached, astonished. He had unleashed his full power, yet failed. Ji Yunfang deftly dodged most of the attacks, but was still struck by one formidable spell. Crashing back down onto the ground at this moment, not only was blood gushing from his mouth, but his bones were also shattered in numerous places, and the once resplendent crimson robe adorned with dazzling floral patterns now hung tattered upon him. The lush primordial forest that surrounded him had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, the ground riddled with deep crevices, and the sky filled with swirling yellow dust. Chapter 099. Arrival in the Western Region's Little Beast. This is the fate that befalls one who dares to oppose the heavenly demon, sneered the middle-aged man, observing Ji Yunfang's desperate struggle for survival. As a member of the human race, you willingly become a lackey of the heavenly demon. Today, I shall eradicate you, this disgrace to humanity, on behalf of our kind. Ji Yunfang spoke with great difficulty, his words fragmented due to his severe injuries. You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man erupted in laughter. Finding it ludicrous that a dying youth from the spirit sea would threaten him, Ji Yunfang's eyes blazed with fury as he trembled, struggling to rise, appearing as if he would collapse at any moment. The surrounding animals had long fled from the fierce battle, leaving an eerie silence, rendering the middle-aged man's laughter particularly jarring. Seeing that his opponent was entirely dismissive of him, Ji Yunfang's eyes flickered with cunning and ferocity. Suddenly, he hurled an object towards the middle-aged demon cultivator standing not far away. A terrifying aura, heavy as a mountain, erupted forth, instantly freezing the mid-aged man's expression, his eyes widening with fear in an instant. A seal the size of a small house bore down upon him. Caught off guard, the middle-aged demon cultivator had neither the time to unleash his powerful spells nor to evade, and could only raise his fist to meet the impending doom. Crack, crack! The sharp sound of bones shattering echoed. The middle-aged demon cultivator felt as though he were contending not with a seal, but with an immense mountain bearing down upon him, a weight far beyond his capacity to withstand. Ah! Cries of agony escaped his lips. Boom! The mountain and river seal slammed into the ground, producing a thunderous noise that shook the earth, stirring clouds of dust and sending stones tumbling as though an earthquake had struck. Ji Yunfang stumbled as he retracted the mountain and river seal, the dust settling to reveal the absence of the demon cultivator, leaving behind only a pool of mixed earth and flesh. Damn it! I almost met my end here, but fortunately, I made the right bet. Ji Yunfang cursed as he collapsed onto the ground, his injuries grievous, having maintained his strength until now. The reason he had not immediately utilized the mountain and river seal during his initial severe injury was that his opponent had declared intent to slowly torture him. Given his chaotic internal energy at that time, even if he had summoned the seal, he would not have been able to unleash its full power, and his adversary was vigilant, capable of evasion even in defeat. His opportunity was singular. Should the mountain and river seal fail to inflict significant harm upon his foe, he would have no second chance. Thus, he had boldly gambled with his life, refraining from deploying the seal until the middle-aged demon cultivator began to torment him, which allowed Ji Yunfang ample time to gather his energy and unleash the mountain and river seal. With great difficulty, Ji Yunfang retrieved several healing pills and began to meditate, closing his eyes to recuperate. Once he had regained a fraction of his strength, he wasted no time in departing the area. Deep within the primordial forest, danger lurked in the form of great demons passing through. It was prudent to leave post-haste. The deeds of Jiang Yu had spread across the 5 domains and 2 seas, and within the 5 domains, countless cultivators sought his whereabouts, the majority driven by the desire to seize the inheritance of the Southern Changbel's teachings. Only a select few among the top-tier celestial factions were privy to the events that transpired within the Great Sun Celestial Mansion. The average cultivators remained oblivious to Jiang Yu's connection with the Tiangong Pavilion and the Xuanchu Celestial Mansion. Though the 5 domains were abuzz with commotion, Jiang Yu, the central figure in this turmoil, remained ignorant of it all. He was currently racing towards the western regions, having encountered only a couple of cultivators along the way, exchanging nothing more than glances without engaging in conversation. Moreover, his appearance and aura had changed so drastically that even Ji Yunfang would fail to recognize him unless he revealed his identity. Autumn winds swept away fallen leaves and spring breezes coaxed forth new buds. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye when Jiang Yu finally arrived in the western regions, reaching the domain of the Reincarnation Sect, one of the 3 premier celestial mansions. The address given to him by Jiang Zhongwen lay within this very region. At this moment, Jiang Yu appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and stained with dirt and blood, resembling a wild man. This was not due to a lack of cleanliness, but rather the result of encountering an overwhelming number of beasts along his journey. After battles, even freshly donned attire would soon become soiled in the ensuing conflicts. Over time, he had grown indifferent to his appearance, especially in these desolate areas where months could pass without encountering another soul. The surroundings retained a primitive character, with 3 colossal mountains standing like sentinels in the distance, precisely as described by his master. Traversing this path, he found himself in a region devoid of human presence, with no signs of civilization for thousands of miles, confirming his master's predictions. Even the usually composed Jiang Yu felt a surge of emotion within him. It was here that his master had discovered him, perhaps unraveling the mystery of his origins. After calming his racing heart, Jiang Yu began his search at the foot of the tallest mountain. According to his master, he had been found near an underground ruin at the base of the highest peak among the 3 mountains, surrounded by towering ancient trees that obscured the ground from view. Jiang Yu could not survey the area from above. He needed to descend to the forest floor and search meticulously. Beneath the towering trees lay dense underbrush, making it challenging to locate the entrance to the subterranean ruins described by his master. Fortunately, he had a general sense of direction. With patience, he felt confident he could discover it. Jiang Yu, known for his exceptional patience, wielded the broken military blade as he forged ahead, cutting through thickets. Occasionally, low-tier beasts would leap from the undergrowth, but he dispatched them effortlessly. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 5th day, when, after clearing a patch of underbrush, he uncovered a dark cave with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Jiang Yu's expression shifted. His eyes gleaming with excitement, he hurried to the cave entrance and peered inside. Even with his spiritual energy enhancing his vision, the cave's depths remained shrouded in darkness, and an icy chill emanated from within, reminiscent of a passage to the underworld. Cautiously, Jiang Yu refrained from recklessly entering the cave. While it resembled his master's description, it could also be another cave of similar nature. Sensing the chilling aura, he pondered the risk of it being a demon's lair, realizing that diving in without caution could lead to his demise. Extending his spiritual consciousness into the cave, he discovered that his awareness could cover a radius of 10 miles. Yet he still could not discern the cave's bottom or detect any demonic presence. Chapter 100. Uncharted Footprints. After thorough deliberation, and finding no signs of danger, Jiang Yu mustered his courage, withdrew the broken military blade, and leapt into the abyss. The cave was pitch black and frigid, but for the robust Jiang Yu, it posed little threat. Focusing his spiritual energy in his eyes, he could perceive the surroundings clearly. The cave walls were uneven, not resembling a structure crafted by human hands, but rather the result of natural formation. Yet, certain areas bore claw-like markings, leaving the exact origin of the cave ambiguous. Jiang Yu descended rapidly. Yet it felt akin to an endless pit. Moments passed, and he had likely fallen thousands of meters without touching the bottom. After half a cup of tea's time, just as he began to suspect he was in a bottomless pit, he finally sensed the presence of the cave floor, now possibly tens of thousands of meters beneath the surface. Jiang Yu landed steadily on the cave floor, where the cold intensified. Even his extraordinary physique could not prevent him from shivering involuntarily. Gathering his entire spiritual energy, he held the broken military blade aloft, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive cavern, shaped like an inverted semicircle, with a diameter exceeding 10 miles, and the ceiling towered hundreds of meters above the ground. Upon closer inspection, the cave walls were smooth and even, devoid of any irregularities, as if carved by a knife. Gazing into the depths of this hidden cavern, Jiang Yu surmised that it was likely the result of a protective mountain array. It seemed that countless millennia ago, this place had been abandoned for unknown reasons, yet the protective array remained intact. As time passed and the landscape transformed dramatically, this location became buried deep within the earth. However, due to the presence of the protective array, the soil had not fully concealed it, instead forming this cavern over the ages. Even though the array had been dismantled by his master, the earth had long since solidified into hard rock, allowing this place to endure. Observing the ground, he noted the remnants of crumbled walls. From the fragments, it became evident that this had once been the residence of a noble family or clan. The wooden components of the structure had long since turned to dust, and even the resilient stone walls had succumbed to the ravages of time, eroded into granules of sand. Only a scant few remnants remained. Hinting at the former grandeur of the place, at this moment, Jiang Yu's heart felt heavy, as everything he beheld confirmed his master's conjectures. This place was ancient, and he was a being that had survived from a bygone era. Before his very eyes, the flicker of hope that had lingered in Jiang Yu's heart regarding the survival of his parents was utterly extinguished. No cultivator could possibly endure for tens of millions of years. Even the most supreme beings at the Saint Lord level possess a mere lifespan of a mere 10,000 years. The term parents had become a distant and foreign concept for Jiang Yu. Yet the most fundamental human emotions still stirred within him. At this moment, his hopes lay shattered. An outcome he had anticipated, yet it weighed heavily upon his spirit, leaving him despondent. Jiang Yu was not a man prone to sentimentality. He composed himself and ventured into the ruins. Beneath his feet lay sand formed from weathered rock, making a soft rustling sound with each step. As he searched meticulously, he found nothing but the partially eroded stone walls. Any artifacts that might have been left behind had either turned to dust or been buried beneath the sands. With such vastness to explore, seeking treasures felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if he were to uncover any remnants of relics, their spiritual essence would likely have long dissipated unless they were extraordinary treasures capable of withstanding the ravages of time. Jiang Yu held no illusions regarding the treasures. His true purpose for coming here was to uncover fragments of records that might shed light on the mystery of his heritage. His master had mentioned having seen remnants of ancient characters within the ruins. While his master could not decipher them, it did not imply that no one else in the realms could. If he could find these inscriptions and decode them, perhaps the enigma of his lineage would be unveiled. Thus, Jiang Yu searched with great diligence, examining each piece of remaining rock with care. This meticulousness, however, slowed his progress considerably. After half a day, he indeed discovered several stones bearing ancient inscriptions. Just as his master had described, the faded characters were unfamiliar to him. He meticulously copied down all the discernible characters, intending to seek someone capable of unraveling their meaning once he exited. Although he had only covered a fraction of the area in his search, he remained unperturbed. He had ample time to explore at his leisure. Yet, as he stumbled upon another stone inscribed with ancient characters and prepared to copy it, his eyes widened in alarm, and his body tensed as a surge of energy erupted within him. Before him lay a series of clearly defined animal tracks. The paw prints were star-shaped, somewhat resembling those of a domestic dog, yet their size was equivalent to his palm, indicating that the creature which left them was substantial. What heightened his vigilance was the fact that he had previously scanned the area with his spiritual sense and detected no signs of life. Yet these tracks were unmistakably fresh. Gripping his with heightened alertness, Jiang Yu expanded his spiritual sense once more, scrutinizing the surroundings for an extended period, but the result remained unchanged. He was alone in the cavern. Could it be that he was being overly suspicious? Perhaps these tracks had been left behind earlier. After all, in such a sealed underground environment, footprints could remain intact for an extended duration. Jiang Yu mused internally. Nevertheless, he did not entirely relax his guard. Observing the tracks that stretched deeper into the cave, he temporarily set aside his search for ancient characters and resolved to follow the trail. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, with even the faintest sound of sand shifting beneath his feet resonating clearly. The tracks extended to the cave wall, and just as he was about to turn back, they continued along the wall. Jiang Yu followed the tracks around the cave, and soon, a small opening emerged in the wall where the prince vanished. At this juncture, Jiang Yu became acutely aware of the potential danger. The size of the tracks indicated that the creature responsible was formidable. He paused, holding his breath, as he concentrated his spiritual energy into his, cautiously approaching the entrance. Peering inside, he was taken aback. The small cave was not large, about a meter in height and only 2 or 3 meters deep, allowing him to see its entirety at a glance. Inside, a large, fluffy mass of black and white fur lay on the ground, resembling the pelt of some creature. Jiang Yu squinted to discern its form. It appeared to be a spirit beast curled up in slumber, its dense fur making it resemble a mere ball on the ground. The creature's head was nestled between its front legs, obscured by its thick coat, rendering it impossible to identify the species. This unknown spirit beast seemed to be in a deep sleep, undisturbed by Jiang Yu's presence. Yet, he remained cautious. The chilling depths of the earth suggested that this spirit beast possessed extraordinary qualities. Suddenly, Jiang Yu made a sound, and the spirit beast jolted awake, springing to its feet. That moment, Jiang Yu finally caught a clear glimpse of the creature. It was not particularly large, but its limbs were robust, and it had a round head with two small ears peeking through its dense fur. Its eyes were not the typical black and white of most animals, but a striking, pure blue, glimmering like two sapphires as it tilted its head, curiously assessing Jiang Yu. This spirit beast bore a resemblance to neither dog nor bear, but shared similarities with a kind of spirit beast known as the, both possessing a large round head, stout bodies, and thick fur. However, unlike this creature sported a black and white coat, and its eyes were larger and more vivid. The creature's fluffy coat made it appear adorably rotund. Jiang Yu pondered, unable to deduce the nature of this spirit beast. Noticing its lack of aggression and its charming demeanor, he felt his wariness begin to dissipate. He bent down, intending to enter the cave and approach the spirit beast. However, upon sensing Jiang Yu's intention, the creature fluffed up its fur, adopting a crouched posture, revealing its sharp white teeth, and letting out a low growl. Jiang Yu halted his advance, recognizing the narrow confines of the cave would hinder his ability to defend himself should the creature attack. Seeing Jiang Yu retreat, the spirit beast closed its mouth, its tense muscles relaxing, though its sapphire eyes remained alert. Fixated on Jiang Yu, it was evident that this small cave was its territory, and it would not permit any intruders. For a moment, the two remained in a standoff. After a few breaths, an idea sparked in Jiang Yu's mind. He decided to retrieve a spirit herb from his spatial artifact. As he did so, the fragrant aroma of the herb wafted through the air. The spirit beast caught wind of the enticing scent, its eyes lighting up as it fixated on the herb in Jiang Yu's hand, drool slipping from the corner of its mouth. Jiang Yu, noticing the creature's reaction, smirked with satisfaction and extended the herb toward it. Though the spirit beast was clearly tempted, it hesitated to approach, its gaze locked onto the herb. Observing this, Jiang Yu placed the herb on the ground at the cave's entrance and stepped back a few paces. The aroma was too alluring to resist. The spirit beast glanced between Jiang Yu and the herb on the ground before ultimately succumbing to temptation. In the blink of an eye, the herb had vanished, and the spirit beast was happily chewing on it. Jiang Yu was taken aback by the speed. He scarcely caught a glimpse of how the creature had moved. Its speed rivaled that of even the most adept masters of the. Should it choose to attack him, he would be utterly defenseless. As he calmed his racing heart, the spirit beast finished the herb and regarded Jiang Yu with eager eyes, clearly still hungry. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu cautiously approached again and placed another herb on the ground. This time, before he could retreat, the spirit beast darted forward, snatching the herb from his hand, happily chewing it right there instead of retreating to the cave. Even when Jiang Yu reached out to pet it, the creature remained unfazed, entirely focused on its feast. It was as if it had transformed into a docile puppy, allowing Jiang Yu to rub its fluffy head without complaint. After consuming more than a dozen herbs, the spirit beast began to wag its tail and pant in delight, mimicking the behavior of a playful dog. Despite being a man, Jiang Yu found it hard to resist the charm of such an adorable creature, and he obediently retrieved several more herbs. After yet another round of feasting, he grew concerned about whether the spirit beast could handle the immense potency of the herbs. However, the creature showed no signs of distress. Instead, it continued to wag its tail, pawing at Jiang Yu, its large eyes pleading for more. "There's none left, truly none," Jiang Yu said, crouching down to stroke its head, speaking in a gentle tone as if soothing a child. The spirit beast seemed to comprehend his words, gazing at him for a moment before turning back into the cave, curling up once more to resume its slumber. "You little rascal, you're quite the pragmatist," Jiang Yu chuckled softly at the sight of the creature dozing off once more. As he observed the little beast lost in its dreams, a thought struck him. He had thoroughly examined the creature earlier and discovered that it possessed an immense amount of spiritual energy, marking it as a rare third-tier spirit beast. What was even more crucial was that this spirit beast was still in its juvenile phase. If a juvenile third-tier spirit beast possessed such vast spiritual energy and speed capable of rivaling a master, the implications were indeed remarkable. Clearly, various indications suggest that this unknown spirit beast is far from an ordinary entity. It may very well be the legendary growth-type spirit beast. Generally speaking, the rank of a spirit beast is fixed. A spirit beast is born with a specific rank, and while its spiritual power may increase with growth, it cannot transcend its rank. Under normal circumstances, a Tier 3 spirit beast cannot evolve into a Tier 4 spirit beast, yet reality often defies absolutes. There exists a category of spirit beasts that shatter the notion of fixed ranks. They can grow and enhance their abilities akin to human cultivators. Such spirit beasts are referred to as growth-type spirit beasts. While legends of these creatures circulate throughout the continent, they are predominantly recorded in ancient texts. Although some cultivators claim to have encountered growth-type spirit beasts, these assertions remain unverified. It can be said that growth-type spirit beasts are an exceedingly rare existence, second only to celestial beasts in rarity, which is why Jiang Yu's thoughts on the matter were fleeting. The surroundings were tranquil and silent. The small beast within the cave had once again succumbed to slumber. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the gentle rise and fall of its body with each breath. Jiang Yu pondered how to entice this little spirit beast to accompany him. If he could harness the speed of this small creature, it would undoubtedly provide significant assistance in future battles. Moreover, given the creature's endearing appearance, he was determined to lure it away. With a soft sound akin to calling a puppy, Jiang Yu made a noise towards the small beast in the cave. Upon hearing him, the little creature instantly awoke, rose to its feet, and wagged its tail excitedly as it approached Jiang Yu. After successfully receiving another spirit herb from him, the small beast, noticing that Jiang Yu had no intention of offering more, prepared to return to its cave for more sleep. "Would you like to eat some spirit herbs?" Jiang Yu inquired as the small beast turned to retreat into its cave. Immediately, it perked up again, its sapphire-like eyes sparkling with attention fixed on Jiang Yu, while its little tail wagged like grass in a fierce wind. "I truly have none left at the moment," Jiang Yu admitted. Upon hearing this, the little beast ceased its tail wagging and its big eyes lost their glimmer of hope, displaying a distinctly human-like expression of dissatisfaction, clearly upset by Jiang Yu's deception. "However, there are plenty of spirit herbs outside. If you follow me, I promise you will have an unending supply of spirit herbs." Hearing this, the little beast regained its enthusiasm, but upon realizing it would need to leave with Jiang Yu, it glanced at its little cave, revealing a hint of reluctance in its eyes. "Your cave will remain here. It won't run away. You can return any time, but the spirit herbs outside may not be here for long. If you don't come with me, they may be harvested by others." Jiang Yu coaxed gently. It was evident that the little beast was tempted. It had never consumed such an abundance of spirit herbs before. Its timid nature meant that it had only ventured within a few dozen miles of the surface to forage for food, never daring to travel further due to the presence of great dangers. Yet, despite its intrigue, it still struggled to make a decision. "Let me tell you, the spirit herb I just gave you is merely the most ordinary variety. Outside, there are many far more delectable and potent spirit herbs, such as the 9-grade blood ginseng and the Millennium Ice Lotus. Just one of those can be worth 100 of what you just ate." Upon hearing Jiang Yu recite a long list of spirit herb names, the little beast's eyes sparkled with excitement, its previous attachments fading as it eagerly bit Jiang Yu's robe and tugged towards the cave's entrance, clearly unable to contain its impatience. The little beast's strength was surprisingly robust. Jiang Yu stumbled slightly, nearly falling over. Steadying himself, he marveled at the little beast's power and, in a soothing tone, said, "Hold on a moment, I still have some matters to attend to. Once I finish, I will take you to find spirit herbs, all right?" The little creature remained undeterred, still tugging at Jiang Yu's robe towards the exit. With a sudden rip, a large piece of Jiang Yu's robe, which he had purchased for over 100 spirit crystals, was torn away as though it were mere fabric. Noticing the little beast's persistence, Jiang Yu reluctantly produced a spirit herb to placate it. Though the little beast could not speak, it understood much of what Jiang Yu said. After a thorough, patient explanation and the offering of 3 spirit herbs, the little beast finally nodded in agreement to allow Jiang Yu to search the ruins first. Observing the little creature following closely behind, Jiang Yu turned and asked, "Little one, do you have a name?" The small beast tilted its head, its big eyes reflecting confusion, seemingly unaware of what a name entailed. "A name? It is your title, your designation. For instance, I am called Jiang Yu. When others call my name, I know they are referring to me," Jiang Yu elucidated. After hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, the little beast seemed to grasp the concept, albeit vaguely, and shook its head. Uncertain whether the little creature had understood, Jiang Yu continued, "How about this? I shall give you a name that sounds powerful." Without awaiting the little beast's consent, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then declared, "From now on, you shall be called Kuan Huang." Kuan represents the earth, vast and profound, perfectly reflecting your great strength, while Huang signifies supremacy. May you become the supreme spirit beast. This time, the little beast appeared to comprehend Jiang Yu's intention. Joyfully wagging its tail, Kuan Huang, Jiang Yu called out a few times. It was undeniable that this little creature possessed remarkable intelligence. It had already grasped that Kuan Huang was its name. And not only was it wagging its tail in delight, but it also emitted cheerful low growls, clearly pleased with its new title. After sharing some playful moments, Jiang Yu returned to his previous spot. Continuing his search amidst the ruins, Kuan Huang remained steadfastly at his side, as if fearing Jiang Yu might abandon it in the quest for rare spirit herbs. Jiang Yu paid no further heed to Kuan Huang and resumed his exploration for remnants of ancient writings within the ruins. Due to the passage of time, the once hard stones had been eroded beyond recognition, yielding only a scant few fragmented inscriptions. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu remained undeterred, diligently recording what he could, for there might lie clues to his own origins among them. Initially, Kuan Huang followed closely, but as time passed, it began to frolic, mimicking Jiang Yu's actions in its own search for treasures. After more than 10 hours, Jiang Yu discovered several artifacts, though all were damaged and lacked their former grandeur. Hardly better than worthless scraps. Finally, he arrived at the central area of the ruins, which, according to his master's accounts, was where he had been found. Jiang Yu strained to discern the location his master had described. But within the ruins, filled with crumbling walls and mounds of yellow sand, every spot appeared similar. Just as he was attempting to connect the current scene with his master's descriptions, Kuan Huang joyfully bounded to Jiang Yu's side. Shaking its head enthusiastically as if to present its findings, a small object clutched in its mouth. Jiang Yu gently patted Kuan Huang's head in praise, but did not pay much attention to the item it had retrieved. As previously, Kuan Huang had brought back several artifacts that were all, without exception, useless remnants. Encouraged by Jiang Yu's approval, Kuan Huang dropped the object at Jiang Yu's feet and eagerly resumed its search elsewhere. Jiang Yu, still focused, caught a glimpse of what Kuan Huang had brought back, and suddenly, he froze in astonishment. The object on the ground appeared strikingly familiar. Jiang Yu swiftly turned to examine it more closely. Indeed, it was unmistakably familiar, for it was a piece of jade pendant, a half-piece, to be precise, identical in style to the half-piece he had purchased at an auction. Jiang Yu picked up the half-jade pendant in disbelief. Scrutinizing it closely, it was indeed a perfect match, not only in shape and material but also in the faint aura it emanated. Unbelievable. It was utterly astonishing. The vastness of the 5 domains and 2 seas was akin to an ocean, while this small jade pendant was but a drop in that ocean. The chances of him finding it should have been minuscule, if not impossible. Yet, a miracle had unfolded before him, as he had stumbled upon this half-jade pendant. Holding it in his hand, Jiang Yu's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. Could it be that the half-jade pendant he owned had inadvertently fallen into the ruins and been discovered by Kuan Huang? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yu hurriedly searched within his spatial artifact. No, the half-jade pendant he had acquired at the auction remained safely within his spatial artifact. Holding one half in each hand, joy radiated from Jiang Yu's expression. He had indeed located the other half. His hands trembled slightly with excitement as he realized such fortuitous luck was beyond comprehension. Was there a connection between this jade pendant and his origins? Was it destiny at play? Thoughts swirled chaotically in Jiang Yu's mind. After several breaths, he inhaled deeply, steadying his racing heart, and carefully aligned the 2 halves of the jade pendant. The 2 pieces were semicircular, and when combined, they formed a perfect circle, with the carved patterns on the pendant aligning seamlessly in that silent, cavernous depth. Jiang Yu's heavy breathing echoed ominously, akin to distant thunder. His eyes, filled with electric intensity, remained fixed on the jade pendant as it merged into a single entity. As moments stretched into eternity, the tea time passed, and Jiang Yu's unblinking gaze began to feel the strain of fatigue. Yet, the jade pendant he held, fused into one, exhibited not the slightest sign of change or transformation. The excitement etched upon his face gradually morphed into a mask of rigidity. This was unexpected. How could there be no semblance of alteration? Logically, the merging of two jade pieces should yield some form of manifestation. Otherwise, splitting the pendant in two would render it utterly meaningless, if it were merely an ordinary piece of jade, serving as a token. What then could explain the faint aura it harbored? Jiang Yu pondered aloud, his thoughts swirling in confusion. Was it necessary to infuse spiritual energy for any change to occur? With this thought, he began to channel his spiritual essence into the pendant. As the slightly golden energy flowed into the jade, it transformed from a dull opacity into a shimmering haze. Yet, that was all. The pendant radiated a misty glow, but no further alterations were evident. No phenomena, no indications, nothing manifested at all. It was inconceivable that nothing lay hidden within. Jiang Yu, undeterred, extended his consciousness into the pendant. His previously rigid expression ignited with renewed excitement. How could the merging of two jade pieces yield nothing? The secrets must lie within the pendant itself. Delving deeper, Jiang Yu discerned two ancient characters emerging from the previously chaotic void within the jade. Elation surged through him. When he had acquired the half-piece of jade, he had attempted to infuse it with spiritual energy and probe with his consciousness, yet had gleaned no results. The appearance of these two ancient characters now indicated that only by uniting both pieces could the hidden secrets within the jade be unveiled. However, his joy was short-lived as he became solemn once more. He was utterly unfamiliar with the meaning of these two ancient characters. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the remnants of inscriptions he had discovered amidst the ruins. Characters that must have originated thousands of years ago, beyond his comprehension. Attempting to sense the characters with his consciousness, he hoped for a miraculous revelation, but none came. The characters floated ethereally within the ancient jade, devoid of substance, exuding no aura, and manifesting nothing, lonely and empty within the pendant. After a considerable period of effort, with no further discoveries, the two characters began to fade gradually. Hastily, Jiang Yu ceased his probing and took out ink and brush to transcribe the characters. Moments later, the two ancient characters vanished completely. Jiang Yu, trying again to infuse spiritual energy and probe with his consciousness, found the pendant regressing into a state of chaos, devoid of any change. Realizing the characters would not reappear and that the two jade pieces held no other mysteries, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he delayed even slightly, he would have missed the chance to capture those characters. Though their significance eluded him, the fact that these jade pieces had endured countless eons, perhaps even millions of years, without being obliterated spoke to their extraordinary nature, let alone the concealed information within. Perhaps those ancient characters were a guide to some treasure or legacy. Regrettably, the intelligence he had procured from the Tiangong Pavilion contained no mention of this relic. However, based on the valuation of the first jade piece at the Wanbao Pavilion, it was posited to be an artifact from 60 to 70,000 years ago. If this were indeed the case, the other half of the jade must also be of the same era, indicating that this relic dated back to that time, suggesting he was also a being from 60 to 70,000 years ago. If that were true, I might just be the longest living person in this world. Jiang Yu mused with a bitter smile. Seeing that no further discoveries awaited him, Jiang Yu carefully stored the two jade pieces within his spatial artifact, considering that they might prove invaluable in the future. Although young, his temperament was inherently composed. He quickly regained his emotional equilibrium and resumed his search within the ruins. With the discovery of the jade pieces, his anticipation for further findings surged, prompting him to search with greater diligence, hoping to uncover something of utility. Yet, while imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality often proved starkly different. After several days of meticulous exploration, Jiang Yu had scoured the entirety of the ruins, having dug as deep as possible. However, aside from uncovering more fragmented inscriptions and some spiritually inert relics, no significant discoveries emerged. Standing at the exit, gazing at the thoroughly examined ruins, Jiang Yu patted the head of Kuan Huang, expressing a sense of solitude. "It's time to leave. I'll take you outside." Upon hearing that they were finally departing, Kuan Huang excitedly stood upright, nudging Jiang Yu's head with its large one, its azure eyes betraying an undeniable excitement. Previously, it had shown little interest in the outside world during its solitary confinement in the depths, primarily feeling fear. Yet, since Jiang Yu had informed it of the endless spiritual herbs awaiting them outside, that fear had transformed into eager anticipation. The past few days felt like an eternity for it, and now they were finally set to seek out those spiritual herbs. You think about spiritual herbs all day long. At this rate, you're going to turn into a ball, Jiang Yu teased as he ruffled Kuan Huang's fluffy, round head. The lively and adorable creature brought a glimmer of light to his otherwise desolate heart. Jiang Yu contemplated whether Kuan Huang could fly and if he needed to carry it out. A sudden noise startled him, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Observing a large tear in his robe, he could only shake his head with a wry smile, rising to soar back up the passageway towards the surface. Having spent days in the dark, Jiang Yu was momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness above, taking several moments to readjust to the daylight. Kuan Huang had been anxiously waiting at the cave entrance, and upon seeing Jiang Yu emerge, it circled him excitedly, urging him to seek out the spiritual herbs. "Calm down. Let me find something to cover the entrance first. Otherwise, someone might discover your little nest." Jiang Yu affectionately stroked Kuan Huang's fluffy head. He then located a sizable stone resembling a small hill to cover the cave entrance. After completing this task, he produced a flying artifact on the flying artifact. Kuan Huang seemed dissatisfied with the speed, vanishing in a flash and reappearing moments later, grumbling and huffing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu paid little heed to this, his mind occupied with thoughts of whom to consult regarding the ancient characters he had discovered in the ruins. Some high-ranking individuals from top celestial estates might be able to decipher them, but such actions carried significant risks. Setting aside whether the content of these ancient characters might bring him trouble, only the highest-ranking elders or the estate leader would possess the ability to comprehend them, and such formidable figures could easily see through his disguise. Contemplating whom to approach for deciphering the ancient characters, Jiang Yu ultimately decided to seek out a large city first, where he could visit a Tiangong pavilion to gather information on this matter. For even if there were hidden secrets within the ancient characters, his connection with Qianning would likely prevent any calamity from arising. Having sought out a passerby to inquire about the location of the Tianji pavilion, Jiang Yu set off with Kuan Huang towards their destination. However, along the way, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, particularly from women. It was not uncommon for cultivators to possess spirit pets. Many did. Yet, most spirit pets bore fierce and terrifying appearances, making the adorably cute Kuan Huang a rare sight indeed. Although the crowd's eager gazes were fixed upon Kuan Huang, Jiang Yu still felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Kuan Huang shared this sentiment. Having lived in solitude until now, it had never encountered humans, let alone a throng of them staring so intently that it felt an unsettling itch all over. With a low growl directed at the crowd, Kuan Huang attempted to assert itself. Yet, to the spectators, its display of anger seemed more akin to a playful pout. Endearing it further and prompting some bold women to step closer, eager to touch its round, plump body. With a swift movement, Kuan Huang evaded the outstretched hands, its eyes wide with fear. Humans were terrifying. It longed to escape this place. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu felt helpless and quickened his pace towards the Tianji pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Just as he was about to step inside, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Leave with those spirit crystals. This spirit beast shall be mine." Jiang Yu halted and turned to see a boy who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. The boy had striking features, rosy lips, pearly white teeth, and sharp brows framing his starry eyes, yet his gaze radiated arrogance. He held a spatial pouch in his right hand, the contents unknown, but Jiang Yu felt no interest in them. Furrowing his brow, he replied with an air of dignity, "Not for sale," and turned to enter the pavilion. Before he could take a step, a formidable aura surged towards him. "Take those spirit crystals and scram. Do not provoke my wrath." The surrounding crowd, startled by the boy's imposing presence, expressed their astonishment and instinctively retreated, clearing a wide space. While the boy's aura was powerful, it did not completely intimidate the onlookers. Their retreat stemmed from the boy's apparent talent. Such strength at this young age suggested he was likely a core disciple or even a holy son of a prestigious sect, someone they could not afford to provoke. Sensing the boy's overwhelming aura, Jiang Yu's frown deepened, realizing that the youth before him might very well be a holy son from a renowned sect in the western region. "My friend," Jiang Yu began, "this spirit beast has been my companion through thick and thin. I cannot part with it, I hope you can understand." He wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, eager to decipher the ancient script within the ruins and uncover the mysteries of his lineage. Thus, he suppressed his rising anger and spoke with respect. However, his concession did not earn the boy's understanding. The boy withdrew his spatial pouch and stepped forward, his eyes sharp as blades, his tone growing more hostile. "You refuse to heed my words? Very well. Let us settle this with strength." Chapter 106. Astonishing all, Jiang Yu turned to face the boy, his expression dark and resolute, his fists clenched tightly, producing an ominous cracking sound. Tension thickened in the air, palpable enough to induce shivers among the onlookers, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Kuan Huang, sensing the oppressive atmosphere and the animosity radiating from the boy, assumed a defensive stance, its fluffy black and white fur standing on end, emitting a low growl. The boy, unfazed by the anger displayed by Jiang Yu and Kuan Huang, scoffed dismissively. "Humph! You truly wish to challenge me? Then allow me to make the first move, lest you accuse me of bullying the weak." Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on the boy, his fists tightening repeatedly. Finally, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and relaxed his clenched fists, restoring calm to his features. "Cut the nonsense. If you leave with the spirit beast, you may go. Otherwise, prepare to face my wrath." The crowd watching Jiang Yu's capitulation erupted in hisses of disdain. "Friend, I harbor no grievances against you, nor do I seek conflict. This spirit beast and I share a bond of life and death. Why must you forcibly seize what is dear to me?" Jiang Yu persisted in his attempts to placate the boy, genuinely wishing to avoid escalation. He recognized that the boy's displayed aura likely indicated a peak cultivation level within the Spirit Sea or even the Divine Bridge realm. While he felt confident in his ability to prevail, the boy's rare talent and the power of the sect backing him would make any confrontation perilous. Jiang Yu desired to maintain a low profile, aware of the adage that the tallest tree catches the wind. Defeating the boy today could bring unwanted attention, making future discretion impossible. "It is precisely because we bear no animosity that I offer you the chance to depart. Enough of your prattling. Either leave the spirit beast and get lost, or prepare to be defeated." The boy's demeanor shifted to one of cold ferocity. Jiang Yu, having recognized that attempts to defuse the situation were futile, resolved to take action in an instant. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, his fist poised to strike as he appeared before the boy. The speed of Jiang Yu's approach startled the boy, who realized that this velocity rivaled that of a unifying realm expert. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Jiang Yu's extraordinary speed. The boy, a prodigy in his own right, managed to react in time, channeling his spiritual energy into his right fist to prepare a defense. Yet, Jiang Yu's speed exceeded his expectations. The boy could only just muster a response, and before he was fully prepared, their fists collided. Upon impact, the boy's tense expression relaxed, for he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Yu's blow. How laughable! How absurdly foolish to think one could engage me in combat using mere physical strength. Even if that legendary figure were here, such arrogance would lead to his demise. However, just as these thoughts crossed the boy's mind, he felt an overwhelming force surge from Jiang Yu's fist, akin to a tsunami crashing upon the shore. Observers, initially stunned by Jiang Yu's speed, soon recognized that he had not employed any spiritual energy, prompting them to scoff. Relying solely on speed and physical strength, does he think himself invincible? They murmured. He likely won't even realize how he meets his end. That boy is a peak talent of the Spirit Sea. He should only require a fraction of his power to deal with this fool. As the crowd continued to gossip, a scene unfolded that left them utterly speechless. A profound silence enveloped the area as the boy staggered backward with every heavy step, the hard stone ground beneath him cracking and fracturing, leaving deep impressions with each retreat. Impossible. How can this be? The boy's arm throbbed with pain, yet he barely noticed, fixated on the astonishing sight of his own right arm, murmuring in disbelief. Until now, he had never tasted defeat among his peers, and even when contending with the top disciples of prestigious sects, he had always managed to at least draw. How could this individual force him back using merely physical strength? Looking at the boy's face, he appeared to be only slightly older than himself. This was inconceivable, absolutely unfathomable. After a brief moment, the boy abruptly lifted his head, determination returning to his gaze as he spoke. You are a pure physical cultivator? The only explanation for Jiang Yu's strength, he concluded, was that he was a pure physical cultivator with extraordinary talent. The onlookers, still in shock, began to come to this realization as well. Indeed, he has not used a shred of spiritual power. He must be a physical cultivator, and certainly one who has mastered profound body refinement techniques. Otherwise, this would be impossible. A pure physical cultivator. Such individuals are indeed rare. Yet, even if he possesses unmatched talent in body cultivation, what of it? Body cultivators face a dead end. Their prowess may shine before reaching the unifying realm, but they inevitably fall behind in the realms of technique. Body cultivation is ultimately a minor path.